You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo, what's up, fools? Today is 2/6/2026. It is 11:09 p.m. Eastern time. I was up early this morning working on vertical streams, trying to fix my encoders to try to make sure that I didn't lag too much if I actually ran a vertical stream at the same time as a regular stream, and I think I got it. I'm not sure. not positive, but we're gonna test it out today. We'll see if I can run both at the same time, and then a little bit later we might even try like arc raiders on top of two streams. But the one of the issues is that, yeah, like during the last panel, if you guys watched it, it had a lot of issues. It had it dropped a lot of frames. It Discord crashed a couple of times, and so there's definitely a lot of issues. Now, with that said, the my keyboard's not working. I had to restart my computer right before this, and now my keyboard's just not working. But I'm I have to get RAM. That is the main thing. I gotta get RAM. And in order to get enough RAM to where it'll make any difference at all, I do have two more, I think 3 more debates scheduled right now for next week. It's gonna happen again. It's gonna fucking happen again. We're just gonna keep crashing during the panels. Like it's gonna keep going down. So trying to raise enough money to get RAM. So I do have a $100 goal on for today. What the fuck, dude? This. Wait, it worked on other shit. Yeah, it's working on YouTube. Okay, there we go. Holy crap. So yeah, so I gotta get RAM. I like actually if the next couple of panels next week don't and debates that I'm hosting don't do well, and I still have the issues with RAM, I am likely gonna have to just stop doing them and just to find a new fucking job. Because yeah, this is getting to be a little bit too much. Like even the vertical streams and like running like a video games, all of the shit. My computer is like more than capable of doing this with the RAM. Like if it has the RAM, it is more than capable of doing this. And even I because like every time it lags, I go and look up things like, how do I fix this? And I'll like, ask AI a bunch of shit about it. And almost every time it's like, oh, that computer pretty much any settings will do fine. Here's how to like have it most optimized and have it set up to where you'll get the most out of it. And then I every other time I'm like, damn, dude, it always tells me that like this should be simple, but it's not. So then yesterday I asked the same question, gave me the same answer, and then I said, what if I only have 8 gigs of RAM? And it was, oh, yeah, that's a totally different situation. Okay. Now, like, it just totally fucking, like, tells me to redo everything. And so that's what I did. And, here we are. How much does your new PC have? 8. 8. 8. What the fuck? Why would you buy a new PC with only 8 gigabytes of RAM? It was more about the type of PC that it was. Like it actually the specs that this came with actually was like a really good deal for the like graphics card that it had, which was my main concern. Was the graphics card, the amount of ports that it has, the amount of like HDMI ports and like USB ports and places for my camera, like all of that shit. Like these are specs that are just perfect for a fucking streaming PC. And it's exactly what I needed. The one thing was that it was low on RAM. Can you take some from your old PC? No. Yeah, no, I cannot. No, I cannot. This is something that I have been very infuriated about. Because I just bought two 16s like 6 months ago, maybe 9 months ago. Just bought two fucking 16s, and they're DDR4, and they don't fit DDR5, which also means that they're worthless now. Like, they're just fucking worthless. I can sell two 16s for like $50. Meanwhile, to get two 16s for this computer would be like $300 to $400. So just download more RAM. True. I should have done that. Yeah. So yeah, it has been very annoying. Very, very fucking annoying that, yeah, it's all just fucked. I did find somebody who's selling RAM for a cheap price on Facebook Marketplace. He's I think it's a 116, and it's a totally different like brand and everything. So I'll have to like remove the 8 and put the 16 in, but then yeah, I'll only have 116. So eventually I'll likely go get another 16 of the same brand at some point, but it's not like a brand that I would normally get. I don't even remember what it was. It was yeah, I can't even remember the name of the brand of the stick. You can mix 8 gigabytes and 16 gigabytes DDR5. Not as good, but you can do it. I know you can do it, but from my understanding is that the majority of the time it's going to revert to the lesser stick, and that you're actually going to get like better performance if you just get rid of the 8 and only use the 16. So because yeah, I have two Corsair 16s with like the RGB lighting on it and everything. Totally worthless. So it's better to have both, in my opinion. Dual channel for 8 gigabyte, double what you got now, plus a single channel on the remaining 8 gigabyte. What? It's crazy they made the old RAM incompatible at this fucking juncture too. At this fucking juncture, dude. Got more RAM after getting ripped off by Best Buy? I didn't get ripped off by Best Buy. And no, I didn't get more RAM after. I got it before. I need to get RAM. So there's a fucking RAM goal on the fucking screen because I need to get more RAM. Yeah, it might even be better to... one of the things that I was trying to do is I was trying to just find the same exact brand that they already have in there, which is like XPG or something like that, and just get another 8 to where that would be like the simplest. But yeah, I'm having trouble finding that. So they gave you one stick to make the PC look cheaper. What do you mean to make the PC look cheaper? It was cheaper It didn't make it look cheaper. It literally was cheaper. It was literally cheaper. Not to make it look cheaper. It's just literally cheaper. One stick is better. Yeah, that's what I feel like. So I'm either gonna go with. Well, hold on. I don't know if one stick is better. I feel like so my option is. You guys, you're just fucking stupid, dude. Okay, so the options that I have is that either I get 116 or I get a second 8. And I feel like a second 8 is better. Like having 2 RAM sticks, I feel like is normally better than having 116. I feel like, right? 2 8s is better than 116 because you have 2 channels for it to go through to where it's not working on one. Get 116, then in future get another 16. Yeah, that's my yeah, so we've been telling you this for over a month. You haven't been telling me that. That's what I already know this. You haven't been telling me this. I am aware of this. But but right now they're fucking telling me the opposite. But I do think that as far as like upgrading in the future, yes, we have. I was here. I'm saying, okay, fine. You said things. You said the sky is blue. Cool story. I'm aware. But yes, the plan is probably to get a 16 because I will likely want to get another 16 later, and so yeah. Although I don't even know that I need 32 for this one. Like I got 32 for the last one because the graphics card sucked. Like the graphics card was just completely shit, and so I don't even know that I need 2 16s for this one. A second 8 is a waste. Then to go to 32, you need to be 2 new and 2 8 are junk. Yeah. It's what I'm trying to consider. It's more about like just kind of considering where I'm supposed to go. Don't streamers need a lot of RAM? Well, it depends. I mean, again, like if you have a graphics card that can already handle a lot of shit, then you may not need a lot more RAM. But with my last computer, I was running it off of a 1050, okay? A 1050 that I was streaming on, playing on Discord, playing Call of Duty, playing Arc Raiders, playing all this shit on a fucking 1050. And that's why I got 32 fucking gigabytes of RAM, is because, yeah, it was just, it was a lot. And to do all that on stream was, yeah, it was, probably should have exploded at some point, but no, you do need RAM no matter what. I understand you need RAM. I don't know what I don't know what's happening. I understand I need RAM. I don't know if I need that much RAM. But yeah, I'm so anyways, so I'm just looking at a bunch of different options because the even the option of like waiting longer to I'll ram you. My butthole already fucking is sore as hell right now. Okay, hemorrhoids have been a motherfucker. But anyways, so yeah, the there's just like a bunch of like different factors in this that play into like which direction I go, and some of it's time based, obviously, on like whether or not I have enough money and the fact that I just need to have more RAM quickly to be able to do the fucking panels that are coming up and to be able to make money to eventually even move or even buy more down the line. Like, but the but yeah, there's just too many variables right now to where I'm not even sure which direction I'm gonna head in. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm most likely gonna go with the 16. The 16 that again, it's a brand that I've never fucked with before. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Ripjaws? Is that what it says? Ripjaws? Yeah, it is Ripjaws. Okay. Are you playing them on 4K or something? No. No, again, it's like, again, you're streaming 1080p, 60, um, 60 frames per second. Oh, now you wasted. I was about to say, I was like, I feel like already just the amount that I've explained is enough for people to know why it's being overloaded, but but yeah, anyway, so just I gotta get more RAM. So there is a goal on the screen. I gotta get about 200 within the next couple of days. The guy wants me to get it tomorrow. It's not 200 just for the one stick, but the hope is that I can not just get the one stick. But anyways, F is my stream down? No F? Okay. I was about to say because I'm getting ready to add a second stream right now. That is not good. But yeah, I don't have any sources set up for like regular politics streams right now. I've only been using the vertical for a while just to do gaming streams. And so yeah, I gotta set up sources for this.
David Muir.
Size this up. I good news though. I did restart my computer just a little bit ago, and so far all of the audio didn't reset. So we'll find out later if that changes once I get to the video games. But so far, all of the audio has not changed. All the audio paths. The RAM you buy should cost as much as all the parts in your PC. What does that even mean? That is the new standard? I don't even know what that means. Like, my PC cost $1,000. You're saying I should pay $1,000 for RAM? He's being sarcastic. Well, oh yeah, they're saying because the markets are so fucked up. Yeah. Okay, I got you. I get what you're saying. You're saying the markets have made it to where that is the case. Not that it should be that way, but yeah, that's the That is just how it is now. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've been like, and it's even hard to explain to people who like don't know anything about like game, computers or anything. Where, yeah, I'm trying to explain to them like, dude, there's a shortage on RAM. Like, there's nothing I can do. I'm totally fucked. Like, so for $200, Tom can get one more 8 GB RAM stick. Let's get no. For $200, I will get probably two 16s. I will get at least one, possibly two. So yes, if I can raise $200, I will get at least a 16, possibly two. Now, like I said, I have the one that this guy's offering, but I'm just not as in love with the brand. So, did you make that other YouTube channel you were talking about for my OnlyFans? I'm just kidding. What what YouTube channel? I don't remember. You said like left wing takes or something. Forget, it was a year ago or something. Oh, I was talking about making a right wing channel where I was just going to say like right wing talking points that like I knew were incorrect and I knew were stupid, and see how easy I could just like grift off of it as like a project. Like, I was talking about making a right wing channel to where I was gonna like do that, but I think at this point it's too. I think I'm too recognizable to where like even like Andrew Wilson fans come across that channel, they're all gonna know who I am. Like Rob Noor fans, AJW fans, like all of those people are gonna know exactly who I am if they come across it. And so it's kind of fucked at this point. I would have to have like a voice changer and like maybe even a VTuber or something like that, which is not it's not hard with AI these days. I could actually probably do it. That makes it more funny. I think. Well, the project would be broken though. Like, it's supposed to be like a social project to see if if I push knowingly bullshit talking points that are as dumb as fuck, because I see so many channels that are the dumbest motherfuckers, but it seems as though it's like, as long as they're pro MAGA, everybody subscribes, everybody likes, everybody fucking comments, everybody like floods them with love. And it's a phenomena that doesn't exist on the left, because the left has so much division over every little thing that there's not as much unity. But on the right with MAGA, at least there also, I would say, the divisions that have occurred recently on the right would really kind of hurt this as well, because there's all of the problems with like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, the Charlie Kirk stuff, the people who are upset about Israel. Like, there are so many more divisions now to where I don't think it would work anymore. I don't know if I've thought about it, doing a left wing channel, but I don't know if I'd actually feel motivated to argue things I don't believe in. While also part of it that I was afraid of was that I was like, shit, dude, what happens? Like, what happens when I actually start to make a lot of money, and now I'm like, ooh, maybe we don't end this and just call everybody out and like show everybody what happened. Like, maybe just become Benny Johnson. I don't know. Like, it's just like, it's hard. It's like, thinking about it, like, sheesh, dude, I think I'm a principled person, but who knows when you're actually faced with it. I guess then the channel would just go away. Well, I'm saying the idea is eventually I would like come out with it and be like, hey guys, so I'm actually left wing. I was just pushing the bullshit talking points that I don't believe in, blah blah blah, and then even like make a video about it on this channel, kind of just like explaining the entire process and the plan and how it went and all of that. And but then you would get no engagement on that channel. Right, that's the point. It's supposed to be a temporary thing. It's meant to be temporary, where you just do it as a social experiment so that you can like kind of have a conclusion at the end as to how easy it actually is. After you said that it would be a waste of time to cultivate that audience. Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to cultivate that audience. Again, the whole point would be that I'm not trying to cultivate the audience. It would be as like a social experiment to see how easy it would be to do it.
ABC's World News Tonight. America's most watched news.
I spoke too soon! I spoke too soon! I can't hear anything. Let's go. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I just have it muted, don't I?
Cast now streaming same day with all the breaking news of the day on Disney Plus. Most watched, most trusted. Now on Disney Plus every night.
It would have to be a huge audience of people to care, I think. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that like there's the possibility that you actually just do pop off. Like you actually do just jump, because one, there aren't a bunch of like skilled right-wing debaters. They're just like there aren't a lot of them. The left is kind of like over, like there's too many of them. Like we are oversaturated with left-wing debaters, whereas the right just doesn't have many that are even like socially aware, let alone capable of doing debates. And so they have like 2 or 3 that are like in this space, you know, that are like and it's like Rob Noor and Andrew Wilson, and that's about it. And then there's like, I could go on a list of like 200 of the people on the left. And so yeah, it's kind of it would kind of, I feel like that would almost make it easier to kind of get the first leg up and pop off. But I mean, if you guys have seen the videos where you can actually just like have an AI just mimic your body movements and everything, and it'll change your voice and all of that for you, I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to just be a different person. And Crowder and Shapiro, sure, but there's like, they do debates, but I wouldn't really say they're like debaters, right? Like they do debate sometimes, but like the streaming space is like just debaters. Like it's people who are looking for like, you know, off the cuff, in the moment debates.
Tonight there is breaking news just as we come on
I'm going to play this just for a second as I set up the vertical.
the air what the FBI is now revealing about Savannah Guthrie's mother. Tonight, for the first time, those crucial overnight hours, the timeline, what happened to Nancy Guthrie. And tonight here, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie and her siblings and their heartbreaking plea to the person or people who took their mother. And Savannah...
I don't know who Savannah Guthrie or Nancy Guthrie or any of them are.
Savannah's message to her mother.
Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman.
Tonight, the FBI and what they're now revealing, and the sheriff with hope, with prayers across this country for Nancy Guthrie.
We believe Nancy is still out there.
Tonight, the evidence here, the blood at the home, the new timeline, news on the doorbell camera, and what the alleged ransom note might describe. Our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Kotursky, in Tucson with what he's learned tonight. Also breaking at this hour, the images coming in, a car slamming into a grocery store, multiple people killed, trapped as the car smashed into the store, and we're on the scene. Tonight, the deadly crash of a police helicopter, 2 troopers killed, including the pilot. That chopper...
Okay, I think I got the second stream up. Let's try this. There we go. All right. We got it. So apparently the big news today is something about somebody kicking a dog. I haven't actually seen much of it, but apparently yes, it's about somebody kicked a dog. 1 and 2. There's Trump shared a racist meme. So I am trying to find the dog kicker real quick. Oh yeah, here it is. Looks like an ICE agent or somebody kicked a dog. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I care about this one so much. Not gonna lie, I don't know if I care about this one so much. Like, I think that most police officers probably do this. Maybe there's more context to this that, again, normally the majority of the time I'll see these things and I'll be like, ah, this seems justified. Then I find out a lot more shit afterwards that makes me feel totally differently. But, yes, right now, initial reaction, initially seeing it, like, yeah, I don't know. It's, lots of times dogs are rushing at somebody. Makes sense that they'll protect themselves, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have enough context to really know if that's. Yeah, that is like the main thing. So this is the post from Trump. Now, it's so fucking funny, dude. I'm gonna show you this fucking video. I'm gonna show you this video, but it's so fucking funny the cope about this that is happening right now. The fucking cope is out of this world, bro. The people who are upset about this, they are sorry. The people who are defending this, they are just making up a story. Like, they're just making up a story and saying, "Oh, it's obvious this is what happened." And I don't think anybody, like, I don't think Trump, I don't think anybody is claiming that this is what happened. I think it's just MAGA who's like coming up with their own fucking narrative on why Trump shared this video, and they're all claiming it was an accident. They're all saying it's just an accident, like, but this is the fucking video. Okay, watch this.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ES&S machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well.
Hey, Dave Bucky, thank you for the 200 joules. Appreciate it, homie.
President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
Okay. So, Obviously, pretty racist video. Obviously, pretty fucked up. I think, hold on. So
Joe Biden.
They're claiming that a staffer just screen recorded a video on Twitter, and then because it auto scrolls to the next video was just happened to be a racist meme, and then they even said it's not even racist, it's just calling Trump the Lion King and making all of everybody else the animals where they come bow down to him, which is funny because I'm pretty sure it was just a couple months ago when we had all the No Kings protests where they all said, whoever said Trump was a king? Whoever said Trump was a king? You guys are so ridiculous. Nobody ever said that Trump was a king. And then they end up having to themselves admit that this is the case. But so yeah, here. So it does seem as though there is an auto scroll there. But I don't think it was an accident that it was left in. So yeah, you can see it does scroll up. It's part of the same video. No, so again, it does seem as though they screen recorded a video on Twitter, and it does auto scroll on Twitter to where it goes to the next fucking video. But it does not seem as though it's an accident. Like, there's no way this was a fucking accident. So they just, a staffer apparently screen recorded the video to upload to his channel. And it's all about the fact that he didn't lose the 2020 election. Joe Biden stole the election. We can see in the data where it all comes together and it makes sense. And we know that the election was stolen now. But yeah, the video scrolls up to the next one. And the next video is starting off with Obama and his wife as monkeys. And it's hard to believe that that was an accident, that you just didn't realize. You just didn't realize that you also had that in. Because if we're supposed to believe this, we're also supposed to believe now that they didn't do any editing of the video at all. There was no editing at all. There was no editing whatsoever. They just screen recorded and didn't cut the beginning, didn't cut the end. They just threw it in there. No shot. Nope. I found the original poster Tom Foolery showed. Trump took the video straight from this guy. No staffer screen record. Wait, so is that at the end? Here it is, 1 minute and 2 seconds of seditious conspiracy captured on videotape. Read Dominion Smartmatic, election breaking systems, cybersecurity expert. Okay, so this was posted February 5th, 2026. When did Trump post his?
Initiated by a court order.
Yeah, no fucking shot. Yes, they downloaded this. No fucking shot. They either downloaded this. It literally scrolls down and then back up. It literally scrolls down and then back up. In this one, they cut out that it scrolls down and back up.
Initiated by.
In this one, they cut it out. They edited it. So at this, it says, it's pretty clear that the Obama monkey video was a Reels autoplay at the end of a screen recording of an election fraud video, which is the video Trump actually shared. So, okay, so sure, we can still say, yes, it seems as though the person who uploaded this over here may have done this. I don't know I don't think they're the ones who originally uploaded it. What is this? PatriotNewsOutlet.com. Actually, here, let's. PatriotNewsOutlet.com has no content. Links to live and past news don't work. Links to Facebook, Twitch don't work. Insta has one post. Rumble, reclips from Fox et al. Who posted and where did it come from? Rumble and webpage also have different logos. Patriot News Outlet appears to be a shady site. No content. Link to Rumble. Nothing original. Links to Facebook. Twitch don't work. Same person. Yeah, she just keeps posting the same thing over and over, quote tweeting everybody on that. But I was assuming we would find like an actual like Twitter account. Okay, this is the Twitter account. Holy shit, dude. All of their stuff is gone. What the fuck? All of their stuff, like, there's nothing here. Because this could literally be like 3 years old. Like the video could literally be like 3-4 years old. They're talking about the 2020 election being stolen. So it could have been, that video could have been made anywhere between, you know, the 2020 election and now. But this channel has 4,188 posts. Bro, this is so weird. This is so strange. I don't know what to do with this. Like, what the fuck? They have less than 1,000 followers. Yeah, I have no idea. Because it does seem as though, again, it does seem as though even that person that you sent was recording something on a feed. So I'm trying to see where they got it from. Whose feed were they recording? Because it could have even been that, like, from looking at this, it seems as though these people did not make a high quality video like that. These people stole it from somebody else and then just put their watermark on it. That's what it looks like. So No, that's not it.
Friends.
Yeah, I don't know. This is so weird. So yeah, so the person that he took it from did have the monkeys
that,
at the end.
That favored Joe Biden.
And it goes back to the video. So you see it scrolls down and then back up to the video. So you see this. So this is the beginning of the video right here. This is the beginning. Right here. Beginning of the video. It's just back at the end of the video. And so they do scroll down to this and then back up to this. And then the video ends. The funny thing is that the Trump administration came out and said that they had nothing to apologize for. They had nothing to apologize for. They did nothing wrong. There was no problem here. It was just a Lion King meme. That's it. And then they took it down. So, yeah. This post shares a 1-minute video clip from cybersecurity expert Colonel Phil Waldron's 2020 testimony alleging coordinated vote. Brock might not reply just because I called it Twitter. Why would you need to apologize? The libtards wouldn't accept the apology anyways. I don't know why. I don't know why you're saying libtards. It's not only liberals that are upset about this. Republican senators, Republican congressmen and women across the board have been calling Trump out for this as well and saying that this is racist and that this is wrong. This has been. I don't know why you think only liberals care about racism or why you would only want to hold principles for liberals, but I hold principles for myself. I'm a principled person just because I think that that's the right thing to do. But whether or not, even if you thought that it was only liberals who were upset about this, it would still be a good thing to just probably be principled about it and not share racist memes as the president of the United States. But you don't have to apologize. Again, you don't even have to apologize. You can just say, yeah, we fucked up, and then take it down. Like that. That's literally all you have. We didn't see that at the end, so we took it down. That's it. Like, this is the same with with Epstein, right? Like, they just have to make everything worse every time. They just have to make everything worse. The same with Epstein, with Russiagate, with everything, is that they just lie and lie and lie and lie. And so everybody becomes more skeptical of them. Everybody who's being honest is going to be more skeptical because they're going to look at somebody who's just constantly lying and think, okay, there seems to be more to this. Because only liberals care about racism. Yeah, apparently. Apparently. But yeah, it's when they keep lying about things, I don't know why we wouldn't look at that and be like, oh, this looks sus as fuck. Whoa. When does the government not lie? We had a corpse as president for 4 years. I'm sorry, but that's just not even. I don't know if that's supposed to be like justification or if that's just you like purposefully obfuscating the point. But yeah, if Trump is the president of the United States, is lying, about things and is covering it up and coping about it, I think it's okay for the people to call him out for it. Now, if you don't, if you would rather just take part in the cope and help him obfuscate from this as well, then you do you, homie. Okay, Grok responded. The video in the post was uploaded by Real Rob N. Based on my search, the earliest instance of this specific clip on X is from the same account on October 25th, 2025. The clip seems edited from Waldron's 2020 testimony with added graphics from newstoter.com. Newstoter.com, Black News and Entertainment. What? 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 This is getting too weird, bro. This is getting weirder and weirder every time we find another fucking link. This just gets odder. What the fuck is happening here? What is going on with this video? Who made this video? Like, why? Why is this so hard to figure out? Does Real Rob posted it? I don't know where they got the news toter thing from. Oh, okay, wait.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation.
So then wait. Yeah, what is it? What is that? Why is there a person like doing an interview in the top right-hand corner?
Team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes in the 2020. So when
what is he covering up? They are releasing the files. Well, they're releasing the files redacted to a point to where they could be held in contempt for how much they have redacted. 1. 2, Donald Trump said the Epstein files are fake. They're a Democrat hoax, that this is all made up by Hillary Clinton and Obama. He said that he kept denying his relationship with Epstein. Elon Musk also kept denying his relationship with Epstein. Elon Musk said he never went to the island. What was the other guy who works for Trump who said that he met Epstein one time at a dinner and said, I never want to meet that guy ever again? And then it turned out that they had communications for a very long period afterwards. There's the amount of lies about these people's relationships with Epstein is what they were covering up. And it's been Lutnick. Yeah. Lutnick is the other guy who denied his relationship with Epstein, even though they were neighbors for like 5 or 6 years. Yeah, he said that he met him once and never wanted to talk to him again, and it's now coming out that you did talk to him for a while afterwards. This is weird. The Shorts chat has different badges for moderators. Oh no, never mind. It's not just Shorts chat. They just updated all of the badges for mods. Okay, weird. Yeah, I saw Allie's name pop up, and they got rid of the wrench. It's like a police badge. It's crazy that my moderators have more badges showing than ICE officers do. All right, so this is the video, and this guy apparently has shared it twice. I thought this is so weird though. It is weird. Why is this here? Why is this up here? It's also like it's cropped. Clearly, it's cropped at the top. here, and you can see like a line there. I don't know if you guys can tell, but there's a line before it cuts off here. There's another white line there. Kind of like these white lines here. There's one here before it cuts off, and then it's cropped a different amount at the bottom. This is a much lighter crop here than up here. And it's like that through the whole video. This is so weird. I wonder if this is somebody like I wonder if this is somebody like watching a YouTube video in like the corner of their screen while they're screen recording this. I don't know. I don't even think you can do that in full screen, but it wouldn't be full screen because they cropped it this way. So they probably had it, because you can even tell the video is very blurry. It's not good quality. It only goes up to 494. This is weird, bro. This whole thing is so strange, dude. This is so weird. Here it is, 1 minute and 2 seconds of seditious conspiracy captured on video. Your clip has been spiked by someone and Trump reposted it. Big problem. The pendulum second is this. Or sorry, the what is this? Penultimate second is this? Okay. This is all so odd, dude. This is the weirdest shit. Fuck Discord, dude. I sent a bunch of links to my Discord and none of them went through. Oh, nice. At least this time they're still there and I can just click retry. Aha, now they went through. All right, based.
I looked at the first part and it was really about voter fraud and the machines, how crooked it is.
So this is Trump being asked about the video that he posted. And this is his response, where he says that he looked at the first part, which is obviously about the 2020 election being stolen, and then the monkey video comes a little bit later.
That's how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody did.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake.
Said, no, I didn't make a mistake. So it sounds like there was a mistake. And this is a problem with the leadership, right? This is somebody who is just not a leader. He does not have the ability to be a leader. This is how he always does things, is he always throws other people under the bus. Is always throwing other people under the bus, making sure that somebody else has to take the blame for something that happens. When you're the top dog, you're the one who's in charge. I mean, damn it, dude. I ran fucking restaurants at like Pizza Huts and Taco Bells and Subways and shit like that. I had to take responsibility for the things that my employees did. And somehow the president of the United States is incapable of this. Incapable. I have never, ever once seen him do this. Never once seen him take responsibility for mistakes that somebody else made, nor has he ever taken responsibility for his own mistakes. I've never seen him say that he has made a mistake, that he did something wrong, apologize for anything, ever. I can find you tons of examples of Biden, the corpse who doesn't even know what's going on, apologizing for things, saying that he made a mistake, saying that this was wrong, saying that they shouldn't have done this, they shouldn't have done that, that like, this is just basics for somebody who could be a leader of a fucking Taco Bell. And somehow the president of the United States, the people that these people are willing to vote for, these people think it's qualified to lead the most powerful country in the world can't do the simplest thing. It's embarrassing.
Okay, well, he did eventually remove the post. It had been up for nearly 12 hours, but he did remove it. And I want to warn before we show it to you that it is racist and offensive, but it's important to show because this was posted on the official account of the President of the United States, right? This is what was posted there. You can see here the faces of the Obamas put onto bodies of apes, and his decision to take the post down came after the White House initially doubled down on the post itself. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, saying, quote, "This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and the Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public."
Bro, I feel like there's, hold on a second. I'm almost positive. Okay, never mind.
Well, that was said, but then the backlash got loud. Republican Senator Tim Scott, the only black Republican in the Senate, came out calling it the most racist thing out of this White House. Ted Herndon and Andrew Yang are out front now. Pretty incredible, Ested, okay, on a lot of levels. But it takes them 12 hours to take this down. Yeah. At first they say, owning exactly what it was, not trying to say it was about voting machines, and I didn't see the part about the apes. They actually owned the whole part about the apes, and then still took it down.
Yeah, the initial response was to defend it, as it always is with the Trump White House. And then after the blowback started, we have seen these kind of further retractions. I mean, when I saw this morning, it is both shocking and not shocking at the same time, right? Like at one, you have the reality of the President of the United States engaging in offensive racist behavior, but you also have a president who has had his whole political rise tied to those very same things. I mean, the origin story of Donald Trump is a racist conspiracy about Barack Obama. So, I mean, we cannot extract Donald Trump from the trail.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That is like Trump's, introduction into politics is the birther conspiracy theory, where he says that Obama is from Nigeria and that he doesn't have an American birth certificate.
Of racism that he has left or encouraged, but I think this reflects a White House that is increasingly at a credibility loss too. They are putting their officials out there, Caroline Leavitt included, and whether it's Minneapolis or whether it's Trump's health or whether it's this video, they're increasingly asking the public to not believe what's in front of them, and I think that has contributed to Donald Trump's increasing unpopularity with the electorate.
So, Andrew, the White House obviously now trying to blame it on a White House staffer. Okay, which, I mean, there's so much irony in that. You could take the Rob Reiner post, you could take so many posts that they actually haven't even tried to blame on a staffer, right? That he goes ahead and posts his own stuff that I don't know anybody thought was okay. In this case, Trump allies are calling to fire the staffer. Bill O'Reilly said, you got to fire the staffer right away. Pastor Mark Burns, after speaking with Trump, says, my recommendation to the president was direct and firm. The staffer should be fired immediately.
Bill O'Reilly said you have to fire the staffer? Well, that's just a liberal, okay? He's obviously a liberal, so that doesn't count.
And the president should publicly condemn this action, which he didn't do, right? He said he didn't make a mistake. But a source familiar with Trump's social media, as I said with Rob Reiner, he posts on Truth Social all the time by himself. He posts in the middle of the night by himself, right? So suddenly in this case, this one somehow upset enough people that he's going to put the fig leaf up?
Yeah, the backlash was truly bipartisan, which is something of a rarity in today's politics. I agree with Ested. Aside from how violent and disgusting the video was, the first thing that came to mind for me was distraction, because the actions of ICE in Minneapolis, wildly unpopular, even with many people who voted for Donald Trump. This week, a job report came out saying that it was the worst January for people looking for jobs since 2009.
It's 17 years. If we go back.
Yeah, and so I thought to myself, okay, this is Trump throwing something out there to change the news cycle.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think there has been speculation that he has done that before. We know that that's his instinct, is to like get it back on his terms. I just think even as they lurch at some of their more familiar topics, be it so.
I don't even know if I can give, like, I wonder sometimes if I'm even capable of giving them that much credit to where they're like, you know what, we look bad right now, so we should do something else that makes us look bad on something different, but isn't this. Like, I don't know if I can give them enough credit to even think that
social
way.
stuff or driving what they used to call wokeness or fighting against that.
Yeah.
This isn't that.
This
like,
is way
this
beyond.
Is way
this
beyond
is like
that.
a very, very
and so,
bad.
And so I'm saying even as they try to draw Democrats into culture wars, I think they have miscalculated the moments in which Donald Trump goes way beyond that. The Rob Reiner post is one of that. I think this post is another.
Yeah, worse.
Yeah,
I mean, the Rob Reiner post didn't get this much from Republican senators, and you had administration allies coming out and saying, fire this guy, apologize immediately.
Joining me now is Harvard University professor and former NAACP president.
I don't know, the Rob Reiner post did get a lot of pushback from Republicans. I feel like the Rob Reiner post was, I haven't seen how much pushback came from this, so I'm not sure, but yeah, it seemed as though there was a lot of pushback for the Rob Reiner post.
President Cornell William Brooks. Professor, the president is saying in furtherance of a lie about voter fraud in Georgia, of which there was not, which is just something he endlessly repeats like a guy in a bar late at night. He posted or approved the posting of this meme. What do you make of his explanation and how the White House has kind of come up with various explanations throughout the day?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. What I make of the president's explanation is that it is neither an explanation nor an excuse. We have seen from this White House shifting narratives, the president taking responsibility for posting that which the White House denied and that is subsequently attributed to a young staffer. So in other words, we have shifting narratives, apparent lies, and the president not taking responsibility for his actions and the consequences of it. Anderson, we need to really be clear here. The president was drawing from a deep, toxic well of racist tropes going back to at least the 1850s with scientific racism. This notion that Black people are most closely related to apes and gorillas and simians, such that they are subhuman and sub-citizens. And since this president has called into question President Obama's birthplace and his legitimacy, credibility as a citizen, this is true to form. So in other words, this is incredibly offensive. It is not entirely.
Is the shorts chat, is the short stream blurry for y'all? I keep trying to like up the quality on it, and I keep putting it at like give me higher quality, and it just keeps fucking blurring. And it's supposed to be at 1080p, but it doesn't really, I don't think it gives you the option to change it to 1080p. It just asks if you want to do higher quality or lower quality. But for me, it's blurry as hell.
Fairly new.
Well, it's interesting. You are right. It is also interesting that he doesn't say, you know, had I seen this, I never would have done this. This is, you know, terrible. These images are sickening. You know, and I would never post something like that. And It's interesting to me that I guess he views it as a sign of strength, his refusal to ever apologize, his refusal to admit that he made a mistake.
He's literally said, I forget who it was, but he was talking to somebody, I want to say it was Wolf, in a Wolf interview. I believe in a Wolf interview, he said never to apologize, that like apologizing looks weak. I believe he also went after somebody else for apologizing for something and said when somebody else apologized that like they shouldn't have done that, it makes them look weak. I remember when the Charlottesville protests happened, the Unite the Right stuff with all of the swastikas and neo-Nazis and everybody showing up. All of Trump's staffers were telling him that he needed to condemn this. All of his writers wrote speeches for him telling him to condemn it, and he kept saying like, I'm not going to condemn this, like it makes us look weak if we condemn people on our own side, like we can't do this, I don't want to do this. And it got into a big fight with people over it. He ended up doing, I think, 3 total speeches overall, trying to like get it done, but every single time would just fuck it up worse.
It seems to me the ultimate sign of weakness, that he's so afraid of being seen as making a mistake that he can't admit it when he does.
Well, you know, the thing is, it's a sign of weakness in 2 respects. There's a weakness with respect to admitting a wrong and taking responsibility, but there's also weakness with respect to his inability to resist this racist impulse to demean, to degrade, to belittle Black people generally and the country specifically. And what I mean by that is this president seems to think that he is merely insulting the Obamas and Black people when he, in fact, is also insulting his supporters. What do we mean by that? He seems to believe that his base and white Americans can be so rage-baited and race-baited that they will forget high grocery.
Well, so as we've seen from Republican leaders, that's not the case. But as we see from MAGA who are coming in the chat, they are all very quickly making excuses for this. And I've come across a ton of people who are making excuses for this, like the majority of Twitter, which that is like what Twitter is. Twitter for Republicans is just like, it is the most embarrassing sucking off of Donald Trump, just 24/7. Even when like Donald Trump comes out and says like, oh, you're not part of my movement, you're not MAGA, you're not America first, if you keep talking about those Epstein files, like even those people would still turn around and defend him on that shit. Like it's just, I don't know why I don't know why people eat this shit up. Like I don't know how the fuck this keeps happening, but it does seem in large part to be a lot of fucking bots. It seems to be a lot of bots. It seems to be a lot of people who just aren't really thinking this or saying this, because when I see people who are actually MAGA, the majority of them actually think this stuff's bad. the people who I know in reality think this is bad. It's just silly at this point. It's not just silly at this point. Donald Trump is the only president in the world who would ever get away with this shit. Donald Trump is the only one who's been able to do like 50 different things and not get impeached for it. There's like every other president that has ever existed, if they did like one of the things that Trump did, they would have been impeached. Donald Trump can do it 50 fucking times and never get impeached. Like it is not getting ridiculous at this point from people who are criticizing him. It's getting ridiculous that the people who are on his side never hold him accountable whatsoever and make it to where we are just demeaning the office to a level that is embarrassing to be American at this point. I don't know how you can look at this and say, oh, people who are actually holding Trump who are trying to hold Trump to the same standard as literally everybody else, those are the weird ones. Those are the people who are weird.
prices or unaffordable homes or a White House that is in absolute chaos. So in other words, he calls into question the humanity, the intelligence and character of Black people, but he also calls into question the intelligence and conscience of white people. And so he is so small on so many levels. This is, caricature, I should say character in miniature, microscopic character.
Cornell William Brooks, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
We had very, very good talks today having to do with Russia, Ukraine. Something could be happening. We likewise had very good talks on Iran. Iran looks like it wants to make a deal very badly. We have to see what that deal is.
Yeah. They want to make a deal, guys. They want to make a deal. He's so getting a deal. It's a very real thing. The deals, all of the deals. How long has he been saying Iran wants to make a deal for now? I mean, obviously, there's been like 50 countries that he said wants to make a deal, and they come out and they're like, what? We just told you we're not making a deal. Like, what the fuck? But what? How many times has he said Iran is getting ready to make a deal? How many times has this happened? Am I crazy? Isn't this like the 10th time he said Iran wants to make a deal? He's so fucking cucked here because he got rid of the Iran deal that Obama got, and then said, oh, I can make a better one. I can do a better one. It'll be so easy. I can do a better one. And now here we are, almost a decade later. Doesn't have a deal. Doesn't have a deal. Can't get a deal. Iran says they're at war with the United States. Tom, 2 weeks. We'll make the deal in 2 weeks. Yeah. 2 weeks. Sure. It's gonna happen. It's a very real thing, guys. Very real. We're gonna have a deal on day one. How about that? How about we'll have a deal on day one, guys. Okay. All right. Everybody on board with a deal on day one? I think that'll happen. I think that's a very real thing.
But I think Iran looks like they want to make a deal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he looks cucked. He looks so cucked. He made such a big deal about how bad the Obama deal was. And it was, in reality, a miracle. Like, the Iran deal was a miracle. The Iran deal was, like, taking candy from a baby. It was amazing that we were able to get that, and we were all sitting there. It's like, oh my goodness, this is fucking amazing. And then Trump comes in. He's like, oh, this is a horrible deal. Yeah, this is a horrible deal. We're getting rid of this. Well, I'll do a better deal. I'll get a better deal with them. And then, yeah, here he is, still pretending that he's gonna get a deal.
Very badly, as they should. Last time they decided maybe not to do it, but I think they probably feel differently. We'll see what the deal is. It'll be different than last time. And we have a big armada, we have a big fleet heading in that direction. We'll be there pretty soon. So we'll see how that works out. The stock market, as you know, broke a number that they thought was going to be impossible to break. Certainly during my first year, they said if you could do it in your fourth year, by the fourth year, we broke 50,000 on the Dow. Most people thought that was not possible to do so quickly. We did it in the first year. So we're about 3 years ahead of schedule. It's going good. Prices are way down. You don't hear the Democrats talking about affordability anymore, which they caused the affordability problem very badly. But you don't hear that word. I haven't heard that word spoken in a week and a half because they can't speak because the prices are down. Energy's down. If you look at oil, if you look at gasoline, a gallon of gasoline in Iowa, I was there Last week was 185, 189, and 199 at 3 different stations, and it's that way in a lot of places. So gasoline is way down, energy's down, groceries are down. We've broken the Biden disaster, the mess that I inherited. The border.
Yeah. He's fixed it, guys. He's fixed it. It's all fixed. It's all fixed. Getting horrible numbers for the economy, for jobs numbers, for pretty much everything across the board that he promised. It's all horrible numbers, but he fixed it. Thank God. I feel so much better now that he's fixed everything. Don't you guys feel better? Thank God he was able to fix everything.
The border is extremely secure, more so than it's ever been. We've got 9 months with 0 people coming in illegally. And I think the immigration problem is, we're doing very well. And crime is at a record low for 125 years, just announced. Lowest has been since 1900. That's pretty good. That's a long time. So, do you have any questions, John?
Mr. President, social media post that you took down earlier today, the White House says that a staffer sent it.
How does he do this? How does he say that like crime is the lowest it's ever been? That there's no problems with crime, guys. It's fine. He'll probably in the next couple sentences say that like crime is out of control because of these left-wing cities, and that these left-wing cities have driven the crime rates up, and that they're burning everything down, and like so. How does he do this? Like, literally from one fucking sentence to the next, he will contradict himself. I will, like, really, how does anybody listen to this shit? How can anybody fucking listen to this and be like, yeah, that's my president. That's my guy. Like, if you thought Joe Biden was a vegetable while making way more sense than this motherfucker, I don't know what you call this. Is this a fucking fruitcake? Like, what is this?
Sent it, and are you going to fire them?
No, I looked at it, I saw it, and I just looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud in someplace, Georgia. There was a lot of voter fraud, 2020 voter fraud, and I didn't see the whole thing. I guess during the end of it, there was some kind of a picture that people don't like. I wouldn't like it either, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud in and the machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people.
Tim, please come to bed? What the fuck is that name, dude? What the fuck is that name? Tim, please come to bed.
Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't, and they posted, and we took it down, and we turned it, you know. But that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that post.
Don't be homophobic. I will be homophobic. All right. If our president is allowed to be racist, I'm allowed to be homophobic. I'm taking the destiny stance, okay? I will not stop being homophobic and racist until our president stops being homophobic and racist, okay?
We took it down as soon as we found out about it.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things, and I looked at the beginning of it. It was fine.
He's literally just explaining a mistake right now. He's literally just explaining a mistake. I didn't make a mistake. I look at thousands of posts. It's hard to see like every detail of every single one every single time. Oh, what? So you're saying you made a mistake? Huh? It's crazy. It's almost as if like I could have predicted that he would contradict himself from one sentence to the next. It's almost as if I could know that this is coming.
They had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff from The Lion King, and certainly it was.
You took it down. Accountability over. I mean, look, I do think that it's it's better than nothing. And I think that that's a lot better than what we would normally get from him. I think the majority of the time he won't take stuff down. There's been tons of really fucked up posts that he's made about Obama, other presidents, other people, other liberals, other Republicans. Like, he has made really fucked up posts about tons of people. I will say, yes, this is actually a step in the right direction. And it shows that they actually are under a lot of pressure after the Preddy situation. Like, you can tell they actually are worried about what, like, their optics right now, and that they're trying currently, which is something that they don't do. Because even taking it down, lots of times they would take it down and then just ignore it and pretend like it never happened or something like that, right? Here, he's even saying they took it down. He's even saying, he said it out loud, we took it down, which is something that he normally wouldn't even say. He wouldn't even acknowledge something like that, because it almost sounds like an apology. It almost sounds like you're admitting that you're wrong about something. So this is odd. This is a rare one. And so I will say that, yes, like, this is at least a step in the right direction. They did take it down, but you know, this is only temporary until they can feel like their optics are fixed for a bit. I've tried being a Democrat and liberal, but my head just wouldn't fit up my ass. Yep. I've met a lot of people with brain damage, and their heads get like way too swollen, and they can't fit them anywhere. They had not enough room for even activity to happen up there anymore. Just so fucking swollen from their parents dropping them on their heads too many times. But it's all right, man. You might get back there one day. Keep up with the physical therapy and shit, and do what your doctor tells you to. Take your vitamins. Maybe one day you'll be able to grow again. Okay.
A very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that was at the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it, and probably they would have had the sense to take it down. But that was a takeoff on the Lion King, and a lot of people were covered on in different positions. So.
It's amazing, because yeah, this is him contradicting what it is that Caroline Leavitt said earlier, where she's like, oh, why do you guys even care? This is obviously just a meme from the Lion King. Like, it's not even a big deal. But Trump is like, oh, if they had seen it, they would have had the sense to not put that in there. They would have had the sense to take it down. So wait, so which one is it? Is it not a problem at all? Is it something that nobody should care about? Is it weird that anybody cares about this? Or is it that if the staffer who posted this had seen it, they never would have posted it in the first place? Which one is it? Which one? We gotta pick one here. Like, how could we keep contradicting ourselves over and over?
But I spoke to Tim Scott. He was great. Tim is a great guy. He understood that 100%. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner met with Iran's foreign minister today. You also had Brad Cooper there, the head of CENTCOM. A deal doesn't look like it's been reached yet. How long are you willing to wait?
A deal can be reached. Well, you have to get in position. We have plenty of time. If you remember Venezuela, we waited around for a while, and we're in no rush. We have, very good talks going with Iran. We have very good talks going with Russia and Ukraine. We're doing a lot of good talking, and I think we had the results today were with Iran. It was a meeting. We're going to meet again early next week, and they want to make a deal. Iran, as they should, want to make a deal. They know the consequences. If they don't make a deal, the consequences are very steep. So we'll see what happens. But they had a very good meeting with a very high representative of Iran, and we'll see how it all turns out.
We'll give it a ripe scoop.
See that. By the way, I'd love to see that. If we could do that, I'd love to see it.
Mr. Iran, is a deal that is acceptable that only covers? With Iran, is there a deal that only covers nuclear that would be acceptable to you? Because they just have nuclear. They don't want to have anything else.
Like that would be acceptable, but the one thing, and right up front, no nuclear weapons. If we could have made that deal 2 years ago, we would have made that deal, but they weren't willing to do that. Now they are willing to do it. So they're willing to do much more than they would have a year and a half ago, or even a year ago when don't forget, we've only been doing this for exactly 1 year.
Bro, again, they just said that they're in a full-on war with the United States. They just said this. They just said that they're at war with us. Donald Trump's no new war guy has got a bunch of new wars. They said that they're at full-scale war with the United States and with Europe. How are you in a better position now? How is this better? Just a little while ago, you were bombing them and then acting like this was the great fix. This was the great fix. It was gonna make it to where they were gonna be ready to make a deal because you bombed them. What happened? Where's the deal?
And we started with them a few months after the beginning of this term. This term has been amazing. But the results could surprise people. If they would have offered this deal originally when we first started, they would have been accepted immediately. We'll see what happens now.
Mr. President, a number of people in the MAGA base say they aren't satisfied with the administration just focusing on deporting violent criminals. That they.
Who are you with?
I'm Natalie Ellison with the Washington Post.
Washington, well, you're having a hard time getting readers. Washington Post is doing very poorly. Go ahead. You have a very bad attitude. Go ahead.
Well, a number of people in your base say that they want to see all illegal immigrants deported, even ones who are otherwise
Let me tell you about my
non-violent.
base. Let me tell you about my base. My base has never been stronger. My base is me and other very good people that love our country. And if you talk about my base or the MAGA base, you could call it a lot of America First base. They couldn't be more thrilled. We have crime down to the lowest level that it's been in 125 years. We have a border that's totally closed. We have all the things that our base wanted, and we have the best economy in history. Prices are down. We inherited very high prices and the highest inflation in the history of our country. Think of it, the highest or 48 years. Some people say 48 years, but I'll take either one. So my base is very happy.
But would you support mass deportations of people who are otherwise law-abiding?
See everybody, but we're focusing on the criminals. We're focusing on killers. We're focusing, but ultimately, they all broke the law. Some can, if they do it in a certain way, they can go out. They can come back.
Just to answer the question, I think you might be an illegal. I don't know if he understands English very well. You might be an illegal. You know how ICE has to like they're now like if you don't speak English very well, they're more likely to check and see if you're a citizen or not. We might have Birthergate all over again, where now we have to see Donald Trump's birth certificate so that we know, because he doesn't seem to understand English very well and he doesn't answer the questions. So we might need to see his birth certificate. He might be an illegal. Oh shit.
Back if they do it properly, but as you know, a lot of people have been deported, a lot. But the focus is on the murderers, the drug dealers. We have many people mentally insane. They dumped everything in our country. But ultimately, yeah, it's exactly as I said during the campaign. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you set the record straight? There are reports circulating that you told Chuck Schumer that in order to restore funding for the Gateway train tunnel in New York, New Jersey.
I'm trying to figure out who Tim is. I know it's somebody. I don't know if they want me to say who they are. But
you would want Penn Station and Dulles Airport to be named after you. Is that true?
He suggested that to me. Chuck Schumer suggested that to me about changing the name of Penn Station to Trump station. Dulles Airport is really separate. Dulles Airport is really not too involved with Congress. It's a separate kind of a deal, as you know. But it was suggested to me by numerous people, unions, Democrats, Republicans, a lot of people suggested. Nothing's been done on that.
You frequently criticize.
Because of that, literally because of that. That's all. I'm fucking paranoid now.
Joe Biden for not knowing what is going on in his name. This racist video that was posted on your social media.
I know a hell of a lot better than you do. You don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. No, Joe Biden didn't have a clue.
Joe Biden doesn't.
We know everything. And when you look at what's happening with our economy, think of it, we're way years ahead of schedule. We have thousands and thousands of businesses being built right now. So Joe Biden had no clue. If Joe Biden were elected or if Kamala were elected, we wouldn't have a country right now.
You won the election because of minority voters. Does this post maybe hurt Republicans with...
Does this post... Why do they add in R's in the most random places, dude?
You know, black voters after the...
Look, we did criminal justice reform. I did the historically black colleges and universities. I got them funded. Nobody...
Australians are weird. You say yoga. You say you're gonna go do yoga. Okay.
Nobody has been, and that's why I got a tremendous, the highest vote with male black voters that they've seen in many, many decades. I've done great with them. Black voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. Black voters...
Trump is wearing off on you.
...have been great to me. I've been great to them. And I am, by the way, the least racist president you've had in a long time, as far as I'm concerned. We have, I've had a great relationship. Think of what I've done. Criminal justice reform.
Speaking of, we got a panel coming up. One of the debates that we're going to be having is over the fact that lots of countries have announced that they are moving away from the United States and their alliances with the United States. At the Davos hearings, we showed that there are going to be that there are a lot of countries who say that they are no longer treating the United States as the world leader. They are no longer going to treat them as the superpower. They're no longer going to let Trump bully them around, and that they are all moving to create their own alliances to be competitive with the United States instead. And so this is, we're going to be talking about whether or not this is beneficial for the United States, whether or not this is, you know, Trump's fault or somebody else's fault, but this is going to be one of the next panels that we're having. Yes, Joa is one of the people who's currently invited. There's rarely right-wingers who are capable of talking about foreign policy, and so I am having a bit more trouble finding right-wingers who are capable of talking about these things. If you guys have any suggestions on somebody that you think I should bring on the panel, most of the time I feel like right-wingers only talk about culture war stuff. You know, somebody like Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, like a lot of these people. But even in the debate space, like it's a lot of just very like culture war issues instead of, which is fine. Nothing against culture war issues. It's just that there's few people that we can find that do focus on geopolitics. So we will have Jola and Dylan Burns on the left, but we don't have an equal on the right just yet. But we are still looking, and I've sent out a couple of emails to people who do make YouTube videos about these sorts of things. They don't normally debate, but we sent out some emails to see if we can get some people.
Nobody else could do it. Obama couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Clinton couldn't do it. They actually went the other way. They went into a very bad thing for African American people, black people. They went to it. They did very bad things. I did very good things. But criminal justice reform, and then I funded the universities, which nobody else was willing to do. They were going every year. They'd come back to Washington and they'd be begging for money, begging. I got to be friendly with some of the heads of the schools, and they would come back and they would literally tell me they're forcing us to beg. I'm the one that got them long-term financing and more than they were looking for. So there's nobody that's done more. And I think maybe more than anything else was criminal justice reform. They've been trying to get it for years, and I'm the one that got it done. So nobody can tell me about that. That somebody posts, a staffer, posts, and I knew it was all about. If you take a look at that and see the whole thing, it was a small section at the very end, but that was about fraudulent elections, which we have a lot of them. We're going to get it stopped, and I liked the beginning. I saw it and just passed it on, and I guess probably nobody reviewed the end of it because what I saw at the beginning was really, really strong. It was about fraudulent elections, and anytime I see that stuff, and when it's credible, you put it up. But somebody slipped and missed a very small part. Now, by the way, again, a takeoff on, I guess, I didn't do it, by the way. This was done by somebody else. This was a retruth. That was not done by us. But that was a very strong truth. It was a very strong statement made about the fraudulent elections in a certain part of our country, which are really bad.
Mr. President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now...
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things, I think, that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be...
suspect?
Yeah, could be definitive.
When do you expect us to hear?
Yeah, I was originally thinking Loner Box and Dylan Burns, but I've had Loner Box, I think, on the last 3 panels that I did. He was on the one that we just did right before the one with Pisco and Irrelevant, and then he was on the one right before that about Taylor Lorenz as well. So yeah, so I didn't want to have him on 3 out of 4. But yeah, he normally Lonerbox would have been a great person for geopolitics as well. So yeah, I scrolled through it. I haven't seen any recommendations. If anybody has any suggestions for right wingers to have on, I am kind of at a loss for this one. Joel, Loner, Dylan. Well, I'm not gonna have all 3 of them on. I'm trying to do 4s. If I do 5s, I'll have 3 right wingers on normally instead of 2. But yeah, it's I don't think PF Young would do geopolitics as much either, but he's also he used to, I think my panels were the only ones that he ever went on, and he told me like a while ago that he was done with panels. So the debate space seems dead. I don't know that it's even really changed over the last like 2 or 3 years. I mean, Twitch politics is dead. Twitch politics has been dead for about 3 years, but I think the debate space is exactly as it has been for the last couple of years. So ever since Twitch politics died, it's pretty much been the same people.
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
Mr. President, at the very least, do you condemn the racist parts of the video?
Of course I do. Yeah.
The Dow and S&P have done.
Okay, so he condemns the racist parts of the video. So all the people who are saying, but like what's a big deal? Who cares? Like blah blah blah. I mean, Trump condemns the racist parts of the video.
really well under you, Mr. President.
Who?
The Dow and S&P have done very well under you. Do you think that there's still more to...
Everything's done well.
Do you think there's still more...
Everything. What hasn't done well?
Do you think there's still more to do for Americans who can't afford to invest in the stock market?
Well, I brought prices way down. You don't hear it anymore. You know, when I first came in, the Democrats were screaming affordability, and I just got there. Remember eggs? Because eggs were up 4 times higher than they ever were. And that was, I think my first press conference was about 3 days in, and they were screaming about eggs. I said, I didn't do it, they did it. We got the eggs down, we got the groceries down, we got it all down. It's really going good. Now we have interest rates. We have a great new Fed person coming in, hopefully soon. Interest rates are trending downward, even without that. And it's been amazing. I mean, we have potentially the greatest economy in history. If you look at what's happened, $18 trillion. We have $18 trillion coming in. No other country's gotten anywhere near that. No other country. China, nobody. And I think we have potentially the greatest. And you're going to see that when these factories that are being up, we have car plants, AI plants, many plants, and thousands of businesses right now are being built. When they start opening up in a year from now, less than a year from now, it's going to be something that I don't think we've ever witnessed before in this country. Nobody's ever seen investment like this. We have never seen anything like it. So it's very exciting. But when you add that to the best crime numbers we've ever had, when you add that to so many other things, the wall, as an example, we had a border that was out of control. 25 million people came in during 4 years of Biden. We have nobody coming in. They come in, but they come in legally. They have to come in legally. Our country's doing really well.
President, you're suing the federal government about your taxes.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is it fair to ask the American people to pay for that?
Well, anything I win, I'm going to give 100% to charity.
But that still takes it from the American people.
No, because they give money to charity anyway. They give away $40 billion a year to charity, our government. You know, our government gives away $40 billion plus a year to charity. So anything I win from that, but when they go and release your tax returns, which is totally illegal, people go to jail for that, and they've already found a person that did it, and as you know, they got in big trouble. And based upon that and other things, we did sue, and anything I win.
From what I remember, I do believe that was like a suable situation where the New York Post got a hold of his tax information. Now, normally it is normal for presidents to release those things. It's been common. And 2, Donald Trump said he was going to release it. And 3, that Donald Trump did not give up his business withholdings. He did, like, normally presidents do give up any sort of like businesses that they have, and Donald Trump did not. And so it was like public interest, where normally probably would have said that it was really fucked up and like ethically dubious for the New York Times to release his IRS for his tax information. But this time, yeah, no, like it was kind of necessary for somebody to do it, and so it made sense that the New York Times did it. But yeah, it probably is a suable offense. Yes, a former IRS contractor named Charles Littlejohn pleaded guilty in October 2023 to illegally accessing and leaking Donald Trump's tax returns and those of other wealthy individuals to news organizations like the New York Times and ProPublica. Littlejohn was sentenced to 5 years in prison for the unauthorized disclosure. It was Littlejohn. Interesting. Okay. The perpetrator, Charles Littlejohn, an IRS contractor, was identified as the person who stole the tax information between 2019 and 2020. He admitted to leaking confidential tax return data to the New York Times and ProPublica. Pleaded guilty. Yes, as of January 2026, President Donald Trump has filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS and the Treasury Department, alleging they failed to protect his tax information, which was leaked to news outlets in 2019 and 2020 by former contractor Charles Littlejohn. The lawsuit alleges gross negligence, claiming the leak caused significant harm. Donald Trump, his sons Donald Jr. and Eric, and the Trump Organization. The lawsuit alleges the IRS failed to implement mandatory precautions to prevent the illegal disclosure of tax records to outlets like the New York Times and ProPublica. So it's fucking crazy that, again, he probably should have just released his tax information. He should have released it himself. He refused to do it. He never did it. Then somebody else did it for him, and he turns around and says, he kept saying he was going to do it, though. He kept saying, he said over and over, I'm going to release it, but we're in the middle of an audit, and we need to, and I think he even said like IRS litigation and crap like that. And he said, we have to wait for that to be over before we can release them. One, even if that was the case, it wouldn't make sense that you would have to wait for that to be released. That doesn't make any sense. Two, the IRS came out and said, we're not in the middle of anything with him. He's able to release them anytime he wants. We have nothing to do with that. But he is not currently in the middle of any sort of action with the IRS. Trump turned around and said, that's illegal. They're not allowed to say that I'm not in the middle of litigation with them. That's, you know, that if I was, that would be confidential information. So therefore, they can't say that I'm not either. And like made a big deal about the fact that they like came out and said that he was lying about this. But then on top of that, again, even though he said he was going to do it, he never did it. He lied about why he was never doing it. And then when it was done for him, now he says that this has caused him great harm. Again, I can agree that like it's probably a suable offense to release somebody's tax information without their permission. That is a precedent that cannot stand. But it's shady as fuck, dude. He is so fucking shady. That is so shady that you're going to say that you were harmed by your tax information being released when you should have done it yourself. And now we know why you didn't release it, why you kept lying about why you weren't releasing it. It is because you knew that you would be harmed if people actually knew what was actually in your business records. You knew that this would look bad if people actually had this information. It's not your money. He is a businessman. His tax records are from his business. He wasn't a career politician that made money from taxpayers. Okay. So I'm going to correct you on a number of things right off the rip. One, it doesn't matter. He's a public servant. He is accountable to the people one way or the other. And so that's all that matters. He doesn't have to be getting paid by the people. Two, Donald Trump made millions of dollars off of taxpayers from the government while he was in office. The first time, even just at Mar-a-Lago alone, there was literally one visit that was made to Mar-a-Lago that made millions and millions of dollars. I think it was like 10, 20, 30 million dollars on one fucking visit, where they overcharged everybody in the government and overcharged each and every single IRS agent for every visit that he took there. Or sorry, not IRS agent, Secret Service agent, for every single visit that he took there. And he said initially that he was going to pay for all of their rooms, and then instead they charged them, and they charged them more than the rooms cost normally for normal customers. So they purposefully just ramped up the prices on everything for the government to pay it back to his businesses. So he did make lots of money off of taxpayers. Not only that, but there were tons of deals with businesses that he's linked to that also made tons of money off of from government contracts. But not only that, but more than anything, we want to see conflicts of interest. Okay, he should not. If you're the president, you should not still have business withholdings. You're not supposed to. You are supposed to give those up because you're not supposed to have conflicts of interest while you are the president. When he was president, he did not give up his business holdings. He did not. Everybody else did. He didn't. And now we want to see what that leads to. Other presidents, they give up all their business holdings and still release their tax filings. He did not give up his business holdings and did not release his business holdings. So there's so many like misconceptions in everything that you just said, where if you're somebody like Trump, where you have businesses in China, in Russia, in all of these other countries, foreign countries, and you're now making deals, trade agreements with all of these other fucking country leaders, and we're supposed to just trust that this is not going to benefit your businesses at all, that you're just negotiating on behalf of the American people and not on behalf of yourself and your own businesses? No, we're not going to just trust that. These are public servants. They ought to be held accountable by the constituents. Now, I know that that's not MAGA's idea. MAGA does not want to hold politicians accountable. They just want to suck them off all day. But for the rest of us who believe in the Constitution, who believe in American ideals, who have American values, for us, yes, we would like to hold our politicians accountable. We would like there to be accountability. We would like there to be consequences for things.
And I'm giving 100% to charity. Really good, very, very good and respected charities.
You don't want to hold any Democrats accountable. That's your stupid problem. You just made that up. You literally just made that up. You just fucking lied about that, dude. Why did you just lie? Why did you just make that up? What the fuck? You literally just made that up. You know you just made that up. Name one you held accountable. Obama. Or sorry, Biden. Kamala Harris. Pelosi. Jim Jeffries. Or sorry, Jim Jeffries. No, not Jim. Hakeem Jeffries. Sorry. Schumer. AOC. That's like 6 you just named. And so for Biden, the biggest thing that I was upset with him for was was pardoning his son. I didn't think that that was okay. I thought that that was disgusting. You're just naming names. That's literally what you asked me to do. You literally just asked me to name them. You just said name politicians that you held accountable. You just said that. And then when I do it, you're like, oh, you just named names. Yeah, that's what you asked me to do. But I will, yes. So Biden, yes, he pardoned his son. I didn't like that. I thought that that was horrible. Kamala, I thought that I disagree with a lot of her policies on her platform. I thought that the way that she talked about a lot of her policies was horrible. I thought that she was lacking a lot in her entire campaign, and it was I was sitting here. I had a full head of hair before the Kamala Harris campaign, and I sat here ripping my hair out throughout the entire campaign from how horrific that entire thing was. AOC, where do we start? Where do I begin? Just the other day, she was talking about the fact that the CVS, the company CVS, has a monopoly on healthcare because they have medication. Like they give medication through prescriptions at pharmacies. Then they also have their own doctors. Then they also have generic brands that they make themselves. Then they also have like coupon companies that help fund some of the medicines. And she called this a monopoly, which is fucking insane. That's not a monopoly. Those are literally 4 different divisions of 4 different sectors. There's not a monopoly is one sector where you have weeded out all of the competition by making the market non-competitive. Like, that is what everything that she said about like it being monopolistic, and then even the unethical aspects of it, what she was saying, it's actually not unethical at all. The things that they do through CVS is what makes it possible for people who don't have health insurance to afford this shit. They make these things affordable by grouping it all into one big package to where you can actually afford it. To where somebody like me who doesn't have health insurance, I can actually afford these things now because of what CVS does. I just switched from going to Walgreens for half my shit and different doctors to the CVS fucking program to where I pay 10% of what I was paying before. Went from $600 for one fucking medication to $60 for one medication. Like, they are so fucking helpful. And she says that, but yes, I can, like, I could go on and on about numerous different politicians and the way that I criticize them, the things that I call them out for. These are just the things that come to mind as of most recent, but that's pretty common for Democrats to consistently call out Democrat politicians and Democrat leaders. I can show me calling other Democrats liars on Twitter over the last couple of days, with other Democrats calling other Democrats liars on Twitter over the last couple of days. There's this is my favorite one. This is this guy here said that Epstein was responsible for slash poll on 4chan.
I do not think that most people are properly appreciating what the biggest fucking release in that batch of files is. And that is that the entirety of the last 10 years of right-wing culture war politics in America was contrived as a direct tactic of a global pedophile ring in order to get everyone's attention away from them and moving instead towards a phantom. That is fucking crazy. The fact that it is openly acknowledged in the files that that fucking financier from New York helped create slash poll on 4chan, which if you don't know...
This is a fucking lie. This is from somebody from Midas Touch called Midas Chrissy Lee, or Charisse Lee. And she posted this video from this guy. Now, I don't know, like, she didn't make the video, but she reposted this guy's video. I can't remember his name, but he is a prolific fucking liar on the left. He had nonstop lies, comes up with dumbest fucking bullshit conspiracy theories. And so yeah, so I replied, just FYI, that wasn't substantiated or even alluded to in the Epstein files. This is just a complete lie from this loser. This is so yes, consistently Democrats call out Democrats. There's a podcast called Live and Learn. If you tune into that, almost every single time they will be sitting there criticizing other Democrats and talking about the way that they should be handling things. They are all liberals who are debating each other on their disagreements and things like that. They are not a cult like like MAGA. This is drastically different. So there you go.
The Winter Olympics begin this weekend, Mr. President.
I just spoke to Marco Rubio. I just spoke to JD.
So yes, as I said, you lied. You just made that up, saying that I don't call them out, that I don't disagree with them, that I don't hold them accountable, that I'm not doing any of this. You just lied. Pretty simple.
Fans are over in Italy and representing us very well. They're doing it.
I was a liberal in 2016. I'm diehard MAGA now. Damn, you got the fucking dumbest parts of all of it. Shit. Fuck. You got the fucking SJW phase, the radical feminist phase, the Hillary Clinton phase. You got the dumbest parts of the fucking Democrats and then move to the dumbest parts of the fucking Republicans. Sheesh. Fuck. How did that happen? I'm just kidding. I know how it happened. It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon. Dumb people making dumb decisions.
They're doing a great job.
Did you see that the Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony, though? What do you make of that sort of frosty the vice president got booed during the opening ceremony. What do you make of that, Frosty?
No, I didn't see that. Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's surprising because people like him. Well, I mean, he is in a foreign country, you know, in all fairness, but he doesn't get booed in this country.
Is there a particular sport you're
I don't know. Z King, you would have to tell me what Bad's talking about. I have no idea of what your conversation was about. You would have to tell me what you guys were talking about for me to be able to answer your question.
interested in seeing?
In the Super Bowl, who are you going for?
What, the game?
The Super Bowl, yeah.
I can't say.
I hate how phone mode looks on my TV. There's another stream. There's 2 streams going right now. You can go to the regular stream on the other side.
But they are really 2 good teams. They're very interesting because you had one quarterback who looks like he wasn't going to make it, and he made it. And then you have another one who's young, and they probably wish they played him last year, right? He's done great. But you have 2 great teams. And Bob Kraft is a fabulous owner, a friend of mine. New England's amazing that they're there. Who would think? It's like a second, you can't say dynasty yet. They had a dynasty. You have to win a lot of games before you create another one. But I think it's going to be a great game. There's a lot of interesting storylines. Going to be very interesting.
What's your message to the many Americans who were offended by the video? What do you want to tell those Americans?
Message. I didn't know about it, so I mean, it went up. I really have no message. All I know is, here's my message, and our country has never been in a position like this. We were a laughing stock all over the world, and now we're a country that's respected more than we've ever been respected before. If you go back a year and a half ago, our country was a laughing stock, and now we're respected all over the world, like probably almost never before. I would say maybe like never before. And, you know, it's if you look at it from an economic standpoint, the King of Saudi Arabia said it, others said it, we were not a country that was even thought of as a country that was going to make it back. And in 1 year, we're the hottest country. We are right now the hottest country.
The hottest country, guys. We're the hottest country, as the rest of the world leaders are saying that they're moving away from the United States, that they are not going to be allies with us anymore. They're not going to allow the United States to be the world police, that they're not going to be allowing us to be the superpower who's in charge of everybody else. They're all moving in a different direction because people like Trump come along every once in a while. So while all of the other leaders are fine in that they have brains, they know how to do things, they know how to do their job, they're not so corrupt, they're not so insane. The once in a few blue moons where somebody like Trump pops up and just fucks everything up to where somebody like Biden has to come in and clean it all up afterwards, that is too much for them to deal with every once in a while, to where, yes, they need to know that there's actually going to be somebody responsible every term, and the American people have not shown that they're capable of putting responsible people in the White House, to where now we are fucked because of this. We will lose. We will be dwindling over time because of this. These are the types of things that have made our country great, have made us the superpowers, who have made us you know, very well off, and you know, a first world country that is head and shoulders above most. But yeah, now we're gonna be in trouble. I build houses for a living. I manage the company, and I live in Upper Michigan, and almost every blue-collar guy is MAGA. It's rare for me to find anyone against MAGA's policies. Yeah, it's wait, you said, so in Michigan, maybe, I guess it's Michigan is, I believe, a purple state right now, but obviously, like, blue collar workers all across Democrat states are, like, Indiana is not MAGA, and they're blue collar there as well. You are talking about purple state, but yeah, it would. We know that Trump's policies so far have not been beneficial for blue collar workers. Like, we know, if you read anything in the big beautiful bill, we know that that was not going to be beneficial for blue collar workers. And even the majority of Republicans thought that the big beautiful bill was going to be detrimental for poor people and only beneficial for rich people. So it's, if you actually want the left to win, what it needs to start, tell us why your policies would make our lives better and stop attacking Trump. I'm sorry, but that is what Kamala did. First off, Kamala did do that. I don't think you paid attention to any of the elections if you think that that's not been done the entire time. I have, there's no shot you paid attention to any elections at all if you think that that wasn't being done. But secondly, Kamala pandered? What the fuck? What is the difference between pandering and telling people how they're going to improve their lives? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's I'm so fucking lost. How do you think, if she's going to tell people how she's going to improve their lives, you could just call that pandering afterwards, but it's not having concrete policies you believe in and just saying what you think the audience wants to hear. So, okay, so what's a policy that you think applies to what it is that you're saying right now? What was a policy from Kamala that you think fits what you're saying right now? It's what she did, and she hid it. And she hid. It was a huge thing. She didn't do interviews, and your side called her on it. She did interviews. She did lots of interviews. No tax on tips. Okay. So what? She said the same thing Trump did when it got traction. Okay, so just to be clear, if that's true, I don't think that that's a problem. That's not the same as what you were saying, though. Her saying that she was going to do something that's popular, if she, like, let's say Trump comes out with an idea and she afterwards says, oh, American people like this, so I will also do that. That's called democracy. That's how it's supposed to work. But Donald Trump has literally been saying for the longest time that he was going to get rid of the ACA and replace it with something better. And then now, a decade later, he still has not gotten rid of the ACA. And just 3 months ago came out and said he has a plan for what he's replacing it with. And it's literally just the ACA. There's no difference there. There's no difference. It's just the ACA. TTS isn't on. Shit. Okay. But anyways, but then on top of that, let's add a little bit more context to this. Donald Trump said initially that they weren't going to put taxes on tips for anybody, and then it turns out, I think the majority of people still got taxed on tips. People like me, we still get taxed on tips. But yeah, it's this is fucking crazy, dude. So I'm sorry. I just pulled up Stream Elements and it just popped up with a thing saying that these are the top five countries for your audience. Number 1, United States. Okay, now, who do you guys think would be number 2? I want to know what country do you guys think would be number 2 for my audience? I feel like it's an obvious one. Australia? Yeah, I would think Australia. Yes, exactly. I would think Australia would be number 2. What does it say? Number 2, Canada. Okay? All right. Who do you think number 3 is? Not Australia. It's New Zealand. Who do you think number 4 is? Not Australia. It's Germany. What about number 5? Who's number 5? The United Kingdom. What? What? There's no fucking shot, dude. There's no shot. It has to be, Australia has to be number 2, dude. Australia has to be the second most. It has to be. That has to be the country that watches. I'm going to my YouTube stats now. I think Stream Elements fucked this up. There's no way, bro. I do not believe this for a fucking second. I am not buying this shit. All right, let's see. Countries. Top demographics. United States, Canada, Australia. Okay, so Australia's 3rd. Canada's 2nd. Okay. All right. It's over the last 28 days. What if we make it a year? Nope. Yeah, still Canada. Okay. Yeah, Australia goes down. Okay. So yeah, United States 75%, Canada 5.6%, United Kingdom 3.6%, Australia 2.6%, Germany 0.8%. That's crazy. All right. Weird. Aaron M Sound with the $50. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat for Aaron M Sound. Appreciate it, homie. For everybody who wasn't here at the beginning of stream, I'm gonna try to fix the TTS. I don't know why that's not playing. But if you weren't here at the beginning of stream, we are doing more panels. We have more debates coming up. We have 3 debates, I think, scheduled for next week. But I need more RAM. Discord crashed the last, both of the last debates that I did, the last 2 panels that I did. Discord crashed numerous times throughout those panels. I need more RAM. I got to get more RAM, and I would like to get more all at once. That would be the most beneficial way to do it. But I can slowly upgrade it. It's just that if I slowly upgrade it, I'm going to kind of lose some as well. And so, yes, it makes it more complicated. It makes it harder to actually get. So I have a $200 goal up on the screen. It's a lot. I don't know that we're able to hit it, but it also means, like, I don't know if I'm able to do panels much going forward if I'm not able to get to hit the goals even within like a decent amount of time, because then I'll just have to stop doing them again for a while. So yes, if you can donate even $5, $10, $20, whatever, it'd be very helpful. I'm going to try to get it over the next couple of days. Even tomorrow would be best. But yes, if you're able to donate, use the tips link. You can, if you're watching on the landscape stream, it's pinned at the top of chat, or you can use the link in the in the description. And then if you're on vertical chat, you can just go to my channel, because it doesn't let us post links in vertical chat. But if you go to my channel, right at the top up here, it says, you know, links, and you can just drop it down and click the bottom one, tip the channel, and there you can super chats work, but I don't get that money for like 2 months. So it's better if you do it through the tips link, because yeah, it's not actually going to go towards a RAM stick unless you use this one. But anyways, yes, you can use the tips link, and you can pay through PayPal or just a regular debit card or credit card here, and you can put a message in, and that'll be read on stream as well. So that's that. All right, let me see if I can get this message to play. All right, let me come back to the. I'm gonna put something up for a second so I can find.
In an interview this week, President Trump was challenged on his assertion that he was, quote, starting to get great polls on the economy. He then backtracked, saying the polling should be great. So what are the polls saying? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton joining me now. Where do Americans think the economy is going right now?
Yeah, here is the reality check for everyone. And I would just say this is the problem for the president of the United States. You get elected.
Okay, let's try this again. I don't know why this isn't working. Okay, if I put this on Realtek.
To fix the economy and the American people.
Just fucked up my audio.
They ain't buying it, because just take a look here. Say the economy is getting worse. Right after Donald Trump was elected back in 2024, re-elected, 42% of Americans said the economy is getting worse. Well, you want that number to go down. You want that number to go down if you're the president of the United States. Instead, it's going up. What are we talking about? Now, 55% of Americans say that the economy is getting worse. I don't know how you win when the majority of Americans say the economy is getting worse because...
Well, Donald Trump literally says that affordability is a hoax. The people who can't find jobs is going up. We've had the worst jobs numbers in decades. The projected GDP that we were supposed to make went from like the next 10 years, or sorry, I think it was the next 10 years we were supposed to go up like another 30-40 billion or trillion or something like that, and that dropped to 5 in 5 years, which is about what Biden was doing like per year. Biden was going up like 5 per year, and now under the Trump administration, because of the tariffs and because of the lack of money flowing into the United States now, we are now likely to go up in GDP about 5 over 5 years. So it is not looking good. Not looking good at all. Oh, no, sorry. 5 over 10 years. My bad. It was 5 over 10 years. And so that means that, yes, it would only be 2.5 for almost all of Trump's administration. It'd be about 2. And yeah, that's for him to make that throughout his entire admin, where, yeah, Biden was beating that per year. It's not looking good. And for the guy who just a minute ago was talking about the fact that, like, blue collar workers are so happy with Trump, they all love Trump so much, and they're all just, you know, he's so happy with him. The economy has not been good under Trump. I mean, this is one of the major things that he was supposedly elected for. This is one of the things that he made the biggest deal about when he was running, is saying that he knew what he was doing when it came to the economy, that the economy was so great under Trump in his first administration, when Trump didn't do a whole lot of fiscal legislation or economic legislation that really would have made much of a difference. It was just Obama policies just continuing to trend up. But I made a list of things about a month ago. Here it is. So it says MAGA voted for Trump for the economy. U.S. GDP growth has slowed significantly, with Q1 going negative 0.6% and the year being down around 1% less due to tariffs and labor shortages. The initial projection for job growth, 78 million for the next 5 years, has dropped to 5 million for the next 10 years. So it went from 78 million for the next 5 years, dropped to just 5 million for the next 10 years. Why? Well, because tariffs are making it to where American businesses aren't able to make as much money, and they're even paying more for the things that they're already importing. So now they're just not going to have as big of a net gain as they would have in the past. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who are unaware, American businesses are the ones who pay tariffs, right? American businesses, they pay the tariff. So it's where Trump kept saying China pays the tariff, or that, other countries pay the tariff. Other countries do not pay the tariff. American businesses pay the tariff. That's how that works. And so with the plan that Trump has, with the way that things are heading, with the things that he's done so far, if we continue down this route, this is only going to hurt Americans and American businesses. Yeah, the initial projection for job growth was 78 million for the next 5 years, 78 million jobs for the next 5 years, and has dropped to 5 million for the next 10 years, 2024 to 2034, with over 2 million of those 5 million coming from the Biden administration. So when it says 2024 to 2034, 2024 was Biden's last year in office. So in that 1 year, Biden already had 2 million jobs grown. He grew 2 million jobs in just 2024. Now Trump, Trump or whoever, over the next 9 more years, they would only have to get 3 million more to meet that goal. So Biden did 2 million in one year, and then now there has to be 3 million more in 9 more years. The U.S. has lost 80,000 jobs in manufacturing alone this year, and 500,000 across all industries, likely from tariffs. There were 216 family farm bankruptcies in 2024. There were 361 in the first 6 months of 2025, and there's projected to be over 500 by the end of the year. After Trump added tariffs just to stop the outsourcing of jobs, companies have continued outsourcing at the same rate or even higher rates, making the extra $1 trillion Americans had to pay all for nothing. Americans are spending on average about $2,000 more on goods this year. wage growth has significantly slowed, especially compared to the Biden administration, when wage growth outpaced drastic inflation from COVID. And while the U.S. is dealing with massive labor shortages, migration has drastically slowed since Trump took office, leaving no one to fill the jobs left open. Non-immigrant visas are down 16%, like student and work visas, and immigrant visas are down 20%. 86,000 visas were revoked this year, with only 26,000 being for crimes, and 12,000 of those being for violent crimes, according to the State Department. So, again, small percentages of these people. Trump said, oh, we're just going after the worst of the worst. We're going after violent criminals. We're talking about 12,000 out of 86,000 visas revoked. 12,000 of them were for violent crimes. So, again, we're just revoking fucking visas left and right, all willy-nilly, and small percentages of them, again, actually for violent crimes. And people, we talked about this the other day, but people keep bringing up, well, Obama deported a bunch of people and nobody said anything about that. People called Obama the deporter-in-chief. Everybody knew that he was deporting people at record rates. Obama has the record for most deportations in an 8-year period. Biden has the record for the most deportations in a 4-year period. But Obama was deporting criminals at a 90% rate. 90% of the people that Obama deported were criminals. So, a bit different when 5% of the people that Trump has deported so far have been criminals. The pretty big difference. Tell you there's no jobs, but want millions of immigrants. Who said there's no jobs? There are jobs. They're not in the right sectors. So most of the jobs, most of the people that are having trouble finding jobs are not in like the service industry or in places where immigrants would come in and take those jobs. Like it's mostly in other sectors, and so it is hospitality, service industry. Like those are the places that are that have the biggest job shortages. And then, yes, there's other areas. No drama, no big loss of jobs, like you state. Let me read this to you again, okay? I want you to listen this time, all right? I don't know if you're an illegal, you don't speak English very well, but you can slow the video down and take it slowly, okay? The U.S. has lost 80,000 jobs in manufacturing alone this year, and 500,000 jobs across all industries, likely from tariffs. Not all companies buy things from other countries, right? So like tariffs do inflate prices for second and third hand consumers, or buyers. But that doesn't mean that like all companies are necessarily going to be affected by this and have to lay people off because they have to pay way more for shit. There's also some job growth as well. So there's some jobs going up while we're losing jobs. And that is the problem right now, is that when we have a bunch of jobs gained, let's say we gain 5 million jobs this year, and then we also lose 3 million jobs at the same time. Okay, well, net, we gained 2 million jobs, right? We're not gaining as much because there's others that are going down at a high rate to where we're doing both. So when companies don't have enough people to work, they're more likely to go outsource these things to other countries where they do have people. And so when you're not allowing people to come into the country to fill the positions that are needed, you are making it to where businesses are more likely to take their business elsewhere and go to other countries and outsource their work. So when you say, oh, so we're not letting people in. Oh, but we just have such a shortage of jobs. Well, no, that it's because we're not letting people in that we're having a shortage of jobs, right? We need, businesses have to have workers in order to have a business. Trump's been in office for a year. Hold on, I can't see this. And our government system is slow, and Congress controls most of what you're debating about anyways. The Congress didn't control these tariffs. They didn't do these tariffs. Trump did them. Congress did not do them. Trump did. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who told you that, but that is factually incorrect. Now, generally, Congress probably should be in charge of tariffs, but Trump has decided to take it upon himself, so. And then, yes, it also says the Trump administration has also said they are reviewing green cards and people with TPS, plus ending parole for refugees and asylum holders, potentially adding over 1 million more removals of workers from the country. So we are doing the opposite of what it is we should be doing. Like currently, this is crazy too, okay? Listen to this. We currently have a labor shortage where we don't have enough people to work, and we have a job shortage as well. We have somehow both, where companies that need people cannot find people, and people who need jobs cannot find jobs. This is a special circumstance right now. This is a special circumstance. We have enough people to work. What does that mean? We have enough people to work. What does that mean? Tell me what that means. We have enough people. We have to stop giving them free money. The job's coming. Be patient. He's already performed miracles in 1 year. He hasn't done shit. Again, as we just went over, he made all of this worse. We just went over the fucking data from his government, not from other people, not from you know, some random liberal. This is from the Trump administration. This is his jobs numbers. These are his State Department numbers. These are his IRS numbers. These are their fucking numbers. These are their numbers. There are plenty of people in the United States who are able to work, but are not because we're giving them free money. They are not handicapped. They are lazy with a horrible system in place. So, okay, let's check this real quick. Okay. Approximately 61 to 62% of able-bodied working-age adults receiving food stamps, SNAP, do not work, while over 41 million people receive SNAP benefits as of 2024. Many of these households include children, elderly individuals, or people with disabilities who are not expected to work. Okay, so then let's see, work rates in a typical month. About half of non-disabled adults under 60 on SNAP are working. These are contradictory statements. This one says 61 to 62% of able-bodied working age adults receiving food stamps don't work. Then this one says half of non-disabled adults do work. Non-working participants, roughly 62% of able-bodied adults without dependents. Oh, without dependents. Okay, that's very different. Individuals who do not work often face barriers, such as chronic health conditions, lack of transportation, or caregiving responsibilities. While many recipients do not work, 28% of SNAP households had earned income in 2023. Okay, that's not what I asked this. This didn't give me the answer to what I asked. I asked how many people, and it keeps giving me a fucking percentage. Uh, 41.7 million people per month. Okay. All right. Yes, the United States is experiencing significant labor shortages, particularly in skilled trades and essential sectors like healthcare, due to an aging workforce, slower population growth, declining labor force participation, and reduced immigration, creating more job openings than available workers, though the severity varies by industry region. Factors like pandemic-driven early retirements, burnout, and structural barriers also contribute to leading staffing. Okay, so let's change this. While the number of job openings has dropped to its lowest levels since 2020, the shortage persists because there are still roughly 1.5 to 1.7 fewer workers than available jobs. Job opening ratio. As of January 2026, the ratio of job openings to unemployment workers has fallen to 0.9, down from a record high of 2 to 1 in 2022. Okay. The national unemployment rate was 4.4% in December of 2025. Approximately 1.7 million Americans are still missing from the workforce compared to February of 2020. Aging population, a demographic tidal wave, baby boomer retirement, roughly. So this is where I was going to go. The major problem is that such a big chunk of our population is over 60 now. The baby boomers were like the biggest part of our workforce for the longest time, and now they're all older. Now, they had a lot of kids, and they had the Gen X and millennials, but millennials did not have kids. They did not replace the workforce. So now, when all of those kids are supposed to be becoming 18 and aging into working ages, they're not there. Why? Because we didn't have fucking kids. We didn't have kids. We didn't replace the workforce, and now there's way less people to actually work. Tom, these people believe in the Great Replacement theory. Okay. And so yeah, they just because the baby boomers are retiring doesn't mean you bring in unqualified immigrants to replace the baby boomers' jobs. I didn't say anything about bringing in unqualified immigrants. I don't know where you got that from. Did you just make that up, or did somebody in chat say that? Did somebody in chat? Who in chat said we should bring in unqualified immigrants? That's stupid, guys. If you guys said that, that's stupid. I don't know why the fuck you guys would say something like that. That's ridiculous. We do not want to bring in unqualified immigrants. That's obviously the industries that we're talking about that have the biggest labor shortages are in the service industry and in the hospitality. So those are industries that you don't have to be like, there's not a high qualification bar for this. Pretty much anybody can do that shit. But yeah, those businesses should keep their same hiring standards, regardless of whether it's a white person or a black person, an American, an immigrant. I think they should keep the same hiring standards, no matter what. Open borders, yeah, open borders, guys. While Biden's setting records for deportations, we had open borders, guys. We had open borders. There's open borders, dude. Biden set a record for deportation, but it was open borders, dude. Come on. There's open borders, guys. Just open. So open.
Because you go back through the record books, and that is a formula that equals failure.
And what do Americans want Trump to focus on the most?
Yeah, this, I think, is the whole...
Borders were open. What do you think open borders means? What do you think that means? It means that you're not stopping any of the people who are coming in over the border. That's what open borders means, right? That's what it means. It's open, right? There's just nothing stopping them. They're just able to come in. But then when we set records for stopping those people at the border and taking them back across the border and deporting them, how the fuck can it be both? How can it be both that Biden set the record for most deportations in a 4-year period and had open borders? How can it be both of these things? Tell me. I would love to hear this. I would love to hear this, Cope. Let's hear it. Go ahead. Biden legalized no deporting. What do you mean no deporting? He set the record for most deportations in a 4-year period. The Obama deal with Iran was not good. It just kicked the war can down the road, ignored regional threats. The deal did nothing to curb Iran's ballistic missile program or its funding of proxy groups. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have absolute... You know that the thing that Israel and Trump just bombed Iran for, you know that that was not allowed in the Iran deal, and that when the Iran deal existed, Iran was compliant with it. And we were doing audits of them, and we were checking their shit. The IAEA was consistent with this. And then Trump got rid of it. He pulled out of it. And so then Iran went and did the thing that they weren't allowed to do under the non-proliferation agreement. And you're sitting here telling me that it did nothing. It wasn't even good. Yet here we are with Iran saying that they are at a full-scale war with the United States right now. And the shit that would have stopped us from bombing them in the first place, you're saying just they didn't do anything. How fucking cucked do you have to be to say something like that? How fucking cucked do you have to be? How fucking like... I can't even put into words. Just like how this is how cults work, dude. This is just exactly how they work. Like, you just have to deny reality as much as possible in order to come to these conclusions. It's so annoying. I'm sorry, I didn't get the audio to work, but Aaron M. Sound for $50 said, so do you think they just tolerate the diaper smell, or do you think maybe the staffers use utensils? I'm sorry. Do you think maybe the staffers use essential oils to cover the fetid pile in Trump's diapers? Inquiring minds want to know. Tom, he's bald. We like him. Thank you, Aaron. That's cult who is indoctrinating children to mutilate themselves? Christians? Are we talking about circumcision or what?
Kit and caboodle, right? Much of the news stories over the month of January were focused in on Minneapolis, focusing in on controlling immigration and reducing crime. Those are two things that the President of the United States and his administration has been arguing about. But where do the American folks say that Trump should be focused, say their top priority should be lowering prices? 54%, the clear majority. We have looked at poll after poll after poll after poll after poll. I'm exhausting myself just talking about it. And every single poll say that their top priority should be lowering prices or the economy. And it is still the case. Much lower down, controlling immigration at 22%. Even lower than that,
Well, yes, while it should be their top priority. And there's people in chat over here saying, oh, he's done so much. It's going to be so good. He's going to fix this. In the meantime, Trump is saying that there's not an affordability crisis. Affordability is a hoax. This isn't a real problem. And he's continuing to do everything he can to make prices higher. So
reducing crime at 10%. You add together 22 and 10, you get to 30.
I heard Billie Eilish is having an open house party. The doors are wide open. Thousands of people.
I heard Billie Eilish is having an open house party. The doors are wide and open. Thousands of people, not millions of people, are going.
2015 Iran nuclear deal, JCPOA, negotiated under Obama, contained sunset provisions that lifted restrictions on certain centrifuges and enrichment levels after 10 years, designed to delay, not eliminate. So you're saying that they were able to get up to 63% by 2025? Is that your claim?
And you don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 54 is larger than 32. The Trump administration is putting their focus on the wrong issues, the issues that are not most important to the American public. And when you are focusing on the wrong issues, and the vast majority of Americans, or the clear majority of Americans, say that the economy is getting worse, again, this is X plus Y equals failure. Failure, failure, failure going into the midterm elections, because Donald Trump was elected to fix the economy, and it's still belief in the American people that lowering prices should be the top. And at this point, 55% say the economy is getting worse.
So I guess the question, as we get closer and closer to the midterms, which party do people trust, knowing how they feel about how Donald Trump has handled things when it comes to the economy?
Right, the economy, right? Affordability. You know, Donald Trump has been dismissing affordability concerns, but when 54% say the top priority should be lowering prices, not much of a surprise, right? Party trusted more in affordability. Overall, it's the Democrats by 14. Look at this. Among independents, I'm laughing. It's 39 points. It's a blowout. This is the entire ball game right here. And when you're having a 39-point lead among independents, a 14-point lead overall on affordability, and right now the top priority, the Americans say, should be lowering prices for the Trump administration. This is the type of formula that equals major success for the Democrats come the midterms, if it holds.
And we have seen that in the special elections. We'll see if that holds in the midterms.
I mean, it's been Democrats just obliterating Republicans so far across the board. So I don't think anybody's going to be surprised when the elections come up, midterms come up, and Democrats continue to just steamroll Republicans. The country had their their red wave, and they are paying for it. So time to go back to having the Democrats fix everything again, as usual. Just every fucking time we vote in some Republicans, they fuck everything up. The economy goes in the shitter. Everything just completely gets wrecked by a bunch of children, and then you got to bring the adults back in to clean up the room again and tidy everything up again, make the bed, put everybody back to sleep. So annoying, dude. So fucking annoying. This is like what is it, like four fucking elections in a row. It's just been over and over and over and over. Aye, aye, aye.
Shall see, Sarah.
Harry Enton, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
As the world turns.
The new poll from KFF shows healthcare tops the public's list of economic anxieties. People say they worry more about the cost of health insurance and prescription drugs than groceries or rent, utilities, and gas. My panel is back now. Elena?
Yeah, look, what I find so fascinating about this, and particularly when you reference that poll, is that in the broader spectrum of how the president looks at this, he is obsessed with wanting to put not only his imprint, but Republicans at large, some sort of imprint on healthcare. He hates that this is an issue that Democrats have owned and Republicans have failed out for so many years. He's still even...
This guy is so delusional. The left destroyed this country. It's destroyed? Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. It's destroyed, guys. Paid illegals billions and billions. You're so brainwashed. So you understand, though, that literally every single report on this, including from Republicans, even Republicans, have come out with numerous reports recently saying that immigrants pay more than they receive, and you're still going to complain about immigrants getting some money sometimes. Like, what? Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Why the fuck would you care? These are billions. Oh, that's such a big number, until you look at how much they actually pay into the system, and then you're like, oh, okay, that's not that bad. Who cares about fraud? We didn't say anything about fraud. Nobody said anything about fraud. What the fuck? Why do you guys always make shit up? You guys literally, you always have to make up something to argue against every fucking time. You're never going to actually argue with what's being said. You're always going to make some shit up. Now, if you can say, well, okay, I agree with that, but there was some fraud as well, we can talk about that. We can go into the fraud instead. But even say, oh, you're okay with fraud? Shut the fuck up, dude. There's no fucking way you think anybody said that.
In the recent months have brought up the McCain downvote about, trying to repeal and replace Obamacare. So that's part of this. The other thing is he is obsessed with this idea of trying to make drugs more affordable. It is going to be interesting to see if this actually is the case, if these drugs do end up, as Tammy laid out, being more cost effective for a lot of consumers rather than their insurance. I think, the fact that he's calling it Trump RX, that's something else I've heard. If Republicans end up doing some broader healthcare plan, he wants to have it be Trump Care or something like that. But at the end of the day, this is something he wants Republicans.
Typical left has to try and insult because they have no facts. John Deere. You're fucking retarded. If you're going to lie and make up an argument and then say that I said that fraud is okay, and then say that I have no facts, it's kind of clear who's being honest here. But
Republicans to be talking about. Interesting enough, I know, Sabrina, you'll probably weigh in on this. Republicans, at least when it comes to politics in the midterms, do not want healthcare to be one of the things that is a central focus. So just keeping that in mind as we look at all of this.
Yeah, I mean, to Elena's point, I think it's what's interesting is, they want to.
Yeah, because he also started changing it to illegals, which initially they said paid millions to immigrants. Now he's saying they paid, billions to immigrants. Now he's saying that they paid this money to illegals. So which one is it? Which one are we talking about here? Like, fucking shit, dude. Pick one. What should you get? The paid this much to immigrants? Okay, so that, who cares? They pay more into the system. Oh, you're okay with fraud? No, nobody said that they were okay with fraud. What about this money going to illegals? What the fuck? Like, how? Stay on a fucking topic for one moment, dude. Squirrel brains are becoming epidemic. We need We need more Adderall.
To show that they care about affordability. This is a really tangible way to do that, but we know that Democrats have consistently dominated on this issue, and for a lot of folks who last year lost the Obamacare subsidies and are actually feeling the impact of, you know, higher premiums, it is interesting. It will be interesting to see how that plays out in the midterms. You know, I think we talked a lot about it late last year as that expiration was coming around, but I think the repercussions of that and how Democrats capitalize on that is something we're going to be talking about in the months to come.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats won back the majority in the president's first term talking about health care, and they are determined to do the same now. Joining me now is the man who coined strong floor, no ceiling. It is, as you see there, the name of his book. Oliver Libby is a venture capitalist and Democratic donor and is here with me now. Thank you so much for being here. First of all, how did this slogan, the title of your book, make its way to Hakeem Jeffries?
You know, it came to him through a number of people who heard that I was writing the book. I had shared a manuscript with a number of people I respect in the party, and actually he offered to write a testimonial, which you can find right at the beginning of the book. And when I first heard him say it on television, it was actually a surprise to me. I started writing the book, Dana, about 8 years ago, and it was really just a place for me to put all the ideas that I wished would be America, when we could relight the American dream, which is something I worry about all the time as one of our greatest national security threats.
Wasted Design, thank you for the $10. You said farts, also W. Aaron M. Sound. True. Farts. This is what we get from our Aussie audience. This is why YouTube wants to ignore the Aussie audience. They're like, you know what? We're just going to downgrade some of them anyways.
And so to hear Leader Jeffries take this up was an extraordinary moment.
So when people hear us saying strong floor, no ceiling, how do you explain it?
You know, it's simple. And actually, one of my favorite things about this is when people see the book and they know it's about America and politics, they get it at their core. A strong floor is a floor made up of planks that we all know and understand. We want affordability. We want healthcare and education. We want housing and good paying jobs, safe and secure homes. Those are the things that are the building blocks of opportunity. But in America, it can't stop there. And I think every American wants to believe that if they work hard and play by the rules and pay their taxes, that they can have the good life. They can be in the middle class and maybe even go far beyond that. That's actually the way we increase the economic pie. And so it weaves in today to some of the core themes, affordability. But look, here's one important thing. I think if folks are not happy with the current leadership and the Trump administration, we have never had a...
I'm still trying to figure out why this isn't playing. I have absolutely no idea why the Stream Elements stuff isn't playing.
Seismic shift in American politics without a positive and hopeful message that says what we want for America, not what we don't want. Whether it was the contract with America or 6 for 06 or for the people, there was always something hopeful, something people could vote for, not just against. And so I think we need that today.
Yeah, and so you're hoping that this book, which again isn't just the title, obviously, it lays out a prescription. A roadmap that you think on various issues dealing with affordability. We put this poll up in another segment earlier as it related to the president's new Trump RX website, but I want to show it to you as it relates to your argument. You see there the affordability concerns, what people are the most worried about. Healthcare is ahead of everything else, and those are also pretty high, but the fact that healthcare is so high, your proposal for a strong floor on health care initiatives is a universal single-payer health insurance plan. Long-time goal of progressives, but it is definitely something that President Obama, when he did Obamacare, was pressured to do, and he shied away from it because he couldn't get support even among Democrats. And back then, I was covering it, there were 60 Senate Democrats.
You know, but I think, look, you heard the president today talk about the fact that healthcare is broken. We know that healthcare is broken. Everybody knows that healthcare is broken. So, sure, a single-payer, a public option is really important, but actually the whole chapter is filled with ideas. There should be a tax credit for seeing your doctor every year, and that's something that we're using an incentive, an economic incentive, to help reduce the overall cost of healthcare, because a lot of people only get
preventative medicine.
Exactly. Go to the hospital when you're really sick. But you know, I'm really glad you raised polling. We've actually been in battleground states, in Michigan and Georgia, and actually your viewers are the first to hear this. And we've asked folks, you know, we never did this during the writing of the book, but now that it's out there, we asked folks what they think about strong floor, no ceiling. And what's amazing to me is it's extremely popular, high 70s, 80s for moving voters. It's something that voters find inspiring. But what's interesting to me is both legs of strong floor and no ceiling polled in the high 90s in both states. And we're publishing this polling so you can see it. What that means to me is people understand, you know, whatever solutions haven't worked in the past, we have big problems here. People can't afford their lives. 27% of Americans believe that there's an American dream. There's no 9/11.
It's still just not working. Okay, let's do a test.
Trainer tipped $50.
It's not popping up on stream. What the fuck is happening, dude?
Or Pearl Harbor that can destroy America, that can. And so if people believe, hopefully, that we can do a strong floor with no ceiling, then we have the hope to relight the American dream.
I have absolutely no idea why this isn't working. This doesn't make any sense.
With me now, CNN's chief.
I've double checked everything on here and it should be fine, but it's just not going through. Let's try one more. Yeah, it's just not working.
Chief data analyst Harry Enton. He is running the numbers on America's faith in the election system. Harry, do Americans trust Donald Trump when it comes to running?
Okay. Yeah, we covered the dog kicking. We covered Trump's monkey posting. And
there is systemic racism. It is against white Christian men.
Do you believe that if Byron Donalds was a white guy, he wouldn't be in Congress?
Yeah, I don't believe if you were a white guy, he'd be in Congress. I believe he is a DEI.
This guy is one of the dumbest people alive, bro. This guy he is one of the dumbest people alive. Holy shit. I seriously, I cannot believe this guy somehow makes it to like work every day without just walking into traffic. It doesn't make any sense. This guy's clearly a propagandist. He almost seems like he should be smart enough to get it. Like he almost comes off like a guy who should be smart enough to get it. And then he says this shit. Like, what the fuck?
There's nothing special about him. I don't think we're a country of immigrants. I think we're a country of settlers.
What are settlers if not immigrants?
If everyone in America stops.
Settlers are a type of immigrant. They're like settlers are a type of immigrant.
Speaking English and started speaking whatever the heck they speak in Somalia, which is unintelligible to most people, then this would cease to be America.
other languages are unintelligible to most people? What? Is that really? Is that really the claim he's making here? Like, for people who don't speak Spanish, Spanish is unintelligible to those people? Like, what the fuck? This is a claim?
Welcome back to the Tara Palmieri Show. Before we start, I want to be clear about something. My guest today, James Fishback, is a provocateur.
White people account for 8% of the global population. When are we allowed to claim minority status? Globally? Always. You know that, like, the white people are minorities in other countries, right? Like there's some white people in Japan. There's not many, but there's some white people in Japan. They are a minority there. Like that is a thing. I don't know what you mean by minority status, but like we are a minority globally. So like you can always claim to be a minority globally. I don't know what that means. Like I don't know what that gets you. I don't know why that would matter, but if I can't understand it, then it's understandable to me. If you can't understand it, then it's understandable to you. Okay. I think I'm starting to follow your logic here. I think I'm starting to get what you guys are saying. The opposite of everything that is true. We'll just say that.
Provocateur running for governor of Florida. And what's unsettling about this is that he is not fringe. He's polling competitively. According to Patriot Polling, he's at 23% compared to Congressman Byron Donalds at 37%. For Fishback, being a white man is unbearable. In his view, the oppressors are immigrants and minorities. It's grievance politics wrapped in bravado. It's familiar. It's loud.
Bro, this guy's a fucking race traitor, bro. This guy's a fucking race traitor, dude. What the fuck? Being a white person is unbearable? Yeah, he sounds like a fucking race traitor to me. I like being a white motherfucker, okay? I like being white. Thank you very much. I find it very bearable. I find it enjoyable, even. So, this is starting to get on some race traitor rhetoric over here. Okay, skinhead. I don't know. Not a skinhead for no reason.
And it's increasingly mainstream. Some of you probably are asking, why would I give this person airtime? Well, here's why. He's running for governor of one of the largest states in the country. Ignoring people like this doesn't make them disappear. And I've always believed in confronting power and controversy head on, the way Barbara Walters did when she sat across from figures like Bashar al-Assad and Fidel.
Those are people who are already in power, and they actually had legitimate chances of winning the more power. I don't know about this guy. What? Let's see. The Mason-Dixon survey shows a majority of Florida Republicans hold a positive view of Donalds. Don't know others in the field. New poll shows U.S. Republican Byron Donalds remains in a dominant position in the Republican primary for governor. The latest Mason-Dixon poll of registered Republicans found 37% would vote for Donalds, a Naples Republican, if the election were held today. By comparison, 7% favor Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, 4% back former Florida House Speaker Paul Renner, and 3% support Azoria CEO James Fishback. Okay, so I'm gonna say generally I like Palmieri. This is a dumb fucking argument here. This is a dumb fucking argument for her to sit here and be like, oh, people ask why I would even talk to this guy. But he's running for one of the biggest states in the country. And so we have to face this head on. We can't just ignore him when he's running for one of the big. He's polling at fucking 3%. The majority of Floridians say they don't know who he is. They've never heard of him before. They don't even know who he is. And you're like, we have to face this. Okay, guys? We gotta deal with this. Like, I don't have a problem with you having him on. Have him on. Have your arguments with him. Talk to him all you want. I'm not arguing against platforming him. But don't turn around and use this as like your argument. Like, oh, we have to deal with this, guys. We can't turn away from it. He's too big. He's gonna be too powerful. No, he's not. He doesn't have a chance. You saying that he's running for something doesn't mean anything. The what's his name? The Tiger King ran for something. That doesn't mean that you had to have him on to like deal with his positions on shit. Like you didn't have a chance. You can have him on if you want and just say, yeah, I just wanted to get into it with him. But to treat it like this is some sort of like impending impending question that we're all going to have to answer at some point is probably not the case.
Castro. She didn't look away, and neither will I. Because if we
This is such a dumb comparison. That is such a fucking dumb comparison. You're talking to a fucking nobody from nothing and comparing him to fucking world leaders across. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Give me a break. This is a guy who goes on the fucking Tim Pool show and just spouts nonsense. And apparently even Republicans don't like him. Or they just don't even know who he is. Give me a fucking break that you're comparing this guy to fucking Al-Assad, dude. Give me a break.
we don't ask those hard questions now, we wake up later wondering how this all happened. So this interview may be uncomfortable. There are a lot of moments that are raw.
You're so brave.
There are moments that veer into outright racism. But this is what parts of American politics sound like right now. And I think it matters that you hear it for yourselves.
Hey, that's a fine argument. That's a fine argument. That's good. Fair enough. Yes. Hey, this is what people actually believe. This is somebody who's on Tim Pool's show. This is a prominent show with lots of viewers. Lots of people are hearing the types of stuff that he has to say. This is somebody that we should probably engage with at some point. That's fine. That's a much better argument. But to sit there and use it like he's running for governor, give me a break, dude. I want to be like Barbara Walters. Barbara Walters would have done this. No, the fuck she wouldn't have. Shut the fuck up.
I also want to address one mistake that I made during the interview. I said that he raised $1,000 compared to Byron Donald's $45 million. So that was from his.
Never heard of this lady. Who is she? Were you here with the Kat Abagazala fiasco where she got arrested and indicted, and this Tara Palmieri had her on, and she asked Kat like one or two questions about her arrest that had just taken place like the day before, and Kat left the show, just clicked off, just disappeared. This is why your side's gonna lose. Claiming everyone's racist because they have an opposing view is cringe. We don't care what you say about us anymore. How much you want to bet? When you say my side's gonna lose, what do you mean by that? I'll put money on it. I don't know if you actually believe the shit that you're saying. I believe what I'm saying. I actually like have confidence in the things that I say. So I can actually. What do you want to put on it? Well, your side already did lose in 2024. Sure, I'm a Democrat. I don't run around denying elections just all willy-nilly because it hurts my fifis. So yeah, I'm not gonna. That's not news to me. Thank you very much. Midterms. $500. Okay, so when you say lose the midterms, you're telling me that you think that Republicans are going to have a majority in the House and the Senate after midterms. Right? That's what you mean by lose, yes? If your side takes the majority, you win. What are we at right now? Okay. In the 119th, Republicans hold majority in both chambers. The Senate consists of 53 Republicans, Democrats, 45 Democrats, and 2 independents who caucus with Democrats. The House has a slim Republican majority with roughly 218. I don't know if I'd take majority, but I'd say that we're going to have more than 45. I think it's likely that we would have the majority, but I don't know if I'm that confident in that. But I'm very confident that we're going to have more than 45. I'm very confident that we are going to go up. But in this case, yeah, we would what would be the difference here? 4 seats? Right? 4 or 5? Is it 5 seats in the Senate? It also says 2 independents that caucus with Democrats. Who is that? That's Bernie Sanders, and who's the other person? Can I take part in this action? Yeah. This is so we're not counting Bernie Sanders or whoever the other independent is. Oh wait, it would be Ron Paul. Wait, no, Rand Paul doesn't caucus with Democrats. So who's the other independent that caucuses with Democrats? Okay, Google. Who are the 2 independents in the Senate who caucus with Democrats?
According to Wikipedia, for the makeup of the 119th Congress, the caucus additionally includes 2 independent senators, Bernie Sanders of Vermont and Angus King, who
Angus
caucus
King.
with the Democrats,
Okay.
bringing the current total to 47 members.
Because yeah, that's the part that's confusing me right now. When there's 53 of them and 45 of them, I was like, wait, we're missing a couple here. But that makes sense that there's 2 independents. Okay, so we're not counting those 2. So yeah, so I would say that it would. I'm saying that we would go up. Yeah, right. Bernie's an independent. I mean, he's definitely not a Democrat. Like, he's definitely not part of the DNC. Like, isn't it MAGA's position that Bernie Sanders got cheated out of the 2016 election by the DNC? Doesn't MAGA hold a position that the DNC stole the election and rigged it against Bernie Sanders? Like, when's the last time Bernie voted with Republicans? That's what caucusing means. You just, yeah, he caucuses with Democrats, correct? Yes, that is. Yeah, so yeah, that is MAGA's position, is that the DNC stole the election from Bernie Sanders. Bernie got screwed. Yeah, I don't think he got screwed. I don't think they stole anything. I don't think anything weird happened, but progressive populists can't be trusted. It's the right-wing populists doing this as well. Again, the right-wing populists also think that Bernie Sanders got cheated out of an election. So the progressives and MAGA all kind of loopy on this one, but and then what is the House? House has a slim Republican majority with 218 to 219. Republicans to 212 to 214. Democrats. So that one's a 2-seat election. So yeah, so we would only have to get 2 seats in the House and 4 seats in the Senate. 5 seats. Is it 4 seats or 5 seats? 4 seats? Yeah, 4 seats in the Senate. This is interesting. There are vacancies. Well, for the Senate one, again, it is just the 2 independents that give you room. But would you really want Democrats to take control of Congress in 2026? You guys just want everything to stop for the next 2 years? Biden's presidency was the most efficient presidency for Congress, like, in my lifetime. They got a ridiculous amount of legislation passed. Republican congressmen and senators praised him for how willing he was to sit down and listen to them, and that he constantly invited them to meetings to hear their concerns, to listen to what they wanted, and that he upheld his promises and included their things in the bills, even when he didn't have to. Even when they were a minority and they had no power, he still included things that they wanted in bills without ever having to. And then the Republicans turned around and did the exact opposite and made sure that they used the fucking majority to shove everything down Democrats' throats. So when you say get nothing done, the Democrats have been just trying to be heard and have some of their things included, while Republicans are in charge and everything keeps coming to a standstill. The government gets shut down numerous times. But when Biden's in the presidency, government doesn't get shut down. Everything works without a problem, and we get tons of legislation passed. I can't comprehend anybody wanting to vote Democrat again after Biden. That I'm sure you have absolutely no idea what happened under Biden, considering the way that the Republican media works these days. I'm sure that you are horrifically confused as to what was going on in this country for those 4 years. Yeah, I don't know about the majority. I don't know about the majority. I think it's not that I don't think, because again, I think that's likely. I don't know if I'm willing to bet on the majority, though. I am willing to bet that the Democrats gain seats, though. I am willing to bet that Democrats gain seats and Republicans lose seats.
$100 points. Biden moved stuff along THX for saying that.
$100 Biden moves stuff along. Thanks for that. Yeah. He was. I mean, Biden was probably the best president of my lifetime. Like, he was even if you don't think he got it, even if you don't think it was him, even if you want to like, you know, cope into saying that he wasn't the one making decisions or that he had nothing to do with it, his presidency was the best presidency of my lifetime. They got an insane amount of legislation passed, and they were working in real bipartisan fashion to actually make sure that they were doing things in a real democratic way. And again, even Republicans were constantly praising Biden for his willingness to do things in a bipartisan fashion. On top of that, like the fact that we had the fastest recovery from inflation, we had the fastest in the world. While the whole world was dealing with crippling inflation, the United States had the fastest of, I think it was all G7 countries. We also, our wages outpaced inflation. We had, so like across the board, we were fucking killing it under Biden. And then, yeah, we got like the CHIPS Act done. We got the infrastructure bill. We got the, like, just so much fucking shit. Just so much got done under Biden. It was actually an efficient and effective presidency where they didn't, because he wasn't making headlines every day, because he wasn't tweeting out dumb shit every day, because he wasn't doing press briefings every single day. Everybody on the Republican side was like, well, nothing happened. They didn't do anything because he wasn't in the news all the time. But yeah, it's because he was actually working. He was actually doing shit. Let me see where projections are. (2026) Senate elections. This says Democrats 46, Republicans 51. And then there's a toss-up for 3. That's only Democrats going up 1. This is 53-47, but again, this doesn't include independents. I'm getting a bunch of ads for RAM down here at the bottom. Race or candidate, GOP primary. Bar 1. Yeah, this shows Ossoff winning again in Georgia versus Collins. Wait, is Loeffler running again? Or is this showing the last election? No, this has... Yeah, no, this says Collins in Green Camp. What the fuck? Loeffler... Why is Loeffler running again? Or is this... Okay, never mind. This is preliminary polling. Okay. I don't know if she's actually running again. Because it also had Kemp on there. I don't think he's running. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp is not running for U.S. Senate in 2026, despite significant recruitment from national... Okay. So then is Loeffler running? Loeffler ran in 2020, Georgia U.S. Senate special election seeking to hold state. She finished top 2. Okay, it doesn't look like she's running either. Okay, then yeah, those polls don't matter. Yeah, like I said, I would bet that we gain seats. I don't know that we're going to have a majority, but I would be willing to put money on us gaining seats and Republicans losing seats. For sure.
His first fundraising report, and he filed an amended one in response to bad press that he got for the low fundraising report. And it showed that instead he raised $19,000, but has $6,000 on hand after expenditures. So it's still not great. But let's get into it. James, thank you for joining the show. I want to start with just you, like as a person, who you are, your values, what matters to you, right? Because I know a lot of your policies, you've been on a lot of TV shows, and we'll talk about them too, and podcasts. But I wonder what you think when you hear this line. I know in my heart,
Democrats are responsible for destroying America, and Trump is blamed for false accusations. Shit, bruh. Why don't we do this? I'm gonna get a phone number, and if you guys want to call in and disagree, I will bring you on the show. And if you think that that's the case, or you've disagreed with something that I've said here, you are welcome to call in. I've seen a couple of people saying that this is an echo chamber, so we can bring in the other side, see what they have to say for themselves. If I can find the phone number. Well, but yeah, I can't find it. All right, I'll make a new one.
heart that man is good, that what is right will always eventually triumph, and there is purpose and worth to each and every life. What do you think of that quote? Do you agree with it? Reject it?
I agree with it 100%.
Do you think it's woke?
No, I agree. I don't
Okay.
care who said that. I mean, I think that's a really good quote. I mean, Thomas Jefferson in his first draft of the Declaration of Independence wrote, "We hold these truths not to be self-evident, but to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal." And so if I'm doing one thing in running for governor, I am reasserting that truth from 250 years ago. Whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew, whether you're black or you're white, or you're straight or you're gay, rich or poor, rural or urban, I'm running to represent you as the next governor of Florida. I'm part of the Republican Party, but I'm not part of the Republican Party that wants to take more of our money and send it overseas. I don't want private equity firms to buy up single family homes. I don't want foreign workers taking jobs that could go to qualified Americans in my state. And so equal protection under the law is paramount, but it's not just a legal thing. You actually have to fight for the economic dignity of every single worker, senior in our state, and that's what I'm running to do.
What about people who are immigrants? I know you've even said that people who are naturalized immigrants shouldn't be here. Do you think that still applies to them? Like, should they be put in these warehouses, these max prisons now?
No, Tara, I don't think I've ever said that. I don't. First of all, I haven't said that, and I don't believe that. I believe that if you've been naturalized through the legitimate due process of our immigration system, there's absolutely a place here for you in America. The truth, though, is that the immigration debate.
But you don't believe in birthright citizenship.
So it depends how you want to define what birthright citizenship is. I'll give you an example. If you were here and you crossed the border, 20 minutes into crossing the border, you have twins, and you were here illegally, those twins are not American citizens. The way that the current legal system has interpreted the 14th Amendment of birthright citizenship is egregious, it is ahistorical, and it is wrong. And
just so you understand, when he says current, he just means kind of like as long as we've had decisions on this, they have been this decision. But not current as in like just now, all of a sudden it's Biden. The Bidens made this the case. Their open border policies did this. Like, it's just kind of always.
And so if I were visiting China and I had kids in China, they would not be Chinese citizens. If we were visiting Spain and someone had kids, they would not be Spanish citizens. Why is it that we are the only country in the world that allows anybody to have kids, whether on vacation, when they're a Russian oligarch and they're spending the winter here?
Because this is a country of immigrants.
But just be clear, we're not the only country that does this. We're not the only country. There are a bunch of countries that do this. We are not the only country. That's so fucking ridiculous.
Well,
this is a country of immigrants and immigration.
Correct.
At its core, we're all immigrants, including yourself.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't think that we're a country of immigrants. I think we're a country of settlers. I think that immigrants have been a historically.
What are settlers if not immigrants?
Well,
what are settlers if not immigrants?
We can play word games in semantics.
We can play word games? You're the one who started the fucking semantic disagreement on whether or not we were immigrants or settlers. You're the one who did that. This is gaslighting, dude. This is straight gaslighting. So she says we're a country of immigrants. No, we're not a country of immigrants. We're a country of settlers. Well, what are settlers if not immigrants? Okay, we could play word games all day here, but wait, what? Why are you acting like she's the one who played word games? You're the one who brought this up, motherfucker.
The truth is that the folks who came here on Ellis Island, the people who came here on Ellis Island, actually assimilated, actually pledged their allegiance to a singular flag, not having dual allegiances to their homelands, not importing their tribal conflicts from the Middle East or sub-Saharan Africa here. They pledged their allegiance. And guess what, Tara? The biggest thing is the folks who came here to Ellis Island, they did not get food stamps, an Obama phone, and $7,000 a month in federal taxpayer benefits to live their own lifestyle, to live their own way. You don't get to steal from the productive to give to the unproductive. And so, Tara, when I think about the immigrants who came here in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even up until the 90s, they came here, they worked hard, they pulled themselves up by the bootstraps, they didn't rely on federal welfare, they didn't steal jobs, they didn't do any of that. They actually played by the rules.
Some would say they did. As the great-great-granddaughter of a immigrant that came through Ellis Island, they were called WAPs, without papers. That's how they described Italians, and Italian Americans can still carry on their ethnic heritage into the American fabric. And in fact, a lot of, people that come from all over, they continue to hold on to their traditions from the countries that they came from. And that's what makes America what it is.
Traditions are not allegiances. Of course you hold on to your traditions, but we talk about allegiances. But allegiances, traditions, we of course hold on to our traditions. We all should, and we all should care for them. But there's a difference between cultural heritage and refusing to assimilate into your country. I don't believe that Somalians living in Minneapolis, are in any way, shape, or form trying to play by the rules, obey the laws of this country, and genuinely assimilate into America. My mother was born in South America. My mother was born in a small town called Barranca Bermeja in the state of Santander in the country of Colombia. My mother did not speak much English until she came to this country. My mother still struggles at times to speak English, but guess what? In my house growing up, she refused to speak to us in Spanish and only spoke to us in English because she recognized that when she married my father, when she lived in America, when she raised my sister and me, she was pledging her allegiance to a singular flag, the United States of America. Teddy Roosevelt, our 26th president, Tara, he said, we have but one language, the English language. We have but one flag.
Speaking English doesn't mean, there was nothing about speaking English that made you American. English is just a language.
No, it is the national language of the United States of America. If everyone in America stopped speaking English and started speaking...
Wasn't it just made the national language? Didn't Trump make it the national language? Okay, Google. When was English made the national language of the United States?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, Google. What's the national language of the United States?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Interesting.
Whatever the heck they speak in Somalia, which is unintelligible to most people, then this would cease to be America. English is an inseparable part of our national fabric. And I'm proud that here in Florida,
but you're talking about heritage again. You're talking about tradition. I want to keep going. So please, you've called for deportations or ICE, basically, to take part in school. You have said that they should be able to go into schools and round up children who are in...
Liberalism is the death of America. Liberalism is literally the birth of America. It's literally the birth of... You realize it's literally the birth of America. It's literally the birth of America. Our Constitution is built on liberalism. It is built on liberalism. That is what Jan? Yeah. It's literally built on fucking liberalism. Give me a fucking break. Our Constitution. Repeating it doesn't make it so. Okay, so what could I show you to prove this to you? Liberalism is a political and moral philosophy centered on individual liberty, consent of the governed, and equality before the law. Rooted in Enlightenment ideas, it champions rights like free speech, freedom of religion, and private property. It generally supports liberal democracy, secularism, and market economies. You're telling me that's not the Constitution? Secularism is terrible. Right, so the Constitution, the First Amendment, you're saying that the ideals that it was built on with equality and not like respecting one religion above another and things like that, you're saying that that is the death of America. Again, secularism isn't saying that the people should be secular. It's saying that like the government should be secular. The government should not be ruled based on religion. Yeah, you're just anti-American. I know people keep talking about these fucking Jews that are coming in trying to change our country and shit like that, but I think we see who's trying to change our fucking country now. I think we see the people with their fucking ideologies who are anti-American who want to come in and try to change our fucking country. That's the thing I'm starting to see. This is the fundamentals that our country is built on. And to the republic for which it stands. What is a republic? What is a republic, buddy? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. What is a republic?
In schools illegally, that they are not, illegal. They did not come to this country legally. Are you?
I did not say
about
that, Tara. I did not say that.
Are you concerned about the white children being traumatized by that?
Republic is less government involvement. That's not what a republic is.
Tara, when did I say that? When did I say I want to send
You
ICE
have
into
said
our
that.
public
I
schools to
literally listened to you say that on CBS Miami. You have said, or ICE, basically, to take part in school. You have said that they should be able to go into schools and round up children who are in schools illegally, that they are not, illegal.
State in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just means that, yeah, we have elected representatives who run the country for us. The democracy. It's a type of democracy.
They did not come to this country legally. Are you?
I did not say that, Tara. I did not say that.
Are you concerned about the white children being traumatized by that?
Tara, when did I say that? When did I say I want to send
You
ICE
have
into
said
our
that.
public
I
schools to
literally listened to you say that on CBS Miami. You have said that the
I
problem
said,
is
quote,
that
I wanted to
these
send
teachers,
ICE kids.
You have said that the teachers spend so much time working with the kids who come from other countries that it's detrimental to the white children there, and that you would call for the deportation of these children from school.
I did not say that.
On day one, I'll sign an executive order to begin the immediate removal of any child in any grade in our public schools who is not authorized to be in the United States.
Executive order number 4 is to remove all illegal immigrant children from our school. I had someone ask me recently, isn't that cruel? And I said, no, ma'am.
No, it's not. No, Tara, when you use the adverb exactly, that is not exactly what I said. There is truth to the frustration that we're talking about, and I'm happy to talk about it. But what I don't appreciate, with all due respect, is I think you're actually a diligent reporter. I've been reading your work for years. I
do think there is a difference between what she said, he said, and what he actually said. There is a difference. She said that they should be deported from the schools. And she's talking about, like, she's saying that the ICE is going to go into the school and grab the kids from inside the school and take them out. That's not what he said. He did say that the kids should be deported, but he's saying it to where they wouldn't be in the school anymore. So it is different from what it was she was saying, because yeah, what she said, he said, and what he actually said were just a little bit different. That he was saying he thinks that they should be deported to where they wouldn't be in the schools anymore. She's saying he would go, like, ICE would go inside the school and arrest kids in the school and deport them.
Appreciate when you mischaracterize something. If you want to have a genuine debate
Well,
about
what do you
Flyler v. Doe,
mean
which I
then?
think was
What do you mean
well,
then?
then
What would you do?
So great. So let's do that. Let's have a genuine conversation about what I actually said. Let me just set this straight. I do not support sending.
I think it's weird to go into schools. That's what I'm saying. He didn't actually say to go into schools. She's accusing him of saying he wants ICE to go into schools. He's saying but when she played the clips, he didn't actually say they would go into schools. He was saying that they would deport them to where they're not in schools anymore. Yes, Tom, I heard you. Okay, sorry, I thought you were saying something
Armed ICE agents into our public elementary schools and removing kids from school. I did not say that the white kids are being traumatized by deportations. Okay,
No.
What
I'm not saying you said that. I'm asking, are you worried they would be traumatized by that?
So let me tell you what my position is.
Are you worried that they would be traumatized by seeing their classmates being removed from school, whether it's through armed ICE agents or nice people just tapping them on the shoulder and telling them it's time to go?
So let me tell you what I said, Tara. Okay.
Bro, that fucking face there at the end, dude, was fucking wild, bro. That was a little much. That was a little much there, Tara. All right, calm down on the fucking sass here, woman. She went full gay man over there, dude, with the. What was that? That was extra,
Telling
bro.
them it's time to go.
So let me tell you what I said.
Them on the shoulder and telling them it's time to go.
So let me tell you what I said, Tara. Okay. Plyler v. Doe was disastrously decided by the Supreme Court. Okay. Plyler v. Doe found that illegal immigrant children have a constitutional right under the 14th Amendment to attend public school. I don't think they do. I don't think illegal immigrant anything has a right to come to our schools, to use our resources, to bog down our classrooms, and to draw attention away from American citizens, black or white, Christian, Muslim, or Jew. I don't think it's fair when I sat across from a teacher in Hendry County in a small agricultural town called LaBelle last year, and she broke down crying because she does not speak Spanish, and she had to spend upwards of half of each class day with the 20 kids in her class, 7 of whom do not speak a word of English, trying to teach them U.S. history in broken Spanish. Plyler v. Doe says that those illegal immigrant children...
He's just virtue signaling right now. He's not answering the question. He's not pointing to a differentiation between what she said and what he said. This is ridiculous. Tom still think Epstein wasn't working with Israel? I don't think I ever said. I don't think Epstein was working with Israel. I don't think I ever said anything like that. That would be a ridiculous thing for me to say. I'm pretty sure never said that. Pretty sure what I did say was that there isn't any hard evidence that he worked for Mossad. Pretty sure I said that there wasn't any hard evidence that he was an Israeli spy. Pretty sure I said there wasn't any hard evidence that he was an Israeli insurgent. Don't think I ever said that he never worked with Israel. That would be a really ridiculous thing to say. Yes, you did? No, I don't think I did. No, I do not think I ever said that. So you're retarded? I don't know. Why don't you call in and we'll go over the evidence. Unless you're scared of retards.
Children who are here from El Salvador, from wherever, that they have a
and you said that you would
constitutional
take them
right.
literally from the classroom.
Tara, no,
So how do you
Tara,
get them
let me
out?
tell you what Tara, let me tell you what I said.
Bro, you've been fucking virtue signaling ever since she asked you the question. Answer the fucking question.
Let me
Holy
tell you
shit.
what I said. Because what I said, you probably still disagree with, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to disagree with me. So what I
No, it's not
said
that I
was,
disagree with you. I just want to
Oh,
call
okay.
you. I just want to make it clear that,
Tara, I'm
you're
pretty
not
sure you
changing.
disagree with my position on this. I'm pretty sure you disagree.
Well, I want to be retarded too, so. And libtarded. Tom Floyd show he's not answering the question. He's just virtue signaling. Hence why it's fruitless to give good faith to Trumpers. They'll never reciprocate. Well, I don't care if they're going to reciprocate. Like, I'm not going to. Again, I have principles. Those are called principled positions. These are things that I will do, even if they do not. What's the number? Right there. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not on y'all's screen. Hold on. Okay, my bad. I realized you're in a different chat. My bad. I will I will add it to that one too. I'm pointing to nothing on your screen. I was about to start talking to Watch. Oh, you can't even read numbers? Oh, what's the problem? Numbers are too hard for you? Why can't you just read a number? But yeah, it's on me. Right there. There you go.
Disagree with my position.
I'm just a journalist, okay? I'm asking you questions.
But I understand that. But I
girl.
think deep down, if you had a choice to vote for this policy that I'm proposing, you would be opposed to it. So let me tell you what my position is. As Florida governor, before the sun sets on my first day, I'm going to direct the Department of Education, which is under my complete constitutional authority as Florida governor, I'm going to direct them to begin winding down the enrollment of any student in our public schools that is not a citizen of the United States of America. If you are black, if you are white, if you are rich, if you are poor, if you worship however you choose to worship, I myself am an unapologetic Christian, and you're a citizen of this country, there will always be a place for you in our public schools. I can't stand the fact that young black kids in Belle Glade and Pahokee are being replaced, are having their school time and attention, that teachers are being underpaid and overworked to teach students who do not belong in our country, who do not speak a word of English. And that is not about Republican or Democrat. That is not about right or left. That is about right versus wrong, Tara. And so absolutely, I am going to make sure that our public schools in Florida are for American citizens only. We have too much on the plate of our teachers, too much we've asked of our parents, and too little attention we've given to the citizens of our schools. I'm going to make sure that public schools in Florida are for Florida kids once again.
Okay, I do want to talk to you about the first quote. You said you believe there is worth and purpose in every life. So how do you support someone like Nick Fuentes, who doesn't see it that way?
When did I say I supported Nick Fuentes, Tara?
You have said that that he is patriotic. You've never actually, you've never come out against him and what he says.
That is very different. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. She's fucking this up. Oh, that was a pretty big backtrack right there. Oh no.
He seems to be fond of you, and you seem to be okay with that.
I don't agree with everything that anyone says, and that includes Nick Fuentes. I've never met him. I've never spoken.
Wow. I don't disagree. Or I don't agree with anything that. Wow, that's crazy. That's nuts. There's not. Whoa. I don't think there's a single person on earth that I agree with on everything. Wow, but he's the same. Whoa.
Call from
John.
Hello, hello. You there?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Is it? Yeah, this is the first time I've used this on this computer. Is it too loud or too quiet?
No,
Does it sound okay?
You sound completely normal.
Okay, cool. Cool. If I sound normal, there probably is a problem, but I'll try to fix that later. I should never sound normal. So what's up, John? What are you calling in for?
Are you being funny, or do you?
I try. It's probably a poor attempt.
Right now
but...
you have little subscribers. If you want me to turn on your thing, see if you sound fine, or if I sound fine rather on YouTube, unless someone else has got your back.
Yeah. It should sound good. You guys hear him okay? Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, so what's up?
Well, I listened to your critical is not the right word, but your analysis of this interview, and a couple of people have commented in your chat, and I thought I'd call in and have a conversation with you. You seem like a fairly tempered guy, so I thought I'd have a talk to you about my thoughts on what's going on in the country and maybe get your feedback and vice versa.
Okay, cool. I know there's other calls. If you guys will just send me a text message, send a text to the same line, and then I'll tell you when to call back. Okay. Turn them up a smidge. Okay. All right. So go ahead. What's on your mind?
Well, what are your let's start from the largest perspective, like without engaging in an opinion necessarily about fishback. So I take it are you anti-fishback? Do you think there's a better way to go about it?
Yeah, I would say I don't like fishback. If that's what you're asking, yeah, I'm not a fan. Generally disagree with him.
Do you think that his very existence in the current political climate, do you see it as a rational in the sense that it's apologetic, right? It's logic, it's then statements, or no?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, there's been a whiplash, right? There is a growing minority of people, specifically young men, who are rejecting much of what's going on politically and in society. And so when I see a guy like Fishback, I think, oh, he's a rational creation of the system. Like there's a growing minority of people, and he is their representative. Would you agree with that?
Not really. So like one of the things that we just went over, because at the beginning of this interview, she, I don't know if you were here when we first pulled it up, but she was trying to say that like, oh, he's somebody who's running for governor in one of the biggest states in the country. And so he's a force that has to be reckoned with. But we went and looked, he's polling at 3%. And I think they said something like 85 to 90% of Floridians have never heard of him. So I don't know that he's this like actual representative of a lot of people, or that he's any sort of force to be reckoned with. He does seem to have somewhat of a following online, considering the fact that I've seen him on Tim Pool before, but that's the only place I've ever seen him is maybe Tim Pool. I might have seen him on like Piers Morgan before or something like that, but outside of that, Tucker Carlson maybe. But I've only seen him like on the podcast routes. I've never seen him really outside of that.
Well, hold on. So a couple of things. First, I wouldn't. That's not nothing. You know, Tucker Carlson alone is going to pull a few million per podcast, and the people that are watching Tucker Carlson, and even more so, Timcast, those are going to be young men. That's the main demographic of those shows. So I stand by my position that he is a representation of many of the struggles that young men, I think, are trying to rally around. And by young men, I mean men under 30.
I would say I would agree that there is a growing number of young men who feel that they are not like being represented in a lot of different areas, and that their concerns are not being taken seriously, and that they are not happy where liberalism has gone, and they want something different.
So that's the whole. So the liberalism point that you made, where you said our country was founded on liberalism, I generally agree with you, and this is going to, I think, tie into the Fishback thing, because I think what he represents is something that's antithetical to liberalism. I generally agree with you that liberalism, in the classical sense, is our country,
like Enlightenment ideals, yeah.
Yeah, like Lockean principles, Rousseau, Jeffersonian principles even, but like, which are different. But I don't think
I'm really sorry.
that,
1 second. I don't know how to say your name. Inyade, I think, is maybe my best attempt. Inyade. So thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's get some cheers in chat, guys. Appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers in the chat. We got a for those, they just gave 5 memberships, so there's a bunch of people who are able to now post those, but we have a Steven Crowder emote of him cheersing with a cup, so with a mug for his mug club photo. So yes, you finally. So wait, did I get it right? Did I say it about time? Did I say it? Did I pronounce it correctly? Is that it right? Enyade? All right, sorry, go ahead.
well, I was going to make this position that, like, how you were making this advocation that we are founded upon liberalism and we are a republic. I don't think we are what the framers ever intended, and that's important that we distinguish that point, because the framers constructed the country, the Constitution, and the principles off of a system that we don't adhere to, and that was because of liberalism, which is leading to, in my opinion, the unweaving of the fabric of the country.
So the framers' intention, I think, even like it seems pretty clear that their intention was for a growing document that was is a living document that the country was going to, our institutions were going to be things that were built on and changed over time, that they understood that like they couldn't foresee all of the complications that were going to come in the future, and that they wanted to have possibilities of even changing and amending and getting rid of parts of the Constitution to continue moving forward and making different laws, even different states. I would say definitely how much federalism there is within our country today. I would definitely think they for sure would have disagreed with that. And then the amount of like power that Trump is adding to the executive branch and to the federal government would, like, I think that a lot of those things are definitely antithetical to the ideals that we were built on. But I don't know that that matters as much as some others might think.
Well, I would respond to that by saying the framers definitely did expect the Constitution to be adaptable and expandable in new circumstances. I would push back though and say the framers would very much, the original framers of the Bill of Rights would have been very antithetical to the 14th Amendment. They would have been very antithetical to, they would have. But
that's it. Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But that's why what I was saying is that like there's I said it poorly. So there are specific things that will change that they couldn't foresee, that like they knew that there were just like things were going to be different in the future. And they seemed to plan for that in the way that they set everything up. But the ideals and the values that they instilled in our government, in our institutions, in our Constitution, that this is what matters. And I think that has been pretty consistent in the way that our government is meant to be run, or the way that it's meant to be operating right now. I do think that, yes, it does uphold the values that were meant to be there.
I respectfully push back. I think there are very specific things that the framers did in the Constitution that we unraveled with amendments. Like the amendment, the design of an amendment is to try to deal with a circumstance that would be unforeseeable by the framers. But there are amendments that unravel the very thing the framers did foresee, like the 19th Amendment or the 22nd Amendment or the 14th Amendment. These things, like the framers knew of them. It's not like some radical thing happened, and they intentionally designed the Constitution to be in such a way that those things weren't a thing. So it has changed.
I'm sorry again. I that's why I'm saying that again. Like the values that are there is different from like the particulars, because obviously it seemed as though our country was initially meant for white people, like it was meant for like a white European sort of people. It was meant for to be a different demographic that was supposed to be here versus what it is that we have today. I would totally agree that that is the case. But I think the ideals that are in our Constitution are now just better realized by us today than they were by them, where we can look at those ideals and say, you know what? Black people and white people, we are all men. We are all human. We are all equal. And so if we do want equality, if these are the ideals that we are supposed to be that we are supposed to be founded on, then we would want all of us living together in peace and harmony. But if instead I just want to say, well, dude, the founders didn't want us to live amongst black people and allow black people to be voted into the office and be president, like, well, I agree that maybe they didn't want that at the time, but that's because they were going off very different information. The values that they had, though, would have come to the same conclusion.
What would, if the values would have come to the same conclusion being that someone that's not white could be president? Is that the value you're talking about?
Sure, yes. At the time, yes, they would not have said that black people could have been president, but I think their values would have said otherwise.
But that doesn't make sense. I disagree with that.
That's why I'm differentiating the values from the particulars. So again, I don't know if I'm being clear enough with how I'm saying this, but like, if I say I believe in, excuse me, I say I believe in equality, and I think that that children, once they turn 5 years old, they should be allowed to buy a house. They should be allowed to have a bank account. They should be allowed to drive a car. They should be allowed to do all of these things, because I think that like adults should have agency. And I think that once you're 5 years old, you're an adult. You should be able to make those decisions, right? Now, if you also say, I agree with everything you're saying, but I just don't think it should play out to where 5-year-olds should be able to do these things, because I don't think they're adults. You're saying they're adults, Tom. I don't think they're adults. You and I, we both have the same values, but the particulars of how that plays out is very different. If our framers wanted people to live equally, but at the time, black people were not people in the same way that white people were, they were going off of different information. And so if you can explain to me how 5-year-olds are not adults, well then, okay, my values say that if they're not adults, then they shouldn't be doing any of those things. But if they are adults, then they should be doing them, right? That's the value part that just plays out in the real world.
Okay, let me just try and fine. I'll agree with you on that point. I suppose that they may have had a general value system in their belief, but they didn't execute it. Okay. The country, how the framers structured it, like how they structured the republic, is not being executed in the way that republics function throughout history. We would agree with that, right? Like term limits in themselves on the president. That is not how a republic functions. At least historically.
You're saying that they were like innovative in the way that they had built a republic?
No,
or
I'm saying no, they weren't. In many ways, the only innovation that the framers brought to the whole system of governance was the judiciary and how the role that the judiciary had in interpretation. The point I'm trying to make, and where they fell, which is independent from the executive. The point I'm trying to
Well,
make
and the
is that
states, like separations of state, yeah, separation of, sorry, not separation.
well, yeah,
The
separation of
state
separation of
rights.
sure thing. Yeah, and yeah. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that put like the 17th Amendment and the 22nd Amendment and the 19th Amendment were all like antithetical to what they're like. This is what I'm trying to say. The framers were like, we have these things, society's going to function, it's going to flourish, there's going to be tension between these things, but it's going to work. But when you implement in the 17th and the 19th and 22nd Amendment, it like erodes at that system. Would you agree with that?
Probably not. What specifically? So like I would assume with the 14th, you're
but
you're
okay.
talking about what these led to as far
Well,
as
I'm
like
saying that the 14th Amendment was a degradation of the separation between state and federal government. The 17th Amendment was a degradation of the intended effect of the republic. Same with the 19th and same with the 22nd. So like, if we keep operating this way with these amendments, we will fail.
Yeah, that's why I'm just asking for like more specifics. Like why do you
Sure.
why do you
Yeah, I
think
got you. Yeah, absolutely. So like for the 14th Amendment, incorporation of the Bill of Rights, like 7 of the 10 Bill of Rights into the states, like with something the framers would never have even, they conceptualized it, they thought about it, and they rejected it. And the 14th Amendment undoes that and says, oh, actually the First Amendment doesn't just apply to the federal government. It doesn't just apply to capital C Congress. It also applies to the states now.
right?
That's not, they didn't, no, they never would have agreed with that. In so much, and this is how you prove it, the framers in the room went on to become governors of states in which they imprisoned people that violated like speech laws within that state. So they understood the conceptual difference between the federal and state.
I think that's true to an extent, but there, you know, that there was like we had like the Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists. We had very different philosophies from our founding fathers. We had some people who did want like a more powerful federal government, and but there was already a problem that we had already set up these institutions with all of these different colonies that were already running themselves and governing themselves, and so, but they were doing a very poor job of it. And so in order to even get the federal government to exist, to have a constitution, there had to be a lot of like give and take, and it was very tenuous, where like we're talking about like people who were afraid aren't even going to sign on to the Constitution and aren't going to actually abide by a federal government existing in any sort of way. So there had to be a lot of like of leniency in what it was that they were willing to put into this, and what it was they were willing to add in, and what they wanted to but couldn't because they knew the colonies wouldn't sign on, right? So these are very like where what they wanted and what they did are very different things, right? We agree on this, yes?
Sort of. I don't really like the framing. I would say that the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists struck a deal in the Constitution. I think Alexander Hamilton is a prime example. He's the one that wrote most about this. He was saying the Fourth Amendment is plenty. It's plenty enough to guarantee your rights for unreasonable searches and seizures. And the Constitution in itself provides enough rights to people. And then Thomas Jefferson, who was the Anti-Federalist, was like, actually, no, we need a Bill of Rights. So I would say that the Federalists and Anti-Federalists struck a deal, and the Constitution is that deal.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is that there, when we're talking about our founding fathers, we had some that were federalists that did want a much stronger federal government, and the anti-federalists didn't. And so there was, yes, a lot of negotiation there, and then even to try to get people who are running these states at the time to be willing to allow another authority at the table was like thought to be impossible at the time. And so yeah, that like Washington didn't think they were gonna be able to do it. He didn't think there was any chance of this. So the again, so what it is they wanted versus like what it is that they were actually doing in the moment were different things. Like reading the Federalist Papers, like even some of it is propaganda to try to get people to believe that they're not going to come and just be this all-powerful monarchy, right?
Okay, but I hear you, and all that can be true, and maybe all of it is true. But what I'm trying to say is that the 14th Amendment cuts against, even under this idea, it cuts against the deal the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists made with each other in the Constitution. And the 14th Amendment, like the framer, it erodes away at the original concept of the Republic by incorporating in federal Bill of Rights into the states. It eroded away at the governance between state autonomy and federal government autonomy. So like that
I definitely would agree that it got rid of some states' rights for sure. Like obviously, as you said, like the First Amendment applying to states obviously was a drastic change. The Constitution applying to states was obviously a drastic difference from what it was before, where they had their own laws governing those issues.
Okay, so we're in agreement with that. The 17th Amendment, that too eroded away at the original concept that the framers had of a republic. That's a big one. You know, that idea that the Senate, because there's vacant seats in the Senate, that we should push forth what the original concept was of the democracy into the aristocracy. That itself just deconstructs it entirely. Their idea of a republic.
What was your issue with the 17th? That the legislators were no longer voting instead of
the 17th, which is saying that the senators don't have to be ratified through the states in order to become senators.
They don't have to be voted on by legislators. They were voted on by the population or the citizens instead.
And the framers, that was by pure design that they were like, no, that's not how that should go. This is not a democratic branch of the government, the Senate. This is not something meant for pure democracy.
Sure. I like, as far as like what it is that they planned on, again, I don't know that like matters as much to me.
But that's literally a republic.
I do think practicality matters more, but I do think that that is something that I wouldn't mind. I'm actually in favor of bringing back, and mostly because of practicality. I do think that it would be best if people were more involved in their local politics, and that is something that would get people more involved in their local politics, is who that person would vote for senator. And so I do think that like that's something that I'm in favor of. It's just for a very different reason.
So now the 19th Amendment, the framers would have never even conceptualized to say, by virtue of being, just anyone can vote by virtue of age, irrespective of any other factor that would allow one to vote. That's insane. I hold that. The 19th Amendment is like the most radical thing that has ever happened, I would say, to like modern society. That's just crazy. Anyone can vote if you're 18 and a citizen. That's nuts.
Yeah, again, I think that this aligns with the values of our country. Just
I vehemently disagree. I would say historically it doesn't align with the values of our country. At the time,
well, historically is very different. Like having slaves historically would align with the values of our country, but
okay. I don't. Okay, it would align with some of the values of our country, that would align with all of the values of every country except for a few in Western Europe at the time, though. So that doesn't really hold a lot of weight in my head. Whereas the 19th Amendment.
Wait, say that again.
Slavery was something that was held by the majority of the world, but for a few Western countries. At
Sure.
the time of the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment.
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with what I said?
Well, you were
I'm
talking
not
about
saying that
values
as
of a
like an
country.
insult to America. Why are
I'm not
you
insulted by it. What
Well,
I'm
you sound like
saying
you're
is that
being like defensive, saying like we're not special that we had slavery, but it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that like when we're talking about using the original framers, like what it is that they implemented at the time, that as though this is how it ought to be because they implemented these things at the time, that would apply to things like slavery as well. But I think that we can look at our Constitution and can look at the values of these things and say that we were able to realize these values better later on and implement them better than our founding fathers were.
Sure. Okay. What value did we realize with the 19th Amendment?
That women could vote themselves as well, and that they could have their own say in an election.
Okay, but the majority of women at the time didn't support it, right?
Sure, the majority of men did.
I don't think that's true. I think the majority of Congress did. But anyways, the point that I'm trying to make regarding the 19th Amendment.
From polling that I've seen, the majority of men supported it. It was only like 30% of women, and this is why we say. Well, just to be clear, this is why we say that the majority of women didn't support it, is because at the time there was polling done that said that the majority of men did support it and the majority of women didn't. That's the only reason we know this is from that polling.
So I would be very interested to see a poll or polling that says the majority of men supported the 19th Amendment in the country, but the majority of women didn't. That would make no sense to me, because that I just don't understand what. So in a household, there's a majority of women that are saying I shouldn't vote, but there's a majority of men that are going, no, get out there, vote. You should be able to vote. But I thought the entire idea why women, like the anti-suffrage movement was so big, was because they were afraid of selective service, and conscription was a huge part of that as well. And they were saying, oh, historically, voting has been tethered to war and selective service, and we don't want to have that imposed upon us. Like, that doesn't make sense that majority would go, no, we're totally in favor of selective service, of our wives and mothers and daughters being drafted into the military.
Well, again, they weren't going to draft them, though. That was obviously part of it, is that they weren't going to.
Well, it wasn't a part of
bucket duty.
What I've seen. What? There's nothing in the congressional record of the 19th Amendment that talks about that.
That they weren't going to do bucket duty or get drafted?
Selective service. Yeah. That was the anti-suffragettes' biggest, that was all their pamphlets was saying. You might get drafted into war. We're the mothers of, we create the morality of a country. But really, the 19th Amendment, the bigger problem with it, it's not about, I'm not trying to say that women shouldn't vote or that framers didn't think about that. It's that just by virtue of, like, anyone can vote so long as they turn 18. Like, I know the 19th Amendment doesn't say the age, it just is on account of sex. But, like, that's really in effect what it did. Was it said, I think it was initially 21 and then to 18. And it's like, the framers were very cognizant of what a pure democracy looked like, even in the function of a republic, and they knew it led to the downfall of societies. And that's why they intentionally said you have to be a land-owning white male. Now, I could see an amendment to that to be saying, well, there should be categorically 5 to 10 things that you have to meet one or multiple of these categories to vote. But just like anyone can vote, that is an unbelievably radical concept. And it's led to the downfall of many. All welfare programs stem from the ratification of the 19th Amendment. But for women's right to vote, like, the welfare programs would not have been implemented into society. We've seen the record of how men voted through the past century, and they overwhelmingly vote conservative.
Okay.
Like, our debt is because of this.
I also think women are shown to be more like politically active as well. So that would make sense.
The reason that we voted for welfare programs was because women are politically active.
Well, no, when you're saying the more men are voting conservative and more women are voting liberal, but women are more likely to be politically active. Well, yeah, the ones who are paying a bit more attention probably make sense that they're probably going to make better decisions. But the the idea that, like, it, as you say, you don't disagree with women voting. So what is the contention there then?
Well, I think the idea of why the framers created this thing that says, hey, you have to be of this age to run for specific offices, but to vote, you have to be a white. Well, I don't know if it doesn't say explicitly white, but I think this concept on the federal level of land-owning male is because land-owning males had stake in the country and the vote. And so you can promulgate that in different ways in society where it doesn't have to be a delineation on the basis of gender. You have to have service to country, service to government. Maybe you have to have property. Maybe you have to have children. You know, maybe you have to be a third or fourth generation citizen. That's how historically Roman society did this stuff, and that's where we get this concept of a republic from Polybius. Like, you could create a laundry list or even a short list of, like, you have to meet one or multiple of these categories in order to vote, which would be much more in line with not only the framers' idea of a republic, but historically what republics are, which is a balance to give an aristocracy, a monarchy, and a democracy. And I'm gonna look it up, but I reject your position that women are more politically active. I would want to see the voting record over the course of since the 19th Amendment to see how many men voted versus women, because I think I don't believe that. But even if they are, it would be marginal. But what do you think about
well,
that?
it's just I don't even just mean like I don't even just mean like just voting, but also on top of that, like, they're more likely to be involved with campaigns. They're more likely to be to go door to door in canvassing. They're more likely to be involved with groups that are like advocates. That's what I mean when I say like politically involved. Like they're I think I said politically active, that they are like doing real political activities.
Well, there it is. That's my position. I think that the 19th Amendment is dumb. I don't think it's in line with the framers' idea. I don't think it's in line with what the framers would think the function of an amendment is. And I don't think it's led to good results. So I think it's been an overall complete failure. Social Security is a complete failure. No one disagrees with that on either side.
Well, the Social Security as a concept has not been a complete failure. The way that it's been handled has been a complete failure. But by far the majority of people don't think Social Security's existence is a bad idea.
In my opinion, it's a distinction without a difference because we're both Americans, and the Social Security I'm talking about is the one that is currently failing.
No. The concept of Social Security seems to be what you're against, whereas people who want
true.
Social Security.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so you're okay with the concept of Social Security. You just don't like the way that it's been handled.
Yeah, yes, sure. Conceptually, I could see a world where you could have I could see that where upon retirement you have some lump sum of change. Although there are problems with that, I think. But yeah, I would say that it's like this. Okay, fine. Social Security as a concept is good, but the way that it's been implemented and utilized and continually voted on in our country has been primarily from female voters. But it's more than that. It's not just like, oh, female voters. It's by people who, by virtue of the fact that they turned an age now get to vote. That's the framers would, if they wanted that, they could have done it. There were historical examples of it, and they didn't do it. And it's leading to the failure of our country.
I just, I think that is part of us better realizing the values that were instilled in our Constitution, especially when we're talking about equality. Well, equality,
The values
like
is-
the fact that like somebody
That's not-
owning land, being able to make decisions, voting on things that make decisions for the rest of the country, especially today, I believe they would be a minority and they would be voting for the majority and making decisions for the rest of the adults in the country, as though those adults aren't capable of making those decisions for themselves. I think would be ridiculous. And I think it also would be like it would just further push things towards a more like elitist system with the amount of people that we have today and the amount of inflation that has to come with that would further separate us.
Okay, I don't think that. No, I disagree with that. I don't think it aligns with what the framers had in mind when they said all men are created equal. The Declaration of Equality that they were talking about was in regard to natural rights. And we see this dialogue in June of 1776, dude. It's by nature, it's inherent rights, it's Lockean principles, life, liberty, property, bodily integrity. These are things that stemmed from like Plato's Republic that was codified in many ways or transverted by St. Thomas Aquinas, like the right to marry and form a family or privacy or contract or work, due process, that's Fourth and Fifth Amendment stuff. Like, I don't think this says, oh, all men are created equal and thus all people, irrespective of any metric in society, can vote once they turn 18. That does not align with what the framers meant by that or anything else found in the Bill of Rights of the Constitution.
Again, hold on. Again, that's it. You're when you say what they meant by that versus like the values that are instilled and what that actually leads to, realizing those values better. Yes, when they said all men, they also didn't mean black people. This is why I keep saying like it's the value aspect of it that actually, if we take this seriously and are able to perform it correctly, that we would over time get better at this. I don't think they were good at this at the beginning because they didn't have as much information as we do today. And so I was like, yes, we are getting better at this.
Two things. First, I would agree with you on your first point about the slavery issue. And I would agree with that for twofold. When you say it aligns with their values, even though they don't write it on paper. First, the framers had extenuous debates when writing the Constitution about slavery. And there were people that were very much against it, and there were people that were neutral and very much for it. I agree with that concept. The right to vote, on the other hand, they very much had known of societies where there were pure democracies. And they said, this is like, no, not everyone should be able to vote. That was, and it wasn't like, there wasn't like, oh, hot, intense debate. This is like a value thing. They were like, no, that's dumb. You don't just get to turn 18 and now you just get to vote on who like runs society. Like what value is there in by you turn an age and thus you now get to say what happens in society? And it's an arbitrary age at that.
Well, it's I don't think it's arbitrary. I think it's subjective. I would not say it's arbitrary at all. Like once we draw other lines, like you're going to graduate from high school. As I would say, if once we have lines drawn about like you're going to graduate from high school around this time, you're likely going to be able to, you get a bank account, like you're able to drive, you're able to get credit cards, you're able to do all of these other things that give you agency. There has to be some line drawn somewhere, and around the time when you're out of high school, out of like regular standard education, like that's when it would make sense that we would say, okay, this is the time when you would get to do these things now, especially when the majority of people don't turn around and go to college, that they would have to be able to like run their lives to some extent.
That doesn't, the 26th Amendment was usually because there's a lot of political things that were tethered up in that. Vietnam, the draft. You could be drafted at 18, but you couldn't vote because prior to Vietnam it was 21. Like I disagree with that completely. I think that the reason that it was 18 was because it was political pressure.
What
We
does the
can draft
caller
you, but
think
you
a
can't vote.
republic is?
And furthermore, I think the framers said, okay, by virtue of the fact that you owned land and the year is the 1700s, that shows a serious stake in society. And so we can translate that. We can find the spirit. We can find the value that you're talking about and saying, okay, stake in country. Okay, you have to have a stake in the country in some way. I could believe that, but like, no, the framers would have laughed at anyone that says, oh, you turn 18, so now you get a vote. Yeah,
So,
real.
but why was it 21 before? Like, what was special about 21 then? How is that not subjective?
I have no idea.
Well, so it was always subjective. Like it was always arbitrary,
Yeah.
as you would say, to
Yeah,
an
yeah.
extent. But
Yeah.
the fact
It was
that
always
but this
arbitrary.
but yes, but I'm saying I don't think it's arbitrary. I think that it actually has like some grounding in rationale that this is where we would draw some lines. It makes sense, especially when you could be drafted at because yes, as you said, like you're able to be drafted at that point as well. Like it makes sense that yes, this is where we're kind of like saying adulthood is instead of 21, it's 18. And I think that 18 is a good line to draw for adulthood because we probably have the cognitive ability to do these things around like 15 to 16, but we don't have the social ability based on social circumstances, like the fact that we're still in school and there's a lot of other authorities in our life that are able to still rule our lives to such a high extent that we wouldn't be able to make decisions as freely. So
Okay,
we
then
can only do that
explain to me
at
why
that point.
why did the framers tether land to it? Why was it that white landing on emails? Why land? Okay, you've got me on the white thing, even though the country was, it was majority European. But why landowning? Why that?
I would assume because they have more stake. The fact that you own land ties you to the country more so than somebody just being here. And we didn't really have like immigration laws or anything like that until the late 1800s, early 1900s. And so we didn't have like this great distinction for like citizens, non-citizens, visa holders. Like we didn't have all of these things back then. But when we do,
Okay.
now there is a pretty big difference between somebody who's a citizen, who we would all agree, yes, somebody who's not a citizen shouldn't be voting because citizens actually have a stake in the country. They have some long-term there's a long-term plan to be in the country and care about the country's well-being, and so the citizenship at this point is enough for you to have that investment.
Okay, I think I know that the framers, but this idea that just by the fact that you're a mere citizen of a country doesn't mean you get to vote. That is a radical concept. That is a brand.
When you say
that
it's
is
a
not
radical
value.
concept, when you say it's a
Yeah,
radical
it's
concept, like
it's a one of one. It was never done before. The pure democracies that were done in Greece failed. The framers were well read on this stuff. They knew that if you allow for pure democracies in a certain regard, that it's a destruction. It's mob rule. It doesn't work. And so that's why they created a republic. They're like, okay, we're going to have these three forms of government that are going to be in tension with one another. And the only people that get to vote on these forms of government are people that have serious stake in the country. And the serious stake in the country that they held was land. Like, so to say, oh, well, you can just be a citizen now and that's enough to have a serious stake in the country. The framers understood this. They knew about citizenships, and they knew that there were citizens that couldn't vote in republics. And yet they still created the Constitution, and they said, no, You don't just get to be a citizen and vote. And so, yeah, I would say the 19th Amendment needs to be really reworked. It's not in the spirit of what the framers wanted, and they knew of those things and still rejected it.
Okay. I mean, again, when we're talking, the United States and like the majority of the shit that we've done has been radical to some degree. Letting women vote wasn't all that radical at the time that they did it, but the allowing like citizens to vote, like the United States has been pretty radical across the board in a lot of the things that they've done, and we've the majority of the like Western countries and first world countries are still in line with the things that we're doing. It's not like, you know, the UK is only allowing landowners to vote right now or anything. That seems pretty standard at this point, that everybody agrees on these things.
It's going bad. And that's where I think the fishback thing comes in. And I think this is where it is. The mass migration that's going on in the UK has led to some pretty serious problems. And I would say that in regards to fishback, to tie this all in.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if that has anything to do with like everybody voting. Everybody's been able to vote there for hundreds of years. That didn't mean that they had mass migration.
Vote for hundreds of years in England.
And on top of that, the fact that that they've had, I think, one leader that did allow immigration to get a little out of control over there is like, now that their entire electoral system is broken, it seems kind of ridiculous. I don't think that outside of him, that I have, from my understanding, like the both pretty much all parties disagreed with the way that immigration was handled over the last 10 years. So I don't think that's a great point.
Well, it wasn't done by the king.
Condemn
right?
the entire thing.
What leader in Britain would? We can come back to this if you really want to talk about it. We can. But what I'm trying to tether in is this point about fishback and migration. But what I'm trying to say is that you are correct. America is a radical idea, and everything's been radical. And even so much like when we talk about this melting pot thing, Israel's Zongweli quote, the very concept of saying that European nations are going to coexist in America, religion is going to coexist, not even non-Christian religion, just Christian religion is going to coexist, is radical. And we need to pump the brakes on the radical. We need to not allow in mass migration. We need to slow down on a lot of these policies that are trying to be implemented by the progressive.
I don't agree with mass migration either. Like, I don't know anybody who does, but the idea that that's like a product of women voting or more people being able to vote. I don't think that we have mass migration. Like, mass migration to me is when we get up like so we have tons of studies out there, tons of fucking data to know that like the social fabric of countries starts to break down when you have too many outsiders coming in, right? You start to have like more distrust in, you know, like I'm sure you know all the numbers and all of the outcomes. That all of that starts around like 15%, 20% like of your population getting to like immigrants and people who aren't assimilated in any way. And we're not anywhere near that. Like we're not getting to points where we're like starting to really feel like there's outsiders everywhere, where by far the majority of us are still white American citizens born here, and then even Black American citizens born here,
barely.
And everybody else.
Dude,
this is
whites become a minority in 30 years. They're going to become a minority majority in 30 years.
Sure. That's I think it's 60 years, but even if that was true, that's not what I'm not saying.
That
like,
all depends. Do you think that they're going to give mass amnesty the next time the left gets in?
Mass amnesty to who?
The illegals in the country.
How many illegals do you think are here?
It's a tough number to pinpoint, between 20 and 30 million.
Holy shit. I mean, even if that was the case, no, I don't think that I think that's about double what there actually is, but it might
You
be
think it's
close to
more?
20.
You think it's 60 million?
No, I'm
You
saying I
think it's
think your
15
number is about
and
W.
15 million?
So yeah, double. From my understanding, when Biden took office, there was about 11 to 13 million illegal immigrants. By the time he left office, it was somewhere from 15 to 17 illegal immigrants. So it's million illegal immigrants. So it might be around 20, I guess. It could possibly be, but that would be like a much higher estimate.
I would stake a lot of claim that it's a lot higher than 15 to 17 million, but even so.
Okay, so hold on, wait. But when we're talking about mass amnesty, like Obama and Biden are the two record holders for deportations. They are Obama holds the record for the most deportations in an 8-year period. Biden holds the most deportations for a 4-year period. These are not people who are giving mass amnesty to just anybody. Now, it's possible that they might give it to people who are the majority of illegal immigrants in our country are people who came here, got visas, like came in legally, and then didn't reapply. Their visas expired and they overstayed their visas, and they stayed anyways. To those people, I could imagine it being the case. I wouldn't be in support of that, but I could imagine them doing some sort of system for people like that. Outside of that, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Let me instill in you the fear. I don't know how old you are, but let me instill in you the fear that a man under 30 has. Okay? You say 60 years, I say 30 years. Let's call it 45 years. In 45 years, whites become a minority in the country. The majority of voters for conservative policies are men and white men. Okay. Now you're probably, one might think, oh, that's not that big of a deal. Like, that's just the way that shakes out. The left engages in identity politics, whether we like it or not. The voters engage in the left's identity politics, and we see that through the voting record. So if you provide mass amnesty to people who engage in identity politics because they're not white, they're going to take their own side. And what I mean by that is they're going to vote for their family to come over here. That's just like logic. I would do that. You would do, yeah, of course you're going to be.
That hasn't been the case so far, though.
It literally has been the case. California.
It literally has not. Do you know anything about the Cubans coming over here? No, what do you mean? That's practically what happened with the Cubans. The Cubans were given pretty much mass amnesty. That's not what it was called, but that's pretty much what it was. They did not turn around and start voting for people to bring the rest of their family over here. And that hasn't happened historically. On top of that, this is what Democrats have been saying for decades, and that this is playing out. Hold on. This is what Democrats have been saying for decades, and it is proven now. It is playing out exactly how we said it would the entire time, where we keep saying Latino people are conservative. They are very fucking conservative. They want to vote conservative. If conservatives would just be rational people, Latinos would vote for them. But regardless of whether or not Republicans are rational people, because Latinos are so conservative, over the course of 1 to 2 generations, they're going to vote conservative one way or the other. There's nothing liberals can do about this. We cannot pander to a group of people that much to where they're just going to deny all of their like religious values and keep voting for us. It's not going to happen. And now we see Donald Trump had 45% of the Latinos in the country vote for him. We cannot keep pretending that the Latino vote is this big W for Democrats, when in the end, the percentage will continue to grow the more we get second and third generation immigrants in the country, that they are going to vote for conservatives. It is only helping conservatives down the line. Only that. It is not going to be beneficial for Democrats at all.
Okay, let's get something straight. First and foremost, the percentage of Hispanics that voted Democrat was still more than 50% in 2024.
Sure, but
In
it's
20
45%. We're talking. Hold on, again. This is why I'm saying the farther
dude.
the longer they are here, the more they are voting for Republicans. The second and third generation are voting for conservatives at higher rates. Literally, the only way that this helps, and hold on, wait, and the only way that this helps Democrats at all is that their parents, literally, most of the time, can't even vote. The majority of the time, their fucking parents can't even vote. So the people who are here that we say, oh, they probably would vote for Democrats, but they can't fucking vote. Those people, we don't get any benefit out of that, except for maybe at most like a couple of seats in the fucking Senate, like, sorry, in the House. That's about it. Like they're the ones that we would actually get who would be liberal in some way. They don't even vote.
This is two things to this. First, if you look at the Latinos do engage in identity politics, number one. Number two, Latinos are in favor of mass amnesty. Okay.
What do you mean by identity politics?
They vote as a group. They're group voters. And this is my final point. My final point that I'm making is that you would agree with me that Donald Trump is an anomaly when it comes to some specific diasporas of identity politics, right? Like you can see this in 2016, 2020, and 2024, and before. You can see that there was a disengagement by certain identity political groups, Black voters, Hispanic voters, for Donald Trump. But the second that it goes back to just being a normal conservative Republican, they're not going to be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go back to voting. No, that's not how that's going to go. And I think you can see that point. I think you know that there's teeth to it. And we can see.
Wait. I have no idea what that meant. Are you saying that them voting for Trump, the person who's like been the most vocally anti-immigrant president in our lifetime, that this is the person that you're saying it's an anomaly that all of a sudden all of the Latinos who want mass amnesty and want all of the immigrants to flood over, you're saying the disproportionate amount. You're saying that this is the person who will get the higher percentage of Latino votes. Is that guy? I just want to clarify. That is your argument.
You did a real good job clarifying. What I'm trying to tell you is that even with Donald Trump, who speaks specifically to Latino men and Latino men only, that when Donald Trump gets out of office, Latinos are going to go back to voting how they historically have, which is largely in favor of the Democrat Party.
Why? So why would they vote for Trump?
Why did Latino men specifically vote for Trump?
Yes. What is the anomaly about him that makes him?
I think Latino men have a certain there's a masculinity in that culture there, and he was a representation of that form of masculinity, and an IDGAF kind of concept. He speaks off the cusp. He says what's on his mind. He's rough around the edges. He's rich. He's got a hot wife. He drives a bunch of cars. That kind of conceptual idea of a traditional macho man spoke to not only Hispanic men, but also Black men, just men in general. And the second that it goes back to being fucking J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or whoever they throw at the wall in 2028, they're going to re-engage in identity politics. And instead of it being 51% of the vote for the Democrats, it's going to be more than 51%. It's going to be in the 60s, like it always has been, or the 70s at certain points. And I don't think that that's crazy to say that.
I do. It's literally trended in this direction, bro. It is, because it's trending. You can't just look at like what a couple years were and then say this is just an anomaly. It's not an anomaly. It's a trend. We have trended in this direction. We knew that this was coming. Everybody knew that this was coming. To deny this is just denying fucking reality. This is a trend. They are trending conservative.
That's a trend, right? Okay, so then if it's a trend, then answer me this. Why is it that when Reagan provided mass amnesty, that in California, which was loaded with illegal immigrants, it has voted blue ever since he was provided mass amnesty?
What is the question? Why did that happen ever since? Didn't it?
Why has California?
Didn't they just have a Republican governor named Arnold Schwarzenegger? What, a while ago?
When was Arnold Schwarzenegger the governor of California? 2000 and
yeah, early 2000s. Yeah.
okay, so they didn't just have a Republican governor, and even with the Republican governor, they still
Wait,
had
you
a
said
liberal
since
Senate.
Reagan? Yes, it just happened since Reagan. Yeah, that's.
Dude, if your fucking argument is that Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California and thus this general, you're talking about trends. You're like, we've been seeing this trend, we've seen this trend. I give you a trend that's far stronger than what you provide me, and you're like,
far stronger
well,
is one state.
Didn't this one guy get the vote? I'm like,
oh my goodness.
barely.
Okay, hold on. Just to be clear. I am giving a countrywide trend. You give me one state and then say that you're the one who's giving the much stronger argument.
No,
That is
the reason I
kind of
gave you
ridiculous.
that one state was because the majority of illegal immigrants were in that one state. So when mass amnesty was provided, the majority of illegal immigrants shifted the very fabric of how that state voted, and it's been
I thought they were in
consistently
Florida.
blue.
Am I crazy? What?
The majority of illegal immigrants are in California.
Hold on, wait, hold on. When we're talking about Reagan, we're talking about Cubans. We're not talking about just any illegal immigrant ever. We're talking. You said since Reagan provided mass amnesty, we're talking about Cubans. The majority of the largest population of the state that has the largest population of Cubans, I believe, is Florida.
Okay.
And they just had their first Democratic mayor this year in who knows how long. The Cubans are very conservative people.
Hold on. Didn't the 86 reform, it wasn't just limited to Cubans, was it?
I was thinking of what is it called? Wet foot, dry foot, which I guess was technically implemented by Clinton, but Reagan was the one who started that.
Dude,
the majority of Cuban Americans live in Florida.
God.
So yeah, so apparently 64 to 76% of Cubans live in Florida.
Why are we talking about Cubans? I'm saying that, okay, yeah, fine. The majority of Cubans, what does that have to, Cuba, the country itself of Cuba is what, 10 million people? How many Cubans were illegal in Florida during 86? And I just looked it up. The amnesty was given for aliens that had been here since 1982. So what the fuck is your point? That a minority group in Florida that were Cubans didn't change the fabric of Florida, but there were more illegals in California who were given amnesty, and thus California has voted blue since that amnesty. Okay, there's been one Republican governor that was an actor. Like that doesn't go away from the trend that I'm making, which is that they vote blue and they historically have, and it hasn't been a downward effect.
I've never disagreed that they historically vote blue. I'm talking about a trend in a conservative direction, that they vote, like, if you keep saying, like, hey, at one point they voted 10% of them voted conservative. At another point, you know, the farther along we get, it gets to 20%, then 30%, then 40%. And you're like, yeah, but the majority still vote for the liberals. Like, you're ignoring the overall point as to whether or not this is actually beneficial.
Point, I disagree with your hard fact overall point that it's on a steady decline. It's like the Hispanics in federal elections have been like 60%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 60%, 60%, 50%. It's not been like 69, 67, 63, 61, 57. Like that, it hasn't been a correlation down to the Hispanic vote in the country.
Okay, I'll have to look that up. I could have sworn that it was.
The point that I'm trying to make to you ultimately, when you look at a guy like Fishback, is that if you're under 30 and you're a man, right? You're born here, like you're American. That's a second, third generation American, and your family's only been in America. Your heritage knows no other country. Then when you see and you go, Democrats are probably going to provide mass amnesty because it's in their favor to do so, and it's going to make people that were given the mass amnesty vote for them logically, and they're going to stay in power for a long time. And oh my God, the Republicans might not get power ever again, if at all. It would be like 4, 8, 12 years later. And then their country's fucked. Then it's over. Because the Democrats don't have policy that's going to be fixing any of this stuff. And the Republicans don't have great policy on a lot of things either. But they are in favor of mass deportation. So that's why Fishback is doing so well. Well, I know you brought up a poll. That's why Fishback is doing so well amongst young men.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of truth in that.
I guess, like, again, yeah, when we're talking about, I don't know how big of a following he actually has. So I'm not aware, but I do know that, yeah, people like Nick Fuentes and folks like that are like gaining more prominence than proportionally than they probably would have in the past. I think that it's, yeah, mostly over irrational fears and misinformation. But
what is the irrational fear that you think is gaining popularity amongst these specific voices, these specific diasporas?
Well, if there were a bunch of white people coming over from the UK, was one. If there were a bunch of white people coming over from the UK that were more likely to vote conservative, and I started to oppose immigration for that reason, I would think that would be pretty ridiculous, and probably irrational as well.
But those people fall in line with the history of our country. We have shared historical values. We use their.
I'm sorry. I'm really
system.
sorry. I don't. People who voted for Trump currently, I don't think they have shared values with Americans historically.
Yeah. Well, Nick Fuentes and James Fishback aren't supportive of Trump.
I understand that, but I'm saying that when we're talking about people who would be coming over and voting Republican, if you want to just talk about more Fishback and Fuentes, these are people who even more so do not have, especially Fuentes. I don't know enough about Fishback to really know where he stands, but especially Fuentes does not. He definitely does not have American values or even liberal values. So
I would agree with you that he doesn't have liberal values in the sense of when you and I are talking about political liberalism. Yeah, he's against that, and I think that there's validity in why Fuentes is just a voice.
When you say political liberalism, you're not talking about like the philosophy. You're talking about like Democrats.
No, I'm talking about the philosophy. I'm saying he's not philosophically liberal.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, well, it goes without saying that he's not a Democrat. So he's like philosophically against this idea of small or capital L liberalism.
Yeah, but he's very authoritarian in a lot of his philosophy, and has even talked about having monarchs and things like that.
I think what Fuentes is trying, a monarch. The framers also wanted a third of the country to be ruled by the concept of a monarch. So, yeah, maybe Fuentes takes it too far by saying that it should be entirely monarchical. But to say that a monarchy doesn't have like extreme importance and values, even in modern society, is like just disregarding the concept of a republic. But I would say that Fuentes is just a voice that's realizing fears that young men have. And the realized fears are that this country immigration is number one. And then there's iterative things that fall from it, like feminism, and the radicalization of young men, transgenderism. And these are valid representations. Would you agree? These are valid fears.
I don't agree that these are fears that people just have. I think that these are fears that are given to them. I don't think that Nick Fuentes represents those fears. I think he gives them those fears. I think he convinces them to have those fears.
Well, okay. So you don't think that those things are fears in society then?
Well, hold on. They can be fears in society, and that there's people who are convincing people to have those fears over time. Like that is, when I was younger, I was like somewhat alt-right adjacent, and was what I would probably call now like a white nationalist. But I was definitely convinced of those things over time, where there was the like, slightly tepid rhetoric from the Republican Party that somewhat said these things but didn't take it to its like full logical conclusion. And then there was Stefan Molyneux and Richard Spencer, who did take it to its full logical conclusion. And so, yes, like once I had like just the framework from the Republicans who were already saying some of these things, then I get them who really just give me the rest of it. And it makes it very simple to just be like, oh yeah, it kind of seems like I already believe in this, I guess. I never really thought about it that way, but that's a good point. Like that's kind of, where I think Nick Fuentes and others kind of just take them the rest of the way.
Well, I could see how we could have substantive debates on his take on specific points on Jews as a class, maybe specific points on Israel as a class. But as far as Fuentes and Fishback and others go on immigration, men are in complete agreement. Young men under the age of 30 are overwhelmingly in complete agreement. Same with feminism. Same with the liberalization, small L liberalization, progressivist concept of our society. Why do you think it is that there's been a huge return to traditionalism against young men, for young men, not against poor? Like traditionalism being religion, more Gen Z men attend church than their parents do, and the churches that Gen Z men are attending are Eastern Orthodox and Catholicism. Celibacy is up on the rise for Gen Z men. Gen Z men don't drink.
Well, those are all very different issues. Those are all very some of it has to do with conservatism. Some of it does not at all. Sure, it falls under a traditional lens, but the cause of it is not traditionalism. The cause of it is like more technology, less socialization, less time spent in groups with other people, less time like actually being
society.
Well, but that is not that is not the intent. So hold on.
That's the effect then, if it's not the intent.
No. Hold on. These are the feminine men. These are the people who are not spending a lot of time out in public, making friends, actually engaging with people publicly. They're spending too much time on video games, on Discord, on fucking online forums and shit like that. Those are the fucking people who are masculine. The ones who are fucking incels are the masculine motherfuckers.
You see, this talk about defensive. All I'm trying to do is bring up these. You're saying
no. I'm not being defensive. No. Hold on. I'm disagreeing on cause. I'm disagreeing on cause. I'm saying that like the cause here is not that like, because I do think that Gen Z is very feminine. I think that's the case on the liberal and the conservative side, that they are just like, I think that there is a loss of masculinity, and I do think that some things socially seem to go a little too far, to where I don't think that was ever like the intent from the mainstream Democrats for like masculinity to disappear, or to even like go, start to slowly dwindle. But I do think that has been just a cause of things from like the Me Too movement and things like that, is just people just watching things happen and then thinking, oh shit, like if I do this, I could get in trouble. And even if you're not doing anything wrong, like you just end up with fears that like instill this. I don't think it's ever like an agenda from prominent people, maybe like more radical minorities, but I think that it was just, I think we've been through some shit over the last 20 years.
I would say two things that I'd say. I would say the intent is there to suppress masculinity. You saw it through education. Again, I don't know how old you are. I'm below 30. I went through a public institution. Masculine traits were suppressed. Loudness. Don't be loud. Don't fidget. Don't speak bluntly. Don't fight. Like, you know, in PE, you're not held to a standard. Women are praised more. This is known. This is known. Women are praised more in academia, right? Like these are blue collar trades. Don't do that. Go to college. Like there's definitely an intent there. But even if there isn't an intent, it doesn't matter because the effect is that men have become more feminine. And in the feminization of society, they've rejected it. And in that rejection of feminization, we then get this rhetoric that it's like, oh, the masculine men are the incels. They're the ones on Discord playing video games. The ones that listening to Nick Fuentes, the losers in their parents' basements. It's like, yeah, good luck. Good luck ever getting men to vote with whatever platform is preaching that. Men just need to be better. Okay, well, that doesn't work. So now let's talk about why Fishback is appealing, because of that sentiment towards men.
Yeah,
Like,
again,
that's
why I'm saying that I think that a lot of this is just propagandized, though, because I don't think that these are actual things that are actually being pushed as an actual intent. I think that a lot of times they'll take, like, and it's not even just Nick Fuentes and Fishback, it's people like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and Steven Crowder. Well, they'll take like some random like nobody on TikTok who says something ridiculous, and then they all play it to their audiences, where this person might have gotten a couple thousand to 10,000 views, but now they go play it to their fucking tens of millions of viewers, and now the people who are outraged about this one person is like times a million, versus the amount of people who just would have seen it and been like, that's a smart person right there. Like it's so disproportionate with the fucking rage bait that comes from the conservative side, where they constantly feed you things to say, this is a representation of the left. This is a representation of the Democratic Party. This is a representation of liberals. And it almost never is. Like, even just recently, the whole thing with the fucking Charlie Kirk shit, where he gets killed, and then they play fucking like 10 to 20, 15-year-old kids on TikTok with blue hair saying, look at this, the Democrat Party celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. You can't find a single fucking mainstream Democrat or a liberal Democrat politician anywhere who was celebrating it, who hadn't condemned it. Like, they're across the fucking board, everybody did, but they go and find the most random nobodies that I didn't heard of a single fucking one of those people that they ever played anywhere, not one of them. But they go play these random people and then use this as the narrative of, this is the Democrat Party, these are the liberals. That is the conservative and Republican game plan from beginning to end, is just go find random anecdotes and pretend that this is representative of the liberals.
Okay, your Charlie Kirk rant aside, let's talk about issues that are substantive, that you would say, I would imagine, are not issues, but to Gen Z, they're issues. What percentage of Gen Z has been aborted? It's something like 30%. What percentage of Gen Z women are on OnlyFans? It's like upwards of like 8 or 9%. What percentage?
Shot. No
Dude,
shot. 8 or 9%? Hold on.
I'm pretty sure. While you look that up, what percentage of Gen Z men are having intercourse? It's not like, oh, we saw in the basement. It's like, this is a data point amongst Gen Z men. What percentage of Gen Z men go and party? Like, do you see the point I'm trying to make here?
I do, but that's what I'm saying. That's part of what I'm saying. So this does say that it says just to go back on the first part, it says there is no official verified statistic on the exact percentage of Gen Z women on OnlyFans. Estimates vary widely, from some claims suggesting over 10% of women aged 18 to 24 are creators, to other analysis suggesting the number is very small minority, likely far less than 1% of the total population. So apparently there isn't like an exact number here, but that would blow my fucking mind if there was actually anywhere close to, like, if it was above 2%, my
That wouldn't
head
blow
would
my
fucking
mind at
explode.
all. That wouldn't blow my mind. It makes complete sense. A woman's prime age for when they look their best is between like 18 and 25. Society is becoming more and more and more sexualized.
Yeah, sure, but that's always been
Women
the
have
case.
become
like
less
porn
and less
has
and
always
less religious.
existed. But
Yeah,
the
it's
the
gotten
majority
worse
of
over
girls
time,
weren't
dude.
trying to get into the porn business. Like the not even not the majority, but it wasn't even like close to 0.5% of girls were trying to get into the porn business while they all knew
God,
that they were at the prime age. Like it wasn't a thing. So, but the on the other parts, let me go ahead and address like your main thesis here. Things being a concern is like I look at lots of liberals who have like super big concerns about some things that I think they're fucking stupid, or like leftists who have super big concerns about things that I think are fucking stupid. I whether or not they're valid concerns is like more important to me rather than like whether or not they just are concerned about something. And while I'm not going to sit here and ever say, just do better. This is literally a thing that I use against a bunch of other liberals who do consistently say shit like, oh, guys, stop being red pillars. Just go to the gym and like talk to girls. It's like, you're so fucking stupid, dude. Like you're just telling them just be good, or just be better, or just like, hey guys, just don't rape. Like this doesn't help anything. Just saying don't do crimes, guys. Like that'll make crime go down. I'm very like against this sort of rhetoric, and I'm more so concerned with if people do care about these things, then I think it's incumbent upon people like me and other content creators on the left to actually like take that into consideration, figure out why that is, and have some sort of rhetoric that's going to be appealing to those people. But that doesn't mean that I like validate the propagandized version of it.
Okay, so couple things. I'm not trying to be rude. I don't really know how that addresses my main thesis. My main thesis is that the reason that Gen Z men are becoming radical.
Mm-hmm.
This is what is it that Wilson always says? There's odd statements.
Because they have a concern. And you're making a descriptive statement that they have this concern, and that therefore they are voting for conservatives. And I'm saying whether or not they have the concern matters less to me as to whether or not that concern is a real thing that they ought to be concerned about.
I want to really quick. I know I'm being a little bit ADD here. So it says on your screen, OnlyFans has roughly 3 million content creators total, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a claim that says 1.2 million. If I look up the total amount of women that are Gen Z, it's 34.6 as of July 1st, 2024. Ages 12 through 27. This is from the census. 1997 to 2012 is the birth range. That would make sense. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Maybe it's not 10%, maybe it's 7%. That's a lot, dude. That's a serious problem that Gen Z men, they don't want to ran through girl that's a glorified porn star. Okay? So that leads to the degradation of families. That's why men are returning to the churches. This is a specific issue. That's why the greatest desperation for voting in 2024, it wasn't race, it wasn't money, it was gender. That was the biggest variance in voting. So you're seeing that the gears are turning in men's head where they're going, society isn't working well for me. I don't get to have a traditional woman. The job market's chopped. Getting a college degree doesn't have nearly the weight it used to, even though that's pushed on me. If I did get a college degree, I'm in tremendous debt. Like, this is why men are voting this way. Oh, immigration does actually cause the cost of housing to go up. This is known. It's a numbers game. It's an economics game. The average age of buying a home is 59 in this country. Rent's going up. And the left is going, it's the Democrats. It's like, no, it's actually, these are serious problems. Oh, not to mention the workforce, which is shrinking. Social Security is fucked because there's less and less people that are paying into it. The debt's going up. And then on top of it, you look at something like abortion and you go 25% of Gen Z has been aborted. It's like, okay, this whole liberal feminization of society fucking sucks.
Again, you keep doing the like liberal feminization. I don't agree that there is a liberal feminization of things, but I'm also pro-life, so I'm not in favor of the abortions. I also am pretty sure that the biggest like factor wasn't gender or age or you know what you brought up. I forget what it was, but that it was education. I'm pretty sure it was like almost like a 70% of college educated people voted for Kamala Harris. Actually, like, education seems to be the biggest divider right now between the Republicans and the Democrats, as far as I know, as far as like some sort of correlation existing. But I'm not in favor of these things, but I also don't think the majority of like Democrats are either. I don't know of like liberal...
No, the majority of Democrats are in favor of abortion. The majority of Democrats
that's
are
not
in
what
favor
that's not what I was talking about. The feminization is what I was talking about. That like I don't know like what the actual like what we see from Democrats as far as a narrative or an agenda that is actually like a thing that is actually being advocated for from like mainstream Democrats or from actual Democrat politicians that is something that is causing this.
Okay. First, two things. The gender, I looked it up. This is from Roper Center for Public Opinion Research. The gender gap was the biggest gap for voting. Women were 53% Harris, men were 43% Harris. It was the largest gap between age, gender, and wealth. Gender took the biggest gap of 10 points. And it's going to grow bigger. Second point that I'm trying to make is you're saying
that didn't include education, but fair enough.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Although I would want to look at who voted where in education on gender too. Anyways, I would want to say that the left Democrats post 1970s, post 1964 really, Civil Rights Act, have been overwhelmingly in favor of policies that even if they don't have the intent, which I would argue many do, still have the effect of feminizing society. No-fault divorce, pro-abortion, many quote-unquote women's rights that we talk about. That's a feminization of society. Deconstructing masculinity.
Hold on. What I don't even know what we're talking about with feminization then. If we're saying that like women being able to get abortions is feminizing men, like I'm talking about like masculine attributions that men would have versus like feminine attributions or characteristics or traits. Like these are I'm thinking of like them actually having like masculinity and whether or not they're like women are capable of having an abortion. Again, I'm not in favor of abortion, but I don't think that feminizes men.
How about the implementation of women into the workforce that have been historically, traditionally masculine jobs, male jobs?
Like what?
Like C-suite positions. There's been a direct push for those, but not for jobs that.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
C-suite positions, executive
C-suite.
positions. C-suite, lawyer, doctor, accountant.
I got you.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry, it sounded like you were saying CC.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying like HR compliance, workplace norms, speech norms, making sure that women have a press towards diversity, equity, and inclusion in specific fields, trying to equal the playing field. Would you consider that a feminization of society?
of society, I don't know. Like again, I don't think that like men are now becoming feminine, but I would say so. There, I feel like we're gonna get like a bit in the weeds here, which is fine. But when it comes to like, I would say that there are feminine traits to where like you could take feminine traits way too far to where it's too feminine, and that's like problematic. Just the same as I think that there's like types of masculinity that you can take way too far, and now it's a bad type of masculinity, is a bad characteristic of masculinity. When we're talking about like drill sergeant style workplaces, I don't think any guys want to work in places where their boss is going to like scream and yell in their face and like cuss them out and tell them to get down and give them 50 if they do something wrong, right? This, I would say, this is like an overly like masculinized version of things. I want to find like on a spectrum somewhere where things are have like an equilibrium. I do think that like there are benefits in what femininity brings to workplaces as far as benefiting everybody, but I don't think that men become more feminine for those reasons.
I completely disagree, Tom. In the workplace, you have HR and compliance culture, and that HR and compliance culture feeds into what is acceptable and unacceptable on the basis of gender. Like, and it goes beyond like grab ass or doing something that you'd see in a 60s Mad Men. It's like things you can and can't say, like ways that you ask people. That type of conformity is feminizing men. It completely is.
How?
Speech norms, sanctioning of offensive speech. Can't be offensive in the workplace. Can't say certain things. It's offensive. You think that shit was around pre women entering into the workforce in the way that they are? Why are men falling behind in education? That one, there's just no leg to stand on.
They're not.
Why is it that politics
behind.
is always? They're just
women are
it just
excelling.
Is. It just is. There's no reason for it. It just
but women
happening.
Women are excelling. So when we're talking about falling behind, like the fact that like there's not as much of a disproportionality as there was before, is that what you mean by falling behind, or what do you mean by that?
I mean that boys are doing worse in school year over year than girls have been doing in school. Men attend college at less rates than women do. It's getting to a turning point where in C-suite jobs, women make up more of that workforce than men do. But we don't, and there's a push for that. You'd agree with me? There's a push for women to get into these specific types of workforces. Be a doctor, be a lawyer.
I would say that there's a push for them to normalize women being in those positions. Yes.
Yeah,
and
well,
there's also been.
Normalized...
Hold on. And there's also been there's been more help for women recently. Like there's probably been like more scholarships for women, going into I'm blanking on the terms, but like tech fields and shit like that. There's probably been like some things that have been helped, and I think that there have been some like swinging of the pendulums that may come back, but I don't. Again, I that to me is not the same as like feminizing, like men becoming feminine. These are when I'm yes, STEM is what I was trying to think of. Thank you, Jack. But when I'm talking about men becoming feminine, the things that I'm bringing up is like, yes, the fact that they like aren't having like a lot of social experiences, that they're out with friends less, and as you said, partying less. They're not getting into trouble. They're not playing sports as much. They're not playing outside as much. They're not like, these are things that to me is like more problematic. And this is these are things that like are not being done.
How about this one? How about working while your wife stays home and raises a kid, which has been the way society's been since whenever birth control was made? How about that?
Yeah.
How about that's the most masculine thing that you could possibly do if we look at it from the feminization perspective, which is be the breadwinner and provider for your family, which is being taken away from men because there is a norm that's being changed intentionally to have women engage in the workforce that was primarily driven by men. And it's not going to be a pendulum swing that they're trying to equivocate, but only in specific fields. They're not trying to do it in being fucking electricians or carpentry or welding. And that's a specific angle that they're taking. And that does feminize society, and it has been, because what are those men doing? You said it. They're incels.
Well, we're talking about choice. Yeah, we're saying that like we want people to have the option to go do things that they want to do. Yeah, if women don't want to be bricklayers, then I imagine they're not going to be like, well, we really need you to be bricklayers though. But like for jobs that actually come with prestige, that come with more money and more power and give them more autonomy, more agency, jobs like being a lawyer or things like that. Yeah, I think that's going to be something that they'll advocate for.
It's power.
Yes. Correct. Yes.
It's power and prestige and wealth. And the reason they're doing it is because those people set policy and set change.
Correct.
They set norms. Yes. And they want women in those positions. Why? Why is there such a push for women to become lawyers and doctors and tech? But there's not a push for them to become bricklayers. When you do that, you feminize society.
Wait, what? How? What? I don't know what you mean by feminized society. I still don't know what this means. Like there's not like feminine characteristics of these men that are like changing because of those things. It's because of other things like technology that's doing this to people. But it's not. I don't know. I've given tons of examples in characteristics and traits and like cause and effect, and like I'm not getting this on the other side. I'm just getting like there's women doing things now that feminizes society. What do you mean? I've gone over numerous times that like men are socializing less, they're going to parties less, they're having sex less, they're dating less, they're on the computers more, they're on like forums more, they're incels more. Like
men aren't engaging in the sexual marketplace because it's a double standard that has been promulgated and accepted by initially the Democrats, now the conservatives, and now just society. That it's okay for women to sleep with a bunch of men. And that's never been a popular position amongst men. And so they're not engaging in the marketplace. The only
I thought you said there was a double standard. Are you saying that they're mad that there isn't a double standard anymore?
Well, let's go even. I'll get to the double standard in a second, right? When the women do get married, there's a double standard. The double standard is that the men works. And then they split everything. They split the chores. They split the bullshit. But that's not happening. If you're
that would be fucking stupid. I don't know who says that. That's fucking insane.
Tom, if you're 20, let's say you're 22. What incentive do you have to get married?
Wait, but that's different than what you said. You said that they get married, that they work, and then they still have to split the chores when they're doing the majority of the work.
It's always been the case.
Fuck says
it's
this
always
shit.
been it's always been the case since the pre-1950s that you would want to get a woman who was of traditional merit, and a man would act in a traditional merit as well. The man would be the primary breadwinner. Like this is not the man would be the primary breadwinner. The women would stay home and raise the children. That was the way it had been up until the invention of birth control.
Okay, that's very different than what you said a minute ago, though, where you're saying that the guy would work all day and then still split the chores.
Okay, gotcha. So now with the advent of birth control, what happens is you have a push that any man knows, which is that the push is the woman goes out, he's a bad boss bitch, and shouldn't fulfill a traditional role. So that leaves the man going, well, I still have to work, and now someone has to do the traditional roles. Also, you've been ran through. You have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 20 sexual partners because it's perfectly cool for you to go to college. And so there's a double standard there where women want men to be the traditional masculine provider, provisional type, but women don't have to fulfill the traditional role that they historically did all throughout society. So if you're 22, there's no incentive to get married.
Okay, yeah, so there are definitely things that women are doing, that feminism is doing, to where they are making it normal for women to take on what is traditionally more masculine roles, and they are able to do these things, and it's perfectly acceptable, and they can even wear hats backwards and look cute while doing it. They can wear pants and jeans and overalls, and like they can rap, they can play basketball, they can do all sorts of things that, yes, are very traditionally masculine things. And it's not like I can just go out in a fucking dress and put on makeup and you know, do things that are like traditionally feminine things, and this just be perfectly acceptable without me like changing my entire identity. They're able to still be feminine while doing those things, whereas while doing traditionally masculine things, whereas I cannot go do feminine things and still be considered masculine while doing
it. But the feminine things have also been lauded for men. There's been a push. It's perfectly okay to be transgender. It's perfectly okay to be gay. It's good. It's perfectly good. It's
those
good
are
to be gay.
those are drastic. Again, this is a drastically different thing. We're not talking about somebody who is masculine if they are trans. Like, that's the whole idea of being trans, is that like you are somebody who is a male who is like a very feminine male and all those things, right? That is drastically different than what we're talking about, where we're talking about men who are like who are masculine, and we're saying, yes, men do not have the wide range of abilities that women do. Women can do masculine things and still be considered very feminine while doing it. Men cannot go do feminine things and still be considered very masculine while doing it. That is very true. That is very, even just like a stay-at-home dad, right? That is something that is considered to be emasculating, and this is something that is like it's still today. Men just do not have the wide range of options that women do. That is a very big benefit that women have gotten from the way that they've advocated for things and the way that they've structured things to where they were able to really gain a much wider range of abilities than men. But that just kind of shows like a shortage on our ability to advocate for ourselves or to get things done. But instead of you talking about that, you're saying, no, we need to keep limiting ourselves. We need to be fucking workhorses and make sure that we're the one who goes to work, and we're just a fucking a paycheck for our women. At least back then, when we went to work all the time, we were able to come home and beat the shit out of our fucking wives. We're not even allowed to do that anymore. So what's the fucking benefit?
I never said any of that, and that you even would create such a hostile representation of what I said is so disingenuous and intellectually dishonest that I'm making an advocation that men could go home and beat their wives after they worked.
Wait, I didn't say you said that. I said that.
Dude, the point, okay, then I apologize. The point that I'm trying to make, right, that I've made, and I think I've been very successful in making, is society is becoming more feminine. It's not happenstance. It is by design. There is an intentional push by it. It's not by the Republicans. They simply accept it. And if you're a man under the age of 30, it's not going well for you. Women are excelling in all these fields because they're promulgated in all these fields. DEI is a thing, and it affects women, not the average man. But like this is the college is more beneficial to women than men. Like even politics is becoming something that's more beneficial to women than men in many regards. So, yeah, it's.
I'm sorry, just real quick. Somebody just said like for women to get ran through, this is not a benefit for women. That the benefit is that men historically have been able to sleep around a lot more without a stigma being on them or without a body count mattering. And obviously there's like different implications with women sleeping around versus men sleeping around because we're not going to get pregnant, but these are like biological factors that seem to be unfair when it comes to those stigmas. And so yes, the women being able to have some sort of equality in that area is the way that they would consider it a benefit. But I don't think that you
that is insane.
I think that if this is like such an attractive lifestyle for women that they would like love it so much, I think that people should just be able to convince them of it.
Dude, this idea that historically men have been able to sleep around and women haven't been able to sleep around, yeah, it's technically true because men can't get pregnant, but the delta is that it's significantly harder for men to have sex with a woman than it is for a woman to have sex with a man.
You mean like it's
Because
harder
that's
to find somebody who would have sex with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. So like, yeah, maybe a man could go and have like prostitution or something, and it wouldn't have such a visceral effect. Although that's also not true, because venereal diseases were just as common back in ancient times as it was today. Like, this is what I'm
But I
talking
think
about.
part of the problem though is that historically it wasn't difficult for either sex though, and that is part of the like what where it does just keep coming back to like technology. Like technology has been the big difference maker here in most of the areas that you're talking about, and I don't know that there's a simple answer to that, but I don't know what your answer is if what you're saying is true. Like I don't know what
I did.
the
I've said it from the very get-go, which is repeal the 19th. That will that is the root of this. That is the root of many of the problems in society is the 19th Amendment, because women.
Okay, so let's say I agree with you that like a lot of these things are problems. They're negative outcomes because women can vote. I don't know why that would change like my change a principle position that they ought to be able to vote, and that
Well,
even
you
if
wouldn't know, because you grew up in a society that's been promulgated through the 19th Amendment. How do you think you would feel about specific things if
didn't you say earlier
welfare?
that you also think that women should be able to vote?
No, yeah, no. The point I was trying to make is it shouldn't be by virtue of the fact that it's sex and age. The framers had this concept, which is like there has to be tethered concepts to why you can vote. They chose property, which has always been a historical position. Dude, the Romans, you had to be like a third generation citizen, and you had to have certain provisions met to vote. And so I'm saying we can live in a society where women can vote, but maybe the effect is less women vote because they don't fulfill the positions that are required or meet the metrics required to vote. But there's nothing inherently wrong with women voting. I just would go, hey, maybe you have to own property. Maybe you have to have served in the military. Maybe you have to have served in the government. Maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe you have to have done one of 10 things or a combination of things. Maybe instead of 18, it has to be 25. Maybe you have to have a child. And you know, what if you can't have a kid? Okay, we'll make a fucking line in the law that says if you can't have kids, you're exempt from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all stuff that we can change, because the 19th Amendment has led to the degradation of society. Financially, it's been a clusterfuck. And socially, it's been a clusterfuck as well. Women are very pro-abortion for obvious reasons. You know, they vote on the state level for that stuff, or for the legislatures that vote on that, and subsequently. And so that was my position, is that it's not going well. If you repeal the 19th and you create different provisions for voting, you will change the structure of society.
Okay. Yeah, I'm never gonna think that like average citizens shouldn't vote. I think that their lives are too dependent on those votes. Now, like if I was going to base it on anything, it would be on an education level, and that would make it to where things drastically changed. Or if I was doing what you're doing and looking at like negative outcomes and then being like, this is what caused those negative outcomes, so I want to change this, I would just make it to where MAGA can't ever vote again, because that's the problems that are that's what's causing the majority of the problems in society today. But I'm more so going to hold a principal position that I think they should still be able to.
MAGA voting is the problem in society. It was Trump, Biden, Trump, and you're saying MAGA is the problem? Why? Because Trump is pro
Biden was a
deportation.
godsend. And
Biden,
no,
oh my God.
but pro deportation again. Like Biden set the record for the most deportations in a 4-year period. So Obama has the other record. Like no Democrats are
Biden
against
also
deportations.
set the record for the most let go of asylum hearings in history as well. And we don't want to talk about that, right? The Mayorkas memo. Oh, you're here claiming it's seeking asylum if you don't show up to your asylum hearing. So long as it's not criminal, we're not going to go ahead and like seek deportation because of limited resources. Yeah, Biden also has that fucking record. So this whole thing that like MAGA is the reason of all the problems in society. It's like, okay, well, MAGA came about in 2016. There was a break, and they're likely going to lose the House and the Senate again, and it's going to be a lame duck president. So maybe don't obfuscate all the problems that are happening in society that have been going on for like, oh, I don't know, 100 years to 50% of the country during specific time periods. That's like the dumbest take I could possibly fathom.
Well, I think the majority of the like presidents that would come in, whether Republican or Democrat, were actually trying to work on problems and actually trying to fix them. I don't think Trump is doing any of those things. I don't think he's working on any of them. I think he's literally like ruining an empire and making it to where we're about to disappear at this point after the Davos summit that just happened, where all those countries are saying that they're done with the United States. Like, this is
they're not done with
you.
There's no choice. They don't have a choice if they're done with the United States. We are everything. We are the Western world, and the Western world is ruled for the. Why are we the Western world?
Yes, why?
Because we provide military dominance and supremacy for all of Western Europe and Eastern Europe at this point.
Yes, we were able to have a lot of success because of like things that because of the success that we had after World War I and World War II, where other countries all throughout Europe who got fucked up by the wars were kind of having to engage in reconstruction. We were not, and so now all of a sudden we were able to find like a lot of prominence, and we're doing really well, especially with the baby booms, and that is not the case anymore. And they all of these countries were willing to look to us and willing to allow us to be the new world leaders, and we became the only superpower, and everybody else has followed behind us, and that's not going to last if we don't continue to have all of these allies where they all like this.
What the dude? No, that's not how that went. That is that's an odd take of how that went down World War II. Britain willingly gave up its colonies leading into World War II, and it was the leading empire. Like that's not like, oh, because they went through mass reconstruction. They were already on the decline, and that was the leading empire of the world.
I don't disagree with that, but the fact that we became the superpower is the point. That like we became the superpower. It's the throughout history, like it has generally been like there is a superpower, and most countries are gunning for them because they want to be the fucking superpower, and the country that is the superpower is kind of trying to like colonize everybody else to keep them in line and ruling by force. And the United States, after World War I, was trying to make a new world where we didn't have war as much, where we were going to have a more peaceful future, that we were all going to work together instead of fighting anymore. Then World War II happened, and then everybody realized, oh, fuck, okay, we do need to do what it is that the United States is asking for. And then we created a global system to where we all work together to help everybody. We all drew our lines, said stop expanding, stop colonizing, just stay where you're fucking at, do your thing, and we'll all police each other equally, with us kind of being in charge of everybody and doing the whole fucking UN thing and the NATO thing, and we were the ones who were looked to lead all of this shit. That if they don't trust us anymore, we don't get to be that superpower. We don't get to be the ones who are in charge. We don't get to be the world police anymore. We don't get all of this shit anymore.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not in our lifetimes. We will always.
I thought we didn't produce anything. We don't produce anything. Like what are we going to do?
Well, we produce aircraft carriers, bro.
So what, so we're going to bomb people if they don't buy shit from us?
No, it's not that we're going to bomb people that don't buy shit from. What are you talking about?
Like, what
we
do
may not
aircraft
produ-
carriers do?
Dude,
we're like they
take
buy
it
military stuff
back.
from us.
Take it back.
That's
Take it
supposed.
back to Britain.
That's
Take it back to Britain. Britain didn't produce anything. It's a tiny little fucking island. How did they become the world superpower? Colonization, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we colonize. We just colonize in different aspects. Instead of colonization, we have economic dominance in areas.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's literally what we've been doing. That's the whole fucking point. The whole America first isolationist, like tariffs and everything, that is the opposite of what it was that we've been doing. Yes, we've been using soft power throughout the world because we had the ability to do so. If we keep tariffing everybody and keep moving in an isolationist direction, we do not have that ability anymore. That is exactly what it is that I'm saying.
America First was an ideology that in modern times, because pre-modernity would be the Know Nothing Party.
I don't mean all America First. I
Okay.
mean Trump's
Okay,
America
but
First movement.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that America First conceptually was brought together by Pat Buchanan in Republic and Not an Empire. It's an amazing book with a lot of good points. And us becoming quote unquote isolationist has never been the principal position of America First. The principal position is what's in it for us. And it can't just be world peace, whatever the fuck that is. It's that whenever we do anything, we need to make sure that America gets its chop first. You want our help in Ukraine?
That is
we get your
literally what
minerals.
we've been doing. Yes.
Yeah, you want your help in Ukraine? We get your minerals. All right. You want this, that, or the other? We get it. Israel, you want our help doing something? Is it in our best interest? Is it going to affect our relationship with other foreign nations?
The whole
Like,
that's literally been, bro, that's literally the whole fucking idea of Ukraine in the first place. That's the whole fucking idea. The fact that they had their revolution, the fact that they got rid of the leader that was working with Russia, the fact that Russia no longer had their thumb on Ukraine, that made it to where, because the Ukrainians had voted that they did want to move away from Russia in a more Western-centric trade agreements, that this was going to be very beneficial to the United States, and that was the whole fucking idea.
How is Ukraine becoming a part of, Western Europe or NATO or whatever you have? How does that benefit America?
I think they wanted to have like more, again, like a European and trade agreements with the United States, because the Russians were like run by oligarchs, and they were
but I don't
all implemented into Ukraine as well. So because it would actually be beneficial to the country to actually have like more. Wait, what do you mean?
Okay, whatever trade, let's say Ukraine was going to do, I don't know, $10 billion in trade with America annually. Let's just say they were.
Mm-hmm.
The unrest alone and the financial drain that provided already by the fact that they split from Russia has already been more of an economic deterrence to ever do trade with them.
Wait, but that
it hasn't benefited us at all, and it wouldn't benefit us at all.
That is, again, a major part of the aspect, is that another enemy country, it's Russia, does not get that benefit. Like
enemy country.
The fact,
why is Russia the enemy country pre the Ukraine war? What America for pre Ukraine war?
So,
would you say Russia
like
was our
cyber
enemy?
attacks on our institutions, on our government, trying to influence elections, the amount of
wasn't the entire Russia thing disproven 50 times by now with regard of influencing the election for Trump? The Russiagate hoax. Not proven. They said that the document was promulgated by Hillary Clinton. The Steele dossier was promulgated by the Steele dossier.
The Steele document. The Steele dossier has nothing to do with whether or not the election was influenced. What are you talking about?
Okay, man. I would disagree with that, but I would say you don't think that the Steele dossier had to do with whether or not the election was influenced?
Not from the official
from Russia
record. Not from the official record. No, I keep wanting to say the Barr investigation, but that wasn't his fucking name. Name, everybody mispronounces his fucking name every time. What was the name of the investigation? Chat, help me out here.
Dude, the Steele dossier was about corroboration with Russia for the 2016 campaign.
Yeah, the Mueller report. Yes, the Mueller report was
Okay,
not like
well-
the Steele dossier was not like it's this huge component of the Mueller report when they're actually going and like getting data on like, you know, bot farms and you know, accounts and money put into this and negotiations and like that was and they all came to the conclusion that Russia definitely meddled in our elections and were putting lots of resources towards influencing it. That was the conclusion that they came to, and every analysis since then has come to the same conclusion about those same exact aspects. I know that MAGA always focuses on the Steele dossier and P tapes and shit like that for some reason, but that's shit that came out in like, you know, little newspapers and shit.
Okay, I think your read on the entire situation is I would have a lot of problems with it, especially with how you framed the Mueller report. The Steele dossier was a huge aspect of the Mueller report that had to be there. Like, this is disproven. This is by some British intelligence agency, and they have serious ties with the Clinton administration.
So you're telling me Steele, Christopher Steele, the guy who wrote this document, where he puts in the document that these claims are not substantiated. These are just like people who have said things, and lots of it's hearsay even. And so like this is these are not like corroborated or substantiated. These are just claims made by people. Here you go. This is something that everybody took super seriously and thought was a huge component to what it was that
You
Trump
have a logical
did or
fallacy
didn't
in
do.
your thinking. The Mueller report said that one of the biggest aspects of Russian interference was social media influence, which is what you just said the Steele dossier would be: hearsay, allegations. Yet it still had a promulgated effect on the election. So yeah,
Wait, what?
And this is a grander point that I'm trying to make, right? Which is you're saying,
Wait,
like,
I
Russia
will
is
say,
their enemy
I'm
because they're
sorry,
trying
hold
to
on, wait.
influence election?
Hold on, wait.
Oh my
Okay, hold on.
God.
I'm
Yeah,
confused
let's
on your
talk
claim.
about it.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to clarify. Hold on, I'm just trying to clarify. I think maybe I misunderstood. Are you saying the Steele dossier influenced the election?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying the Steele dossier was about Russian influence on elections. I was like, what? I don't know what the fuck you're talking
Well,
about. Like that was not what that was about. That was a
the Steele
that
Steele dossier was about that. The Steele dossier, it was both. It did affect the election, and it was saying that Trump and Russia were colluding in the 2016 election.
Yes, there's obviously aspects to it. Yes, where they're talking about that as well. Yes,
clearly,
of course.
that clearly has to do with the that's not.
Yes,
I'm not
but that's
trying to
why
be
I was
obtuse.
saying, like, separate from the official reports and like the official narratives. I was saying that they were not like using the Steele dossier as this like this like, you know, a reliable source of information.
But
outside of it being verified.
Okay, but to get back on the grander point here, which is that if Russia is an enemy because they're trying to influence our elections, and the influence is done through social media campaigns and alleged, like, I don't know how much the leaking operations that were done by Russian intelligence actually had an effect, or even what that even looked like, at what level, if they were hacking into the fucking DOJ or if they were hacking into, I don't know. But the point I'm trying to make is that, like, this idea that Ukraine is going to be beneficial, like, supporting Ukraine right now is not beneficial to America. You'd agree with that, right?
Not in the moment, no.
Not fiscally, not morally. I mean, maybe morally, but not really. It seems to be a split issue amongst the voters. Not for international relations. I don't see the value in that. And so America first is this idea that if before we do anything, this better have our heart as the forefront of why we're doing something, the American people. And that has what's been subverted. And I would agree with you that under Trump, there was a bit of a bait and switch with America first and what that really means, especially in particularity with Israel. But going back to, James Fishback, Nick Fuentes, there's other prominent people. That's what Gen Z men want. They want to return to America first, and they want to return to traditional values. And those people will give it to them.
Okay. I disagree that that's what most of them want. Almost every single person that I've ever spoken to that says that they're real, like, Pat Buchanan nationalists, that when they say America first, they mean America only. That, like, there is no second or third, there is nobody else. We are not ever helping other countries. We're not trying to do anything for anybody else. We are only ever worried about the United States and becoming isolationist. And that is
that was never Pat Buchanan's point, and that's never been.
I agree. I agree. It's
never been Nick Fuentes' point either.
Well, you say it never has been. I don't know if he's changed it over time, but I that was what it was he was saying at least 2 years ago when I was more involved with the Groypers. He was definitely saying these sorts of things.
America only.
Yes, yes, he did want to be isolationist. He did want to stop giving money to other countries for any reason. Yes, he was definitely in that sort of mindset. But today I do he has become a bit more pragmatic in a lot of his geopolitics, and so I don't know if he would still hold that position now. But this has gone in various directions, and I do gotta call it at some point. We could probably disagree on a million things for days.
You bleeding heart lib, shit lib. It's been an honor, dude. Great talking to you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Are you a Groyper?
No, I'm not a Groyper. And the reason is that even if I was a Groyper, I wouldn't say I was a Groyper. It's like
fair enough.
Suicide, dude.
Yeah.
It's like suicide. But I'll end on this note. I think that the Groypers, they're the whole Fishback thing that you brought up was like the fact he's only got 3%. I've seen different polls. The whole position that Fuentes is trying to push isn't to win an election. It's to make the Republicans lose, and he's going to do that. You have my word. Mark my word. And he's
I think the Republicans are going to lose. I think it's going to be more because of Trump. But we can already see the polling and all of the elections so far, heavily leaning in the Democrats' direction. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's historical, and there's probably truth in the fact that Trump exacerbates the issue. But what Fuentes is trying to do is he's trying to say, oh, wow, these elections are always so close every year. It's always by 1% that one side wins or the other wins. Well, we can capture that 1%, and he tells people, don't vote. He's like, do not vote, right? And unlike in 2020 or 2022 or 2024, he now has 700,000 followers on Rumble. He's got over 1 million followers on X, and young men do listen to him every night. And he is going to hold the Republican Party hostage. He's going to go and he's going to fuck with Vivek Ramaswamy in Ohio, and then he's going to fuck with J.D. Vance for having an Indian wife, but being a devout Catholic. Not really the Indian wife; it's having a Hindu wife. And it's going to be those positions that he's going to say, you need to now come to the table, and you need to be serious about mass deportation, or find a candidate that will. And I think he's going to be successful. And so I give the final note to you.
Okay, well, that's it. I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, dude. You take care. I'll call in another time.
All right, cool. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Later.
Okay, let's finish this real quick, and then we've got I think, was it Pisco and Hutch debate?
To him. But what I can tell you is the men that I have met, the men that I have spoken to that have come to our events like UCF last night, where we drew a crowd of over 300 people with 12 hours notice. A lot of them were wearing America First hats. A lot of them watched Nick Fuentes. And what I've said is that in my conversations with those men, I have found them to be incredibly patriotic, insightful, and well-informed. Am I going to agree with them on everything? No, but I'm not going to sit here and disavow or denounce my fellow Americans merely because I have a political disagreement with them.
You are never going.
Also, thank you, Z King, for the $5 tip. He said, why doesn't this person make any effort to humanize people on the left? Why is it always some nefarious agenda? I notice we always have to understand why men go far right and be super empathetic, but the right never does this. Yeah, I think, like, obviously, yeah, as far as, like, the humanizing part, I think maybe it doesn't matter as much, but the, like, empathy part or the trying to understand part, because obviously, yes, it's going to happen the same way when we talk about what it is that women are doing, what it is that women want, what it is that they're looking for. But on top of that, I do think that yeah, like, if one of the things that I brought up is, like, if we're just looking at outcomes, we're just looking at, like, oh, I don't like these outcomes, therefore, what is it that you hope to get from spamming "Free America" from Trump Nazi? What is the point in that, dude? Like, what the why do people do this? I don't get it, dude. Anyways, I think they're like, yeah, if I'm just looking at outcomes and then saying I don't like these outcomes, so these people are negative, a negative to vote for, or are a negative for the country if they vote. I think that, yeah, MAGA would probably be the big zone there, because when we talk about this, I'm not just talking about anybody who voted for Trump. I don't think that just anybody who voted for Trump is MAGA. I don't consider that to be MAGA. I would say that, like, that's, you know, Republicans, but I don't think all Republicans are MAGA. There is, like, a specific, because even, like, Nick Fuentes wouldn't be MAGA. There's, like, a very specific group of, like, loyalists who are very, like, cult minded and very you know, Trump can do no wrong, and he's just the perfect embodiment of masculinity and leadership, and he's always playing 4D chess. Like, that's MAGA to me. Those, you know, that's fucking MAGA. And yeah, how is he not totally MAGA? Who, Nick Fuentes? He doesn't like Trump. Trump likes Israel. Yeah, he's Fuentes not a fan of Trump. He wait, seriously? Yeah. Yeah, seriously. The guy just finished the call by saying that Nick Fuentes is going to make sure that the Republicans don't win in the next election. Like, it has been he has been very anti-Trump for a while. Now, Fuentes and his, like, strategies changed with the win, so he's just pro ICE. Well, yeah, obviously he's very pro, like, immigration. Yeah, that's, like, his whole thing. So yeah, of course, he's very pro immigration, definitely. All right, we're at $68. We gotta get at least 100 for me to be able to get the the new RAM to keep doing the panels. If you guys are new here, I am a liberal. I am a Democrat, moderate liberal Democrat, pretty standard lib for the most part, and I do a lot of panels here, host a lot of debates, do a lot of debates, and then also cover the news on a daily basis, and play some Arc Raiders, which I'll probably be doing here shortly. But I just got a new computer. I got to get more RAM. My computer's not handling a lot of this very well, and it only has 8 gigs of RAM in it while running a 5060. So I need more RAM. And the last couple of times that I have done panels on this channel, they have crashed in the middle of the panel numerous times, and it is a problem. So if you want to donate to the channel, go to the channel, or if you want to donate to help me get some RAM so that I can keep running panels, keep having people on to debate, go to the channel. Wow, I got a 5070 and 36 gigs. That's what I would like. I 32 is what I want. I don't know how'd you get 36? Did you add like a 4? Did you get two 16s and a 4? 8 gigabytes? Yes, 8 gigabytes. Yes, I know. My last fucking computer was a 1050 with 32 gigs, okay? My last computer, now, I started off with 2 4s and then went from 2 4s and is again streamed on this, played video games on this 2 4s in a 1050 for years. But then eventually switched, added 2 16s instead, and that, yes, that really, where are all the women here? They're here. What do you mean? They've literally been in chat the whole fucking time. So anyway, so yes, if you would like to donate to the channel, don't do it through Super Chats because I don't get that money for like 2 months. Go to the channel and donate through Stream Elements. You can use PayPal or a debit card or credit card, but we are trying to add more debates. We got a bunch scheduled for next week. Here's one from the other day on the Alex Preddy shooting.
Law enforcement. So if he's in the way of effecting an arrest, how is this not helping to obstruct? How do you know the?
And then this is the one on the Rene Good shooting. We have a new panel show that we're going to be doing here. This is the first one that we're doing. Today is... So if you guys want to contribute, $5, more than helpful. You can go to the channel, click right here, and it'll show you the tip the channel link under Stream Elements. You can go under there and use either PayPal or a debit or credit card and donate, and you can leave a message on there, and that will be read on stream. Appreciate everybody who's donated tonight as well. Really appreciate you guys. Hopefully we'll get this soon enough. We'll get this all squared away.
Going to disavow patriotic Americans. Okay. Why do you think these?
Why would I? Why would I disavow? By the way, I'm not going to disavow.
I have a question though. Why do you think these so-called patriotic Americans, these so-called, these white nationalists and anti-Semitic supporters, why do you think you attract so many of them? What do you think they see in you?
Well, you're calling them white nationalists. Where's the evidence that they're white nationalists, Tara?
I mean, Nick Fuentes is pretty clear about the fact that he is a white.
Well, he denies being a white nationalist, but yeah, you would actually have to get into it. He is a white nationalist, like definitionally, he is a white nationalist. But the just as the last guy on here wouldn't doesn't like the label Groiper and the stigma that comes with that. That is the same idea that Nick Fuentes has with the term white nationalist, is that yes, it has a negative stigma with it. It is, it looks bad, and so he would rather not call himself a white nationalist.
White supremacist. I don't think anyone would disagree. I don't think he would disagree with it. He wouldn't disagree with it.
So Tara, my understanding is he lives in the state of Illinois. I live in the state of Florida. I'm running to be the governor of Florida. What I can tell you is the supporters on the ground at our events are patriotic Americans. We are not going to agree on everything, but I am fighting to be a governor for every single American citizen in my state. Look, there is not a Democrat Florida or Republican Florida. The issues that afflict my state, affordability, the cost crisis, gas prices, everything, property insurance, property tax, all of that does not uniquely afflict one group or one political party. We are all in this together. And as my grandmother always reminded us, no one will make it out alive. And so
I mean, these are definitely single issue guys. I just don't, like, what do you think?
I mean, you're just saying, you're just saying,
you haven't answered my question.
Saying things.
I'm just,
you're just saying things. You're just saying, how does, well, what is your question, Tara?
My question is, why do you think you attract these people? What do you think they see in you? What do they believe you represent? Why?
Tara,
like, why what is it about you?
Why don't you come down to Florida? Genuinely, I invite you to come down to the campaign trail and spend time with us and talk to our supporters and get a better idea of who supports our movement. I can tell you, we got a lot of Democrats who recognize that the next governor of Florida, just facts, the next governor of Florida is going to be a Republican, and they're switching over in droves to change their party affiliation to Republican, away from Democrat, away from Independent, away from Libertarian, to vote for me because I'm the only real America First candidate that will fight.
Again, from what we looked at just a little bit ago, he's polling at about 3%. But even if he's not 3%, he does not have a fucking chance. He doesn't have a fucking chance. He's saying people are switching parties in droves to vote for him. Give me a fucking break, dude. Give me a fucking break, dude. Come on. Oh, I just realized the landscape chat hasn't been on screen for a while. This is the whole fucking time the landscape chat wasn't on screen. My bad, guys. Whoops. Whoopsies.
For the economic dignity of every young couple, of every working family, and every senior in our state. And your accusations that I'm a racist, a white nationalist, an anti-Semite.
I never said that. I just asked you why those people.
But no,
like
you're playing this. You're playing this but you're playing the guilt association game with me.
No, I'm not.
You're saying
I want to know if it bothers you to know they support you.
Okay, what does it bother me? Okay, tell me who supports me, what they've said, and why would that bother me? I need specifics.
Said he supports you.
He said he's voting for me. He can't vote in Florida.
No, he didn't say he's voting for you. He said positive things about you, and his followers, they come up to you in their blue hats, which is a signal.
I love the blue America First hat. I prefer it to the MAGA hat because I believe that America First is something we have to get back to. It's not something new. It's something old that we need to reassert our sovereignty. This is our country. It's our home.
He won't answer a fucking question, bro. Like, it's obviously, if I was her, I wouldn't like keep harping on it because obviously he's not going to answer it, and I think the non-answer one time is going to be just as good as the non-answer 5 times. But yeah, this is as much as you're going to get from him probably for the rest of this. It's kind of crazy though. She like this video's been up for 15 hours and it's got only like 4,000 views. Is her channel struggling? We're at 18 minutes in this. This is 2 days ago, 5,000 views. 3 days ago, 19,000. 4 days ago, 9,000. Damn, dude, she really has, like, I feel like an outsized presence for somebody who gets these types of views. Like, this is from 7 days ago, 5,000 views. That's crazy. This is her on CNN. We got 4,000 views.
He's voting for you. He said positive things about you in his followers. They come up.
I can't hear anything. Oh, that's why.
Come up to you in their blue hats.
What the fuck? Sorry. Apologies. Apologies, chat. I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb.
Which is a signal.
I love the Blue America First hat. I prefer it to the MAGA hat because I believe that America First is something we have to get back to. It's not something new, it's something old, that we need to reassert our sovereignty. This is our country, it's our home, it's our birthright, and no one, not multinational corporations, not billionaires, not foreign nationals, no one should steal the birthright from American citizens, Tara.
Okay. You've used some racially charged language to describe your opponent, Byron Donalds. You've called him Byron, called him D.I. Donalds. Do you believe that if Byron Donalds was a white guy, he wouldn't be in Congress?
Yeah, I don't believe if he were a white guy, he'd be in Congress. I believe he is a DEI hire. There's nothing special about him. I've heard those conversations with folks in Washington, D.C.
I think if Trump was a white guy, he wouldn't be the president.
In Tallahassee, that he is our guy. He's kind of the token black guy. He's moved up the ranks when a lot of other people who are highly qualified would not be in that position if they were white or if they were not black like him. So I absolutely believe that he is a DEI hire. And for me, what DEI means is he did not earn it. DEI didn't earn it. He did not earn the ability to serve. He has not won over the trust of my state. Tara, I've done more in-person campaign events in the last 9 weeks than Byron Donalds has done in 12 months. He's not even trying to be the governor.
$45 million in the bank. And
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He has $45 million.
Less than $1,000 to me suggests that not a lot of people have faith in your campaign.
Tara, what are you talking about? Less than $1,000? I don't have less than $1,000. I bought this big gulp. I have $1,000 minus 89 cents. Look, Tara, this idea that since I'm not a multimillionaire and I didn't take millions of dollars from AIPAC to be a slave for Israel like Byron.
By the way, the pardon power is meant for the president to liberate people who were impression form of unjust laws, not just when their friends get in trouble. Kind of that. It wasn't really just that. It was meant to be like a token of power for the president. So that is like one aspect. This is meant to be like, this is a thing for the president that only he can do, that gives him power to make this decision. Also, the fact that he's over the executive branch, which includes like DOJ and things like this, makes somewhat sense. But I think mostly it was meant to be a representation of like mercy. That normally, so lots of times we would, like, people who were in prison, federal prisons, would write a letter, or like, this is what I'm going through. This is what my family's going through. I need to get back to work. My mom died from cancer and I need to make it to her funeral. Shit like that. It was meant to be like this merciful gift to people for specific scenarios, and not as much about like wrongdoing, because the president shouldn't be making decisions of like legal wrongdoing. That should be for like appellate courts or the Supreme Court. Like, those should make decisions on wrongdoing, whereas the president isn't as much. He's not supposed to say like, this decision was wrong, so I'm overruling them. It's yeah, it could be an aspect of like his decision making process, but it's more so meant to be like a merciful thing.
McDonald's has, that somehow disqualifies me. That is
It's not
completely
disqualifying. It's just
unacceptable.
indicative of people believing that you have a shot and wanting to support you. But I want to keep going because
The first pardon was the Whiskey Rebellion. It was because they didn't want to kill traitors. Right. That is I didn't know that was the first one, but I do know that I believe the tradition is built on like it's supposed to be a merciful gesture.
Hold on. Tara, I'm polling at second place. Okay, I got 23% of the vote. Byron Donalds has 37%. We got 7 months to go. I will end this election on the debate stage with Fox News on June 23rd when I call out Byron Donalds for all of his lies, all of his duplicity, all of his disingenuous words and actions and deeds over the last 5 years.
Bro, I don't think you're going to be polling high enough to make it on that stage.
The fact that he went to Congress and did nothing but drive up the national debt. He passed the Allies Act with Joe Biden that lowered the vetting requirements for Afghan refugees, like the sicko that came into our country and shot 2 National Guardsmen the night before Thanksgiving last year.
Tom, are you a DEI supporter? I think DEI is too broad to even say yes or no. There's like the conservative version of DEI, obviously not. Like if you would ever like hire people based on race, or like do college admissions based on race, or do where that is like an important factor in their admission, things like that. No, definitely not. But like the majority of DEI is, which is just like making workplaces more accessible and more welcoming to more types of people, that, yeah, totally in favor of that. That is like 95% of what it is that DEI work does. So 23%, he says, Tom. He said he's polling at 23%. Is that what he said? Where's he getting the 23% number from? If it's actually 3%? What was his name again? Fishbeck? So this is what we looked at a minute ago. Was it this one? This is from January 15th, 2026. And it says, and 3% support is Zoria CEO James Fishback. So this is from Florida Politics. Let's see if there's anything else. Latest 2026 Florida GOP gubernatorial poll shows Byron Donalds blowing away the rest of the field. So is DeSantis not even running because he's running for president, or what? Or no, sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. I keep putting. Wait, I'm confusing myself now. Wait, it's Senate, right? He's running for Senate, not congressman. I mean, sorry, not fuck. I'm fucking up all the words. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is a new public opinion survey of 600 likely Republican primary voters shows Naples U.S. Representative Byron Donalds is running away with the 2026 Republican race for governor. Okay, I keep thinking for some reason I thought she said senator, so I thought she said senator. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I totally misheard that. Okay, so I thought they said senator. He's not running for Senate. He's running for governor. And so DeSantis isn't running then, right? Donaldson, who was elected Florida's 19th congressional district in 2020, leads Florida's first Lady Casey's DeSantis. First Lady Casey DeSantis, who has not declared a candidacy for governor. Okay. So wait, so Ron DeSantis would drop, or he wouldn't run and his wife would run instead? Who has not declared candidacy for governor by only 13 points, 39% 20 to 26%, in a poll conducted by Fabrizio Lee and Associates, a GOP political polling firm. However, when voters are informed that Donalds has already been endorsed by President Donald Trump, his lead swells to 58 points, 68% to 10%. When GOP voters were asked how they would vote were the gubernatorial race held today, Donalds leads investment firm CEO James Fishbeck 47% to 5%. His lead leaps to 76% to 6%. Over Fishbeck, when voters are informed about the Trump endorsement, former House Speaker Paul Renner gets 4%, but that number drops. When GOP voters were asked how they would vote were the gubernatorial race today. Okay, so it does say, yeah. Donalds leads investment firm CEO Fishbeck 47% to 5%. His lead leaps to 76% to 6% over Fishbeck when voters are informed about the Trump endorsement. I'm so confused, dude. When voters find out that Trump endorsed Donalds, Fishbeck's polling goes up 1%. Okay, so this shows him 5 to 6%. So yeah, so Fishbeck's 5 to 6% according to this one. So I don't know. Other Republicans in the race include Lieutenant Collins, who jumped in this week, former Florida House Speaker Paul Renner, and James Fishbeck. That's the only time this one names Fishbeck, so. Okay. So yeah, 3 to 6%.
You're a block from the White House. I will call him out for everything, but I will also assert the affirmative positive vision that I have for my state, which is that we are the best state in the country. But that means nothing if the people who made us the best can no longer afford to live here. Tara, mark my words, I will be the 47th governor of my state. I'll be the 6th governor in my family, and I will put Florida on the map and actually create a state where working families and seniors have a shot again.
Okay. But before we get into that, you know, you've spoken about the indignity of being a white man. I'm not a white man, so I don't know what it's like. So can you explain?
You do not get to decide your gender for us. If we say you're a white man, you're a white man. That's
explain what that looks like in your life concretely. Like, do you walk into a store and people are like, hey, whitey, and discriminate against you? Did you have a harder time getting into Georgetown? I want to know how white men are suffering. So if you could explain that to me, that'd be really great.
I'll explain it in the words of the Coca-Cola presentation.
The way that she said that, bro. The way that she said, so if you could explain that to me, that would be really great. Like, Tom, rate your white man experience. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, being white is the fucking bomb. And I don't mean the bomb as if I was a Middle Eastern man, like a jihadist or something. I mean the bomb like it is fucking awesome.
From January 2021, where it told employees to be less white is to be less arrogant, to be less conceited, to be a better listener. That's what it means, is that this systemic lie. Republicans say that there's no systemic racism in America. I disagree.
I doubt that was said. I doubt that was said. I would bet that was not said. I would bet they probably said whiteness to engage in less whiteness or to have less whiteness. I would bet they did not say to be less white. Who did he say said
It's
this?
From January 2021, where it told him
how white men are suffering. So if you could explain that to me, that'd be really great.
I'll explain it in the words of the Coca-Cola presentation from January 2021, where it told employees to be less white.
Yes, leaked materials from LinkedIn Learning Diversity Training course, which was made available to Coca-Cola employees in 2021, included slides advising that being less white meant being less oppressive, less arrogant, less certain, less defensive, less ignorant, more humble, to listen, believe, break with apathy, and break with white solidarity. The training material is part of Confronting Racism session featuring author Robin DiAngelo. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I think we found our issue here. All right. Makes sense now.
Is to be less arrogant, to be less conceited, to be a better listener. That's what it means, is that this systemic lie. Republicans say that there's no systemic racism in America. I disagree. There is systemic racism. It is against white Christian men. It is caused.
Hey, white boy liberal, we blacks don't care about you liberals. Got it? We blacks are conservatives. So when you say we blacks, you're saying that if we asked most black people, they would agree more with you than they would with me on politics, is what you're saying right now, right? Black boy? Just want to make sure we got this black boy in chat clearing this up for us real quick.
Codified in our education system from K through 12, in our public universities, and in lectures like that from the literal slide deck of the Coca-Cola company, one of the largest companies in this country. And so can you imagine, Tara, if there was a presentation at Coke that said to be less black is to be this, that, and the other? Can you imagine how hateful and how disrespectful and how universally condemned that would be? And yet it's okay to demonize and diminish white men across this country. It's time for us to stop and to reassert the fact that all men are created equal.
I just want to know about you, though.
Hey, black boy, where'd you go?
Like,
what happened?
I get it. You're saying this is something that Coca-Cola has done. You feel like this is something that corporate culture has done. You don't work.
I don't feel like it's something I'm citing primary source evidence to you.
But
I'm not saying
Yeah, that was a weird way for her to say that. You feel like this is something that they've done. It's a literal example, so fair enough, I guess. All right, I'll be right back. And I'm gonna try pulling up Bark Road.
I know what it's like for you. I want to know what it's like to be in your. I want to know what it's like for you to feel the indignity of being a white man. Tell me what it's like.
Tara, I'm not going to recount my lived experiences of 31 years on God's green earth with you right now.
Why
Okay?
not?
I am going to
why
recount.
You think this way.
If you want to come down and hang out at 7-Eleven with me, you're welcome on the campaign trail. But what I'm citing to you is primary source evidence of anti-white discrimination for one of the largest companies in this country, one of the largest employers in this country.
Why can't you honestly tell people what the way that you have felt discriminated against? Like, do you think it was harder for you to get into Georgetown? Did people mock you for being a white guy? Did you feel like there was something that made you uncomfortable in day-to-day situations? Don't just give me data. Give me real.
Well, I didn't give you any quantitative data. I actually just cited primary source evidence from a presentation at Coke. I'm not going to sit here and be a victim for you, Tara. I'm not going to be a victim on demand to explain the struggles of white men in this country. I'm not going to be a victim and tell you that 7 out of 10 of the suicides in this country are white men, that 200 fentanyl overdoses.
All right, well, I guess little buddy got scared. I just want to let him know, since the black boy never came back. Just want to let him know that we white liberals don't care what you think. We white boys are liberals.
A day happen every single day in this country, and that disproportionately affects white men. The poison that came across our southern border was trafficked and sold into white communities predominantly.
You didn't get scared, you idiot. Then why? What happened? He came in. He obviously wanted to say something, right? He was talking to me. Yes, he was talking to me, and then I replied to him, and then he ran away. So generally, if I told you a story and I said somebody confronted another person, and when that person responded, they ran away, you wouldn't think, oh, the person was scared. It's kind of weird, but I'm a black boy and a liberal. Totally dislike this video. Wait, you didn't partially dislike this video? I hit the partially dislike on the video, but you hit the totally dislike.
But I'm not. But hold on, Tara. I'm not going to sit here. No, Tara.
What's the worst thing that happened to you?
What's the worst thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life is after the Haitian earthquake in January of 2010. My dad lost his business because hundreds of thousands of Haitians who were illiterate, who only knew how to do manual labor, took over the tree trimming and landscaping business in South Florida, something my father proudly did for 20 years. And we were on the brink of bankruptcy. We almost lost our home, and I was living on food stamps for 8 months. And so, yeah, it was really, really painful to have to see my dad and see my mom go through that, to lose our family business for foreign immigrants who came here and stole opportunities away from American citizens. But you know what? I'm done being a victim, and I'm done allowing this victimhood culture that has pervaded large parts of America, particularly in a DEI sense. But we're not sitting here and complaining. We're sitting here to fight back, Tara, to reassert our dignity.
Just want to be clear that GK Rebs person obviously got fucking scared and ran away.
In our sovereignty over our country.
Did all of the white landscapers go out of business, or is this you looking down on someone to explain failure?
So I don't think that the Haitian immigrants who came here with TPS after the Haitian earthquake in 2010 could become SAT tutors or math teachers. They could do one thing and one thing only, and that is manual labor. And yes, most of the tree trimmers who were white or black, but are American citizens, they lost their businesses because when you have 100,000 cheap foreigners who will work for $5 a day, who will work for a sub-market wage, guess what? People like my dad will lose their business called Tom's Tree Trimming Service. And that was unacceptable. And it's yet another example of how the open border that was pushed by Republicans and Democrats has infiltrated and destroyed large parts of our culture and our economic identity.
I want to get into a comment you made about Don Lemon. You said that he should be hung in a public square.
Okay.
First of all,
let me stop you. Hold on. Let me stop you. No, let me stop you right there. I want you to read what I said verbatim. If we're going to have this conversation about Mr. Lemon, please.
Why don't you say it verbatim? Say it.
I'm happy to say it verbatim. Let me pull it up because I want to tell you verbatim exactly what I said. Because
Don Lemon is lucky he's not getting hanged in the public square for ransacking a church. Those are your words. I'm reading them for you. Don't worry about pulling it up.
You ransacked a church? Don Lemon ransacked the church? Whoa. That's crazy, dude. What? He ransacked the church? That's fucking nuts, bro. I can't believe he did that. Donnie boy? Ooh-wee. You done fucked up this time, bruh. You really fucked up this time. You ransacked a church, dude. You shouldn't be ransacking. Don't ransack anything. But especially a church. What was he thinking? You saw that? Oh, shit. Why didn't they put that in the indictment, dude? That's crazy. Why didn't they include that in the indictment? All of the ransacking that was happening. No, Tom, he ran and sacked a church. He was sacking the ran of the church.
Perfect.
So,
thank you so much.
Do you think
but hold on,
he
but
should
Tara,
have a hearing? Do you think he should have a hearing?
Yes, of course.
Do you think he should have a hearing?
Yes, of course. When did I say he shouldn't have a hearing? Do you realize that public hangings were common in this country up until the 1920s, and they were the result of a due process and a fair trial?
This is both of them. This is bad. This is both of them. That Hurch is like, do you think he should have a hearing? Like, where did that come from? What do you think that, like, him saying this is what he thinks the punishment should be, like, there's no hearing, but then him being like, yeah, of course, but like hanging people is normal, dude. Like, we can hang people for tiny little infractions. Don Lemon is an idiot. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me that you just listened to somebody say that somebody should be hanged for, at most, trespassing. Maybe he wasn't trespassing. The church was open to the public. Nobody told him to leave. Nobody. The pastor literally did an interview with him afterwards. So nobody. But let's say trespassing, that the guy should be. He never said that. Wait, what? He just said he did. He was told to leave and churches are protected. When was he told to leave? You are the first person to bring this up. Absolutely nobody has ever said that he was told to leave. When was he told to leave? When you say churches are protected, I agree, they are protected. Of course. But they are protected against people harassing folks, which he didn't do. He didn't do that. Now, the other people I agree. The other people there that he was recording, yes, they could totally be charged with these things. But why do you keep saying they're protected? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't know why. Why are you do you speak English? Are you a fucking illegal? How did we get so many fucking illegals in here like this? You don't understand English, do you? So what I said is that this guy just said that Don Lemon should be hanged. And you reply by saying Don Lemon is an idiot. He is, always has been. Yeah, that is a motherfucking bot if I ever saw one, bro. That is a bot if I ever saw one. Sheesh. I don't even know. I think a bot would have some human programming at some point. That might be too much of a compliment to call them a bot. Holy shit. The bot thinks, hey, this person just said Don Lemon should be hanged. And you know what? Don Lemon's an idiot. What the fuck? Like, how fucked do you have to be to hear somebody say that and then be like, yeah, Don Lemon's a fucking idiot? Hey, we got somebody else right after. You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Well, he's attacking a church. Those are your words. I'm reading them for you. Don't worry about pulling it
Perfect.
out.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you so much.
Do you think
So, but hold on, but Tara,
in 15 you think he should have a hearing?
Yes, of course.
Do you think he should have a hearing?
Yes, of course. When did I say he shouldn't have a hearing? Do you realize that public hangings were common in this country up until the 1920s, and they were the result of a due process and a fair trial? That public execution was actually a way.
Do you recognize that language is historically tied to lynching, though?
Do you recognize that lynching is extrajudicial by its very nature? It's inherent that lynching means you are sidestepping and circumventing due process, and that extrajudicial lynching is absolutely wrong.
You just insulted foreigners by saying they can't speak English. Can't speak English, must be a foreigner. To be clear, I said illegal. I didn't even say foreigner, okay? First off. You said it, I didn't. I said illegal. That's first. Secondly, it's odd that you would rather, I assume, people born in America and who have lived here their whole lives, that I would be more likely to assume it's Americans who can't speak English rather than a foreigner who can't speak English. That to you, that would be the better assumption. Well, it's just as likely that, you know, considering the fact that we have people who are so dumb that they would vote for Trump today, that they probably also don't understand English either. So I should go ahead and just, one is just as likely as the other. How do you decide? Because you can't know which one's which. You just assumed all foreigners can't speak English. No, I didn't say foreigners. Illegals are foreigners. Well, sometimes.
What I said was, if in this country you ransack a church, you should be afforded due process. And at the end of that due process, Don Lemon should be lucky that in the early days of this country, the due process would have been for someone like anyone to go into a church and do that would have likely been public execution. That is merely a historical observation. The fact
always? I guess technically, if like if your parents were from Cuba, and they're coming over on a boat, and your mom gives birth to you on the boat in the middle of the ocean on your way over here. I guess because they were born in the middle of the ocean, they would be like a Pacificer, because that's where they were born. So now that they got here, now they're a foreigner.
The fact that you would say that I'm inciting violence against Don Lemon, I want him to have a fair trial. I think he will be convicted of the crimes. I read the indictment. It is ironclad. He should not have stormed that church. He should not have deprived Christians of their First Amendment right to pray and to worship our God. It was unacceptable. Tara, okay, then you know what? Tell it to the judge. Tell it to the judge.
If I had to go if first of all, if I had to go into a
Nationality of the ship, dumbass. Okay, well, what if two ships, two boats, two wooden boats crash into each other? One from America and one from Cuba. And they both crash into each other and they both fall apart. And all the people on board are shipwrecked now. So what they do is they build the boat back together in the middle of the ocean, using the leftover parts that are still there from both boats. Now the nationality is mixed. Okay, I am a dumbass. I should have thought of that. Okay, fair enough.
cave to interview the Taliban. Am I a co-conspirator to interview them? If there's a fire inside of a church and I'm in there covering it, am I a co-conspirator? Am I the arsonist because I'm in there?
Tara, if the 9/11 hijackers gave you a heads up and you boarded the plane to cover the 9/11 hijacking, then yes, you and anyone else involved should be publicly executed.
Oh my gosh. Why would I get into a plane that's about to detonate? Okay.
What? I didn't know if I was gonna be able to breathe for a minute there, dude. I was fucking wondering if I'm gonna. Is this the way I fucking die, dude? Is this how I fucking die, bro? Is this it? Like, this, you gotta be. Why, bro? This. Why would I get on a plane that's about to detonate?
Hijackers gave you a head.
To be a co-conspirator to interview them? If there's a fire inside of a church and I'm in there covering it, am I a co-conspirator? Am I the arsonist because I'm in there?
Tara, if the 9/11 hijackers gave you a heads up and you boarded the plane to cover the 9/11 hijacking, then yes, you and anyone else involved should be publicly executed.
Oh my gosh. Why would I get into a plane that's about to detonate? Okay. I want to keep going.
Well, Tara, you asked me, if you were a journalist and you are participating in a criminal act.
That's just too fucking funny, bro. That's just too fucking funny, bro. It needs to be on a short, dude. That. Like, I don't know what I expect. Like generally I would expect her to like answer the hypothetical and say that this is disanalogous because in one case obviously people are being harmed, people are being hurt. Like these are very different types of crimes especially when it comes to like knowing about a crime beforehand and whether or not you do something to prevent it. But like, yeah, she could have like responded to the hypothetical or said that the hypothetical is disanalogous, but instead she just, oh my gosh, why would I get on a plane that's about to detonate? Anyways. That's too much, dude. That's too fucking funny. Yeah, on top, like we've talked about the fact that this is just like generally not the way that we treat these things. Like there have been tons of like reporters who have gone in, like interviewed gang members, talked about crimes, and you know what they do? Lots of times those gang members will cover their faces and have their voices changed, and they will talk about like killing people and talk about murdering somebody, talk about crimes they've committed, talk about shit that they've done, and the journalist will do something to like protect their identity so that they're willing to talk about these things, willing to give the story where they won't risk getting arrested, because if they're going to risk getting arrested, they're not going to give you the information. So they depend on you to blur all of this and like, you know, remove all of the details so that they're capable of giving the information. And generally, we would not turn around and say, well, you have to now give us the information because you now have, you know, the identity of the person who committed X, Y, and Z murder or something like that, right? Because there's like, again, protections. There's protections for churches. There's protections. They're protected. They're protected mercies. There's just protection. Well, there's also protections for journalists, and so we generally give a very wide berth for journalists to engage in activities like this. And so in this scenario, if he's able to get the story by people telling him that it's going to happen ahead of time so that he can go there and record it, this is not a crime, just to be clear, okay? It is not a crime for those people to step inside of the church and start yelling and protesting. That's not a crime. That is not a crime. So where you guys say he knows about a crime before it's happened, it's not a crime. That isn't a crime. Yes, it is. No, it is not. It is a crime if you've been trespassed, you've been told to leave, and you don't leave. But churches, again, are open to the public. They're open to the public. You are allowed to go into the church, and then if the church doesn't want you there, then they can ask you to leave. And if you don't, then yes, that like now it is a crime. But you just going in and protesting or yelling or whatever like that, churches are not public property. They are all privately owned. So are grocery stores. Grocery stores are all privately owned. You can go inside of a grocery store and start screaming and yelling. And if the grocery store wants to, they can ask you to leave. If you just went, so let's say I go into a church tomorrow. I'm a member of this church. I go to this church. I walk into this church and I start screaming and yelling. You guys think I've done something illegal here, right? In order to be consistent on this, you would have to say yes. You have to say yes. I did something illegal just by walking in there and yelling. Until you're asked to leave, which they were. Yes, not Don Lemon. Again, Don Lemon was not one of the people screaming and yelling. He was not one of the people who was doing any of that. He was not disrupting, and he was not asked to leave. He interviewed the pastor afterwards and talked to him. So the pastor did not come up and say, hey, I've asked you guys to leave. You need to get the fuck out. He didn't say that to Don Lemon. Why? Because he knew that Don Lemon was not part of the fucking protest, that he was there recording the shit. Now, Don Lemon can agree with the protest. Don Lemon can know about the protest ahead of time. Don Lemon can be walking in with the protesters, but that doesn't mean that he was one of the people who was yelling and screaming and disturbing people, and then therefore one of the people that they would ask to leave. He was directly asked to leave by the pastor on video. Can you send that to me? I have asked for this numerous times. Nobody has ever even said that he was asked to leave. You are the first person to even claim that he was asked to leave. I agree that the people again, the protesters were asked to leave. I have not seen anywhere where he was asked to leave.
Which is what those sick BLM Antifa rioters did in Minneapolis. If you are doing that, you cannot hide behind the First Amendment protections. Again, I ask you, if you were
Tucker Carlson covers protests all the time. There's no talk about him getting hanged. There were a lot of journalists that cover on both sides of the aisle protests. It's one of the most basic parts of journalism.
That was not a legal protest. Depriving American Christians of their right to worship and pray is not a legal protest. It violated the Klan Act. It's a federal law. He'll have his day in court. He was indicted. Let the facts play out. What I said was that if you ransack a church in the early days of the country as a result of due process, one of the likely punishments handed down by a jury of your peers would be public execution.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said that Don Lemon should be hanged for ransacking a church. That's what he said. He did not say all of that other shit.
That's what I said. I did not call for the lynching of Don Lemon. And once again, the only way you can score points against me, Tara, is if you deliberately mischaracterize what I
mean,
say.
you purposely put out provocative tweets
I mean,
like that.
I don't know. How do you, were you sitting there when I wrote that tweet? I was literally at Panera Bread. Or did you pick two?
You're on
I was
Tinder
eating, hold on.
You're on Tinder looking for supporters. It's weird. Okay.
It's not weird. I got 4,000. I got 4,000 matches, and then they banned me.
Oh,
look,
great.
You know what's weird? That Republican losers in Washington D.C. are opposed to the fact that I want paid maternity leave for the moms in our state. I joined Tinder to let young women know that to be pro-life, you have to fight for paid maternity leave. Do you support paid maternity leave, Tara?
Sure. Yeah.
Wonderful. I do too. Sadly,
I'm not a journalist. Why are you asking me?
Well, because this is a two-way conversation. I don't know why you're asking me a lot of the questions that you're asking.
It's not a two-way conversation. You're running for governor, and I'm a journalist. It's just totally different. Do you understand that? Like, it doesn't matter what I think. You know, I do want to talk though a little bit about women.
I love women.
You know, how should a 17-year-old brother react? I mean, how should a brother react to a 27-year-old going after their 17-year-old sister? Like, I've talked to friends about this, and they were all like, they all said they'd beat your ass. Like, how should they feel about that? 27-year-old dating a 17-year-old?
Well, here's how they should feel about it. False accusations in America are all too common today.
I just want to check. The Superboy 6 just a minute ago said he was directly asked to leave by the pastor on video. If you can tell me where I can find that. I asked him to send it to me, but it's not an easy way for you to send it to me. I can put up a number that you can text it to. You can join the Discord, or you can just tell me where to find it, and I'll go find it. But wanted to check and see if he might be looking for it. So I wanted to see if he's looking for it, or if that's that.
This individual took those accusations to court, and after 7 hours of testimony, a judge rejected her petition. Is this all you got, Tara? Is all you got is to make up lies, to take things that have already.
Okay.
Like, I've talked to friends about this, and they were all like, they all said they'd beat your ass. Like, how should a 17-year-old brother react? I mean, how should I'm a journalist. Why are you asking me?
Well, because this is a great conversation. I don't know why you're asking me a lot of
Because
questions.
I want to conversation. You're running for governor. I'm a journalist. This is totally different. Do you understand that? Like, it doesn't matter what I think.
I'm so confused about the 17-year-old thing. I don't know who they're talking about.
You know, I do want to talk, though, a little bit about women. You know, how should a 17-year-old brother react? I mean, how should a brother react to a 27-year-old going after their 17-year-old sister? Like, I've talked to friends about this, and they were all like, they all said they'd beat your ass. Like,
Don Lemon hides behind journalist, and instead he is a terrorist. Do you would say the same thing about like somebody who went inside of the Capitol and claimed that they were there for journalistic reasons as well, right? Like because the Capitol was closed at the time, right? So like obviously the church was open to the public at the time that he walked in there, but people who walked inside the Capitol and claimed that they were doing that for journalism, that it was closed to the public at the time. So that would be very different. Like if Don Lemon and those protesters walked inside the church when it was closed at the time, holy shit, like no question about that. Like no question about it, fucking trespassing across the board. It should be arrested immediately. Like that's obviously a much worse thing to do. But the people who went inside the Capitol, if you can agree, Don said later on he wanted to scare the white Christian, and it is good he scared them. I don't know if he said if he said it. I honestly don't know that I'd be surprised if he said that. There are video on the internet. It showed on Lemons being asked to leave. First he said, "I'm a journalist and I'm asking." Then at the end of the conversation, he told him, "You two, please leave." And did they leave? But the point of Hawaii priest spying on community under the name. Let's see. Okay. Is this it?
And according to a court indictment, journalist Don Lemon and others are now facing federal charges in connection with the reporting on scene of anti-ICE protesters disrupting a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota on January 18th. Now, Lemon and independent journalist Georgia Ford, who was also arrested, have been released from custody, as I pointed out. But Lemon says he is not guilty, and he and his attorney plan to fight this case. For more what's next with journalists and the precedent this sets for other journalists, I want to bring in ABC News legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer and Aaron Haynes, the president of the National Association of Black Journalists and editor-at-large for the 19th. Aaron, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Brian, I want to start with you. You and I have talked about this at length, but what stands out to you from this indictment? And does the government have a strong case here?
So we're going to step back and look at this case in totality, also what the allegations are. Don Lemon, along with the independent reporter that you mentioned, are charged with what's called the violation of the FACE Act, which in essence says that you cannot disrupt a person's ability to exercise the First Amendment right as it applies to religion by, I think they're going to probably argue here, and what they did is by obstructing their ability to go in or out of that church facility. What we're seeing, though, is him interviewing individuals, even the indictment itself, saying that he was present when this kind of situation was planned out. Doesn't say that he participated in planning out what was going to happen, that he interviewed the leader of this church, that he was so close that the church leader bumped into him, and that he asked people questions outside. The other charge being that he conspired to violate someone else's constitutional rights in the context of religion. I don't see it here. I don't see the argument, especially people are participating and doing an interview with him, and he's not blocking people's ability to go in and out. He's not really part of this organization. So I think the government has a pretty weak case, and the judge highlighted that by releasing both of them, even though the government is asking for a $100,000 bond.
Yeah, we certainly see the video of him interviewing the pastor of that church. Aaron, I turn to you because Don Lemon wasn't the only journalist who was arrested and charged. Minneapolis-based independent journalist Georgia Ford also.
It says, yes, according to reports and video footage from January 2026, a Minnesota pastor asked journalist Don Lemon to leave the church building during an anti-ICE protest. Lemon was covering the disruption of a Sunday service by demonstrators, which resulted in his subsequent arrest on federal charges for interfering with religious services. Request: the pastor told Lemon, "I have to take care of my church and my family, so I ask that you actually would also leave this building unless you are here to worship." Lemon, who stated he is a Christian, continued to interact with congregants for several minutes after being asked to leave, interviewing them about immigration, according to Washington Post. The aftermath: Lemon was arrested by federal agents on charges of conspiring to deprive rights and violating the FACE Act.
freedom of access to clinical entrances, which protects the right to attend religious services, as reported by YouTube and NPR. Okay, so yeah, so I would agree that in that case he probably could be charged with my brain just fucking went blank with being on property he's not supposed to be on. What is, I just said it a little bit ago, but arts trespass. Thank you. Yes, he could have been charged with trespassing, but the federal government doesn't deal with trespassing charges, so it still would not be a federal thing. The FACE Act does not apply for trespassing, so it's yeah, it doesn't make sense.
How should they feel about that 27-year-old dating a 17-year-old?
Well, here's how they should.
He brought coffee for the protesters moments before storming the church. What? No way. That has nothing to do with anything. I still don't understand her fucking question. Woman says James Fishbeck dated her while she was underage, then harassed her after breakup. Accusations came in a since rejected protection order request. Fishbeck denies the relationship began before the woman turned 18 or that he acted improperly towards her.
Oh, like they all said they'd beat your ass. 18-year-old sister, a brother react to a 27-year-old brother react. How should a 17-year-old brother react? I mean, how should a brother react to a 27-year-old going after their 17-year-old sister? Like, I've talked to friends about this, and they were all like, they all said they'd beat your ass. Like, how should they feel about that 27-year-old dating a 17-year-old?
Well, here's how they should feel about it. False accusations in America are all too common today. This individual took those accusations to court, and after 7 hours of testimony, this individual...
Their domestic life was hardly tranquil, according to Fort, who said Fishback lost his temper, threw objects across the room, and screamed at her on multiple occasions, and once grabbed Fort by the arm, leaving visual marks.
Took those accusations to court, and after 7 hours...
Are you proud of yourself that you went on a power trip and ran to HR? Will you and I ever speak again? Even now, I will never hurt you. I won't bring up the past mistakes of the past few months at Incubate up to Stan or others. I will never try to undermine you. I am praying for you today and every day. God answers my prayers when I asked him to help you find your way back to Christ. He won't let you down ever. I am wishing you all the best. Truly, this was a massive wake-up call for everyone. You got the clean break you always wanted. And now I am out of the picture. I'm not going to participate in an HR investigation.
Of testimony, a judge rejected
into a stupid comment I made on the phone.
Her petition.
This directive to maintain secrecy constituted an isolation tactic commonly employed in grooming scenarios wherein the adult authority figure seeks to normalize inappropriate boundaries while preventing intervention from protective third parties. In spring of 2022, while petitioner remained a minor, respondent initiated a romantic relationship with petitioner. Notably, respondent explicitly directed petitioner to...
Is this all you got, Tara? Is all you got is to make up lies, to take things that have already been debunked, not by me, but by...
Wait, is she putting this on the screen while he's talking? Respondent explicitly directed petitioner to maintain secrecy of their relationship, demonstrating his awareness of the impropriety of pursuing a romantic relationship with a minor under his professional supervision and instruction. This looks like this is just like a claim. Was he ever... In December of 2025 and early 2026, allegations surfaced regarding James Fishbeck, a 2026 Republican candidate for governor of Florida and founder of the debate program Incubate Debate. A petition... Oh, okay, so that's what he... Earlier when he was saying incubate. A petitioner for injunction for protection against stalking filed in January of 2025 by Keena Fort alleged that Fishbeck initiated a romantic relationship with her in 2021-2022 when she was 16 or 17 and he was 26 or 27. This was filed a year ago. Allegations include Fishbeck began a romantic relationship while Fort was a minor in the nonprofit Incubate Debate. Following concerns about allegations of the relationship, the school district ended its partnership with Incubate Debate. A judge denied Fort's petition for protection in June 2025, stating the evidence did not meet the legal standard for stalking in Florida. Fishbeck denied the allegations, calling them false. Court records indicate the two lived together and were engaged after Fort turned 18. Before a difficult breakup, these allegations became a point of focus by political opponents during Fishbeck's campaign. Yeah, I would like to see like the dates on those text messages because
Jack Vigil took those accusations to...
That would make a really big difference.
All you got is to make up lies, to take things that have already been debunked, not by me, but by a sitting judge a year ago, and use them again.
The judge didn't seem to deny the claims. Yeah, it does. It looks like it was literally just a filing for a protective order, and the protective order was denied. The judge did not make a decision as to whether or not he was speaking to a minor in this way. The judge did not make a decision as to whether or not he had any sort of sexual engagement with this minor. He didn't make a decision on any of those things because they weren't relevant to the case whatsoever. It was only as to whether or not what he did met the criteria of stalking after the fact while she's an adult. So this is totally separate. These are completely separate. Now, it is weird that she would file for a protective order, but didn't file like any other charges. And this is an injunction, which normally would come with another case, not just by itself. So it is, all of this is a little odd in the way that it was done. And I'm saying that just to say that it could be that this was done just to get it on a public filing, knowing that it was likely going to be denied, but you do it just to get it as like public record so that people can see it, and then now you get to make pretty much whatever claims you want in the petition, and then now that's used as some sort of, you know, historical record when it may not be accurate at all.
Against this campaign to discredit us.
What was your relationship with this 17-year-old girl? How did you even come into her orbit?
I've never dated a 17-year-old girl. Maybe I did when I was 16. Actually, I did when I was 16. I did date a 17-year-old girl in high school. I have never dated a 17-year-old.
I had an old troll video that I made a while ago where I came out with a video and I was like, oh, I got to get ahead of these allegations. So I just wanted to let you guys know that there was a period where I was dating a 16-year-old, and blah blah blah, and I go into this like long story, and then end it off with, you know, like eventually we broke up. We both ended up going to different colleges, and you know, we were about to graduate from high school, and so it was yeah, just about time. It was like give you kind of the punchline later at the end where it's like, oh, they were both 16. Okay, fuck.
Girl.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you
I
know
also
what?
want to
Don't
talk
take
about
my
the
word. But hold on.
partner.
Don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. She tried to shake me down. She tried to get millions of dollars, which I don't have. I don't know why she asked for it. And then she went to a judge after we didn't pay her and then had her sob story in court. And then guess what? The judge fully exonerated me. It's called due process.
You didn't
Tara. The
answer
same
my
due
question.
I don't like, I don't know. I don't know if anything he's saying is true. From what this says, there was just a protective order requested. Court grants in part and denies in part Greenlight's motion to compel Fishback to produce certain text messages. Fishback is hereby directed to produce these text messages identified in the footnotes. The court is respectfully directed to terminate the pending motion at docket 57, and as further set forth herein, so ordered. Yeah, it looks like it. If from what I can tell, it was just a protective order, but I still am not positive. Multiple reports detail claims that Fishback engaged in inappropriate romantic behavior with a teenager girl involved in his nonprofit Incubate Debate, which he founded in 2019 to run a debate program for middle school and high school students. According to court documents from a 2025 protective injunction petition filed by Keena Fort, she joined the organization at age 16 in 2021. Ford alleged that Fishback, then 26, initiated a romantic relationship with her in the spring of 2022 when she was 17, instructing her to keep it secret. The relationship reportedly became public after she turned 18, leading to cohabitation and brief engagement before a breakup marked by accusations of harassment, including temper outbursts and cyberbullying. Florida School District. Fishback is consistently denied these, stating that the relationship with Fort began only after she was 18 and calling the claims completely false. You know that the court denied the protective order after the hearing, finding sufficient evidence for harassment, though it did not rule on the relationship. No criminal charges have been filed. So yeah, so this was just a protective order. That's all it was. That's all it was. It was only a protective order. And for him to keep saying, I was vindicated on this, and the judge ruled on this, the judge did not rule on this. That did not happen. That never fucking happened. He is just lying. He's just fucking lying. The judge says after they've been living together for 2 years. Like the judge said that they'd been living together for 2 years. That they were engaged at one point. So I don't know. I don't know at one, like, at what point all of this ended, but says she joined in she joined in 2021 when she was 16. They started a relationship in 2022 when she was 17. The relationship became public when she was 18, so that's 2023. So if they broke up in 2024, that would still be about 2 years of her being 18 and 19. Fishbeck denied the allegations, calling them false. Court records indicated the two lived together and were engaged after Fort turned 18 before the difficult breakup. These allegations became a point of focus by political opponents. Yeah, this doesn't say that they lived together for 2 years, but it does say that they did live together, that they got engaged after she was 18. But yeah, I don't know. It does seem a little quick if you did just get with this person in less than a year. They turn 18, and in less than a year, you're already engaged to them. That's fast as fuck. That's fast as fuck. And even if it's not, even if she was 18 at the time, it's still a little odd to do. Like, to move that fast with somebody that is that much younger than you and is 18 at the same time. That's weird as fuck. That is weird as fuck. That's some fucked up shit. Like, you should not be doing that. Bro should not be allowed to be running a debate incubator program at high schools and middle schools if he's getting engaged to 18-year-olds. Yeah, the school where this happened, that they ended the program. What's the legal age in that state? There's only one state that allows somebody of his age to date a 16-year-old. There's only one state, and that's Maine. Every other state has like Romeo and Juliet, where they'll have 2 to 3 year gaps where you have to like be within that range. If they have an age of consent that's 15 or 16, yes, they would have to be in that range. I think there's only one state that does not have that. Actually, Maine might even have that as well. I think Maine's is different though, where you would have to be 21 to be with a 15-year-old or something like that. It's odd. Anyways, the point is, there's no way. Oh, this is in Florida. Oh yeah, no, Florida does not have Romeo and Juliet laws. Yeah, this is in Florida. They don't have Romeo and Juliet laws. Like, even if you're 19, you're not supposed to date a 18-year-old. So, yeah, they have, I believe, strict liability.
I should know about how you became acquainted with a 17-year-old.
I never dated a 17-year-old. I don't know
I said
what your question is.
You're saying that you didn't date her. How did you become acquainted with this girl? How does she know you? How did you spend time together?
So I run a statewide high school debate league that has thousands of students in it. So I'm not acquainted with any 17-year-olds. There are students that are part of our programs. I know them and I'm connected with them because they're a part of the work that we do with Incubate Debate.
So I want to keep going with this theme, though. You presented that you had a partner who later turned out not to exist, not to be real. What did that give you emotionally? Like, Were you afraid that being alone would be a political liability?
What on earth are you talking about? Genuinely, what on earth are you talking about?
Your girlfriend or woman you're presenting as future first lady is not your girlfriend. I mean, it was not a real thing. So like, why
She's not a real
present
person?
that? Well, it wasn't a real relationship, according to her.
According to her, when did she say that?
It just came out.
It just came out. What? Want to read the statement to me?
Sure, I'll have my producer.
This is, bro, I'm not gonna lie. Again, I generally like Tara. This is not good. She is not doing well here. This is not good. This is not great. This is, like, even for the fucking thing, she just brings up, like, how would you feel if a 17-year-old brother of a 19-year-old, like, what? What are you talking about? I have to go look at, and then you just put up a bunch of random fucking, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You didn't give us anything to go off of. I have to go and do all this fucking research to figure out what the fuck your one question was even about. Like, come on. This is all kind of ridiculous then.
Pull up the statement. Here she is. Hold on one second. Let me get this. But we'll move on for now, and then we'll get back to your partner. Here's something else.
You literally, hold on. You literally just said.
We'll move on. We'll move on for now, and then get to your partner.
$0 from APAC. That was the ribs that Francesca and we split the other day at Chili's. You know, it's so funny. They criticized me.
This is your wife?
Yeah.
This is your wife?
Yeah.
This is your wife?
Yeah. I did not join Tinder a single man.
Wait, that's him? Wait, that's him? I know that guy. I know that guy.
That was the.
Am I crazy? He looks different, dude. Cause like I've all of a sudden seen him popping up in random places, and I'm like, I've never seen this guy before. I know that fucking guy.
Join Tinder a single man. 24 hours later, I am a single man because I joined Tinder. My better half was not very happy. I said, look, you have to meet young women where they are.
I know this is all confusing, perhaps purposely confusing to keep the algorithm going in his favor. So that's why I followed up with him after the show. He said the post that he put out about a breakup was a joke, but he didn't respond to a follow-up question on whether this woman is in fact his wife or his girlfriend. We're going to take a beat for a second.
Isn't that wait? That's so different than what she said, though. She said that the girl claimed that it was a fake relationship. How the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Well, I'm so fucking confused, dude. What the fuck is happening? All right, so we're doing a test. All right, we're doing a test. We're doing a test to see how my computer will handle a game and a share screen to kind of see how that goes. So we'll it might take a minute for me to get this up.
And to hear from my partner, Chapter hedge fund. You were the job that you claim to have at this hedge fund. You were, macro director. What does a macro director do at a hedge fund?
So I was
even this where she says you claim to have, like, at this job you claim to have. Is she going to call in the question whether or not he actually had this job?
A macro trader. I was a macro investor. My job was to, don't get really specific, my job was to figure out how the Fed was going to screw things up next and then take a number of bets in the interest rate futures market. SOFR futures, Eurodollar futures, interest rate swaps, calculate what inflation was going to be, what nominal GDP growth was likely going to be, and then make a number of bets that capitalize on those changes in the market environment.
Okay, and why did this firm sue you saying that you inflated your title and that you that you took money from them, and that you had to owe them money afterwards, $200-something thousand.
So I left that firm in the middle of my third year there to start my own firm called Azoria. I guess I didn't like the fact that I started a competitor, but I'm not going to sit here and be a victim and not take responsibility. I think it was wrong for me to start a competing firm in the middle of the year, to leave my former boss holding the bag of all my positions, of all my research, and not give him time to wind that down. And so
you can't be sued for that though, bro. You can't get sued for that though. That is not what you were being sued for. So that is that's almost definitely not related to the fucking lawsuit. It's a cool story, but what the fuck? Like, that, did he really just break up just like so? You know, and it was mean of me. They did sue me, and I was a big meanie when I left in the middle of a fiscal year, and you know, they were right to sue me for that because I was a big meanie when I did that. I'm gonna be the bigger man here, and I will admit.
It was a mistake for me to leave the way that I did. I regret that. I don't regret starting a competing firm. I'm proud that Azoria deployed $40 million of capital under my leadership last year alone in companies that were hiring on skill and merit as opposed to race and gender. But anybody can make accusations about a false title that has never been adjudicated by a court. And I was proud of the work that I did at Greenlight Capital, and now that I'm doing it at Azoria Capital.
According to the court documents, they claim that they were about to fire you for poor performance, and then you left to create a competitor. And it was when you found out you were going to be fired. So, you know, why should Florida voters trust your representation of yourself when, you know, you've been judged in court to have embellished your own record at Greenlight?
What was the court date on that? That never went to court, actually.
You've been...
Holy shit, she's fucking this up so hard. Holy shit. She is royally fucking this up. This is a fuck up of epic proportions, dude. Now he's never been to court. He did say he's never been to court. Shut the fuck up.
Hold
Tara,
on
you're gonna have to try harder.
File right now.
You have to try harder on this.
Here
Seriously.
it is. It's a complaint from Greenlight Capital that was filed. Obviously, when you file a complaint, you do that under, you know, you're under oath.
So this would be the first time anyone. So this is no one's ever lied under oath before. You're saying?
I don't know.
Tara, you know what?
Stuff.
If you want to play this game where we're going to dig through court documents, let me tell you why Floridians should trust me.
I think
Because
it matters.
I
I mean, you're basically asking to have the job of chief executor of the of the state of Florida.
That's right.
I think people need to know this stuff. Probably more important than your Tinder life, but yeah.
My Tinder life sadly was cut short only 48 hours in. Well, so I quit my job. It's kind of like, oh, you know, you break up with a girl and then she says, it's not you, it's me. And then, you know, it's actually, she broke up with you. I'm not going to play this game of who broke up with whom. I am here to tell you that it was wrong for me to abruptly leave Greenlight Capital in the middle of the year to start a competing firm.
We're also
I
happy
should have talked to my
you're willing
boss
to admit
beforehand. I should have just up and left and resigned over an email. That was wrong, and I accept full responsibility for that. But guess what? Good men can make mistakes. I am not impervious.
Bro, he's such a fucking loser, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. She still didn't say anything about it ever going to court, though. She initially made the claim that a judge made a decision. I don't want to have to go do a fucking another wild goose chase to try to figure out what it is that she's claiming here. But she's actually helping him. She is, dude. She is. Like, this is wild. Like, even just like her, like, her reactions where she's sitting there like, well, well, come on. I mean, I don't just what do you mean? What are you doing? Are you really this unprepared for this? That you just don't know what it is that you're asking him about over and over and over?
Yes, to that. I am running to be a governor for every single Floridian. And you know what, Tara? I'm not rich. I don't aspire to be rich. That's a dunk. You say, well, Byron has $45 million and I only have $1,000 in my bank account. How do you think that feels to a single mom in Pahokee, Florida or Pensacola who actually has $1,000 in her bank account?
It's not about how, it's not
What
about
is it
the
about?
physical number. It's
Do you
about
look down on people who make less than $1,000 in their bank account?
Believe in you, and if they're
People
willing to
believe in
open
me.
their paycheck, their checkbooks for you. That's the difference.
I don't want Israel to give me money. Sorry, Tara. I'm not taking money from AIPAC. I don't want millions of
Sorry,
dollars from
Tara.
Israel or hedge fund billionaires who are going to destroy
Sorry,
our country
Tara.
again
Suck
as they did in
it.
2008. And if that means turning away, by the way, I don't know where you're getting your $1,000 from. This campaign has raised over $250,000. We'll hit $1 million in donations by Easter. We are really proud of the work that we are doing, but guess what? We are not going to outspend our opponent. And Miriam Adelson has already told Matt Dixon on the record of NBC News that she will spend whatever it takes to end my campaign. So you know what? I'm willing to show up and fight for voters. They deserve a governor that they can see, talk to, and guess what? Maybe even yell at. While Byron Donalds sits like a fat, lazy DEI hire in Washington, D.C., going to his Fox News studio, complaining and railing about the Democrats when he hasn't done anything in 5 years for the people of my state. Tara, if you like Byron Donalds so much, why don't you have him on your show and ask him, why do you deserve a
You love
promotion
him,
to
why
be
don't you
governor
marry him?
when in the last 5 years you've been in Congress and you've done nothing to make Florida more affordable for her people?
Yeah, Tara, why do you love that guy so much? Why do you love Donaldson so much? Come on.
I want to ask you. You mentioned the word mistakes. What's the biggest mistake you've ever made, and what did it teach you?
The biggest mistake I ever made in my life was I was
coming on this show.
Born and raised Catholic. Parents are Catholic. Grandparents are Catholic. When I went to college and afterward, I strayed from the Catholic faith. And
have you guys seen the video of Kanye West being asked what fashion trend he regrets most? Have you guys seen? Have you guys seen this fucking Tom beat me to it?
What's a fashion trend you regret participating in?
Life.
What's a fashion trend you regret?
Oh, it's so fucking funny, dude. Like, and if I saw the first time I saw this, I saw like a minute or two leading up to it, and the person who's asking questions, he's very awkward. He's taking a lot of time. He's Kanye kind of seems like he's just like kind of putting up with him, just kind of dealing with him, and not really into the whole interview, not really feeling it. And then he asked that question, and Kanye pauses for a minute and like looks like he's thinking about his answer, and you think, I wonder if he's capable of like admitting that he engaged in a fashion trend that wasn't a good idea. Like, I don't know if he's capable of doing this. I think he might be too much of a narcissist to actually say, yeah, you know, when I did that one thing that I looked crazy with that, you know, or I looked stupid when I did X, Y, and Z. Like, I don't think he's capable of doing that. And then he answers and says, life. Okay. Should have seen that coming. Should have known that was coming.
And you know, my life verse is Luke 6:46. Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and not do as I say? And I've always believed in God. I've always believed in Jesus Christ. I went to church, but
okay. Moving on. Holy shit! Discord added a forward and back button. Oh my goodness. Is that on the phone too? Please God, tell me it's on the phone. Not. It's not. Fuck. It's fine. I'm happy that it's on. I'm happy that it's on Discord. Oh man, bro. So you can literally go from a DM to a server channel and like copy and paste like a link from the server channel and then just hit the back button. It'll take you back to the DM that you were just in. And you can paste the link there now. I am so glad they added this. Now, it'll be... I really hope they get it on the phone soon. That's kind of necessary, but yeah, I really hope they get this on the phone soon, because I get really annoyed trying to like navigate back and forth from DMs to channels over and over and over, or from one DM to another DM, and then all over. It's so annoying.
My actions, I didn't always follow the 10 Commandments, the precepts of the Lord. And so my biggest mistake was straying from the Catholic Church.
Oh wait, I don't know why I'm still playing this. Okay.
But I'm just taking what I heard. I heard your test for who's a member of the coalition. And I want to ask you, therefore, on that test, Joe Manchin is not a coalition partner.
Sorry, explain. What do you mean?
Joe Manchin did not endorse Kamala Harris, refused to endorse Kamala Harris in 2024.
Is that true? Then yeah, he was not a coalition partner in 2024.
And why are you trying to say we need more Joe Manchins?
You're not my opposition if you're like a Marxist-Leninist. Maybe your ultimate goal is like a social...
Then why are you saying we need more Joe Manchins? I feel like it was super clear when he said we need more Joe Manchins that he was not saying we need more people who are like Joe Manchin in all of these other ways. He was very specifically talking about one specific way, which was that he was capable of appealing to like more moderate voters and progressives at the same time. That was... and that he was willing to like work with Republicans and try to like reach across the aisle and shit like that. I'm almost this was a while ago, so I could be wrong. I don't remember it the best, but I could have sworn that was the idea. We don't want moderate voters is the issue, and moderates are the ones something us. We do want moderate voters. What are you talking about? The majority of Americans don't consider themselves Republican or Democrat. They consider themselves independents. And of the people who consider themselves independents, the majority of them consider themselves to be too moderate for both parties. I like this overlay, Tom. Do you? I hate it. It's a work in progress, but... But yeah, in order for us to win, we have to have more moderate voters voting for us. Like, we have to appeal to more moderate voters. And again, we went over the fact that like that was one of the, not the reason, but like that was one reason that a lot of people didn't like Kamala Harris, is they felt like she was a little too extreme on some issues. And so the optics of the Democrat Party, which isn't true, but the optics of the Democrat Party is that they are too far left and that they've, become too progressive and too extreme too quickly. And so there are some some aspects of this that just have to be met.
Socialist revolution. But if you're on the same page about helping to elect Democrats because you think that that helps your goal, then sure.
Then it just feels like the vanguard on that view, or at least Zach from the vanguard, would be part of the coalition and Joe Manchin would not in 2024. That's not how you act. Unfortunately, there's something very uncomfortable about what we're discovering now with this Manchin example. It is an undeniable fact that Hassan signaled more that he was going to vote for Kamala and Manchin.
I mean, I could even grant you that, and I don't understand how it undercuts my thinking at all.
It doesn't seem that there's much significance to this label opposition if it doesn't really reflect how we're going to view a person. The opposition label, the coalition, it's a red herring. It's just being used as a synonym for did you endorse or not, but there's not any other necessary entailment or prescription that comes after that. What is the so what? You know, English teachers ask, so what? What is the thing?
Wait, that I'm pretty sure that is the line, though. Like that is the line. That should be the line. There isn't another entailment. It is, will you endorse this leader? That is the end of it. There is nothing after that. That is the end of the story. Like, either you endorse the Democrat candidate or we don't want you around. Like, that is the line. That's it. That's I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't it be? So just any Dem? Well, I mean, assuming that like the Dem is somebody who's a Democrat, has Democrat like policies, you know, liberal policies, liberal positions. Yes. Yeah. Somebody who's going to caucus with Democrats, like somebody who's going to work with Democrats, somebody who's going to get Democrat policies, Democrat politicians, work with Democrat politicians, like Democrat laws. Like, yes, of course, that is what it should be, and that is something that Republicans are like, just that's what they've been doing with MAGA for a little bit, is that they've made it like a pretty hard line on either you support Trump or fuck you, like you're fucking done, and that has been just across the board. But all of a sudden we have a bunch of like progressives across the board who keep saying they're on our side, who keep saying they're one of us, who keep saying that like we should all be working together. But then when it comes time to actually do the thing that makes the difference and actually puts your words into action, they don't do the thing. And that really creates a problem in our standards and where we are purity testing, where we gatekeep, because if it doesn't actually turn into any sort of action, all you have to do is just say things that we generally agree with, and now we're somehow like in the same coalition as you. That doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense. Like the end all be all should be elections, election winning. We have to make it to where winning an election is the thing. There is no gate to keep. I just disagree. I think there is a gate to keep. The gate to keep is to stop from having people like Trump win. And if it keeps becoming more acceptable to say you're one of us, but also we're kind of going to counter signal your politicians, it makes it to where you're just an enemy at that point. Like you are not one of us. You're not like, oh, we 90% agree, like it's just a little 10% that we disagree. No, it's 100% disagree. There's one thing that matters. Do you vote for the person? No, we 100% disagree. There isn't. It's not we 90% agree and 10% disagree. We 100% disagree, and that's where it should be.
That I'm not doing that I ought to.
I like the intro.
Do you guys
Whoever
want to
did the intro? I don't know who his editor is. Does anybody know who his editor is? This is a good intro. I like it.
get into why you're wrong about the DOJ stuff?
The DOJ stuff.
Yeah, Pisco, are you with Pisco? Are we on the same team? Where are we with this? Like, because that's what I was curious. Are you guys talking about the same thing?
I think Hutch has a good point, and this is a point that I've been making, and it's the same point I make with respect to the pardons of Hunter Biden, etc. And it is that we don't actually want.
Okay, I'm going to start a game. I have no idea how this is going to go. I've tried this earlier today, and it failed. And my vertical stream went down completely. It was just frozen for like a good 2 minutes. The regular stream was fine. So let me know in chat how this goes. And I'm going to try to jump into a game and see how this holds up, because I changed all of my encoders around, and so I think it might hold up better this way. And if this works, I'll be able to do the same thing with Discord. So yeah, keep an eye on it. Let me know.
The president to interfere.
2 PC setup? No. Nah, bro. I have to get this working. When I move to New Zealand, I won't be able to do a 2 PC setup. I won't be able to. So I'm trying to get this set up now, so that once I get there, I know like how it works. I know what I'm doing. Most of the people in Shorts chat, they're not going to watch 2 liberals debate, and they don't know who Hutch or Pisco are. So Shorts chat's going to disappear pretty quick one way or the other. But as long as I got some people over there who are capable of telling me how the thing's going. Turn your graphics down to potato. I again, we're testing, okay? We'll get there. If I have to, we will. But yes, we're just testing right now. I want to see where the limits are, where I can draw the lines, so that I can figure out things a little bit better for Discord as well.
In the line items of the Department of Justice, and we want to reestablish that as a norm. There are some norms that, even though they were violated, I agree. Some norms we have to have reciprocity, and Josiah has made that point. I respect that point. Some norms are more important, and to the extent that Hutch's point is, we don't actually want a president either doing it, that is to say, interfering in the line items. Yes, establishing some policies at the policy level, but at the line item, in terms of directing the prosecutions, we don't want that. And I agree with that. And if that's Hutch's point, I totally agree. And I don't even think the person running should run on that. I think the disagreement is, to what extent should the president signal any kind of specificity towards investigations? And I think that I'm a level removed from Hutch, and I'm a level removed from other people, in that the following. I think Hutch wants to say, hey, we're going to see crimes, and I'm not going to get involved in the Department of Justice, and if there was corruption from any administration, we'll go after it. That's the kind of line I think Hutch would want to do, for both political reasons.
Pisco's audio is so much better. Holy shit. It sounds so much better. What the fuck? He really improved his audio, dude.
And institutional reasons. I think I would say something like this. I would also have the throat clear of, like, listen, the president should not, we have to reestablish that the president does not direct the Department of Justice individually. But there has been criminality in this administration, and if I have a Department of Justice, I will make sure that whichever AG that I assign will look into corruption of the previous administration. I would be okay with them saying that. We don't have to have blinders on to that existence. Such things that goes too far. And then the last level are people who are like, we will run on lock him up. We will run on go after specific persons. And so I think that's like sorry, I was talking a lot, but that was like the gradient of different views on it. And you tell me, Hutch, what you think.
No, I think you said it perfectly. I don't think that was too long-winded. That was like a very succinct way of putting it. So yeah, Josiah, jump in with your thoughts, because we were disagreeing.
Okay, I need to listen to that again.
Any kind of specificity, one person running, don't want that. At the policy is to say,
interfering in the line items. Yes, establishing some policies at the policy level, but at the line item, in terms of directing the prosecutions, we don't want that. And I agree with that. And if that's Hutch's point, I totally agree. And I don't even think the person running should run on that. I think the disagreement is to what extent should the president signal any kind of specificity towards investigations. And I think that I'm a level removed from Hutch, and I'm a level removed from other people in that the following. I think Hutch wants to say, hey, we're going to see crimes, and I'm not going to get involved in the Department of Justice, and if there was corruption from any administration, we'll go after it. That's the kind of line I think Hutch would want to do for both political reasons and institutional reasons. I think I would say something like this. I would also have to throw clear, like, listen, the president should not, we have to reestablish the president does not direct the Department of Justice individually. But there's been criminality in this administration, and if I have a Department of Justice, I will make sure that whichever AG that I assign will look into corruption of the previous administration. I would be okay with them saying that. We don't have to have blinders on to that existence. I think that goes too far. And then the last level are people who are like, we will run on lock him up. We will run on go after specific persons. And so I think that's like sorry, I was talking a lot, but that was like the gradient of different views on it. And you tell me how do you think?
Okay, so you guys tell me if I'm wrong. It sounds like what's being said is that Pisco is drawing a line saying that he wants the Trump administration to be investigated for corruption and that he just needs somebody to say, we're willing to look into this. Whereas Hutch is saying, I'm not drawing any lines like that. Like I want the Democratic candidate to win, and I am not willing to like draw a line on whether or not they're being investigated. Is that correct?
No, that was, I think you said it perfectly. I don't think that was too long-winded. That was like a very
when I rewinded it, I only ended up hearing Pisco's position, not Hutch's.
distinct way of putting it. So yeah, Josiah, jump in with your thoughts, because we were disagreeing about this yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I'm at the point where I would support a Democratic president saying, lock him up. I feel that's a bit too crude, a bit too precise, that the conclusion is foregone.
Yeah. And
I'm probably, even at this point, inclined to agree that that would violate a norm that I respect. But I'm not convinced. Once upon a time, I was convinced of this, but now I am no longer. I don't think it would be inappropriate for the Democratic candidate to say, rule of law is important. Rule of law is essential. Rule of law is the foundation. Rule of law should apply to everybody, be they on the left or the right, Democrat or Republican, senator, representative, governor, or president. And we've seen the polls, and obviously I'm running. Why I'm running is in part because I think.
Nobody told me. Is that so? Does anybody know? Is that Hutch's position or no?
That the Trump administration was incredibly corrupt. And I believe in accountability. I believe that the American history is littered with examples of subsequent administrations turning a blind eye to the corruption of their predecessors because we don't want to be a banana republic. But the other element of a banana republic is one that will not punish political corruption when it's there. Going after your political opponents simply because they're your political opponents, that is the stuff of banana republics, but giving a free pass to corrupt politicians is also the stuff of banana republics. And we can join the company of advanced democracies like France and South Korea and Japan, who have investigated and prosecuted corrupt public officials. And so I want a Justice Department. I'm committing to a Justice Department that will follow the facts wherever they may lead. But I do want a Justice Department that will examine the actions of the previous administration, and where they find lawlessness, they should prosecute. And where they do not find lawlessness, they should not.
Yeah, Pisco wants Newsom or whoever to be more clear that they will appoint an AG that will go after the Trump admin. Hutch wants them to be more neutral and just say, I will go after corruption. I think overall I agree with Hutch. I think that it's probably better to just say, yes, if facts lead us to where opening an investigation into the Trump administration is necessary, then we will obviously do that. But you don't want to take a position that you will open up an investigation, even though we already have more than enough information to open those investigations right now. Just the public has that information, let alone what investigators probably have right now. Yes, we almost definitely have that, but I think I mean, I've worded it perfectly. Okay, so yeah, so we'll see what it is that he has to say, but I think that makes sense. Okay.
Something to that effect.
I think
I think we're past the point of the Biden approach to things, which is to simply not comment. I think the Democratic base is past that point, and I see no political advantage to that approach. I certainly don't see an accountability approach to that point. And I would personally not be satisfied as a voter for any Democratic candidate who just kind of vaguely says,
I don't know. Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, I believe in corruption or I believe in punishing corruption or looking at accountability, but otherwise no comment. I would not be satisfied with that.
Yeah, me neither. What's wrong with that?
I think there's a few things wrong with that.
Sure.
But like, you say that, like, why is it important that we have this norm? Like, what if you guys maybe Josiah, let me ask you, like, why do you think this norm is a good norm to have, of a president not personally involving themselves in any kind of prosecutorial decisions?
You can know Trump is guilty all you want, means nothing, won't win elections either. It's already winning elections. Where have you been? What rock have you been living under? ever since Trump won, he has been driving everybody to the polls to where they can't vote for Democrats fast enough. I don't know where the fuck you've been this entire time, but it's been happening.
It's not because
even investigatory. I can't think of the word.
I think it's the potential abuse. So the truth is, I don't know where Pisco falls in this. I actually don't think that in all instances it's inherently corrupt or inherently inappropriate, especially because law enforcement power derives from the president. The attorney general is acting as an agent of the president. Donald Trump is not wrong when he says technically, in some respects, he is the chief law enforcement officer of the land. We just simply.
All right, here we go. We're going to find out if this is going to lag it up or not. So if you guys are in chat, we're testing the bounds of my computer right now. It's a new computer. We want to see, it's been having some lag issues, so we're testing some different things. And so yeah, if it starts to lag, just type lag in chat for me. We do have 2 streams up on YouTube, different formats. One's in landscape, one's in vertical. But yeah, we are testing both at the same time, and it's already hard to do this on 1 stream. We're gonna try to do it on 2, and see how my computer does. So
simply delegate that to the attorney general. It's not because
yeah, just type lag in chat if it starts to skip frames. And then if it actually goes down and it's buffering, just type the letter F. Ooh, okay, I've never seen that before. Okay, it looks like the game is lagging. Okay.
The norm is important not because it's inherently wrong in every instance for a president to direct investigations or order investigations or set priorities. The reason the norm is important is because of the potential abuse that it could create, where instead of investigating people who are corrupt, who also happen to be your political opponents, you are simply investigating your political opponents to punish them.
I want to add just one quick thing to that, real quick, because I think that Josiah's point there is really important. That there are sometimes instances where the president commenting on directing investigations is totally appropriate. And those are situations of the highest level of importance, and when the fear of political prosecution are relatively low. So an example of this is 9/11. Okay? It would be totally appropriate in response to, for example, 9/11, or something really involving like international type situations, where the president said, I've directed my attorney general to initiate prosecutions and investigations into the terrorist scum who attacked us on 9/11. Where it gets more dicey. And so the 2 preconditions at bare minimum are high interests of the United States, and where there's not a fear as much of political manipulation. Because when you start to deviate from that, and it's like, okay, it's terrorism, but it's politically motivated terrorism, then it's not of the same character. The international.
I mean, terrorism is almost always like politically motivated. It's kind of part of the definition is that it's like it's like something with, like, you know, instilling fear in people for political or religious reasons.
Character of those kinds of events, then I'm starting to say, okay, I'm not sure. Mass casualty events, massacres, bombs on shit, then I think it's appropriate where no reasonable person would say the president shouldn't be involved there.
But, right, so...
Fuck, I thought we were doing Bird City, and it's not. It's fucking caches. Shit. Fuck, I ran over there so quick trying to get... thinking it was Bird City. Shit.
You're talking about broader policy, though. So, for example, the Biden administration and Obama, as far as I remember, I think both of them directed DOJ to look at like police accountability. Like, I think both DOJs looked into police departments across the country and identified abuses of power, excessive force, racial profiling, these kinds of things. That's like a broad policy kind
Biden
of thing.
As well. Yes, that's all correct.
Yeah, so it's not. Right. So it's not inappropriate for the president to have some influence over what DOJ focuses on in terms of a priority. I mean, Donald Trump, they're, choosing to focus on Antifa, for example, over white supremacy. And that's not necessarily like a corrupt thing. It's stupid, I think, but it's not corrupt in the way that I'm connecting with what you guys are proposing. I think the other important reason for having that kind of independence for the DOJ is about public perception. Like, if you have a situation where the president is directing the DOJ to specifically target groups of people, say, for example, the former cabinet members and Trump himself, that's when the public loses confidence that this sort of investigation will be free from partisan influence. That's a really, really important factor to all this. And in the current kind of dynamic in the Trump era, it's really obvious that the public across both sides of the aisle have lost faith in our institutions and have lost faith in these norms that were pretty firmly held for like 4 decades before Trump came along, which is, specifically being this norm of the independent nature of DOJ. If we're ever going to get back to a situation where trust is restored in that kind of a thing, it has to come from like one of the parties just choosing to do that. And I guess where I get concerned, or I guess where I get confused with what you guys are proposing, is that in my mind, it's just not necessary. You can have it both ways. You can have a situation where your DOJ does pursue investigations and potentially criminal charges for former cabinet members, and you can uphold and reestablish this norm at the same time.
Can I ask you some questions? I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Well, I'm wrapping it up here.
Sure.
I'll just repeat what I said to you on Twitter. All you got to do is you can do kind of dog whistly kind of stuff. Like, all you got to do is just have President Newsom get up there and say, I want the DOJ that's operating underneath me to focus heavily on government corruption. And to that end, I would like to nominate Jack Smith to be Attorney General. And that guy is going to pursue charges. Assuming that Trump doesn't pardon himself and his cabinet, and in that case, the conversation entirely becomes moot. But why is your method more preferable than mine? I just feel like you guys saying that he should specify who DOJ should go after, that to me just feels so unnecessary.
So, number one, I'm not sure. I mean, I agree that, at least based on how he answered questions under oath and how he conducted himself as special counsel, I think that Jack Smith is certainly, a more ideal archetype for Attorney General, particularly in this era, 2026, 2028, than Merrick Garland ever was. I think Merrick Garland had a judicial temperament because he was a judge for so long. He was actually a legendary prosecutor before then. But I think he kind of morphed into more of an impartial judge And when you're an attorney general, you're supposed to be a prosecutor. You're adversarial by nature. So I think he was a total misfit. So I agree that Jack Smith would be a better archetype for that. I'm not convinced, though. I mean, this is just anecdotally engaging with my audience and seeing, reactions online. I'm not sure the Democratic base, I think there are some prudential concerns. I think the Democratic base wants to hear from the nominees a platform of accountability and reform and not just assume. They want the dog whistles to be quite explicit. So I think there's some prudential reasons for energizing our base, why that's important. But let me ask you some questions to kind of like.
I think, as they said, like the norms are really important here. And when we're talking about like the amount of condemnation that Trump has received for making direct threats, saying he wants this person or that person to be investigated, saying he wants, them to go after this person or that person. Like, these are norms that are being broken. And this is why, like, we need norms back. We need to, like, bring these norms back. And I do expect that from whoever the nominee is. Like, I expect them to be pretty hardcore on the norms to an extent. There's obviously some things that they're going to have to be more explicit with. That's the cordiality norms that would normally exist. Those can't exist when talking about Trump. But stuff when we're talking about like separations of power and allowing your DOJ to do their job and not interfering with investigations and even having the appearance of impartiality, like all of these things are way too important that I don't know that we can even chance it on something as even on something as surefire as Donald Trump's corruption. Like, even that might still, I still think that's still not a good time to do it. So yeah.
Create the contour here. Is yours a concern of principle or prudence or both?
Both. I would say both. The principle itself is important, but there's also just like obvious benefits, I think, to my proposal over yours. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, just because I want to interrogate it, what if the principle and the prudence are at odds? So let's say you find data that suggests that the Democratic base is less likely to turn out. They're less likely to be enthused if the candidate does not talk about investigating the Trump administration. And that could potentially cost us elections. What happens if the principle and prudence go into conflict?
In the current moment that we're in right now, I would probably pursue I would place the highest priority on beating Republicans.
Right, yeah.
And so I think I would compromise on that principle if it meant beating JD Vance, just because I do believe that this is a nascent fascist movement, and I just think that you might have to compromise on some principles if you're doing that. But I take your point on the thought experiment, but I can't really envision a future where, I mean, look at where the party's at right now.
Yeah, I don't think that would be likely at all. I think that, honestly, there's like a portion of the Democrat Party who honestly might not even want us to go after Donald Trump. Like, that might be just as likely and just as common as people who necessitate that we go after him, or people who necessitate that we don't go after him because they don't want to continue the clown show. I think a lot of people are just like dying for the headlines to end and for Trump to just disappear and just be gone. and that we can finally just move on from all of this, and that even going after him just only extends that and makes it to where it's just continues in any form whatsoever. And so yeah, I think there's I think it's just as likely that those people are maybe the same amount. I have no idea, but I'm just saying based on vibes.
Now, I mean, the result out of Texas over the weekend, we're going to have some special elections tonight. I'm pretty confident that there's going to be massive overperformances there. We're headed to just a fucking bloodbath in the midterms. Go ahead, Pisco. You look like you're ready to jump in there.
Well, I just wanted to bolster Josiah's point a little bit in the credential side of things, in the factual dispute, because I like a lot of what he was saying there, and I have some responses. Listen, you're talking to one of Merrick Garland's last fucking defenders on the wall. You know, I'm not the last motherfucker on the wall, but yeah. But I agree with a lot of what Josiah said. Here's my concern. I want the candidate to be able to speak openly, frankly, and honestly about the criminality that we're seeing in the administration. In other words, if a moderator were to ask a candidate, hey, like, do you think that they did any crimes? Like, I could imagine that very much.
So no lag problems so far? Hey, what's up? This person just keeps saying hello over and over and over, dude. Like, holy shit. What's up? Good talk.
Much being a question that not just a moderator, someone at a town forum could ask. Say they're frustrated. They say, you're trying to run for president. We're seeing all these crimes happen. What do you think about that? Do you think that these are crimes? And I want a president to be able to answer frankly and say something like, yes, obviously, I think this is the most corrupt thing. And I would be lying to you if I said I didn't think that they were doing criminal things, covering up murder. I would be lying to you if I didn't think that what happened there was murder. That said, I have a responsibility not to prejudge investigation as president. I wouldn't do that. Mm-hmm. I would appoint an attorney general who I know would look into such criminality. But I, as president, understand it's different than me as an observer. I couldn't weigh into that thing, but I absolutely think it's criminal, and I absolutely would appoint someone to look into it. I think that because what it opens the door for you, if you phrase it like that, is you're able to speak frankly about the facts and say, hey, J.D. Vance, you're supporting a criminal. You're covering up murder. You guys should be in jail. Like, I want him to be able to speak like that. And having a situation of not saying anything related to crimes, I think puts you in a back foot. You're playing with hands behind your back. But I'll let you talk.
We're I just feel like we are so close to having the same kind of view of it, because I agree. If there's a debate moderator that asks that.
Oh, I appreciate it. I need to fill up on chemicals. That's all I'm here for. Thank you.
Question. I do want the candidates to be open and honest and say, well, I'm looking at the same administration that everybody else is. And we can see very plainly that there's corruption here on a level that we haven't seen in this country maybe ever. The president has made over $2 billion just in his first year from a fucking meme coin. And now there's this reporting about was it the UAE or was it a Saudi? I can't remember.
UAE, yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'm fully on board with that. There was like literally just one kind of sequence of words in what you just proposed, Pisco, that I think is the issue, which is I'm going to point, like, the president should not come out and say, I'm going to appoint an attorney general that will look into the Trump administration. What they should say is they should just make it very, very broad. Like, you can say all that. Yes, I do think he's committed crimes. Yes, I don't think that anybody is above the law. And yes, I do think there should be consequences for the criminality of the previous administration. That's why I'm committing to nominating an attorney general who will aggressively pursue any and all government corruption that they find.
I want to let Josiah in because I'm sorry, Josiah, because I know you're chomping at the bit.
No, you're good, man.
One other point that I wanted to make on that, which is, there's probably reasons legally that Trump and his cronies will be able to try to insulate themselves from criminal punishment. And those will require political solutions if we want to get rid of it. Things like, for example, saying, I want to pass an amendment to get rid of the immunity decision. Or I want to increase the court personnel because they packed it before, and look at the decisions that prevent us from getting actual justice on what's happening here. And so I agree that, if this were
Would you call
any
yourself
other
an actual
situation-
justice warrior?
I'm an actual justice
Sorry.
warrior, but like there are
We're
impediments.
gonna have him on the pod at some point.
Oh,
but
we
yeah,
should,
go
yeah.
ahead.
There are impediments to actually getting impartial justice whose only possible solutions are political in nature and will require the president to weigh in terms of legislations, potential amendments, judicial reform, that kind of stuff. And so given that they're going to try to pardon everyone else, they're going to try to extend immunity. This is a political issue now, and it's inexorably linked to the politics of the moment. I want to respect that norm, but we're in a very different situation, in my opinion, and that requires comments that maybe in previous administrations I would think are not valuable to make, or that are unwise to make in those contexts. Now it does require the politics to get involved, in my opinion.
Yeah. So yeah, just
Where you at? All right, keep talking. Right. Oh, going into the station? Okay. Wait, oh shit. Did I just fucking defib myself?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Were you the one that like went down like 2-3 minutes ago? Like right over there? I came out and looked for your flare and I couldn't find it, but I heard it from inside the hospital. And so I was looking for you to see where you were at and just never found you. So I just went back. All right, well, I'm heading out. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
just want to follow up on some of the questions I had. So I asked you about the principle versus prudence. If in a thought experiment, because I could easily see this happening where the two come at odds, you answer candidly, you probably would defer to prudence in that situation. I want to kind of ask a similar question before I follow up on your answer, which is, let's say that the American people at the end of Trump say, you know what, we're just exhausted. We just truly want to move on. We're going to vote for Democrats, but we don't want the Democratic Party. We don't want the next administration to investigate or prosecute previous crimes by the Trump administration. Just fuck it. He gets away with it. Let's move on. What about that? Where, again,
That's
principle and prudence get in conflict.
That's a good question. If the public were, now I realize this is just a hypothetical because I don't think this is very likely to happen, right? I don't think you think that either. But like in that situation, if I felt like the current Democratic Party administration pursuing charges against the previous administration, if I felt like that was going to like lose us seats in the midterms, then I would oppose it.
Sure. Yeah.
But my again, like my principle is guiding that, and my principle right now is we have to beat Republicans.
That's your higher
in
order.
elections.
That's your higher order objective and principle there.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not so much
a
a principle as it is. Yeah. It's a specific outcome that you're working towards, and I understand that. I sympathize.
Well, it's a principle of harm reduction. It's a principle of harm reduction.
Yes. Yes.
So, a couple of other things then. Go back to the first answer you gave about principle and prudence being in conflict. You talk about where the party is right now, and I agree that there are some really positive signs about the midterms. Do you separate that from the base wanting accountability for Trump? Because it seems to me that that's probably the single most important motivator for why we're seeing the outcomes that we're seeing, is that the American people want a check on Trump. That's the reason they're voting for Democrats. They do want accountability. They are specifically empowering Democrats at the congressional level to be a brake check on him and to have hearings into him and to do all these things. So it sounded like in your previous answer, one of your previous answers, that you were separating these things. Like, hey, this surge that we're seeing where the party actually has very little to do with accountability. I would just ask you to clarify, because I think it has a lot to do with accountability.
I didn't hear that.
Pisco, you look like you wanted to jump in.
No, yeah, I didn't hear that from Hutch. I think his contention was it's not necessary. Like, you can get all of the benefit of like the accountability rhetoric without the president directly saying such things. And so given that he thinks like, what is the value add, the marginal value add of the president themselves taking this kind of tone, as opposed to spokespeople, as opposed to other individuals who, even though they're not a part of the campaign, are like clearly going to speak in conjunction with, or like are part of the movement broader? Why is it so important for the president, for these to sort of capitalize on these very real feelings? Why does the president need to get involved? Is that sort of your objection?
The reason that I don't think it's quite analogous is because this isn't a presidential election, so we wouldn't expect anybody. There's no candidate running on prosecuting.
I know, but Hutch is talking about that.
Right, but that I guess that's why I'm saying I'm.
Can you hold the door? Just a second, please. Just hold the door. Ah, fuck. Wait. Is it? What the fuck just happened? Why did the door open? That was weird.
I'm not sure how instructive what we're seeing right now, you know, what relationship that necessarily has with a presidential campaign in 2028, because I would argue a huge reason that these off-year elections and special elections have been so favorable for us is that, in part, we're hearing the Democratic Party say, hey, if you give us back power, if you give us control of the House and you give us control of the Senate, we will investigate Donald Trump. They're not hinting like, oh, you know, we'll try to work with the president. Like, no, we're going to give this motherfucker the finger. We're going to hit him in the balls.
I'm so sorry. I'm usually in the direct opposite position, but it doesn't feel like you're responding to Hutch's point. Yeah. So, like, I think that Hutch is talking specifically about the president's role there, and he's accepting that people are motivated for punishment and accountability in the context of these elections. That's what the special elections shows. He's not contesting that. I think he's saying there's a special rule for the president. Unlike Congress people, where their investigations are inherently political, everyone, that's part of the expectation, that's part of the norm. There is no norm of non-political investigations from the branches of Congress. The norm exists with respect to the ability of the state to put you in jail and to give an indictment which has...
So any lag issues for anybody? Any problems? Anybody have any issues during that?
Has all of the burdens, and so he's saying what the special rules should be for the president, and you should respond to that.
I understand that's what he's saying the special rules for.
No lag so far. Interesting. Okay. All right. I'm gonna try a little bit different this time. We're gonna add a little bit more on.
And I understand that logic. What I'm saying is I don't know what special elections this year and last year's off-year elections have to do. If I remember correctly, what he said was, you got to look at where the party is now, and he was citing how well we are doing in the 2025 elections and the 2026 special elections. And my thought process is, I don't know what that has any relationship to a 2028 presidential campaign on which the candidate may or may not campaign on holding the Trump administration criminally accountable for what they've done in those 4 years. And as a matter of fact, the only connection I see is that the people who are doing well, that the party that's doing well right now is the party that's doing well on campaigning in opposition to Trump and holding investigations. I understand congressional investigations and executive investigations are separate, but I don't see where this is instructive for 2028.
Wait, but I think respectfully, of course, because you're my boy. I love you.
Sure.
Josiah, you're my boy. I love you, dog. I fucking love you.
I fucking knew he was gonna do it.
I don't think that's why the Democrats are doing so well right now. I don't think it's because Democrats in special elections are running on accountability for the Trump administration. That's not what we're actually seeing. Like Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, they were not running on, pressing for accountability for Trump. I haven't seen any campaigns that are running on this explicitly at all. They're all running on affordability and just sort of like the anti-corruption.
And it is it is a common thing with progressives that they are tired of the anti-Trump rhetoric. This is a thing that we heard. Now, this is a MAGA talking point, so leave it to the progressives to pick up on MAGA talking points and start to try to give them validity. But a bunch of progressives were saying during the last election, we're tired of the anti-Trump rhetoric. Democrats don't stand for anything. They're not running on anything. They're just running on anti-Trump and Trump bad. And we're tired of it. We don't, we need more than just Trump bad all the time. Obviously not true. Obviously fucking stupid. But this is a thing that I heard a lot from progressives. And so I do think that group of people does exist, and it does exist on the left. But it's I think that obviously like the more prominent group is going to be the group that like does want him charged, but I don't think anybody's going to stake their vote on it. I really doubt that anybody is going to be like, no, you have to do this or else I'm not voting for you. Like, especially when we're saying they would have to say it explicitly, especially that. I think that is going to be like a very, very small minority of people. But yeah, I think it's probably, I don't know. I think both are probably just as likely as as each other. It's just that I do think the decorum like ought to be considered in this. I think the decorum ought to be upheld.
Corruption is like a big thing that's salient with voters right now, but they're not running on like we're going to lock him up.
Well, no, can we just adjust what Josiah said? So Josiah, I think the strongest version of what he's saying is, regardless of whether the campaign specifically quote is running on it, that part of the reason we're seeing this outgrowth of special elections and all these movements is because of opposition to Trump, and not just because we really, really care about the Texas Senate district, whatever. It's because people are outraged at what they're seeing from the administration, as opposed to like the rhetoric specifically from the campaign. But maybe that speaks to your point, Hutch, about the rhetoric not being necessary.
So every candidate, or most candidates, unless you're living in like a blowout district or state, they have to balance.
What a waste of words, bro. Tom should focus on one thing at a time. I think I did get distracted halfway, but I don't think it was a waste of words. But I did it. Why do you think it was a waste of words? Just because you disagree with what I said, or are you just pretending that didn't make sense for other reasons besides your PPs? It's different to be saying that a party's main platform should be "We are not Trump" than saying we are sick of the anti-Trump rhetoric. So I think it was both. I think it was both, where it was said, I'm tired of hearing about how bad Trump is. I want to hear what you can do for me. And obviously, like, there's a spectrum there of, like, those things. But, yeah, when I think that the one is based off of the other. So if you say, I feel as though all the Democrats do is run on Trump bad, therefore, I am sick of hearing about how bad Trump is. And that, yeah, now I need something more. Yeah, that's, you make it sound like progressives are pro-Trump when you say they are sick of the anti-Trump rhetoric. Wait, okay, I didn't mean to make it sound like that at all. What? I literally said that they said, I don't want to hear about Trump being bad anymore. I want to know what it is you can do for me. And I want to hear about policy. And then I said, obviously, it wasn't true that they weren't talking about policy, or that they talked about Trump bad more than they talked about policy. That I literally said all of this. So I don't know how I could have made it sound like that when I think I was pretty clear on the addendums around the edges.
The demands and the needs and the desires of their base with the center. And so I agree that right now the Democratic voter base are like frothing at the mouth with rage and want like Nuremberg trials for the administration. I can see that that's where they're at, but that is not necessarily going to be a campaign strategy that is going to build a bigger coalition to maximize. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me clean up here because I understand what the confusion is, and this is where I misspoke. What I'm referring to is the leadership of the Democratic Party. So what do we hear from Hakeem Jeffries and Robert Garcia, the ranking member of the House? What are they? Because I interviewed Garcia. What's he saying? Put us back in power. If you put us back in power, top priority is to investigate the Trump administration, check corruption, because they know in terms of like affordability.
Polly, are you talking to me or somebody else? I can't tell. I went to go see if you answered my question, and you just said a bunch of other shit. The left is against the rich. It was never about Trump, and you were confused clearly about that point, saying even it's a MAGA talking point. Yes, liberals do stand for nothing, and both sides. Okay. 2021 Republicans said Dems are bad for the economy. So they said they would take the House in 2022 and fix it from 2022 to 2024. Republicans lied about Dem positions, and you did nothing. And I did nothing. Trump 2024 is 100% on libs. You literally accepted their lies as fact and ran on defeating them. I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. In 2021, Republicans said Dems are bad for the economy. So they said they would take the House in 2022 and fix it. From 2022 to 2024, Republicans lied about Dem positions, and you did nothing. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what any of that means. The Dems basically let Republicans say whatever they want about all the issues they stood for. When you say they let them, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean they let them? Like, this is the part where, like, if it's with progressives, especially recently, every time we get into this, they start like saying things happened, and then when I ask them what Democrats should have done or what should Democrats be doing, they always say like their job, or like, you know, they're supposed to fight, or like whatever. Like, but what? Like, what specifically? Give me specifics. What do you think they should have done? Give me just an example of something specific that would have been better than what they did. And every time, rarely do I get an example. Rarely do I get an example of like, do I get a prescription on this is what ought to have happened instead of what did happen. But when I get one, the rare time that I get one, it's exactly what happened almost every fucking time. It's literally exactly what happened almost every single time. They let the Republicans go on every platform, lie about the Dems, stand for Dems, don't push back on what they want. Instead, they respond to the Republican claim making. the convo about the Republicans want and you lose. Conversation topic. What should have happened? Their job. What did you run on? Do that. Sell it. Talk about it. Or people perceive it as doing nothing. I'm sorry. How can it be both of these? Listen, which one is it? Is it that they shouldn't have let Republicans lie about their platforms, and that they should push back, or they shouldn't be responding to Republican narratives? Which one? It sounds like you're talking out both sides of your mouth right now. Are you saying they should have pushed back against their lies? Or are you saying they shouldn't have and should have ignored their narrative driving and just pushed their own narratives? Which one? Like, I don't know where you got this from, that Democrats didn't push their own narratives or their own policies or their own agendas and talk about what it is that they wanted to do. I don't know where this came from. One, they shouldn't have let them lie. What do you... I swear, I don't know what the fuck that means. Let them lie. Like, let them lie. They just let them lie. What do you mean, let them lie? What Democrats? What lie? Like, what? Should they have arrested them? Should they have killed them? Should they have taped their mouths closed? Should they have argued against them? Should they have debunked them? Should they, like, what are we talking about? What does this mean? They let them lie. I don't understand what this means. Two, they should push back. Okay. Three, they should take control of the narrative, taking control of it and redirecting it to what they care about, not talk about right-wing BS. I watch a lot of politics. I watch their channels. I watch C-SPAN. Okay, hold on. When you say their channels, are you talking about content creators? I thought when you said Democrats, you were talking about politicians. Are you talking about content creators right now? Let them lie. Go to your last debate with a right-winger. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. I thought we were talking about politicians. I'm not going to talk about fucking content creators. Like, let them lie. Like, okay. When you're talking about debates and the fact that they're arguing against, yes, politicians, bro. Wait, are we talking about politicians? What politicians' channels are you talking about? You just used me as an example, and now you're saying you're talking about politicians. I'm too confused. This is going to take an hour to understand just like one statement that you made. I don't know how the fuck. I'm sorry. I don't exist like in your echo chamber where what you're saying makes any sense at all. I have no idea what any of that means. It's just, let me say it again. I'm signing up to every channel, making a list of them so that it's easy for people to do the same. A list of what? Of channels that what?
They're not going to be able to do anything meaningful on affordability until they get the White House, right?
Right.
So the next 2 years of the Trump administration, what are Hakeem Jeffries and Robert Garcia and congressional leaders talking about? Give us back power. We will check this administration. So I agree with you that the candidates running, especially in swing districts, are not like campaigning on, hey, elect me and I'll check Trump. What I'm saying is that the people that they would be ultimately working.
Okay, you're talking about politicians. Okay, so again, when you said what you did, I thought you were like using me as an example. Okay, so you're talking. Okay, so best example. You're talking about like Gavin Newsom having Charlie Kirk on, right? That's the one example that I can think of. Gavin Newsom, when he had Charlie Kirk on, yes, he sat there and just kind of let the motherfucker lie, and didn't push back and didn't do the thing that I think most Democrats did do and would do. But I think that yes, in that case, that was obviously, but that was like, again, that was heavily criticized by like Democrats across the board. Like that was heavily criticized by politicians. That was criticized by like content creators. That was I don't know of that being like a systemic problem for liberals. I don't know of that being a commonality for liberals.
Under a leader Jeffries or a oversight chairman Garcia, et cetera, and so forth. They're like, hey, here's why you should come out and vote and give us, these seats, is because we will then take that power and investigate the shit out of Trump. That's what I'm talking about.
But that's so that we're getting into what Pisco was saying, which is like, my whole thing is that the special rule literally only applies to the president. Rashida Tlaib, when she
I think it was obvious that Gavin Newsom was just trying to find a way to appeal to Republican voters and Charlie Kirk's audience in a human to human level. And so he wasn't trying to like talk to them or convince them of anything or any of that shit. I think it was obvious he was trying to humanize himself to those people because he's become a meme of the like devil person on the left who is like too woke, too crazy, too far left, too insane, too this, too that. Like that is who he is to right wingers. And so I think like he was trying to humanize himself to those people, humanize himself, but it was just it was a bad idea. It was a bad look, and I think he got the message after that one.
She won her seat in 2018. In her acceptance speech, she said, we're going to impeach that motherfucker. Like, I don't think that was necessarily politically prudent, but I don't have a problem with her saying that, because that the Congress is a totally different.
It's a political process.
Their job is to pursue.
Yeah. So it's funny because when what's her name? Letitia James ran for Attorney General of New York. She said in her campaign that she was going to prosecute Donald Trump, or she said something like, we're going to investigate Donald Trump, and we're going to prosecute him if there's some crimes or something to that extent. And MAGA freaked out about this and made a really big deal about the fact that she had already decided to go after him, and she ran on it, and that this was like an obvious sign of corruption. But the problem is that she's a prosecutor, so she could have had evidence of crimes when she said this, right? She was already a prosecutor. She was already an investigator. She was already capable of having evidence and information against Trump, and that maybe even she felt as though politicians or like attorney generals were stopping her from pursuing it or something. Like, there's so many possibilities there because of her position where she was already a prosecutor in this scenario. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm saying these are things that are possible in these scenarios to where like there's a lot of wiggle room there when she did this. But then Donald Trump goes and does the same exact thing and says that he's going to go after Kamala Harris. He's going to go after Joe Biden. He's going to go after Letitia James. He's going to go after, and he says all of these people that he's going to go after. And MAGA is perfectly okay with that. And he's not a prosecutor. He's not a prosecutor. There's no reason that he would have this inside information. And even if he did have this inside information, he shouldn't be saying anything about it, because it should be up to his attorney general as to whether or not they're going to do something like that. In this scenario where they're talking here about the fact that like Gavin Newsom or whoever should be saying like, I'm gonna get somebody who will likely go after Donald Trump or who will investigate him or something like that, I don't think that's a good idea. If they did say like, I'm gonna go after government corruption, I think that's okay. Like that's not so bad. But yeah, the other stuff, I don't I don't like that. I don't like the more explicit stuff.
Yeah, their job is to pursue political remedies to these kinds of things. That's fine. I think that when Garcia said that to you, that was him like throwing red meat to the base. But if Garcia was running in a competitive district, and I don't know what his district he serves and if it's competitive, but if he was, those candidates, I can basically guarantee you that we're not going to see a single Democratic Party candidate running for seats in the Congress that are going to be running on like, we're going to eventually prosecute Donald
No,
Trump. We're eventually going to impeach them. All of those people are going to run on like your
I totally
energy
agree.
bill and gas prices.
Uncontested. I totally agree with that. I'm just saying the leadership has made it clear that if and when they get power, their priority in the age of Trump will be to punish Trump congressionally. But again, I understand that there's a difference to you between the legislative process and the executive process. I agree with that. That's why I'm saying I'm not buying the argument that, this isn't something that a presidential candidate in 2028 need not campaign on crushing corruption and investigating corruption and holding the Trump administration accountable simply because in 2026
but they should run on those things, but not the third thing. You said crushing corruption, investigating corruption, and then looking into Trump. Like drop the third one, and you're good.
That's why I agree. I'm convinced it needs to be all the above. But that's why I'm saying I don't think that there's
But what is this? What you seem to think that there's like an electoral? You think that you seem to think that we might net more seats, or the presidential candidate on the Democratic side of the aisle might get more votes by running on this. And I don't know what that is based on, because it feels like, and this is my problem that I'm having with a lot of left-wing pundits these days, is that they're purely speaking to the base. They're not really thinking holistically about, in my opinion, they're not thinking holistically about like the broader American electorate. And there are a lot of people in the center, or that are politically unaffiliated with either right-leaning or left-leaning independents or true centrists, that are looking for a path to get back to certain norms that used to facilitate a much more like functional version of government. Bipartisanship and independent investigations free from political influence. Like, there are a lot of people in the center that are looking for a return to that. I don't think that it's going to benefit.
I guess now realizing where you were going with that, Polly, though, I still don't understand what that had to do with the statement that I made about what you just said, that I said a lot of words that meant nothing, as though like what I said didn't make sense, or that it wasn't like coherent. What I said made sense. It was true. It was correct. Like what you said didn't even seem to have anything to do with what I initially said and what you were upset with. So I'm still a little confused on why that was the case, but I'm not sure that I'm going to understand. So I think I gave it my best shot.
Benefit the Democratic Party to just run on something, run on things that are gonna like appeal to their base. I also don't find the argument very compelling that the Democratic Party voter base is not going to be wildly enthusiastic and engaged in terms of showing up to vote in both the midterms and the 2028 election. I think those elections are going to be fucking blowouts. I think we're going to see enormous like voter participation, like really high levels of engagement.
I am certainly not making the case that in a general election, punishing the Trump administration or investigating the Trump administration a centerpiece or a central pillar of your campaign. I'm not making the case that that's going to win over swing voters, or is more likely to win over swing voters than not. What I am saying is it's my assessment that in a Democratic primary, the Democratic base is more likely to support a candidate that is more vociferously in favor of something like that than not.
Well,
that's what
there's no. Yeah, go ahead, Pisco. You haven't spoken.
I think that I'm not convinced that there's a huge political cost to independence. I'm not convinced that the additional just like you're saying, well, what additional good does it do to attract voters to say that actually, and we're going to look into the crimes that probably happened in the administration. What good does it do? I'm not convinced, that it's particularly risky. Two, I think that the political benefit is less to do with the statement itself, but more so how it unchains the candidate. I want to be able to use the populist rhetoric of, these guys like stole your money. These guys scammed you. These guys allowed fraud to happen. We're going to try to get your money back. That's going to be a priority of the administration, of any kind of administration that I'm a part of. We're going to try to get the money that they scammed from you, that they grafted from the American people, all the bribes and stuff, because that's your money. And being open about that, I think, unchains the candidate to be more plain spoken, to be more honest and blunt, while maintaining always the notion of the principle, which matters to me, that I won't get involved in the day to day, but it will be a priority. And then number two, this is totally separate from the political benefit. Even if I was convinced there was a very slight political loss overall, it's worth it to me. The reason it's worth it to me, because I want to increase the odds that it actually happened. And him being on the record saying that they're going to do these investigations. One, to the extent that they want, one, it would show a mandate for that policy, and it would give it more legitimacy for that policy. And two, having candidates on the record does in fact pressure, to bring those promises up in any other given context. And then finally, in a primary situation where I'm trying to decide which candidate I want to back, put my eggs behind in different contexts, I want to know, because it's my top priority, which among them has the best interest of what I think the American people are at heart. So all those different things, the fact that I don't think it's incredibly risky politically, the fact I think to the extent that it is anything, it is more likely to cause a candidate to be candid with the American people and say, hey, J.D. Vance, you are the one trying to hide the graft and the corruption, and we're going to try to get the money back because we're going to look into what you did. I think that that is a political benefit to the candidate itself in signaling. And then finally, I think that it is a more likelihood that when you have that commitment actually be followed through and have legitimacy from the American people.
I'm still not really understanding why your method is preferable to mine, because I feel like using my method, you can have both of these things. You can have government accountability, and you can have an example of a political party seeking to, firmly reestablish a norm that I think is like really important.
You have
and
half
I think
of it.
that matters.
You have half of it. You have the critique, which is you guys did criminal stuff, but you don't have the other half of the populist rhetoric, which is, and we're gonna get that back, and we're gonna make sure the American people are repaid for that, or we're at least gonna try doing it. You're gonna continue to hide for your billionaire friends, and we're actually going to make sure that, to the extent possible, we're gonna get that back for the American people because that's their money. That's.
I guess here's another thing that maybe there's a disconnect here is like, I think that this principle is actually really fucking important. So it's not just about like the politics of it. Like, I do think it is corrupt for a president to be directing DOJ to investigate specific people. I think it's thoroughly corrupt.
No, but that's not what we're talking about.
And so
that's not what I'm saying. Did you think that I'm saying that he should order the department to look into particular people?
Well, when you say, the administration,
if they run on it, then it seems to be
fleeced you from tax dollars or what. I don't know how exactly you said it. That's what you're saying, right? You're saying, and we're going to look into that.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying. You're saying
that's not particular people. Agree, that's not literally particular people.
Well, no, it's a particular group of people. Like you're saying that you're gonna, but you are saying that you're gonna instruct your DOJ to investigate the previous administration.
I'm going to pick an attorney general for whom that is a priority. Yes, I think that's important.
I think that this is I don't want to live in a country where that is like the norm moving forward. I think that's a really, really awful way to do criminal justice in a country. I don't think the leader should be instructing the Justice Department.
I don't think you think this,
to go after specific individuals.
Hutch, remember Maidan and like the massacre that occurred with the protesters. Let's say that we have a situation in which, like, there's actually decent information that Trump or J.D. Vance or Noam or someone ordered like a massacre of 20 protesters. In that situation, now I know it's different than the situation we have now. Why would it be wrong for presidential candidates say like, and we saw the massacre that occurred that day, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. They're going to cover it up. We're going to investigate the massacre that took place, that someone in the administration, they're hiding it. Someone in the administration is covering this up. It gave the order. We're going to find out who. Would that be wrong to do?
Or I would say like a more concrete example, the timeline doesn't quite add up, but just imagine imagine like, so in Brazil had their own version of January 6th. It was January 8, 2023, and it happened after Lula da Silva was already inaugurated, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't like where they were certifying his votes. He was already in power. But Bolsonaro supporters stormed the executive building, the legislative building, the judicial building. So imagine a January 6th, which happened not before Biden was in office, but imagine after he had already been inaugurated. And President Biden was asked, sir, yesterday, Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol, stormed the White House or whatever. Will you be, what's your comment on that? Will the administration be looking into that? Blah, blah, blah. What would... In that sort of hypothetical, what would you expect?
The administration broadly would not be the ones looking into it. It would be the Justice Department. And I think you can answer that question in a way that gets to the point without.
I think the Justice Department is part of the administration that is That's Republicans use this very disingenuously, where lots of times they'll say the Obama DOJ did X, or the Biden administration did Y, and it's like, bro, why are you saying it like Biden or Obama told these people to go do this shit? Like, why are you saying it like that? Like, it's not how this works under other administrations. That's just a Trump thing. Other administrations don't just tell their people who to investigate and what to do. That is very specifically a thing that Trump does that is bad. Like you acting like this is normal and everybody does the stuff that Trump does is wholly incorrect.
Sullying or dirtying the waters. You can say, like, of course I feel total confidence that the Justice Department that operates underneath me will do everything in their power to investigate like these kinds of matters. You would just say it very broadly, and you can like dog whistle, I suppose. But do you want a situation where, President Biden is calling up Merrick Garland and saying, I want you to like go after?
No.
Okay, but
no, that's not what I'm calling for.
Wait, but aren't you though? If you're saying you want Gavin Newsom to
acting like it was only Trump is retarded, there is no evidence that Biden nor Obama ever told his DOJ to go after specific people. There's no evidence of this. Not only do we have not just evidence of Trump doing it, where he literally did it campaigning, he tweeted out a message to Pam Bondi telling her to go after his political enemies. He also fired an attorney general for saying they didn't have enough evidence to charge somebody with crimes. He fired them and replaced them with somebody else who would do it. And then those charges got dropped because it turned out that prosecutor was not legally allowed to prosecute. Doesn't January 6th seem to be staged? Trump offered 2,000 National Guard to protect the Capitol. Nancy Pelosi said no. Oh my goodness. How is it that you guys keep saying this? Nancy Pelosi did not say no. Nancy Pelosi was not in charge of Capitol Police. That she was not in charge of the National Guard. That Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief. And for you to turn around and say this is staged when the commander-in-chief is the one who could have sent the National Guard there, yet somehow it's Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, who has absolutely no authority over the National Guard whatsoever, nor the Capitol Police. You're going to claim this? Now, there was supposedly an offer for more Capitol Police that was made to the Sergeant at Arms, who is in charge of Capitol Police. So he was in charge of the security. And he said no, and that was on him. Now, when Nancy Pelosi afterwards says, we didn't do enough, this is on us, I take full responsibility, this is her talking about the fact that she didn't pressure people to be more prepared. She didn't pressure the Sergeant at Arms to get more people. That she didn't make a big deal about the fact that they should have had way more security. But she wasn't in charge of that. That wasn't her responsibility. She had nothing to do with that. So this line of argumentation makes absolutely no sense. There has never been a day in fucking history that the Speaker of the House has ever been in charge of Capitol Police or has been able to accept or decline National Guard. Like, this has never fucking happened, ever. It is not a thing.
Pledge to investigate the Trump administration for whatever crimes or whatever. I don't understand how you get there without instructing your attorney general to go after specific people.
Amazingly, now we definitely know that the president is the sole person who can deploy the National Guard in DC. Is he? I thought court Supreme Court rejects Trump's effort to deploy National Guard in Illinois. I thought that it got challenged on whether or not he could go to DC as well. But from what I thought it was legal, but then federal court says troops can stay in DC and hits at prolonged deployment. Okay. This is December 17th, 2025. While a panel of judges examines whether the deployment ordered by President Trump is legal, according to a federal appeals court for Washington, D.C. So did we ever get the answer from the appeals court? Appeals court clears way for Trump to keep National Guard in D.C. Okay, I think that they put restrictions on it though, didn't they? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. President Trump can keep National Guard troops on the streets of Washington, D.C. for now. So this is still the same thing. This is the same exact thing, just saying that it's temporary. So we just haven't gotten an answer for this. 14 hours ago, Trump administration asks court to drop its appeal over Oregon National Guard. Okay. So yeah, we haven't heard about this since December 17th. They just said that he could do it in the meantime. So somebody asked for a stay because one district court judge said you can't do it. So then they appealed. This went to the appellate court. The appellate court said, okay, we'll allow you guys to stay there while we go through the decision process. And we just haven't gotten anywhere since. But yeah, so far, he is the one who could send them to Capitol grounds, federal property. That is very different than just in the streets of DC. But yes, but that is yes, he is the one who had ultimate authority over sending them to the Capitol. Yes, that is true. Google, who has authority to deploy the National Guard in DC? Well, again, it's Trump who has the authority. He doesn't have ultimate authority. He cannot do it for any reason whatsoever, anytime he feels like, in any fashion he feels like. There are like restrictions on these things. We do already know that for a fact after the decisions for California and Oregon and Texas, Illinois. Yeah, we know this for sure in a bunch of scenarios that there are lots of restrictions. And so, yeah, you can't just do things for whatever you want. Now, with that said, DC is not the same as all of those other states. Trump has a lot more discretion to send them in DC than he does in other states because there's not a governor of DC that can overrule him and appeal to states' rights. That is not a thing that exists in this case. And so yeah, we do not know that he can just deploy them or that he has ultimate authority or any of the shit. But he is, obviously, he's the commander-in-chief. So yeah, it's always convenient when people want to give Trump this ultimate authority over the National Guard when they feel like it. But then whenever it comes to January 6th, they all of a sudden feel like it's Nancy Pelosi instead.
What if they gave? What if he gave an like this in that hypothetical? I'm curious because I personally was I'm. That still didn't sound like a clean answer because it really, you say dog whistle, it sounded like a pretty strong signal to the attorney general.
We must remain coy, vague, never too accusatory. We're talking about the authoritarian administration taking shape in front of us. Don't want to scare away these laser-focused moderates. That's not at all the claim, just so you know. That is not the claim. Nobody's saying don't call them authoritarian. Nobody's saying don't be accusatory. We're talking about legality. We're talking about corruption. We're talking about crimes. We're talking about criminal proceedings. We're talking about charges and indictments and shit like that. And yes, when you have those things, you can't make it a political issue to run on prosecuting somebody for a crime. That is, you do not want to mix your politics with the law and start using prosecuting people as a way to win elections. That is not a good thing. Investigating, fine, that's good. I want to investigate. We will look into X, Y, and Z. We will look into government corruption. We will things like that. But yeah, this is a big problem with Trump, is the way that he talked about just going after people with the system. It's like, bro, you shouldn't have anything to do with that. What the fuck? You should not have any say in who your DOJ goes after.
Publicly to investigate such a thing. What would be wrong in this hypothetical was the president saying something like this. The attack on the Capitol, which happened yesterday, was a heinous attack on our democracy by people who can't accept the results of a free and fair election. It was unprecedented in the history of this nation. And of course, I expect the Justice Department to look into the situation and follow the facts without fear or favor wherever they may lead. But of course, I expect the Justice Department to look into this. What would be wrong with that answer?
I mean, that's a little bit better, I suppose. It's
like
a little
the same
bit better,
thing,
but
I have an expectation. I have a desire. I want whoever, and this is how I would phrase it, just to get your to make sure that you understand. I'm not saying that he would say, I'm going to order the Attorney General to have specific investigations. It would be like, whichever Attorney General I select.
All right. We're trying it again. I have upped the amount that my GPU is going to be using. So it might be a little bit skippier. It might be a little bit laggier. It might be a little bit worse. So just let me know if there's any issues. If it lags, just type LAG in all caps in the chat. And if it gives you a spinning bar, just type F in the chat. It does seem as though while I was playing, my audio bitrate dropped. Only on the main stream, not on the vertical stream. So, I mean, sorry, not on the vertical stream. Only audio bitrate dropped on the main stream. But all right, we're gonna try this again.
I'm gonna make sure that it matters to him to go after corruption from the previous administration. But I'm not going to interfere in particular investigations. I'm not going to make charging decisions. I'm just going to select an attorney general who I know is apolitical, who's ruthless, who will investigate previous corruption crimes from the administration specifically. I'm not going to ignore the massive graft and corruption that we're seeing now. We're going to hold them fully accountable in an administration. Doesn't mean I'm going to get involved in everything, but my attorney general will be
lock him up. But that's lock him up dressed in flowery language. That's what that is.
No, it's not. I don't think it is.
Yeah, you're saying my administration is gonna,
You're promising not to interfere. You're promising not to interfere in the Justice Department, but your personnel decisions, as every president has, will be dictated by the values of your of you, and one of those values will be going after corruption. And it would be foolish for us to ignore the elephant in the room. And yeah, we're not going to do it for political reasons. I will instruct my attorney general, if there's no crime there, we're not going to do what Trump did and just do these like crazy charges against James Comey. We're going to follow the facts and law, but we're not going to not talk about the elephant in the room. And that's what I'm saying. And
well, at that point, we're just on that merry-go-round until somebody gets off. because the next administration that's Republican, they're going to do the same
But
thing.
you're doing the
and then
false
I guess
equivalence.
that'll be justification for the next Democratic president to do the same thing. And it's at some point, the one political party or one leader of the political party is going to have to make the conscious decision to just get off of that merry-go-round. Like this is like a very, very, to use a phrase that's a bit problematic, I suppose, but this is a very slippery slope. If we just continue that policy of just abandoning that norm altogether, then
Hutch, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something about this?
I want to ask you though. Like, do you agree that if we're ever going to get back to that norm, which you say is good, you say that that's a good norm, you say that there's value there.
I don't think I violated the
agree that
norm. I don't believe I'm violating the norm.
Of it announcing in advance that your administration is going to investigate particular individuals, that's absolutely a violation of the norm that was established after Nixon.
But rejects but Hutch, he rejects the premise because he's referring to the Trump administration as a class of people. Just like I am instructing my DOJ to investigate, mafia. Yeah.
Wait, why is that not an apt comparison? It would be like saying I'm investigating fraud in the Somali community. I'm investigating fraud in the American Italian.
Wait, but guys, the norm is the independent nature of DOJ.
Bro, you better never investigate fraud in the Somali community, okay? Never. That is unacceptable. If they ever investigate fraud in the Somali community, I will be done with Democrats immediately. That is it. That's it. You can investigate fraud in Hunter Biden before you can investigate fraud with Somalis, okay? That is where I draw the line.
In terms of like, in terms of their prosecutorial or their investigatory
my statements are all consistent with that. No, yes, for the president not to get involved in particular investigatorial or charging decisions. But the top, so we just have a different view on the level of generality.
That means not directing them to do things.
No, I'm not suggesting. So I just want to be clear. I'm not suggesting any direction from the president to the attorney general, really on anything I said so far. I want to make sure that we agree. Like, do you agree that I'm not suggesting that the president direct the attorney general to do anything?
I think that the problem is with the rhetoric that's being used. That is what will be like communicated in a sense. That the American people, based on some of the wording that they're using, that is likely what will be heard from people. And when we're talking about norms and norms being followed, this is what we're talking about. This is what the fucking conversation is about. What the fuck, dude? They put this thing right up against this fucking rock. And I don't know if I can actually get in there. Ah, there we go. Let's go. I feel like somebody's going to start shooting me. I feel like a person is going to shoot me today.
Well, you said my administration is going to look into this and that thing, right?
Yeah, it's a promise to the American people that will be accomplished.
Even that language, but that language though, completely violates the principle of the independent nature.
That's not making directions to the attorney general. I don't think the promise violates it. I'll tell you why.
To say that my admin is going to look into the previous administration, to me like just the language very.
The Department of Justice
violates.
is part of the administration.
No, but you understand what I'm saying though. The norm is that even though the DOJ exists underneath the branch of the executive branch, they are an independent. They operate independently. That's the norm. So when you say my admin is going to go after
at a certain level, at a certain level, right? At the level of individual investigatory and charging decisions, at that level, not at the policy level. You granted that the president can have influence on the policy level. For example, if Biden said, my administration, we are going to go after high-level drug importers, or we're going to go after the worst of the worst when it comes to these cartels, the Italian mafia. We're going to go after people who are committing election fraud. We wouldn't have those kinds of views from a policy perspective. What I'm suggesting to you is the promise that I would offer
but I want to
a
jump in real
policy
quick
one,
though.
not individual.
No, but like, so like, I agree with what you're saying, like a policy level kind of a thing. There's a difference between, so for example, like imagine Biden, there was a ton of political pressure on him to, there was some like a criminal gang that was like importing a lot of fentanyl or whatever. You wouldn't have a situation, it wouldn't be appropriate for Biden to necessarily say like, I want you to look into like this specific gang. You would have a...
Still no lag? We're still good? I said earlier, if you guys weren't here, I made a lot of changes to the encoders and how shit was set up. I was talking about this yesterday, or maybe it was earlier in stream. I was talking about this earlier in stream for a little bit, is that I had been like using AI for a lot of this, trying to figure out like how to set it up and shit like that. And every time I would like ask it like, hey, what settings should I use for this computer with, to stream this and have that up? And every fucking time it would be like, you can use whatever you want, bro. That computer is a fucking giga chad. Like, it can handle anything you throw at it without just without raising a fucking finger. It's got no problemo. You just do whatever the fuck you want with that computer, dude. And then I like every fucking time it would just, it'd pretty much just say, oh, I can handle whatever, dude. Just do it. Like, here's the best way to do it, but like, you can do whatever the fuck you want, essentially. Pretty much what they would say. But the last time, yesterday, I mentioned, after asking it the question, giving me the same answer, and I'm thinking, there's no way this is the same fucking answer, dude. It sucks all the fucking time. My stream has so many problems. Then I said, would it change your answer if I turned out to only have 8 gigabytes of RAM? And it was immediately like, oh, yes. Yeah, that's okay. Yes, that is a very different situation. Holy shit. Like, yeah, that is drastically different. You need to completely change the way that you're going to do this, and just totally like changed everything. It's like, okay, go do this, change this, make sure you have this, X out of literally everything, never have anything. Hey, buddy. Okay. Yes, make sure you never have any windows open ever. Never have any windows open. If you're streaming, don't have anything open at all. You have to, like, it's just, totally changed its fucking answer. And so I went and changed all of the shit to the thing that it told me to change, to all of the stuff that it told me to change it to. And hopefully this will be better. So earlier in stream, it was yesterday. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I changed all of my settings today. And so I'm asking, that's why I'm doing 2 streams right now. And I'm playing video games and playing a YouTube video and like I'm trying to do a lot of shit at once to see how it handles it. Earlier, I think somebody came up and then went back down, but yeah, earlier I tried it once. It worked out well. So now I'm trying again. Oh, that was the first lag. So yeah, so now I'm trying it again with some different settings. And, but with more on the RAM, more, I'm pushing it a bit more and more each time, trying to see how far I can take it with everything on the different encoders now. So yeah, you're leaning into the ADD. Sure, yes. Well, when I play games off stream, I don't normally play YouTube videos in the background. I used to, when I was younger, I used to always have 2 TVs right next to each other, and I would have one for video games and one for like movies, TV, like shit like that. But yeah, I always had two televisions side by side. What the fuck? Bro, I just heard the fucking beep sound. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck it is, and it's not here.
Policy decision in that respect would be I'm instructing my DOJ to ramp up their efforts to crack down on drug importation and drug trafficking. So if we're going to make draw an analog between like that and what we're talking about here, the broader kind of promise or policy agenda that the president could set would, I'm directing DOJ to focus a lot of their resources on government corruption without getting into the specific gang, which would be the administration.
You think there would be something wrong with it? You think there would be something wrong with the president coming out and being like, listen, La Cosa Nostra is a plague, and we see their constant criminality and racketeering and bootlegging. And so my administration, we are going to take the fight to La Cosa Nostra. You think that would be...
La Cosa Nostra isn't a political opponent. I don't know what La Cosa Nostra is. I'm assuming that's the gang that they were talking about earlier that was like bringing fentanyl in or whatever. But that's not a political opponent. That's where the majority of these problems come in, is like when you're talking about somebody that is a political opponent or can be seen as a political opponent. Even like, because like, you know, Elon Musk isn't necessarily a political opponent, but he would be seen as one. And so, like, even saying stuff about him in the same manner would be, or could be problematic. And so, yeah, it's... I think that's a pretty big difference maker.
Wrong to do?
Not necessarily, but that's like a different kind of context
The
because
mafia?
you're not.
Okay.
That's not. That wouldn't be like a political prosecution. But even that might be problematic because you don't want the president to say, "I want you to focus on that gang." Well, what if they get intelligence like 3 days later that actually this other gang over here, they're importing 3 times more fentanyl? Like that's why the president involving themselves in those kind of investigations is not ideal.
I don't think that's
ideal. It could produce bad results.
I want to
right?
get clarity on this point. At a bare minimum, you will grant that we're not talking about the president in his office directing the attorney general in the sense of giving orders. You'll at least agree that neither Josiah nor I are talking about the president getting involved in the sense of when he is president, telling individual people what to do. We're not talking about that. Fair?
Well, no, I disagree. Because if you say my administration will look into the Trump administration, how do you get there without instructing DOJ to do that?
By appointing personnel.
But that's what I'm saying.
No, I understand.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you do it by appointing people that you have confidence will pursue these crimes.
I understand that. I just want to separate in our heads individual directives from a president to the main justice and appointing someone who's has a particular desire. Those are different.
Bro. I'm trying. I really want to say Pisco's being bad faith here. I am trying to find a way to be charitable right now. I am trying to think of a way to where this is not bad faith. I don't know if I can stomach that though. Like I think when he keeps doing this thing where they say it sounds like he's saying one thing, right? Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say he sounds like he's saying that he wants the president to be more explicit, or somebody who's running for president to be more explicit in the fact that they want to prosecute Trump for crimes. And Hutch is saying, I don't want them to be more explicit. I don't want them to like know that they're going to do this, and I especially don't want them to say that or signal that. Like, I want to bring norms back. I want us to get back to like where we were before Trump, and that means less of this sort of shit. And when Pisco just a minute ago, he pretty much said the thing. And then was called on it, and then immediately after said, well, hold on, I just want to clarify this other thing real quick. And when Hutch tried bringing it back, he's like, no, hold on, I just want to clarify this other thing that doesn't seem to be part of the confusion, part of the issue, part of... It doesn't seem to be relevant. But... fuck. Yep. Yep. I'll play it again, but that...
I disagree, because if you say my administration will look into the Trump administration, how do you get there without instructing DOJ to do that?
By appointing personnel.
But
you'll at least agree that neither Josiah nor I are talking about the president getting involved in the sense of when he is president.
Would it problematic because you don't want the president to say, I want you to focus on that gang. Well, what if they get intelligence like 3 days later that actually this other gang over here, they're importing 3 times more fentanyl? Like, that's why the president involving themselves in those kind of investigations is not ideal.
Well, I don't think that's
ideal. It could produce bad results.
I want to get clarity on this point. At a bare minimum, you will grant that we're not talking about the president in his office directing the attorney general in the sense of giving order. You'll at least agree that neither Josiah nor I are talking about.
I'm trying to get away from the Rocketeers. They look like they're about to head this direction. They're right on the other side of this building, so just be careful.
He is president, telling individual people what to do. We're not talking about that, fair?
Well, no, I disagree. Because if you say my administration will look into the Trump administration, how do you get there without instructing DOJ to do that?
Okay, so they've already gone over the fact that they want to instruct, or they don't want to instruct, but they do want to... What's up, homie? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was on Prox chat talking. My bad. My bad. But yeah, he's already said, like, they don't want to instruct them. And then when Hutch asks, like, a very clear question on, like, okay, so how do you do this without doing that? And they've already agreed on, like, appointing somebody, but we're talking about, like, how to do this through like, what campaigning means and what you say to signal that, like, you're at least doing something of the sort. How about them apples?
That's pretty sweet, man.
Whoop. Oh shit. Oh shit. Rocketeer! Let's get him! Yeah, boy! Eat my anvil! Oh shit! Ah! No! Move, 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 move! Woo! Holy shit, I didn't even get touched. That was fucking magic, bro. Okay, I totally lost what I was talking about, so my bad.
Appointing personnel.
But that's what I'm saying.
No, I understand.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you do it by appointing people that you have confidence will pursue these crimes.
I understand that. I just want to separate in our heads individual directives from a president to the main justice and appointing someone has a particular desire. Those are different actions.
Yes, just okay, that's what it was. Asking if he understands that those are different actions is so fucking ridiculous. Like, as if anybody ever disagreed on whether or not those were different actions, as in anybody could disagree on that. It's no fucking shot, dude. Well done, boys! I do need synthetic resin, so if you guys find any of that, that is why I took down the first Rocketeers, because I was hoping I might find some synthetic resin.
Yes, but your language, you have to, your language necessarily implies a level of like direction.
Well, it doesn't necessarily imply directives to the attorney, any kind of particular communication between the president and the DOJ.
Oh shit! Are you fucking kidding? Oh, that's not coming after us. Okay, he's not coming after us. Sheesh.
How?
If you say my admin is going to, I'm going to make sure that my admin investigates the Trump administration.
I could always use another snap hook,
necessarily implies, but so then you just say
of a
again.
particular kind?
I said I could always use another snap hook.
No, the blueprint for it, not the snap book.
Oh, the blueprint. Oh, okay. No, I've got 3. I was, yeah, I'm. Where did the other Rocketeer go? I'm trying to find synthetic resin. This is.
I thought it was this one.
No, this is the one that I took down. I'm looking for the other one that went down afterwards. All right. Well, I gotta get to the fucking extract. Hey.
Corruption. Wait, can we back up just a little bit though? Because I want to. Are you guys convinced that? Are you guys convinced that appealing to the base in this kind of way is necessary electorally, or I guess in a different way, like, or Josiah, maybe you can jump in here. Do you guys think that that promising to go after the Trump administration, like Newsom promising specifically to go after the Trump administration, is like necessary to energize the Democratic voter base sufficiently that they'll show up in large numbers, or?
I don't know if I want to say necessary because it implies it's outcome determinative. Let me put to you like this. I feel that we will see more energy and better numbers among the base for a candidate who does publicly commit in some way, shape, or form. And again, we can workshop the language, that he makes it clear that the Trump administration will be investigated. Yes. So for example, like the only thing I can come up like in my mind is like, I'm thinking of like an Andy Beshear or a Gavin Newsom. I think the base wants somebody with more of a Newsom posture than a Beshear. And I lived under Beshear, and I think he's an amazing governor, but he's the Mr. Rogers of Democrats. I'm not convinced that the base will be like, God damn, Andy, you're going to be great in 2032 or 2036. But right now, we want a fucking bulldog. So that's what I believe. Now, what are the sort of like electoral outcomes? I'm not sure. But just like engaging with my audience and engaging with the audiences of other people, and maybe I'm just too terminally online, and maybe I interpret the polls too liberally when they say that they want fighters and the Democratic base wants fighters and they want to hold the Trump administration accountable. Yeah, I do think it will be important for the base, maybe not outcome determinative. I'm not prepared to say that at this point for a candidate.
Yeah, he
to
dropped it right
this.
over there.
That's where I am.
All right, I'm gonna stick around and search some of the
when I hear necessary here, like
hucksters or whatever they're called.
Right, like by necessary you mean like something that is like almost vital. And
oh yeah, no, go ahead, do your thing, man. Yeah. All right, later, homie. You too.
It's like a humongous thing if we don't. I don't agree on that level that it's huge. I agree with what everything Josiah just said, which is that all else equal, I do think it will help and help Democrats. And to the extent that that's what you mean by necessary, which is it makes it more efficient, it makes it more likely, then I agree with that. But I don't think it's like strictly necessary. That said, I've laid out other reasons besides public opinion for why I think it's the good position to take. And I don't think it violates the principle of non-interference by the president, because I think I construe this as part of a policy level investigation promise, not a particular action. I know we are going to charge Trump, we are going to charge Vance, we are going to lock these people up specifically, and if they don't, I will get someone who will. That is not what we're talking about, and we're not talking about any particular internal
Looking for
action in the executive
resin.
branch
You guys
other
got
than
any?
the normal appointments process of someone who's a bulldog and someone who cares about this shit. And if it were the case, for example, that we got information that the next Democratic president were ordering the Department of Justice in the way Trump is to indict particular people, or why haven't you moved fast on this or that, I would say that's corrupt. So and I've been consistent about that. That's my belief on Biden's pardon. That's my everything. And I just don't consider the kind of statements that we're talking about to be that level of interference or to promise that level of interference. I view it as a policy
I want,
directive.
I don't want to inundate Hutch, but when because if Hutch wants to respond, I do want to return to something when he's done responding about. He was talking about the merry-go-round earlier, and there was like
I
a
wanted to get
Socratic-
back to that. Yeah.
So, Hutch, I want to talk about the merry-go-round and spend like 20 minutes.
A lightweight stock blueprint? I don't. Yeah, it's one of my favorite fucking stocks. Love that motherfucker. Lightweight stock is great, dude. I try to use it as much as possible. The Il Toro. Definitely, it makes a huge... Sorry, I was gonna say it makes a huge improvement on switching guns and pulling it out of your backpack, like really quick, super quick. Yep.
And so I can't remember your exact phrase about it, but
basically I was saying somebody needs
All right, so again, no glitching, no skipping. All good. Normally the lightning storms are like the hardest ones. Normally the lightning storms are oh, I should have told those guys to go check out my Tom Bottery channel. I always forget. I've always been bad at shilling. I need to do it more. I'm trying my best to understand the world as Hutch sees it, and all I can come up with is super comfy lib in a super comfy blue state, telling everyone else to calm down. Really? I 90% of the time completely agree with Hutch. And I think that it's other people who normally come off that way to me. Like progressives, when they're like, we're going to draw this hard line. We're not voting for Dems unless they do X, Y, and Z. You know, if they don't do that, we'll boycott the election, or we'll vote third party, or we'll, like that sort of shit. That to me, it comes off as like, oh, okay. So like the drastic difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and the like how hard it's going to be for immigrants or black people or trans people or gay people or all these other, You don't care about that because you're a comfy fucking progressive living in Portland or whatever, and you just you don't have to worry. You're a fucking white person who just doesn't have to worry about that shit, and so it's all gravy for you. That's normally what I get most of the time. But who in here thinks Biden was actually in charge? Nobody. Everybody knows God was in charge. Biden was just the instrument that he used to take care of all of us.
To make the conscious decision to just establish that norm.
Do you think we're on a merry-go-round now?
In what, in a broad sense? What do you mean? Or is there a specific thing?
Are we on a merry-go-round about prosecuting political opponents, or whatever you think the broader topic of this is, or the broader principle in dispute here is? The merry-go-round, are we on it now?
I mean, in this very moment, from the top level, we are, because Donald Trump is giving like specific directives to go after Comey and Letitia James and
right.
The other people. Yeah,
that's not a merry-go-round. That's just a horse ride. That's just one. Like, I understood the merry-go-round to be like both sides are doing it, and it's this vicious cycle of like almost Capulet Montague style thing, and it's tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. And I just think I take probably Josiah's view is that it's been all tat. It's been no tit, only tat, and it's only them.
It's been tits for days.
What you guys are proposing, and you guys obviously disagree, but what you guys are proposing is staying on that merry-go-round.
Well, no, we don't think it's political. We don't think it's a political investigation. We think that they're.
Of course, it's political, though. I mean, of course it is. If it's coming as a directive from the president, then of course it is.
It wouldn't be coming as a directive from the president. It would be a promise.
I just disagree with what you're saying.
Let's.
Yeah, if you're making it as a promise to the American people that this is something that would still be a directive from the president, like in some sense, that is at least the implication as well. Even if you want to say that it wouldn't be that in practice, that would obviously be the implication of it, which is exactly what we're trying to avoid, is the implication that Democrats would do this. And I also, yes, I thought the merry-go-round was the vicious cycle of everybody doing the same thing, to where like Trump does it. Okay, well, since Trump did it, now Biden's going to do it in his administration. Oh, well, Biden did it in his administration, so now Trump has to do it in his administration. Then Gavin Newsom's, well, Trump did it in his administration, so I got to do it in my administration. And I think to an extent, I would like Democrats to be a bit more blunt. I would like them to be more aggressive. I would like them. I appreciated, I will say, I appreciated the idea that Garland was, I appreciated his approach in what he wanted to do, how he wanted to do it. I think he was in a very difficult situation. I think that he was in a no-win situation. How the fuck did I get 2 Sentinel firing cores? Holy shit, that's fucking awesome. I felt like he was in a no-win situation, and I appreciate the position that he was in, and I appreciated that he wanted to try to do this without coming off like he was just going after a political opponent. But I don't like how that worked out, and I am not happy with that. That is not good enough. That is some fucking bullshit, and I do not accept that result. I do not accept that result. I do not accept Donald Trump being back in office after committing all those fucking crimes. I do not accept this fucking shit. And there has to be a change in approach moving forward. And that is what I would like to see, is a change in approach. I would like to see somebody who is going to be more aggressive about it, but I still want them to follow the norms. Like, Donald Trump was explicit enough with his crimes to where, yeah, we don't have to be coy about this, but we still don't, we shouldn't be like, we shouldn't be overly loud about it either. And so I think there's a balance that needs to be met here. And obviously that seems to be what this conversation is about, is finding that balance and finding where one side is versus the other. But while I am very much on Hutch's side on the way that he's explaining things, I also want to make clear, like, there needs to be fucking hell to pay. There needs to be some fucking hell to pay this time. There cannot be just another, well, didn't work out. We just couldn't get it done. Which, honestly, I want to be clear, like, that's most likely going to be the case federally. It's unlikely that the federal branches are going to be able to do much with Trump. He's likely going to leave with pardons galore. So we'll see, but yeah, I am not somebody who's saying, you know, we'll be fine, like, just leave it alone. We'll wait and see what happens. Like, no, I want something. I want some fucking blood.
Let's follow, because I want to interrogate that a bit further. So I agree, for all intents and purposes, what the merry-go-round, I think we're effectively already on it. I think through no fault of our own.
We have to be really careful with our words, or the razor-sharp centrist will go vote for the grabber by the pussy guy. I'm sorry, but, like, as stupid and fucking insane as that sounds, that is true. Like, the Democrats, nobody ever has been able to get away with what Trump has gotten away with. Nobody ever. Not only would somebody who says the shit that Trump says, nobody would be able to be an actor on a TV show, let alone be the president of the United States in the past, if they did or said the things that Trump has done or said. These people hold lower standards for Donald Trump than they hold for a cashier at Walmart. Like, but it is specific to Trump. It is only Trump. It isn't like they're consistent in their blindness. It's not like they have these principles where they're like, oh, I don't care about this because I'm not soy. No, they care about it. They just only care about it when it's anybody but Trump. So it doesn't, yeah, it like, unfortunately, that is the fucking reality that we live in.
But we'll get to that. When people ask Trump or the Trump administration about why he's going after X, Y, and Z, what are some of the reasons that they give? Other than mortgage fraud? Like, what are some of the reasons that they say? There's a specific one I'm looking for.
Can you ask that question one more time? I'm sorry.
When Trump goes after his political opponents, what are some of the reasons that he gives? There's one in particular that I think is super
Ask him
germane.
to say it again.
They did it to us.
Tell him to repeat it.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yes. Did we do it to them?
No, like, there's no we there. I mean, I think, like, the Bragg prosecution is probably, like, the weakest case, but as far as, like, wait, which one was the Bragg one?
Oh, I think Bragg was the weakest case as well, but it was still strong. It was just the weakest, but it was still a very strong case.
One was the Stormy Daniels one, right?
Yeah, well, yes, it's the hush money payment, the one they convicted on.
Yeah.
You think that was a political case?
I think that one had, like, the most political influence. Don't you guys?
Yeah, I think that one had the most optics of political influence. I don't know that it had political influence, but it had the most optics of a political influence, and it had the weakest case overall as well. And he still lost on that case. He still fucking lost on the case. So,
you guys think that? I mean, I think the other ones felt way more like, you know, who's a really good example? Stephen A. Smith. the fucking sports
Oh
guy.
my god. Yeah.
He talks about this
He's an
shit
idiot.
fucking all the time. Like,
He's a
but
moron.
he thinks all of those investigations, the way he talks about it, it's like there's this Democratic Party and we all just decided that we were going to prosecute Trump. I fucking fully reject that language.
Yep.
I think the other.
Yes, they always the Republicans do this with everything where they like, I think you can do this in a general sense as far as like party narratives, as far as party like policies or party like a what do you call it, things that we're all doing together or whatever. I'm blanking on the term, but like motions together, whatever. But they'll say like Democrats tried to kill Trump, or they say Democrats tried to put him in prison. Like, Democrats? What Democrats did that? Democrats tried to kill Trump? Democrats tried to put him in prison? The people who are, maybe the people who did this were Democrats, some of them, not all of them. That, like, when we talk about the one in Fulton County, that the attorney general is fucking a Republican. It's the Republican that Trump called, who he thought that he could lean on to find 11,000 votes, right? Like, that's the guy who he liked, right? He thought that this was his guy, that he could get 11,000 votes out of him. That's Georgia, bro. That's who prosecuted Trump here. But they still say the Democrats did it. Like, and even in some of the shootings, it was Democrats, but they still, like, they do this. The Democrats did this. It's so insane. It's so fucking wild, bro.
There are 3 criminal cases I think were totally appropriate. I would not say that those were like political prosecutions.
But the New York one wasn't political. Trump tried to corrupt the 2016 election, and he did so in but
I mean, I don't even dispute that he committed a crime there. That's not even the point. But I'm just saying,
Also,
didn't they change the law to alter the statute of?
Oh,
like,
God.
That's the MAGA talking point.
Wait. No, but we can't. But I don't want to get dogged down.
Fine. If I'm wrong about that particular point, then that's fine.
No, hang on. When I.
That's wild that he thought that. That's a little wild that he thought that this late in the game. I'm not gonna lie. That's a little crazy. I'm surprised. I'm not dogging on him. I am surprised that he thought that, though. That's surprising.
I leave, you guys can hash that sort of stuff out. But let's just follow this for a second. So, okay, Hutch, let's take your answer, which is that maybe some, at least one of the investigations you think could have been tainted by politics or motivated in part by politics, but the other ones were not.
To clarify, I said that was like the
Sure.
weakest of all those cases, and that's like the strongest argument that you could make. However,
Right.
all of those prosecutors, there's no indication that they were given a directive by the governor, Joe Biden, the political parties. None of that seemed to have been involved at all.
I agree. So we didn't do it to them. We did not do it to them, but they say we did. So here's where I am, and we'll skip to it. The reason that we're on this merry-go-round is because the Trump administration looks at any attempt, and Republicans writ large look at any attempt to hold Donald Trump accountable for anything
as
politically motivated prosecution.
Yep.
And it
is true. It is true that, like, no matter what it is that Democrats do, the Republicans will say that they did something untoward and immoral. They will always say this, but nice shift nocturnal tomfoolery. Look after yourself, Ed. I appreciate it. I've always been nocturnal. Today is an extra long stream. 1, raising money. 2, testing out some new computer equipment. 3, I got somewhere I gotta be in a couple hours, and so I started stream super late and then doing an extra long stream. So I gotta get some new RAM for my computer. My computer's kind of fucked right now. I'm trying to do panels. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link. It's in the description or pinned at the top of chat, or you can find it over on the main channel, on the front page of the channel. The Stream Elements tips link. You can use debit card, credit card, or PayPal. Don't use super chats if you want to donate to the RAM situation, because I don't get that for like 2 months. But if you use these other things, I get it immediately. So that is super helpful, and I appreciate everybody who's donated so far. But yes, I am badly in need of RAM, and RAM has become insanely expensive while I'm also moving at the same time. And part of like me making money to move is me doing panels, and in order for me to do panels, I got to get RAM. So it is a vicious cycle we got here that is super annoying. But if you would like to contribute, it is all much appreciated. You use the tips link, as I said.
Take that premise and use it to justify actual political prosecution. So I would argue that the only way to get off the merry-go-round is just to commit to not investigating or holding the Trump administration accountable. Because do you agree that there's no timeline in the multiverse, in a President Hutch universe, that prosecuting Donald Trump for any reason will be accepted by the Republican Party?
No. So obviously not. They're always going to do.
Yes, again, the norms are still important regardless of whether or not MAGA accepts them. I don't want to say the Republican Party, but whether or not MAGA accepts them, those are norms that still ought to be followed, because I actually care about them, because I actually think they're important. Outside of whether or not MAGA thinks they're important, I do think they're important, and I do find them to be insanely necessary.
Do that spin. But I hear this argument all the time, and it drives me insane, because it sounds like what the argument is. Like, I've heard this argument applied in a different way from lefties who say, well, they're just going to call us socialists anyways, so we might as well be socialists. And I find this argument to be so utterly like,
well, I don't think I've heard that from lefties say they call us socialists anyway, so might as well be socialists. But I do hear that from MAGA saying, hey! Saying that, like, they call us Nazis, so we might as well be Nazis. Like, I do hear that from Republicans, so I don't think I've really heard that from anybody else. Oh, okay. I had some skips on my side, and I see the vertical chat had a big old skip there as well.
Uncompelling, is that a word?
No, but Josiah's not saying we do political prosecutions. He's not. Right. He doesn't accept that premise.
I agree. Like, there has not been any kind of reporting to suggest that there was any top-down pressure on any of these prosecutors to bring charges. And so the reason why we're on what I'm calling the merry-go-round is the president directing specific prosecutions. And so if like, yes, they're going to try to spin anything. So if Jack Smith, for example, we do things my way, Newsom doesn't say anything about, I'm going to make sure we go after the previous administration. Jack Smith appoints a special counsel in the first 2 weeks. They announce charges. Of course, the Republicans are going to say that this was directed by Newsom. But you seem to be saying, because they're going to say that anyways, Newsom should just direct it.
Well, no. I don't think that's what Josiah is saying. I want to be fair. I don't think that's what Josiah is saying.
How is it not what he's saying?
No, because Josiah.
I thought that's what Josiah was saying. I thought that's why we started off the conversation by asking why do we think that the norms are important? Because we want them to be followed over time, and that if one side's not going to follow them either way, oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, I thought Josiah was saying, oh, they're not going to be followed by the one side either way. Like, one side doesn't care about the norms one way or the other. So, like, why? I don't know. That's what I was getting from what he was saying. Maybe I'm wrong.
Cyrus is responding to, I think, your point, which has to do with what you think the likely outcomes will be. That is to say that unless Democrats do stand above, the Republicans won't stop doing X, Y, or Z, because they're just going to understand that. But what he's responding to is the notion that Republicans will stop.
Rocketeer coming! Watch out!
And especially in light of,
are you down?
Not having. Having political or presidentially directive things, because that wasn't the impetus for them to start in the first place. So given that their whole set of assumptions about political prosecutions and even being in a merry-go-round and saying this is payback is premised on a total confabulation, how can we think in the future it is likely
you just made that word
us
up,
taking
dude.
action
A confabulation.
And, even assuming this was a political
we all know he
prosecution,
made that word up, right? We all agree. He's just making up words trying to sound smart right now.
On their conduct.
Well, I feel like this is like the ultimate black pill then, because if you guys can't imagine a situation where in the future we get back to a place where both parties respect this norm, then it just feels like we're just kind of on this intractable path.
The merry-go-round.
Basically headed towards some kind of a cold or hot civil war.
I think the best way to do it is to punish. I think the best way to get off this merry-go-round is to punish.
But I agree that they should be punished. I just disagree with your assertion that it needs to be said explicitly by the Democratic nominee.
I don't think it needs to.
I fully agree.
Think that it should be.
So let me ask you this, because I want to keep going down this path here. Let's set the hypothetical Newsom or Hutch administrations aside, and let's just go back to Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Set Merrick Garland aside. Let's think about Biden's conduct, the Biden administration's conduct. Do you think they were pretty fastidious when it came to the sort of behavior that you're talking about, Hutch, that you would like Democrats to emulate in the future?
Yeah, they seem to, Biden himself and his administration were signaling, and this was sort of like the promise that he made in 2020 was, I'm going to take us back to normal. And so he, whenever he was asked about Trump's prosecutions, he always did the same thing. I'm not going to involve myself in DOJ, blah, blah, blah.
Did it work?
Well, define work. I mean, he lost the election, obviously, or he had to drop out eventually. And
well, even just on this discrete issue. Well, no, even on this discrete issue,
on the perceptions of MAGA, etc.
Yeah, or just let's just say public sentiment, whatever it was. Let's not even just say MAGA. Let's say MAGA, and then say the country writ large. You mentioned in part of this conversation, and also I believe in the tweet you sent to me yesterday, is that you're concerned about public perception. My recollection is that public perception wasn't really encouraging about the Justice Department in the Biden years either. Did you have a different recollection, or do you agree that?
Are you basing this off of opinion polls, or I don't?
Yeah,
I don't recall seeing any opinion polls about the
Suck
public
on
perception
that, Rocketeer,
of DOJ.
bitch!
I don't.
You factious Rocketeer, bitch! What the fuck? No.
And what's informing your prior about this helping the image of the Department of Justice if you don't have any basis to believe it will? Or do you have a basis?
Because well, I don't know if I ever said that, but I'm saying the path to kind of get away from the Trump level corruption is not going to be something that happens overnight. It's going to be something that takes time. It's going to take these institutions and the highest kind of halls of power in the United States, I think years to reestablish trust. This is going to be a multi-year project to potentially, hopefully, get back to, something approaching what we might call normal in the post-Nixon era.
So the polls that I remember about this, the American people were pretty well split. Now, I saw more polls indicating that at least a slight majority or plurality supported most of the prosecutions against Trump than not. But it wasn't like 60-40, 70-30, 80-20. And
same with the impeachments.
Right. And some of the polls also indicated the opposite. I think there was like Marquette Law did at one point that I remember from like 2023 or 2024, I think it was. But then when people would ask the questions, were the prosecutions of Trump politically motivated? Even in the polls that showed that there was a slight preference for justification, there was also a majority who were like, yeah, actually, I do think there's a political motivation getting.
What? I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have a girlfriend, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, but I'm sorry. Damn, this thing's not even shooting me. I'm literally about to take it down just with my anvil. It literally hasn't shot me from this fucking window once. No, I literally just killed him. That's it. Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I still will not be with you. I am taken. I've got a girlfriend, and she is happy that I am a Rocketeer killer, okay?
That's great, because I'm a lesbian.
Oh. Well, if you're a lesbian, I might change my mind then. Hold on a second. Let me finish this up real quick. Can you get my girlfriend's number? Based.
After Trump, so they had mixed feelings. Like, yeah, I think he actually did the fucking crime, but I do think the Biden administration is politically targeting Trump at the same time.
Right.
So, so the American people have some pretty complicated feelings about this.
Yeah.
But my thought process is, Biden did it the way you wanted, and I didn't see like any sort of like serious material benefit to, as far as like the prudential outcome, as far as like getting back trust. Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but
do you agree? Will you agree with that?
No, I fully concede that. Yeah. It's something like 55 or 60% of the country thought that those were like entirely politically motivated or some such. That to me is like what I'm getting at, because like I look at that and it really bums me out. Like the fact that, like in the context of the Epstein stuff, for example, I'm seeing a lot of commentary from.
What? I will show that highlight clip to my girlfriend and let her know you are awesome at killing wasps.
I can hear you, but barely. What'd you say?
I said, I will let my girlfriend know that you are awesome at killing wasps on your resume. She will, it was likely over for me, so thanks a lot.
Well, I'm good at other things too. Let her know that.
I will definitely do that. Go check out the channel, Tom Bottery, and you will hear her and see her once in a while on that. We upload clips from us playing on here sometimes.
Okay, great. My husband
So,
thinks that was funny, so have a great day.
nice, have a good one. Was telling her to go check out the channel because this will likely end up on that channel. This interaction will likely be there. So
big left-wing pundits that are suggesting that Biden was negligent by not personally directing DOJ to, release the Epstein documents.
Yeah,
which,
that's
in the case of the Ghislaine,
Ghislaine
Maxwell. But the reason why they're saying that is because now they're playing into this kind of new paradigm that has emerged during the Trump era.
No, they've always
where
been
there
like
is
this.
just
I mean,
overt
you talked to Kyle and the Vanguard, and they were like, we would want investigations into Manchin's daughter or something in exchange for his vote on minimum wage or something.
No, but come on. But surely you would concede that more people now in the country who probably weren't even aware of these norms now just assume that political influence is a big part of prosecutorial decisions like these. And it's because of Donald Trump.
My suspicion is yes. My suspicion is yes.
Wait, come on.
I don't know if that's the case. That people's ideas about whether about the independence of prosecutions has materially changed since Trump has been in office.
Oh, I think it has.
Of course he.
Okay, I'll grant that. I'll grant that. I'll grant that. I think that that's probably likely, but I don't understand how that is related to that.
I think that like probably maybe half the country thinks that Trump's prosecution was politically motivated. At least one of them.
Really lefty thing.
That really fucking bums me out because that, in my opinion, is a really important principle for our, Western.
I know, but
liberal
respond to
democracy
Josiah's
here in
point.
America.
Josiah's point is, yeah, that was happening.
I did though. I did. I did. Let me answer the point in two different ways. Okay.
Sure.
The first thing I want to say is if Biden himself had gone up there, and in the early days of his presidency, directed like DOJ or directed Merrick Garland or put that kind of like really explicit public pressure on him, I think that would have hurt Biden significantly. I think that would have hurt potentially his ability to get legislation passed. I think that would have distracted him and caused scandal within his administration that would have hurt his legislative agenda.
I'm not sure about that.
And then I do.
I don't think the American people care that much about it, and it's sad for me too. And I agree that it's sad. And I want to uphold that principle, notwithstanding the fact that I don't think the American people care that much. They voted for Trump again.
I'll actually go one further. I'll back Pisco up here. Here's the reason I'm not convinced, is because Trump was at his nadir of political support at the time. I think if there was any opportunity for a president to say, after January 6th and fake electors and all this bullshit and Trump corruption, you bet your fucking ass, like even if you want to go the maximal view, I do expect my Justice Department to investigate this. I think that would have been the time to do it, to garner the most political support for the same reason, Hutch, that
I might agree with this to an extent. That's like I've said this 1,000 times at the point when Biden like first took office, that like even Republicans were fucking sick of Trump. Like they were not happy with him. They were not happy with the job that he did. They were not feeling it. And I never put that into like therefore we should have like prosecuted faster or anything. I've never thought of it that way, but yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe that is like the way things should have been done for that reason.
Trump's impeachment in 2026
You're good.
was the most bipartisan impeachment we'd ever seen in terms of both the impeachment and conviction. Oh, sorry, 2021. I'm fantasizing about.
What? Oh no. I think most of this over here has been searched, from what I can tell.
Are you on a podcast?
Am I on a podcast? I am a streamer.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I say there's a channel that I do upload clips to when I play video games, but I mostly do like politics and shit like that. Nobody watches when I play video games though. Yeah. Pretty much all the shit's done now. Like once we took out the Rocketeers at the beginning, this became fucking easy as pie, dude.
About a 2026. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. The 2020
there.
Yeah, the 2021 impeachment of Trump was the most bipartisan in terms of both the vote to impeach and the vote to convict.
Mm-hmm.
But you would never have gotten those margins a year later or 2 years later, and certainly not in 2026, right? The reason that there was a permission structure for a sufficient number of Republicans to do what they did was because the American people were, that was Trump's lowest approval rating. The American people fucking hated him at that point. So I'm not convinced that if Biden 2 weeks later, once he's inaugurated, says, yes, I am appointing an attorney general and I expect him. Yeah, I don't think it would have been more politically harmful. I think that it would have, I think that there's a good argument to be made that would have actually increased support because he'd pissed off the entire country.
I wouldn't have supported it, Hutch. I would have been against it. I would have said that that's impeachable. I would have said that that's fucked up for him to say, I'm appointing you specifically so you charge Donald Trump. I don't think that that's right to do. I would uphold it. But I'm just agreeing with Josiah's point, which is I don't think the American people care that much about this prudentially. And if they do care about it.
All right, where you at? Where are you? Where you at? Where you at? You need a defib? Yeah, I'm outside too. I'm trying to find you. I can't see him. Oh, there you are. I see you.
Sweet, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
But they're already going to vote for Democrats.
I don't understand what this you guys are treating this like conventional wisdom, and I just don't really understand what it's based on. Like, obviously the Republican propaganda efforts to, paint all of Trump's criminal prosecutions as politically influenced. Obviously that was successful in that, either a plurality or majority of Americans seem to agree with them. And you guys seem to think that if Biden himself would have just come out and said the thing, or I guess Josiah, if he would have just come out and said the thing, that we wouldn't have seen way larger numbers. Maybe that 55% jumps up to like.
Bro, I was gonna be pissed if I just went and defib somebody and turned around and fucking died, dude. That would have been infuriating.
75, 80, 90% because now Biden is just coming out and saying it. And if you think that that's not going to distract him from a legislative agenda when he has zero margin of error in the Senate, or if you think that's not,
we're not making that claim. Wait, we're not making that claim that it wouldn't.
Are you the same person?
I'm still the same person. Still not going to shoot.
Actually, I'm probably using that. I don't have anything on me, so.
Yeah, I'm about to head out.
Distract, that it wouldn't cause other things. But I just think in terms of the public perception, I'm not convinced that it would be so detrimental to that. It might distract. It might do.
Especially early on. Especially early on. I want to be clear.
Significantly? You don't think the numbers would go up?
Especially early on. I want to be clear. I think Joe Biden coming out in May 2024, saying "fuck yeah," because he actually had that like little gaffe or whatever. He's like, "We should lock him out," and then he grabs the microphone again and he goes, "Lock him out politically." I mean, politically, the one time Biden slipped. Yeah, I think at that point, if he's campaigning on "fuck yeah," we'll prosecute Donald Trump. After 2 or 3 years of the American people forgetting about all the shit that Trump did and having a more distant view, yes, I think that would have been probably politically toxic. I'm talking about 2 weeks after January 6th, when Biden is freshly inaugurated. I think him, publicly, saying that he expects his Justice Department to immediately, begin investigation into January 6th and follow the facts without fear or favor, even if they lead to Donald Trump saying something to that effect. No, I don't think
it would be insulated. I think it would be more insulated than what actually happened, where it's almost it's weird, Hutch. It's counterintuitive, but it's the same way that Trump can appear to be more corrupt facially and just like honest about like, we want the oil, but he doesn't get hit as much with like the Bush, they invaded Iraq for oil, even when he says it. There's something about like the hidden aspect or the hidden like, we're revealing something. That for whatever reason, people don't care about like the open outright corruption. They like, I don't know why that is. I don't know why.
People do care, by the way. People do care about Trump's corruption.
But no, they do, but they don't care. But to Pisco's point, they don't care at the rate. They don't care at a rate which is proportional to the corruption. And let me give you an example. So Did you know? I religiously tracked the polls like during the 2-year-long impeachment effort into President Biden. The American people were obsessed about Hunter Biden. They knew fucking everything about that guy, and the polls were really, really bad. In fact, there were some polls which say, actually, I do think that Trump or that President Biden pulled strings to benefit his son and all this, shit. And so the perception of corruption on Biden and Trump is generally considered to be more corrupt, but it's relatively close, when you consider the margins. Yeah,
I don't know. I think Donald Trump's numbers currently and the electoral results recently reflect not just disgust with ICE, but the disgust of corruption. Like I think the public is more aware of his corruption than they were certainly like the first term, and I think it is pissing them off. Let me ask you guys a question. Hang on. If you, and I don't know, maybe there's a poll out there that dived into this particular topic, but if you were to ask the American people, if you were to propose two different things, but which do you think the American public would prefer more, my way or your way? Like, do you think that America, if you ask them, do you want to see like prosecutorial instructions or investigative, like instructions on investigations? Like, do you want that to be completely free from political influence, or do you think the president should have the right to direct DOJ?
If you phrase it like,
I think, especially if you frame it like that, yeah.
Then
well, frame it a different
I think it'd be
way.
80-20. I think it'd be 80-20 in your favor. Yeah.
Well, frame it a different way then.
Should,
Frame it.
okay. So here's how I frame it. Well, should the president investigate the Trump's order the Department of Justice to investigate the corruption of Trump? I think that you would get the majority on.
I think that if you gave them an alternative, should the president stay out of those kinds of decisions, that more people would favor my proposition.
Right, but they're not getting faced with that decision when they're told the rhetoric. It's not like they're considering both. They're just responding and reacting to one. It's not like, hey guys, would you rather hear this or that? It's like a focus group. They're just hearing one. And to be clear, I don't think that he should be ordering.
Is the preference that people have, though. When people talk about how, like 60% of the public think that, Trump's prosecutions were politically motivated, they're saying that in a disapproving way. They're communicating to pollsters that they don't like political influence in these kinds of. Now, whether or not it's true, that's a different discussion altogether. But Americans broadly don't like the idea of politically influenced.
And yet.
All right, how much you guys want to bet? That girl and her husband, they pulled up my stream. They're waiting down here, and we're gonna fight. I'm just kidding.
They supported the charges,
prosecutions,
and yet they supported the charges by a slight majority. That's the
I
American.
feel like that's a
how you
separate
phrase the
point,
question, and it's a way of saying the American people are willing to abide some political influence into the DOJ prosecutions, and even support certain prosecutions in light of that. Now that said, I don't agree with political prosecutions, and I don't say that what I'm suggesting would amount to political prosecutions.
I don't think they're wannabe communists, bro. I think they're just communists. I think that these people that we're talking about, like a lot of them just aren't communists. They don't want to be.
Or political directives. And that's ultimately, I think, where the big disagreement is I view the kind of, hey, we're going to investigate the previous government's corruption as equivalent to,
but it's not
we're going to investigate the mafia. That's what it means.
Why is it we? Why is it we? We are going to investigate Donald Trump.
My administration, my Department of Justice.
But there goes the fucking independent DOJ then, right? So I guess that's just how people gone.
That's just how people talk. I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree. It's not his lawyers.
That's important. The language is important. The language is actually really important.
I know.
His innocent, but no court case, not very fascist. What? You know that Trump was convicted of crimes, right? I'm trying to assume what it is that you mean by that, but you know that he was convicted of 34 felonies, right? As that not making the case that he's fascist or not, don't know whether or not he was convicted of crimes has anything to do with whether or not he's fascist, but
what I'm trying to say,
point I'm
the point I'm making is I'm not actually co-signing political prosecutions. I'm not actually co-signing political prosecutions. What I'm saying is, I think the president should make it clear that my attorney general will look into corruption.
Hunter Biden, idiot, learned to read. You didn't say anything about Hunter Biden. You said Trump's more fascist than the others before? Question mark. His not innocent, but no court case, not very fascist. So you're saying Hunter Biden didn't get a court case? One comment above me. Oh, somebody else said it? They said, Trump's crimes are negated.
Of the previous administration. And I don't think that's like saying my attorney general is going to look into the mafia. To me, it's the same thing.
But it's not.
I've got a question for you, Hutch.
Not the same thing, though. Yeah, go ahead.
I've got a question.
Yeah, again, it's not the same thing because there are obvious political ramifications from you talking about investigating or any of the above, going after a political rival. This is drastically different, and I have trouble believing that like Pisco thinks that they're the same thing.
Question for you, baby. Listen to this one. Okay. President Hutch appoints Attorney General Jack Smith. Jack Smith comes to President Hutch, the Oval Office, and says, "Sir, I've decided not to investigate the Trump administration for anything." Does President Hutch fire Jack Smith? He doesn't say, I have looked into this and I've decided that there's no case I can make beyond all reasonable doubt.
See, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You didn't say he said he was innocent. You didn't say that you didn't find enough evidence to charge. You said you decided not to prosecute. So is there evidence that he is guilty and that he's decided not to prosecute anyways? And if so, like, what is that reasoning? Because yeah, that would make all the difference in the world. Like, what the reasoning is for why they wouldn't prosecute is insanely important. Trump has a civil conviction. Trump has criminal convictions. There's no such thing as a civil conviction. He doesn't have a civil conviction. He was found liable in civil court. He has criminal convictions. He was convicted of 34 felonies. These are criminal convictions. Uh, 1.7 million got murdered in the gulags. Yes, they are wannabes, living a super privileged life no communist has ever lived. You understand that that's not what a communist is one who puts people in gulags, right? The definition of communist is not one who puts people in gulags. There have been communists that didn't put people in gulags. How do you get your head so smooth? With a sander.
He just makes the decision to not investigate at all.
I would fire him because that would be a politically motivated decision. Like if he went to, now this would be a
criminal doesn't replace the civil part. It literally does. It literally does. There is no such thing as a civil. Well, I guess there is such thing as a civil conviction. I guess there technically is, but Donald Trump was not civilly Well, okay, I guess he was. You. Yeah, no, I don't think he was found. Yeah, he wasn't. He doesn't have a civil conviction. I don't think. They are both facts. Again, I don't think he has a civil conviction. There is no civil conviction. He was found civilly liable for sexual assault. Then he was also found civilly liable for business transaction fraud. Then he was found guilty of campaign finance fraud. And then I put were. In August 2025, the New York Appeals Court threw out, not that one. So yeah, he was found liable. Yeah. So for the New York case, he was also found liable.
Assume it's not. Assume it's not. This is no. If he says no, but that's what he said though. Josiah said he just made the choice to just not even look.
Assume it's not political.
People getting mass murdered due to communism. I guess just a coincidence. China, Russia, Vietnam. So it's not a coincidence. The communism is antithetical to like capitalism, and that in order for them to have a full revolution to where they're able to implement a system that is very, very drastically different, yeah, they would have to have a revolution. Like they would have to actually go through the process of revolting and having somewhat of a civil war, but they're not. That's not essential. Now, I would say it's somewhat a part of Marxism. For within Marxism, obviously, like a big aspect of it is going through the revolutionary stages, and so for Marxists, they would to implement socialism would likely have somewhat of a violent revolution, most likely. But again, that is not it's not necessary, and it's also not. Marxism isn't this like Marxism is a type of communism and socialism, or like a philosophical thought process, but it is not, or sorry, not philosophical thought process. It is a philosophical thought that also leads to the process of implementing socialism and communism, but it does not necessitate killing people either. So I do think conviction is criminal court lingo, hence convicts, but I think we all know what someone means when they say convicted in civil court, i.e. found guilty. Well, again, it wouldn't even be like found guilty, it's just found liable.
Make it harder for yourself.
I don't know why you would do, but I don't know why you would do that. Political then.
He says, well, they the more important thing from a prosecutor perspective is to go after these drug importers. They just have he for whatever reason he gets obsessed with the drug importers.
Yeah,
he gets obsessed with whatever. He gets obsessed with fraud and stuff that's not related to the government. And so he's just like, listen, as a prosecutorial matter, the Department of Justice is not going to look into that. We are worried more about fentanyl deaths in America than that. And so that's what we're going to just assume for the sake of the hypothetical. Don't fight it. If that happened, would you fire him? I think the answer is yes on policy grounds.
I think but again, on broad policy grounds, like if you're not taking actions that I think are sufficient to address
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, for policy grounds where you say we're like taking we're taking government corruption very seriously, and we're going to like make a huge effort to go after corrupt politicians. And then he says, hey, I found corrupt politicians, but I've decided not to prosecute. Yeah, that makes sense that they would fire him over that.
Government corruption at the highest level, then I think that there's like a policy justification there. But I want to flip it back around on you, because what happens if Gavin Newsom, for example, says, using your language, Pisco, my administration is going to investigate the previous administration? What if he says that, and then his attorney general comes back and says, look, we found a lot of evidence, but we don't think that we have enough to convict in a criminal trial? What do you do at that point?
Yeah, I would think that firing after that basis would be corrupt. I would be against firing.
But that's why you don't use that language, because then you don't have to be in that spot. Like,
I said investigate. No, stop. I said investigate. Well, didn't I say? And if I didn't say this, I'm sorry. I thought in our language we said, I'm not going to get involved into the individual charging or non-decisions, but I will appoint, we will fight this sort of corruption, and I will appoint someone who's going to look into it. I thought that I said that. And if I changed the language and said something like charge or something, I'm sorry, I take that back. I thought we made that clear initially, but let me know if I did.
But again, you can just, I keep circling back around. Like, you can get all the things that you can get all the things that you're asking for, plus putting us on a path towards reestablishing public trust in these institutions by doing it my way.
Were you guys able to hear that chick earlier? She was very friendly at the beginning, and it was funny. We were kind of like fucking with each other. But then after I told her, like, look up Tom Bottery or something like that, and she came back, that it, like, every interaction she sounded very different. Probably a Trump voter. She realized I'm a fucking libtard. She's like, oh, the fucking libtards in this game, dude. It's all right. We can all fight the fucking communist, Marxist AI together. All right? We're all here to take down those fucking fascist Marxist bots.
And by doing it your way, you're continuing to erode the trust of the American people. I think you guys are speaking to the desires of the Democratic voter base at the detriment of the Democratic Party's relationship with independent voters. Like, there are a lot of Americans in this country that do care about this norm and want to see us return to this norm. And I want to be the party that commits to just doing that.
Yeah, I do too. That's why I don't think I'm violating the norm. I don't think I'm violating the norm.
That is going to take years to reestablish that trust. It's not going to happen overnight.
Say it again.
And yeah, the double standards are insane. But Josiah, I brought it up in our conversation. When I look at the Trump administration now, that is not something that I want to emulate. I don't think that these political prosecutions. Well, I think that by, would Barack Obama have used this language? Would Bill Clinton? Would George W. Bush?
I don't understand how that's relevant to the.
Barack Obama was asked about
that. It's relevant to the question because you're talking about whether or not you're violating norms, and if we're talking about the fact that Trump is changing those norms, and we want to take it back to something that was that existed before Trump, we want to say, hey, these other presidents who existed, would they have said this sort of thing? Would they have talked in this sort of way? Because if not, then we might be violating some norms.
Like prosecuting previous administration officials, and he was that guy that was saying,
I just view that as
time to turn the page.
I just view that as not responsive. The question isn't whether Obama would have said it or whether another president would have said it. The question is, would it, if true, if said, be the same thing or the same type of thing as Trump? And I think the answer to that is a no.
Well, no, the question is like
I don't know if it's the same type of thing as Trump. It's whether or not it violates norms and whether or not it's beneficial.
The question is what you guys are proposing a violation of norms that existed for decades in the post-Nixon era?
My answer is no.
I think it is, like, obviously.
Okay, yeah. So he says his answer is no, but again, that goes back to. So then, would this be okay if these other presidents did this? Like, would this be acceptable, or would they have done it? Not would it be acceptable, but would they have done that?
When you have the president saying that my administration will investigate like this specific group of people, the Trump administration,
the mafia.
No other what other presidents after Nixon did anything like this? Besides Trump?
Didn't the Kennedys say, like, we're gonna look into fraud and like organized labor? We're gonna that's how I view it.
That was, again, I don't know why he keeps doing this. We're talking about like politicians here. Obviously, they're not explicitly saying we're going after Trump, but I think everybody knows as soon as you like when Trump comes into office and Trump says we're going to go after voter fraud. We're going to go after voter fraud, and we're going to go after any politicians who take part in voter fraud. We're going to go after any politicians who are either taking part in it or ignoring voter fraud. When he does that, we all know what he's talking about. We all know what he's saying. We are all well aware. If in one moment you're saying, oh, Trump is corrupt and he committed all of these crimes and blah, blah, blah. And then 5 minutes later, you're like, also, I just wanted, it's totally separate note. Just wanted to let you guys know that I am totally going to be going after corruption that's taken place in government. And it is obvious what you're signaling, and the how you signal that is really important.
As Kennedy predates Nixon, though.
Yeah, but he views it as a.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, sorry. Post Nixon.
After Nixon, we established norms to insulate the Justice Department from political influence from the executive branch. That's what happened in the wake of Nixon in a slew of reforms that were passed through the Congress and at the executive level through policy. And that existed up until Trump came along. He's the first president in decades to directly, to give these kinds of directives to DOJ. The last person before him that did it.
I'm not
was
proposing
Nixon.
directive. I understand a directive to be an order.
You say that, but you are.
So I understand. So
are.
I understand a directive to mean an order. Do you have a different understanding of what directive means?
You can, well, there's a directive, but then there's also I'm saying political influence. Like if you yourself, the president, is politically influencing, using your political power to influence DOJ to go after specific people, that, again, Trump is the only person post-Nixon who has done that. And what you're suggesting would be a continuation of this kind of new norm where now the president is publicly pressuring the DOJ to take specific actions against specific people. That would be the Democratic Party continuing.
That's exactly what I'm not doing, right? So I'm not doing that. First,
exactly
it's not political
what I'm
because
not
it's not on the
doing.
basis of politics that we're doing this. We're not doing it because they're Trump supporters. We're doing it because crimes were committed. On the norm, specifically on interference in the president, I agree that's an important norm, regardless of whether it's political or not. I want to be clear, regardless of whether it's political or not, the president's interference directly into individual charging decisions or specific investigations, I think that is a very good norm to uphold. And I don't think it's a violation of that norm either, because I construe, investigate the previous administration for a crime and corruption. I construe that to be a policy directive, not one about individual prosecutions or interference. And it doesn't entail orders or directives. What I understand a directive to be is to be an order, an interference to be some sort of communication while the respective parties are in office to do a particular thing or to highly suggest to do a particular thing.
I've got a question for actually both of you. Peace, I want to start with you first, actually. Let's piggyback off Hutch's hypothetical, and let's say the Attorney General, the next Attorney General says, Mr. President, I did look into the allegations of corruption against Donald Trump, the Trump family, the Trump administration, and I don't believe in any of these instances we can secure a prosecution or a successful conviction beyond all reasonable doubt. But let's say the Deputy Attorney General, the Solicitor General disagree. So the number 2 and number 3 at the DOJ say, Mr. President, Mr. Attorney General, with all due respect, we disagree with the Attorney General on this. We do think that there are colorable cases that can be secured beyond all reasonable doubt. Would it still be corrupt to fire the Attorney General? in those instances, or in that instance?
I think it would violate the norm I'm talking about, which is to insulate from political interference. And I think at best, maybe the president would say, listen, I'm not going to get involved in this decision, and I'm not going to make personnel decisions about it. This is a decision for you guys to resolve internally on the charging decision. If you feel like you need to appoint a special counsel, you can do that. But I'm not going to weigh in on that. I think that would be the appropriate.
And I understand, but I guess because to me that was the more interesting thing. Like, what if you come with a situation where the number 2 and number 3 disagree with the judgment of number 1?
Yeah, then the norm there is
would it
political.
still be
Yeah,
corrupt?
okay. So there's 2 norms here, and so don't get distracted, guys. And this is for the chat as well.
Yeah.
There's the norm of political interference and political investigatory steps or charging decisions, one or the other. That's one norm, and that's never okay, right? Never okay to have a political prosecution like that. Then there's a second norm of individual interference from the president, except in certain exceptions, into charging decisions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there's 2 norms. So that in that situation, I think there's a tangible good argument that it's not politically motivated if he were to fire the attorney general on the basis because you have 2 other opinions, right? And so there's at least a law enforcement rationale for a firing there. However, in that situation, the second norm is at play, which is the interference by directives and firing on the basis of one versus the other on a charging decision for which there is a basis to insulate from presidential review.
So less corrupt but still corrupt in your mind.
Yes,
would that be too reductive to say? Okay.
That would be. I would consider that corrupt in the norm.
Okay. And then Hutch, here's my question for you. Because I want to make sure I got this right. How important is it for the next Democrat or the President Newsom or the President Hutch administration to restore public trust in DOJ?
Very important.
Is that
very, very important?
Do you expect your Attorney General to act in a way to do that?
Yeah, I would want to, like, my standard, if I was a president deciding who to nominate for AG, I would want somebody that I felt full confidence would follow the letter of the law, investigate the facts as they arise, and to make decisions that are free from any kind of political influence. So if that means prosecuting Cuellar in Texas and Menendez in Illinois, is that what, or Indiana, wherever state he served? Was he New York?
Menendez was New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah.
Or Mayor Adams.
Then so be it.
Yeah.
Or, DOJ, we found out recently that had investigated Ilhan Omar for campaign spending and these kinds of things. So, that's what I would, that's the standard that I would want for my Attorney General. And that also includes Trump, right? If they discover crimes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, so there was reporting at the time that part of Merrick Garland's unease about investigating Trump is that it would be seen to look political and cause further distrust in the Justice Department. So here's my hypothetical. Attorney General Pisco comes to President Hutch and says, Mr. President, I know you didn't ask for this report, but I feel like I owe you an explanation. We did investigate the Trump administration, and we do believe that we do see evidence of crimes committed. But you appointed me, at least in part, with the mission of restoring public trust in the DOJ. And I believe that if we prosecute Donald Trump or the Trump administration, it will further erode trust in the Justice Department, which is already fragile. So I have made the choice to not prosecute or to not proceed with prosecutions.
I mean, in my view, that's corruption. So I would see a justification to fire the Attorney General in that spot. But my motivation in that moment would not be because I'm pissed that Donald Trump is not going to go to prison. My motivation would be, I view that to be corrupt. I don't think that those kinds of political considerations should influence.
So in other words,
decision.
You would tell him, no, you need to follow the facts and leave the politics to me. And if the facts say Trump committed crimes and you can prove it, you fucking prosecute him. You don't choose not to prosecute him for political considerations. If it erodes the trust in the Justice Department, that's my problem, not yours.
Yeah. I mean, just flip it, right? Like if your Attorney General said, like I found, criminal behavior with Ilhan Omar, but I'm not going to choose to press charges. It's the same logic. I view those things to be equally corrupt, just facing different.
Well, I think the logic of the Garland Justice Department was, and understandably so from just a realpolitik perspective, which is I think that he was less hesitant to prosecute Democrats. As a matter of fact, Dan Abrams, who is like a News Nation legal analyst, and he was like the founder of Mediaite, he did a breakdown of this. This has been the thing that he's been complaining about for the longest time, that the Biden Justice Department actually prosecuted more elected Democrats than elected Republicans, and did so quicker than elected Republicans. They launched investigations much more quickly into President Biden and Hunter Biden than they did Donald Trump. And the reporting was at the time that Garland was less uncomfortable about prosecuting his own people than the opposing team, because the thought process is, you know, they're going to be just more distrustful if I go after a political opponent than if I go after somebody on my side. So, but that's why I was curious. Like, if you get into a situation where an attorney general says, yeah, we believe there's evidence of crimes committed, but pursuing those crimes, prosecuting those crimes will further erode trust in the Justice Department, you said that that's a top priority, what would you want your attorney general to do? That's why I asked.
Yeah, I think I answered your question there. But
yeah. So.
I mean, I think maybe the issue here is, like, my issue with Pisco is that we just disagree about what qualifies as, you know, political pressure or corrupt kind of like political pressure.
Yeah.
And then Josiah, you seem to take a more kind of explicit view that they should just come out and say the thing in no uncertain terms. Maybe I'm misreading that, but that seems to be the source of the disagreement here.
I think we have a disagreement about whether what we're suggesting constitutes making the individualized decisions that is in violation of the. I view it more akin to let's go after.
I feel like maybe I'm misreading this. I feel like this is like the third time Hutch has tried to like clarify Hutch has tried to clarify Josiah's position, and Pisco's responded instead. It's making it hard to where, like, I am also like curious as to what Josiah's position is here. And right now I don't know.
After Al Qaeda for crimes, let's go after the mafia for crimes, and you view it more as lock him up, or something approaching that. I think that is gonna.
Well, you can, yeah, but I think you can get at what you're wanting just with more generalized language that is not as, in my view, problematic. Like, you can say, I want my attorney general to crack down on government corruption at the federal level. And if you appoint Jack Smith as AG and fucking like Ryan Kinzinger or whatever as deputy AG or like FBI director, then you are sending a very clear signal to not only your base but the public that you're addressing like their concerns and anger about criminal corruption at the federal level, but you just don't get into specific language.
I understand that
about,
I can say those things, but I think I've explained why I think it's preferable to say what I'm saying, and that includes not just because I want, I think all else equal, it will have a slight benefit to the electoral chances, because I think it unchains the candidate to speak openly and frankly and like a populist about giving back to the American people, because I think it's a more likelihood that he will actually follow through, and that the actions, if taken, will have democratic legitimacy. And you'll be able to say, well, look, he said he was going to do this, and the American people gave it its sign of approval. And yeah, so I understand that I could not do it, or I could not suggest it, but I do think it's preferable.
Yeah, but I view that kind of pressure as corrupt. Like, I view that as corrupt. I think you don't know why. Like, I don't think these kinds of decisions should come from the president. That should just simply come from the attorney general. The president can make their preferences
you agree it's
known
policy
in terms
decisions.
of like what kind
can
of
be. You agree policy
no,
can
but
be.
we totally disagree on how you seem to characterize this as like a policy decision, but it's a specific investigation, like pressure campaign to specifically investigate particular people. That's not a policy directive. That's just a directive. A policy directive
it's not a directive at all.
Organized crime.
It really is not a directive at all, because it's not an order, and a directive is an order. And
well, the directive is to investigate corruption with Donald Trump in mind, and the Trump administration in mind. So there is a directive there. It's just the directive isn't specifically about Trump.
You agree with that? I'm not suggesting that the president order the attorney general to do anything.
Right, but you don't need to get at corruption with only explicit.
You agree
sort
it's
of
not an
orders.
order?
Yes, that's what I do. Also, yes, I agree that it's not a specific order, but the reason, like the norms also dictate that the president use language to make sure that there's not even like a reasonable perception that that's what's going on. So that's why you use that language.
I don't
Because
think it's a reasonable perception.
If the public, do you guys disagree that if the public perceives that the president,
you don't agree that it's a reasonable perception, even though you are straight up stating that that is what's happening? Like in the hypothetical, he's saying, hey, we're going to investigate Trump, but we're not going to say we're going to investigate Trump. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to say we're going to go after corruption. And then, you know, obviously, if we're actually going after government corruption, we're going to end up going after Trump. But yeah, then when that's like, once they cover that part, then they're like, okay, so like, yeah, so you're kind of given a directive that like this is going to end in a political prosecution of a political ally or a political rival. He's like, I don't agree that like, what, why would people think that? So, because you said, you said that's what you're doing. Like, they don't know that, but they're going to think that. And then when I tell you they're going to think that, you say, but they're wrong for thinking that. So what is happening?
has influenced the decision to investigate the Trump administration, that's going to hurt the public confidence in those investigations.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not convinced, but again, the question is about reasonable perceptions, and
What?
I don't think that I don't think. Wait.
You're
Let
not
me.
sure.
I just want to.
You're really not sure about that?
I do want to just finish my thought real quick. Oh, I'm not sure whether or not a potential candidate saying that we want to look into the corruption of the previous administration will cause the confidence in the Department of Justice to go down. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that claim. So I did answer the question. I'm not sure about that claim, and you're going to have to provide evidence, I think, to say that, like, that's obviously stupid. I want to finish what I want to say now. Okay? Regardless of whether or not it causes confidence to go one way or the other, the question regarding the norm is about reasonable beliefs. And it did cause the investigations against Trump in term or post-term one, the confidence or the belief in those political prosecutions went up. However, that was not a reasonable belief. Because it was not a reasonable belief, it wasn't incumbent upon the administration to refrain from it or cancel the prosecutions once they were considered by the public to be political. So it's not about whether or not public opinion will shift. The norm relates to reasonable belief. And there's no reasonable belief in that circumstance that it was political. And the circumstance.
And I've got to follow up on that to Hutch, if I may.
I want to pause on that though. Like the question was, if the public believes, like very broadly, that a charging decision or a decision to investigate if the public believes that was a top-down influenced situation coming from the president, my question was, do you think that that's going to hurt the public's trust in those investigations? To say I don't know is I'm struggling with that one. Of course, you know,
Why
like
are
that
you struggling?
would really, because it's obvious. It's obvious, like the perception that Biden influenced the criminal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So Pisco said it's not what Pisco said just now is that what he was saying is that it's not reasonable for people to lose faith in the DOJ, in their impartiality. That like it wouldn't be reasonable for them to be like, wow, well, I can't trust them anymore because they're going after Trump. That's what he was saying. So I get that is different than the way that I read what he was saying. I don't know if that's what Hutch took what he was saying as, but I may have totally misread what he was saying. So that's on me.
Criminal investigations into Donald Trump, founded or unfounded, the perception of that in the public was like one of the reasons why Trump was able to like leverage that moment to make himself a martyr and then like catapult to an easy primary victory. And it wasn't just Republicans who had that perception. So
it was the
just
fact
imagine,
of the matter. So it was the fact of the matter that Trump was being prosecuted at all, right? That is what eroded.
Yeah, exactly.
That eroded public trust in the DOJ. The fact that he was being
No,
prosecuted.
but I'm talking about people that thought like that this was something like a top-down directive, like Biden directed Bragg and Fonnie Willis and Jack Smith to like do these things. That perception did damage the public's trust in the institution. That, of course, was ill-founded. It was totally unfounded. There was no basis whatsoever that Biden himself personally involved. But in the alternative universe where Biden just came out and said, he wants these criminal investigations done and I think those numbers would have been even worse. And I think Donald Trump would have won that election by even larger margins.
Okay. I don't have a reason to believe that. And I don't have a reason to believe that. I'm just being honest with you. I don't have a reason to believe that. And it seems like
you don't have a reason to believe that the public reject political influence of that nature when it comes to criminal investigations. Like, of course they have a negative. I don't have a reason to believe that in the context in which Biden says, I'm glad that my administration is looking into Jan 6 crimes, including those by the president, that would materially affect the polling with respect to whether it's political. I don't have a basis to believe. What is your basis to believe it? It's obvious. It's so obvious. It's obvious to me that the public totally rejects like political directives from like a top-down kind of structural kind of thing, like a governor instructing the attorney general to investigate, a member of the opposing party, or a president instructing the attorney general to go after members of the previous administration. These are just inherently corrupt things. I guess we disagree there.
Well,
hey, if you see a battery, let me know. Oh shit. Was that you? Okay. All right.
Josiah,
I'm just not. I'm not proposing. I'm not proposing that any directive be taken, and I don't believe that anything I've done has violated the norm.
I'm speaking to Josiah there.
Okay.
Well, what I was going to say was, I'm curious what you think is the meaningful difference here. I mean, Trump has run 3 presidential campaigns and got elected twice, and in all of them, he was campaigning on jailing his political opponents.
How did that work out for him and the Republican Party?
He got elected twice.
But do you think that the Republican Party has been in an especially like healthy place over the last 10 years? Because he won in 2016 and 2020.
They're getting their policy goals.
The Democrats have had more winning election cycles than the Republicans.
Say that,
during the Trump era. They had 2 winning election cycles. We had 3. We are cruising towards a blue fucking tsunami in November, and I think we're cruising towards a blowout in 2028. I mean, like, listen, anything can happen, whatever. But the current trajectory that we're on right now, the Republican Party is the weakest in my lifetime by far right now. I was born in 1983. What was another time that do you think for the Republican Party was weaker than they are right now? Maybe your strongest case would be 2008. Maybe, because that was a pretty big election. We got 60 Senate seats. But apart from that, in the time that I've been alive, this is the weakest that they've ever been, with Donald Trump at the helm. So them winning 2 elections to me is not enough to say, well, they haven't like paid a price for Trump's corruption.
Josiah's point is that it wasn't a humongous issue that prevented Trump from being elected. There's no reason to believe that it's on top of people's agendas, and to the extent that it is, it's overdetermined. They're going to vote for Democrats. Like people for whom corruption is their number one issue, they're going to vote for Democrats.
I think there was perceived corruption with Hillary Clinton, first of all, and that severely damaged her in 2016. And so that was, I think 2016, ironically, 2016 was a populist wave where a lot of American voters, I think, made dumb decisions. But the perception there was that Hillary Clinton herself was corrupt and that she was above the law by not being prosecuted by the FBI. And in 2024, like, I think that we can very accurately and succinctly described the 2024 election as being primarily driven about economics.
I don't think this will affect the disposition of the election. I really don't think it will affect the outcome in a material way. To the extent that it will, again, my intuition is that it
he didn't
opens
say
up the
this
candidate to be
positive.
able, frankly and honestly. And for example, Hutch, you would say if asked the question, well, I don't actually know this. If asked the question, hey, will you direct your Department of Justice to investigate the previous administration? Your answer would be no. What if they asked you straight up, do you think Trump committed crimes? Do you think that the administration has committed crimes? Do you think it was murder when they killed those Venezuelans? Do you think that they're covering up a murder of Alex Preddy, etc.? How would you answer?
I think candidate Newsom would.
Bro just committed boticide over here, dude. The fuck? Don't do it. You have something to live for. Oh shit, we got another one.
Would have, I think candidate Newsom would have leeway to say, of course, I think that the administration has committed open crimes. As soon as he becomes president-elect or President Newsom, that's when you got to do the switch up and say, I'm not going to comment on DOJ matters.
This is the follow-up, right? So you're
that
like,
line.
Right, so imagine you're a candidate, and I'm not talking about a president. You're candidate Newsom. You're like, I think they committed crimes. And then the follow-up is, so wouldn't your administration want to investigate crimes? And you would say,
well, that's why I plan to appoint an attorney general that will follow the facts and prosecute government corruption whenever they find it.
yeah, but
There
you're
you
like
go.
you're like signaling the same thing with the same signal that you the same signal that you say is like a violation of the norm. Put it aside the public perception
I don't
of it.
think that. Again, I've been advocating for a policy of dog whistling the whole time. Like you can do subtle.
So then you don't have a problem.
Like,
So you have no problem with a candidate intentionally sending the message that they want to investigate the prior administration, and therefore I hope you would grant that if you're convinced that that's their intent, it's not a norm violation. Is a norm violation just to say it, not to mean it?
The norm violation is like any kind of statement that would suggest that the DOJ is following the president's like directives or influence in terms of specific charging decisions. That's
what a
the
dog
norm.
whistle is. Wait, that's what a dog whistle is. You just said it was a dog whistle.
But you can, again, the language really matters.
What if the language?
As I said like a while ago, like the disagreement is just over like where on the spectrum they land as far as like how to say it and like where it becomes too explicit. I guess maybe Pisco is getting that now, but the fact that like that's where this has been for a while and this is just now being realized seems a little odd.
And again, the candidate, like if Newsom is the candidate in that moment, then that is a different context. The dynamic completely flips once they become president-elect and then ultimately president. When that happens, you do have to say, I am not going to comment on specific like charging decisions by DOJ. They're gonna operate independently, and I'm not gonna tell them how to run the DOJ.
What if the language is, and maybe we've covered this, I can't remember. I'm just trying to come up with permutations that of a commitment that you might find palatable. What about my attorney general? I will appoint an attorney general who is committed, among other things, to investigating and prosecuting public corruption, no matter where the facts lead. Republican Party, Democratic Party, senator, congressman, ex-president, any administration, including the previous Trump administration.
No one
what
is
if they
above
said
the
something
law.
about that?
No one is above the law. Like I feel like Biden said this probably when he was campaigning in 2020.
But like the way I said it, where you do say Republican and you do say Trump administration,
You're kind of walking up to the line, but I still would probably consider that to be like acceptable. But again,
I was gonna say I feel like that has to be like acceptable rhetoric there. That can't be over the line, but it is. It's obviously close. Well, fuck. I've been searching for a battery and I can't find it. And now I want to kill myself, so I should have followed the bots off the fucking cliff and committed boticide with them.
Any language that the president uses about specific like DOJ investigations should always be framed as I'm not going to involve myself in that kind of way. I'm not going to tell them who to train their sights on.
Right. But here's the issue with that, Hutch, and I this will be my last statement on it because I think we've covered the ground sufficiently. But
it was
there is
already
a large possibility that because of additional corruption and abuse of power, that the members of the administration who would like to charge and hold accountable are beyond the reach of the current law as it is. And then the president will need to take a role in having accountability to propose either legislation, amendments, etc., policy solutions to accountability. So to the extent that DOJ criminal prosecution is not available and the investigation on that ground won't happen, he's going to need to stay apprised enough to offer structural forms to address that criminality. And that necessarily, I think, requires him, from a policy perspective, from a top-down perspective, keeping his ear to it and having an opinion on it. In this context, right, with the pardons that are almost certainly coming from members of the administration.
I don't think that would violate the norm that I'm talking about, though.
Okay.
Because he would be acting well within his, like, there's nothing untoward about a president proposing, like, legislation to, you know, I guess what you're saying, like, reform, I guess, hypothetically, political pardons, I guess, or or propose a constitutional amendment.
For example, propose legislation to adjust qualified immunity to the extent that, the Supreme Court interprets absolute immunity from a statutory perspective or something. Propose legislation.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that, and then the ball's in the AG's court, right? Like, you can do that without instructing AG, okay, now that I've done this thing, you got to do this thing over here.
Propose Section 3.
That would be a violation of the norm.
Propose Section 3 enforcement. Propose implementing legislation to disqualify people on the basis of violations of Section 3, January 6th. Proposing, like, for example, an amendment to, this is what I don't know if this would ever work. This is what I would support. I would support an amendment that undoes all of Trump's pardons. Supporting action, for example, to make the availability of trying to criminally prosecute people who have been pardoned under color of law from the previous administration when he doesn't currently occupy the office because he's not lawfully in office because of Section 3 having not been enforced properly in the previous administration. So there's a lot of ways in which I think the president, from a policy perspective, is allowed to weigh in without violating the norm. You've agreed with some of these things that I've said. I think one such thing is not to say, hey, I want to order investigations, because I don't think he should do that, but to say, I want to appoint someone who cares about holding the previous administration's corruption to justice. And I think that is an example of something that is not a norm violation.
I think once you use that language explicitly, you lose the confidence of, I would say, probably a lot of Americans who otherwise might be on board with accountability. But as soon as you say it like that, you're going to lose probably millions of Americans.
I don't know why.
But I would oppose that for different reasons. Why? Okay, I would oppose that for pragmatic reasons, because there's no way he's going to have the kind of mandate to pass a constitutional amendment to do that. So I would not advocate for.
Sure. I'm just talking about the things that would not be norm violations. I'm just advocating for things that, like.
No, I don't think that would be a violation of the norm. As long as the ball's just in the AG's court at that point, and you're not like calling up Jack Smith and saying, okay, I got that fucking amendment passed, so you got to pull through on your end. That would be the violation of the norm.
Yeah.
Or some kind of like public pressure campaign against
I'm glad I'm not proposing that, and I don't think Josiah is either.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a good discussion. Yeah.
It is a good discussion. What if President Hutch sets the priority that he does not want the DOJ to make their priority federal marijuana violations? And Attorney General Pisco comes back and says, Mr. President, I understand that, but I actually do think that the priority or a priority should be enforcing federal marijuana law. So
the president can just direct the DOJ, do not prosecute like low-level marijuana offenses or something like that. That's policy. That's a broader policy.
I understand, but just to be clear, you would fire an AG who disobeyed you in that respect.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm just sussing out in real time where your lines are.
No, we know the line.
Like,
The line is it a policy directive that's not interference to appoint someone who the president feels will go after corruption specifically of the previous administration? And I think that it's not. And I don't think it's a policy. I think it is a policy related action, especially to promise.
You guys can't imagine what the fucking commentary would look like if Newsom said, I expect my attorney general to look into the previous administration.
Yeah,
you guys can't just imagine what that would look like.
Look
I
at the
just
level
don't give a fuck.
Look at the level of criminality. Yes, you guys should. So I would be like, guys, look at what Newsom is saying. Newsom is promising justice. He's promising justice. He's going to appoint someone who's good to look into the corruption. That would be based.
But you guys pointed out that a slight majority of people supported the criminal investigations into Donald Trump. I think each one individually had popular support, just barely. It's like, I think you said it was like 50 to 55%. My recollection is correct or similar. And you guys also acknowledged that even larger number of Americans thought that those had like political influence. And so and they didn't like that.
Yeah, there's an unfortunate conclusion there, Hutch. And the unfortunate conclusion is they don't give that much of a shit about it.
Well, I think that I mean, I don't know. I'm not following your logic because
no,
you guys acknowledge that.
They support
right?
the prosecutions, notwithstanding them believing that it's political. And
do you think that the Stephen A. Smiths and all that commentary about political influence?
I think they're two IQ losers.
Right, but there's no question that commentary impacted how the electorate felt about these investigations negatively, and impacted the way that they felt about those investigations. But you're also suggesting that if Biden himself would have come out and said that he wanted Merrick Garland to pursue the Trump administration, that wouldn't have been like considerably worse in terms of perception. And you're also making a separate argument that maybe that's true, maybe that's not, but the public frankly doesn't even care all that much. But I see all of these things as like death by a thousand cuts. And I want to do what I can as a political party. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is shout out to, I disavowed Doobie, but I shout out to his question. It made me think about it. The next Democratic president has asked, will you continue to investigate those associated with the Epstein file? You say?
I am the president of the United States. I am not the attorney general of the Department of Justice. I have full confidence in my Justice Department that they will pursue crimes if they are discovered in the course of their investigations. But I do not investigate particular people for particular things. That is the job of the Justice Department.
I think we disagree on whether that answer would be favorably by people, whether it would constitute violation of the norm to be like, we will appoint an AG who will care about this kind of corruption, including the Epstein stuff, and they will give more transparency than this administration gave. You can bet on that. I think that would be a good answer.
Presidents don't investigate people. We need to start conditioning people to get back in that kind of thinking. Like, I get so bummed when I hear these kinds of questions. I think it's like the question themselves shows us how far we've fallen here in these hallowed United States of America. That people are asking, like, will a president investigate this or that person?
Oh, I will appoint an AG. I will appoint an AG for whom it's a priority to get to the bottom of corruption, including anything related to the Epstein files that hasn't been disclosed. And you'll get more disclosure from this administration than you will get from a Vance administration because they try to cover it up. What's wrong with that answer?
I don't know if I have like too much of an issue with that answer, but I think you're getting into like dangerous territory as soon as you start weighing in on particular investigations. That is the norm. I keep trying to say this to you guys. That is the norm that emerged from the post-Nixon consensus in America, is that presidents don't investigate this or that thing. The DOJ operates independently. That's what, and I thought you guys liked that norm.
We don't think it
because you
violates
guys said in the beginning of this conversation. Hold on, I'm just gonna give me literally 30 seconds. I'm gonna go get water.
Yeah, I think that we've run the
Well, when he says that they don't comment on it, and then you say, "Yeah, I don't think commenting on this violates that norm." It's like, well. kind of necessarily does.
The DOJ thing. And even on our disagreement there, I don't think it's like, it's whether you should dog whistle it or whether you should be a little bit more direct. I mean, that's ultimately the question, and whether we think either that difference bears on the public's perception or on the actual violation of a norm. And we have a disagreement.
I mean, White House has their own counsel that advise them on these kinds of things. Like the independent nature of the DOJ, for example, is the reason why special counsel exists. To make sure that there's like no appearance.
All right, probably last run, and then I gotta head out.
Appearance of political influence. That's why Merrick Garland appointed Jack Smith in the first place. So, my question to you guys would be, using your language, what do you think like Barack Obama's?
I have a question for Tom. Devout, self-admitted communist complaining about corruption. Will the American public buy it? Wait, you're a communist? I'm so confused. You're a communist? Will the American people buy that you're a communist? Probably not. Not if they see all the shit that I just saw you say. Yeah, probably not.
White House counsel would advise if he was asked questions about particular people or investigations.
He would say things like
Bill
the following.
Clinton advise?
Yeah. They would say like, listen, I can't get into the specifics of particular investigations, but you should know that any attorney general that we're going to do is going to do X, Y, Z. And for us, this kind of shit is a big deal, and it includes this and that. Now, Obama wasn't presented with the fact pattern of Trump. And so if Obama was running this time, I think that there's no question that he would say my attorney general will be looking into potential corruption from the.
I don't think he would say that. No, I think Obama is an institutionalist. I think he values that norm, principally values it, and I think that White House counsel would have told him to not weigh in on that particular thing.
And if he would just say that as a surrogate, if he says that as a surrogate, that won't prove it, because that's just him speaking as Obama, not as...
as a surrogate, he can say whatever the fuck he wants. Okay. Like, I'm telling you, like...
Yeah, but he's talking about the candidate.
There's no way... I understand that, but I'm saying, like, if Obama were to come out now and be like, we need to hold these people accountable, including by criminal investigated, that wouldn't prove my point, or it wouldn't disprove you, because it wouldn't be him as candidate. Fair? I'm just looking at, like,
right,
what it would
yeah, no, he can say that now. That's fine. I would think it would be based if you said
okay. I think we've laid it out.
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah. Well, listen.
Yeah, you guys want to shatter liberal norms, and I'm, the last vanguard, standing on the wall and defending liberalism.
You are the vanguard. But you know what? The comparisons between you and the vanguard, I'm glad you're...
Wow. Hutch is on the side of the vanguard now. That's fucked up, bro. I thought we were all against the vanguard. I thought we all agreed the vanguard was bad. Hey, if you see the battery, let me know. I'm just trying to find the battery for the field depot.
You're the third member of the vanguard.
Yeah. Oh, but it's funny you say that, though, because, like, I'm still on the hill of the Hunter Biden pardon was corrupt. I'm still defending Merrick Garland from baseless attacks, I think, from certain people. And so whatever your view of it is, you might disagree with the application of the norm. You can't say that I don't care about the norm. I understand it.
Oh, me? Yeah. Oh.
Because I'm taking these...
I'm teasing. You obviously think that what you're proposing doesn't violate the norm. I do. That's the big disagreement.
Yeah, I think that's right. Josiah, you can stick around for the other part of the conversation if you want. I mean, that's up to you. Would you like to?
I refuse to accept your. Your thinly veiled.
Shit.
Look at how much he loves. Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck! I would have just skipped to that. I didn't know that that was another part of the conversation, I would have. Damn, I was just wondering. I was like, wait, this is over? Did I miss the part that I was here for? Like, what the fuck just happened? Where's the battery? I need the battery. All right. Well, shit.
Here.
No,
you're
like
thinly
it.
veiled. Get the
no,
fuck out.
I-
You know
I
what's
would
funny?
prefer-
I
I would
remember
prefer you stick
visiting. I
around.
remember visiting Pisco
I
in New
would-
York, and
stop,
he said something
stop.
similar as he held the door open to his palatial condo. He held the door. He's like, Josiah, you and your wife are free to continue to hang out with me, as he's ushering us towards the door. I remember that.
Josiah,
that's cool.
I would prefer if you stay. I would love to have you, because I know that you have a view on it, but I'm offering that to you. I don't know if you want the heat of
I
like
appreciate
the.
that. No,
I actively prefer that as well.
Listen, I preferred.
Hey, do you know? Have you seen the battery? I'm looking for the battery. Yeah, there's normally a battery in here for the what do you call it? For the thing outside. Yes, the field crate battery. Yes. It's normally inside.
I'll keep an eye out.
Okay. Yeah, if you see it, just let me know. That's what I'm looking for. Appreciate it.
I prefer sincere invitations. I might hang around. I might accept the pity invitation.
I didn't even know you were going to be here. So that's the only reason I'm saying it. And
so the only reason you showed up is because you knew you didn't think I was going to be here.
No,
is this where we're?
I was
fuck you, man.
overjoyed.
Like,
I was overjoyed. We love it. We love it. Just stay and chill.
You know the most offensive thing. You know the most offensive thing, Hutch, that Pisco did to me is again when he closed the door in the face of my wife and I to his palatial condo, and then for him to like not only lock the door but to hear the bolt slide and everything. You know, like
it's
like
Southerners,
fucking
man,
locked
with their
in
guns.
the minds of Moria.
Because I know you love your guns. Okay, should we start?
You give off a vibe. You give off a vibe.
Right here.
Wait, hold on, Josiah. What guns? Do you have a gun, Josiah?
No, I don't.